Chapter 1. Liwa Apartment 1. Connection successful. Welcome to the world of comics, information synchronization complete. The moment she opened her eyes, a resounding slap landed heavily on Jiang Ji's face. The force was so immense that it sent her crashing to the ground. What on earth? Is it this intense right from the start? Jiang Ji's mind momentarily blanked, and her body instinctively rolled away. Not far off, a headless male corpse lay in a pool of blood. The man's head had rolled half a meter away, a cruel smile forever etched on his face, his body still gushing blood, seemingly unable to cease. Jiang Ji, it's your fault my brother is dead. The one who struck her was Su Ling, her college roommate. At that moment, her almond-shaped eyes seemed freshly washed, filled with pure malice. You're the one who deserves to die. Don't think you can escape alive. Reiko, calm down. This isn't the time for infighting. Whatever grievances we have, we can settle them once we get out. Others urged, their gazes towards Jiang Ji filled with utter disdain. Damn. Jiang Ji's face throbbed painfully, a fresh cut from Su Ling's freshly manicured long nails bleeding profusely, just enough to obscure the lifeless gaze of the man. You vile creature, Su Ling shrieked as she lunged at her. This time, no one restrained her, all sporting expressions of morbid curiosity. Is this ever going to end? Jiang Ji felt a wave of impatience. She understood that comics thrive on intense conflict, but recycling the same trope once was enough. Overdoing it would earn the reader's ire. With a sharp crack, the sound was crisp, melodious, and professional. A clear imprint of a slap marked Su Ling's haughty face. Seeing the collective shock from the crowd, Jiang Ji pondered momentarily before delivering a polite, yet menacing remark. Keep talking, and you'll share your brother's fate. She was well-versed in the formulaic processes, equally professional in her execution. This wretched girl dared to strike her? How could that be? Su Ling's head buzzed from the impact, tears streaming down her face, leaving two white streaks of foundation in their wake. Stunned by the slap and terrified by Jiang Ji's sudden ferocity, she covered her face and was pulled away by the short-haired girl. The buzzcut man shielded Su Ling. Jiang Ji, have you lost your mind? Jiang Ji raised her middle finger at him. Duh. You. Think before you speak. If I die, you'll have no father, but if you die, I can still play the Suona for you. Jiang Ji relished the moment, having unleashed her madness upon everyone, feeling invigorated as she rose and leaned against a utility pole, surveying her surroundings. This was a desolate crossroad. In the distance lay a stretch of farmland. Apart from the male corpse at her feet, the others present included the buzz-cut man, the bespectacled man, the short-haired girl, and Su Ling. 2 men and 2 women. Dressed rather stylishly, they likely hail from well-off families. This world belonged to a popular manga titled Where Shadows Lurk, the Night Watcher's Code, set against the backdrop of a chaotic modern metropolis. The comic was rooted in reality, yet steeped in dark exaggeration. With a dense population, soaring crime rates, and stark socioeconomic disparities, the urban landscape became a breeding ground for eerie tales. Thus, supernatural phenomena gradually resurfaced, quietly encroaching upon reality. They emerged from folklore and urban legends, initially appearing sporadically, ensnaring humanity in small clusters, only to escalate into rampant chaos, invading schools, hospitals, workplaces, and even elevators. The sinister could pull humanity into the realm of the supernatural at any moment, with a few managing to escape while many others succumbed, transforming into new malevolent entities that grew stronger through murder, manifesting randomly. Disappearances became frequent, and fear gripped the populace. The manga's initial premise: those killed by the supernatural also become supernatural. As the narrative progressed, humanity found it increasingly challenging to contend with these entities. When the headquarters received an urgent request for personnel from the manga department, this task fell upon Jiang Ji, who was on her annual leave. One moment she was basking in the sun on the beach, and the next she was thrust into this nightmarish tale. After sorting through the newfound plot in her mind, she realized she had arrived at a pivotal moment in the narrative, coinciding with the manga's early serialization, marking the only time she would share the scene with the main cast, albeit in a sensational news report. Supernatural forces strike. 3 men and 3 women mysteriously die in a villa. Ah, truly a hellish beginning. Jiang Ji struck a pose reminiscent of a famed elementary school detective. As one of the cannon fodder in the news, she might not survive until the next comic update, facing her demise alongside these societal scum. The short-haired girl glanced around. What should we do now? The bespectacled man remained the calmest. We need to first understand the rules. Jiang Ji also took note of the eerily dark traffic lights nearby. This foreboding and isolated crossroad had the only traffic signal facing the apartment known as the pigeon cage. The narrow, cramped structure resembled a hive, as though countless eyes were peering through the small windows, watching them in the shadows. The buzzcut man pinned all the blame on her. This bizarre occurrence in the villa is all your fault, you filthy woman, bringing us bad luck. Heh. Jiang Ji wryly curled her lips. The original character had been deceived by Su Ling into coming to the villa, nearly assaulted by the drunken Su Ji gang, and had fled in a panic, only to fall from the upper floor. She had lost her life on the spot. When the red light first appeared, Su Ji gang had overlooked the rules. Thus, he offered his head as a sacrifice to the supernatural. Had the original character not agreed out of kindness to help Su Ling tutor her nephew, she wouldn't have found herself at the villa tonight, nor would she have perished alongside these societal miscreants. Alas, there are no what-ifs. The ability card pool has been generated. Drawing your identity card. Your drawn identity is Oracle. You will be closer to the truth of the world than others. Yet, sometimes knowing too much is not a stroke of fortune. After all, the path to truth is both harsh and perilous. Oracle? Jiang Ji blinked, the title hardly resonating with the combat role. Was she expected to lead humanity to victory in the realm of the supernatural through divination? Forget it. Let's first find a way out of this supernatural mess. As she contemplated, a crimson glow began to spread like flowing water at her feet. Following the light, Jiang Ji noticed the red light had quietly illuminated. In an instant, everyone was pressed on pause, silently fixated on the blood-red traffic signal. Ding, 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 ding. As if the sound of an incoming call echoed. A genderless mechanical voice suddenly emerged. Lihua apartment harbors a headless female corpse. Please locate the corpse's location among the residents in Unit 2632 without entering the apartment. 1. When the red light is on, she will approach the window. Remember, do not make any noise. 2. There are no stray cats at the crossroad. If you hear a cat meowing, promptly smear blood on your eyelids. 3. Do not make eye contact with her during the green light. 5. It is normal for vehicles to pass through the crossroad. If you notice an empty car, swiftly retreat. 6. When answering, please follow the order of unit number floor section and confirm the accuracy of your response. 7. If you hear the headless corpse speaking, be sure to utter the opposite of what it says. Kind reminder. Sometimes, an unintentional act of kindness can alter one's fate. Chapter 2. Lihua Apartment 2. In the early stages of the comic, the malevolent entities could only ensnare humans in small-scale supernatural occurrences. As the serialization progressed into its latter half, the entities grew stronger, their reach expanding to entire neighborhoods, cities, and even remote nations. However, the rules of the supernatural are not an insurmountable deadlock. Ordinary individuals can escape the realm of the supernatural as long as they can discern the correct rules. Currently, it was red light time, and an eerie silence hung in the air. Su Ling and the others dared not breathe, fully aware that the female ghost was now at the window, searching for them from above. In such a tense moment, Jiang Ji's casual stroll felt particularly infuriating. Under the piercing gazes of those opposite her, she turned her attention towards the ominous Lihua apartment. The dimly lit apartment loomed like a monstrous entity ready to devour the unwary. Lihua apartment consists of 4 sections. Each building has 40 floors, with 18 units per floor. In total, there are 2,880 units. Due to the low rent and mixed tenant demographics, security issues frequently arise, and many outsiders consider it a temporary refuge. People from all directions have gradually filled this place. Excluding the empty rooms, the remaining 2,632 units are inhabited, with residents living in cramped quarters of merely 4 to 5 square meters, day in and day out. Let alone that it was the dead of night. Even during the brightly lit hours of the day, when the female specter stood before the window, it was exceedingly challenging for them to catch sight of one another amidst the multitude of windows. As time ticked away, and the scarlet light receded like a tide, Su Ling collapsed to the ground, gasping for fresh air. The short-haired man, exhibiting a lamentable lack of decorum, continued to curse. How could anyone possibly find each other solely by sight? Despair etched upon the face of the short-haired woman, tears streaming down as she looked pleadingly at the others. "I want to get out. I truly do not wish to die." Among the group, the bespectacled man remained the most composed. After a moment of contemplation, he articulated, "The Lihua apartments are not listed in the statistics compiled by the Investigation Bureau, rendering it impossible to ascertain their level. However, all rule-based urban legends can only claim lives when the rules are violated. The Survival Guide to Urban Legends compiles several precautions applicable to the vast majority of these tales. We merely need to remember one crucial point. We must adhere to the rules, yet not place blind faith in them." The subsequent 3 clauses pertain to traffic signals. Moreover, the rules also mention cats and vehicles, which may very well conceal clues regarding the location of the female corpse. The short-haired man, visibly impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "Enough with the useless chatter. Who doesn't already know this? What a fool!" The bespectacled man's expression darkened. He adjusted his glasses, subtly concealing the disdain lurking in his gaze. These individuals still held some utility. He had no intention of severing ties with them just yet. In the perilous realm of rule-based urban legends, he required scapegoats to validate those rules. However, speaking of scapegoats, the bespectacled man instinctively glanced towards a short distance away, where a dark-haired girl leaned against a utility pole, idly kicking small stones. Her gaze was fixed on the night sky, seemingly indifferent to the tumult surrounding them. The bespectacled man furrowed his brow. What could this signify? Had she perhaps uncovered some clue? Regardless, it was imperative to ascertain the truth. The bespectacled man resolved in his mind, unbeknownst to him, that at that moment, Jiang Ji was staring at the array of crimson values displayed on her attribute panel, rendered speechless. Name: Jiang Ji. Identity: Prophet. Physique: 19. Do not venture outdoors in windy weather. Strength: 19. Incapable of opening a stubborn bottle cap. Speed: 12. 19. Injured sloths rejoice. Intelligence: 140. King of riddles. Appearance: 97. A beauty so charming, yet alas, she speaks. Luck: 99. System: Leadership: 100. Head of a pyramid scheme. Mental strength: FSSS level. Comprehensive evaluation: the savior has once again been swept away by the wind today, my frail, incapable savior with such a savior. Our world seems doomed. The exceptionally intelligent savior was struck down by bird droppings during strategic planning. Jiang Ji. Lin Xiao, your insults are truly eloquent. Such beauty, if placed within a sweet romance narrative, would undoubtedly be the delicate darling that no domineering CEO could resist. Yet born into this chaotic world, where societal order has collapsed and global crime rates have surged, one either becomes a plaything of the elite or a mere line in a cold news article. Contemplating the original owner's fate, Jiang Ji felt a twinge of irritation in her palm. However, upon observing the 19 points in physique, Jiang Ji immediately deflated. The slap she had delivered moments ago had exerted her full strength normally. Even a small asteroid would tremble under such force. Yet now, lightly caressing Su Ling's face, she had not even drawn blood. Quite a blow to her pride. As for the fluctuating mental strength oscillating between SSS and F grades, it was due to her haste while the technical department was still grappling with the world's will. Jiang Ji had quietly torn open the boundaries of space-time and stepped into the realm of comics. The entire technical department was left dumbfounded. Her passport had yet to be processed, and she had already arrived abroad. Rather reckless, indeed. Though she had successfully parachuted into the location, without obtaining a pass, Jiang Ji's strength was severely diminished by the layers of the world's will, and her 3S mental strength ocean was brutally reduced to a mere mental spoon, with the abilities generated by the system experiencing an epic-level castration. Danger warning is a passive skill, akin to a mobile phone activating an earthquake alert, allowing one to sense impending danger in advance for appropriate response. However, with Jiang Ji's current grade mental strength, it would be commendable if she could perceive danger twice out of 10 attempts. By the same token, the range of her foresight into the past and future did not exceed 30 seconds. Jiang Ji. She had truly erred. What could one accomplish in 30 seconds? Make a wish at the library? Wah-wah-woo. Wah-woo-wah-wah-woo. As night fell, a mist began to envelop the surroundings. Amidst the thin fog, A baby's wail suddenly pierced the air. The sound ebbed and flowed, intermittent and haunting, as if emanating from the distant Liwa apartments, yet also seeming to come from all directions. Jiang Ji's consciousness gradually drifted away with the cries. Her expression morphed into one of vacant tranquility as she slowly raised her hands to her chin. No, she jolted. Smack! The sound of her own slap rang out. The blood that had just ceased flowing burst forth once more, and the pain jolted Jiang Ji fully awake from the cries. That was no baby, it was the sound of a feral cat in heat. The second rule stated, there are no feral cats at the crossroads. If you hear a cat's cry, quickly smear blood on your eyelids. Jiang Ji's hair stood on end, cold sweat soaking her back. She gathered her breath and shouted, retreat. Though her strength was minimal, her voice rang out loud, and her hands swiftly wiped across the bloodstain on her face, smearing it onto her eyelids with remarkable speed. The others were roused by her voice, realizing their predicament, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads as they hastily bit into their fingers. Su Ling and the short-haired man, having not drawn blood from themselves, exchanged glances and lunged for the corpse on the ground, a fierce glint flashing in their eyes. Bro, don't blame me, I want to live too. Several individuals smeared fresh blood on their eyelids, whether it was their own or another's. Everyone's spirits were taut, poised for action, until the sound of the feral cat faded, and the chilling mist was dispelled by the waning moon. The immediate crisis seemed to have passed. Jiang Ji observed this scene, a peculiar feeling arising in her heart. Something was amiss, she sensed an underlying issue. Before she could ponder further, the surroundings suddenly shattered. On the pitch-black, silent street, Su Ling and the short-haired man sat back-to-back on the ground, their necks gushing blood from the hollow stumps. Three heads formed a jagged tower, their vacant eyes staring directly at her, a strange smile curling at the corners of their mouths. Jiang Ji, huh? Su Ling and the short-haired man were dead? The headless corpses wobbled upright. Two piercing screams shattered the night. Jiang Ji immediately realized the crucial detail obscured within the rules. Those who smeared dead blood on their eyelids would be found by the spirits. The three blood-soaked heads revealed eerily synchronized smiles, frozen in the most grotesque of arcs. In the blink of an eye, the six had dwindled to three. The short-haired woman wore a vacant expression. No. Why did this happen? The bespectacled man gritted his teeth. As expected, the rules were designed with traps. They were merely waiting for them to leap into them. For the first time, Jiang Ji witnessed a prophecy unfolding before her eyes. She had no intention of aiding Su Ling and the short-haired man, yet their demise at the hands of the spirits would only create new anomalies, complicating her situation. The landmines buried within the rules could explode at any moment. No longer could she remain passive. She needed to leap ahead of time, to glimpse the future. Jiang Ji brushed back a few strands of hair from her forehead, partially shielding her eyes, as the depths of her dark pupils reflected a smaller circle of pupils. The scene before her began to shroud in mist. When the haze finally lifted, she beheld a sturdy, ancient clock tower, the hands moving languidly as she gently nudged them backward. The dark clouds obscured the waning moonlight, deepening the night. In the distance, a head was shrouded in heavy shadows, the one on the far right drooping its eyelids, the pallor of its face ghostly, a slender scar tracing its profile. The position of the tear mole beneath its eye bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. Had she perished? Why? A thought struck her. She abruptly turned her head, fixating her gaze on the traffic light lurking in the darkness, reigniting her abilities. At the moment the green light illuminated, Jiang Ji beheld a pair of eyes devoid of whites. She staggered back several steps, her heart racing uncontrollably. It dawned on her that they had overlooked the initial task prompt. Within the Lihua apartments lay a headless female corpse. The corpse indeed remained within the Lihua apartments, but the head was concealed within the traffic light. If they had kept their eyes fixed on the traffic light, they would meet their demise. Chapter 3. Lihua Apartment 3. All three gazes converged upon the traffic light. Suddenly, a clear, crystalline voice pierced the air at the intersection that I found myself questioning. The girl turned her gaze towards the vast sky, her expression as serene as ever. The condition for our passage required us to locate the female corpse. Did it include the head of the deceased? If we were to find the head, it would be within the confines of the traffic light. That porcelain white, slender hand pointed toward the traffic signal from a distance. What? The bespectacled man and the short-haired woman were taken aback. They attempted to divert their eyes. Yet they felt as though they were glued to the traffic light, unable to look away to that moment. The green light illuminated. They found themselves staring directly into those eyes devoid of whites. It was over. Despair enveloped the bespectacled man. In the next instant, the mechanical voice activated once more. Headless female corpse located. Head. Please do not make eye contact with her while the light is green. Obsolete. Exhaling deeply, Jiang Ji released a sigh. She had made the right gamble. Indeed, once the rules were unraveled, they would adapt accordingly. Having confirmed the location of the corpse's head, although it would not lead them directly to victory in Lihua apartment, this particular rule would no longer apply to them. That you're quite impressive. The bespectacled man approached Jiang Ji, extending an olive branch. Let us collaborate and find our way out together. He was certain she would acquiesce. His eyes glimmering with calm confidence, exuding an air of superiority. Jiang Ji. She glanced at the relatively clean hand, recalling the moment when her original self had tearfully sought help from a man in the villa, who, while swirling a glass of red wine and reclining on the living room sofa with his legs crossed, had said, "Why should I help you escape? You're merely a plaything, unworthy of my assistance. Why should we collaborate?" The girl with black hair and eyes tilted her head slightly, the teardrop mole on her face appearing languid like a cat, while the bloodstains on her cheeks added to her battle-worn demeanor. The crimson smeared around her eye sockets, lending an arresting beauty. "You think you're worthy of a ghost's plaything?" The man's expression darkened behind her, with time still lingering before the next red light would illuminate. They had yet to unearth any clues regarding the corpse's location, and she was already halfway inside. The specter lurked in the shadows, watching with predatory intent. Entering the apartment was certainly not an option. Jiang Ji intended to wander around the base of the Lihua apartment across the street. The short-haired woman glanced at the bespectacled man, gritting her teeth as she resolved to follow Jiang Ji. Though she was aware of Jiang Ji's disdain for her, she feared being easily betrayed by the bespectacled man if she remained behind. She, of all people, understood the true nature of her kind. Jiang Ji was aware of her trailing behind, but chose to ignore her. The two moved swiftly, one following the other. As the fog began to rise around them, the apartment became obscured within the haze. The short-haired woman's peripheral vision caught sight of her glossy patent leather sandals, their polished toes reflecting a golden glow. Her voice trembled. "Jiang Ji." The yellow light had turned on, according to the rules. This intersection only had red and green lights, no yellow. The metallic scent of blood grew, increasingly vivid, as if someone had breathed upon her nape, sending chills down her spine. However, seeing Jiang Ji's figure ahead remained still. She stifled the urge to flee, standing frozen in place. After a long pause, Jiang Ji suddenly spoke. "You, step in front of me." The short-haired woman, despite her reluctance, fearing abandonment, could only reluctantly inch her way forward. Yet she remained cautious, maintaining a half-step distance, wary that Jiang Ji might still harbor resentment for her earlier indifference in the villa, intentionally leaving her behind. A nagging feeling of unease gnawed at her. Yet she could not articulate why. Ji, "I'm your best friend from university." She awkwardly sought to mend their relationship, hesitantly playing the emotional card that Su Ling harbored feelings for the same person as you. And I advised her against it, but with her family background, I had no say. She conveniently omitted the fact that had it not been for her intervention, Jiang Ji would never have attended this perilous gathering. Jiang Ji remained silent, while the short-haired woman gulped nervously, her anxiety intensifying. Ji, where are we going now? In a flash of insight, she recalled Jiang Ji's earlier fall down the stairs, injuring her foot. It was inconceivable that she could move this swiftly. If it wasn't Jiang Ji, then who was behind her? At that moment, a mocking voice whispered close to her ear, suddenly rising in volume. "Go die." In the next instant, a pair of pale hands, already raised, seized the short-haired woman's face, wrenching her head backward. Forced to turn, the short-haired woman's eyes widened in terror, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Filled with regret and despair. That was not Jiang Ji. The rigid body, devoid of a head, with blood continuously gushing from its neck, that was Su Ling. In the moment when the head hit the ground, she recalled the rules for the last time. Jiang Ji, having just escaped the ghost realm, heard the short-haired woman's piercing scream, abruptly ceasing. The short-haired woman could not escape the fate of being severed. The headless body crouched down stiffly, cradling the still warm head, trailing slowly after Su Ling, making its way toward the traffic light, leaving behind a long streak of blood. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man emerged from the ghost realm, showing no concern for his companion's demise, that he looked over confidently. It seems we both realize that the fourth and seventh rules share a commonality. When the yellow light is on, trust no one, that because the dead can also speak, that I in the ghost realm. Those killed by spirits could return, that I in truth. All one needed to do to escape was to speak in contradictions. Yet evidently, the short-haired woman had failed to consider this. He, with a face devoid of grudges, extended another olive branch. Let us join forces. We'll share information and find a way out together. This time, Jiang Ji did not refuse again, as if captivated by his charismatic persona. Revealing a sweet smile, all right, that a flicker of smugness danced in the depths of the bespectacled man's eyes. Indeed, women would always depend on men for survival. Agreeing to the alliance, they parted ways to seek clues. At that moment, the familiar sound of a baby crying echoed once more. This time, she discerned it clearly. It was a long-haired calico cat. The IT emitted baby-like cries while sniffing around at a car with its high beams on careened toward them, swaying erratically, yet moving at a rapid speed. Jiang Ji, very well, as heartless as she was, she found herself at a loss when it came to such a small kitten. The feline appeared to be adult, its long fur matted from wandering, lacking any significant presence. That an outdated white sedan passed through the intersection, its speed suddenly dropping as it wobbled along, resembling a drunken driver. The bespectacled man stood a distance away, peering through the half-lowered window, clearly seeing that the driver's seat was also headless. Likely deceased for several years, the neck wound dried and darkened. Damn, such a low price. Not even my pants left. I'll move in myself. Let us see who dares challenge me. With his curses echoing, a stack of property listings was tossed from the car window, scattering like petals on the road that the vehicle departed. The bespectacled man noticed Jiang Ji walking away while cradling the cat. He hurried over, picking up the listings scattered on the ground. Upon reading the information, an ecstatic expression blossomed on his face. Meanwhile, Jiang Ji stood before the bulletin board of Liwa apartment, sifting through the disheveled advertisements for useful information. Obituary: the owner of Unit 2518 on the 25th floor has passed away. The farewell ceremony will be held at home on April 4th at 2 p.m. Friends and relatives are informed to pay their respects. House for rent: a one-bedroom apartment, fully furnished and ready to move in. Phone: 135x(x)(1211. Lost cat notice: my cat went missing around noon on March 1 SD. This calico, long-haired cat has a white spot on its forehead. It's not a purebred but holds great significance to me. Suffering from cat herpes virus and gastroenteritis, requiring regular treatment at the veterinary hospital. If found or seen, please contact me. There will be a reward for any leads. Phone: 189xxxx1023. Mr. Chin DeWong moving, warehouse relocation. Office moving, furniture assembly, school relocation. Oh, you're not a stray cat after all, Jiang Ji said, gently stroking the calico's back, her voice softening. You should have been neutered long ago. The calico, offended, leapt from her arms and trotted to the flower bed, retrieving a black diary and bringing it back to her, dropping it at her feet. Jiang Ji bent down to pick it up. The first page of the diary bore the name Qin Wenji. Flipping through casually, the content surprised her, even overturning her previous assumptions. The neighbor knocked on my door asking if I'd seen her underwear. Her gaze seemed to suspect me. What a joke. The landlord approached me, saying the girl next door thinks I'm stalking her. I could jump into the Yellow River and still not clear my name. I deeply regret that. Why did I tell her that? I should have reported it directly. As she progressed further, the handwriting became increasingly erratic, and the text exuded the owner's crumbling emotional state. That moment, the bespectacled man approached, holding a stack of property listings. Jiang Ji looked at him, her eyes narrowing with interest. Information sharing? Yes. The bespectacled man smiled, malice flickering in his gaze. He did not disclose the clues he had gathered to Jiang Ji, instead turning to raise the stack of listings high. I want to answer a question. I know the answer. The female corpse is currently in Unit 1211 on the 12th floor. Clearly, Jiang Ji's previous position was closer to the sedan. Yet she missed the information thrown from the car due to her impulsive rush to embrace the cat. The listing clearly indicated that one of the properties was priced significantly lower than the others, that it was the very location where the headless corpse was discovered. The bespectacled man fixated on the ebony-haired girl, deriving satisfaction from witnessing her delicate features blanch in a fleeting moment that a sinister glint flickered in his eyes. Once I escape, you shall remain forever trapped in this realm. Chapter 4. Liwa Apartment 4 Jiang Ji. Your benevolent act of carrying away the cat has undoubtedly altered your fate, the man's lips curling into a malevolent smile. The rules have repeatedly ensnared them in traps. The so-called warm reminders are inevitably laced with malice. While ostensibly encouraging them to perform acts of kindness, the entity that governs the supreme rules revels in the sight of pure, benevolent souls, relishing their momentary compassion and the helplessness of their demise. As the bespectacled man turned to await the next phase, Jiang Ji's initial panic subsided, and she cheerfully waved her hand towards his retreating figure, silently mouthing, "Goodbye." Jiang Ji had foreseen the property listing that had been tossed from the car window and was aware of the room number where the headless corpse had met its end. However, she believed that the answer to the challenge would not be so straightforward, only to find the bespectacled man stepping on the landmine first that he was intelligent, yet 2 decades of unimpeded success had blinded him to the praises of others. He was firmly convinced that the property listing in his possession held the correct answer, and, even upon reaching the bulletin board, he was reluctant to lift his gaze. The mechanical voice remained silent for an extended duration. His expression gradually shifted from confidence to panic. Slowly, his countenance transitioned from alarm to a stupor as he extended his hands, placing them on either side of his face. Then, with a violent tug upwards, he literally yanked his own head off. With a force that could move mountains, arterial blood spurted vertically for 2 meters, even splattering Jiang Ji, leaving specks of crimson on her cheeks and neck. The man's gold-rimmed glasses clattered to the ground as blood gushed forth like a fountain, his features slowly dissolving before her eyes, his eyeballs rolling away and bouncing on the floor. Jiang Ji. So, this is rather inappropriate for a teenage comic. ISNT it. Meanwhile, beneath the traffic light, for bodies swayed towards her, clutching their heads, their eyes peering out from their grasp with malevolence, their smiles stretching wider. Jiang Ji, we are all dead. And you must die too. Ugh, rebound. Jiang Ji steadied her rapidly depleting sanity and began to ponder. The bespectacled man had inadvertently ruled out one of her erroneous options. The female ghost was not present at the crime scene. After all, a home is often the last memory of many spirits in life. Yet, Jiang Ji held a different perspective that in her mind. She silently recited an answer, her icy white fingertips lightly tapping the tear mole, utilizing the last remnants of her mental strength to activate her ability. However, this time, all she saw was a blinding white light. She chuckled lightly. Therefore, the answer is room 2517, 25th floor, Unit 2. Fuming, I found Unit 1, 12th floor, room 1211, that the door was answered by a benign-looking, balding, middle-aged man, that I confronted him about why he had been tailing and surveilling me, stealthily entering my home to steal my personal belongings, and even stuffing some lewd and perverse items into my residence. The middle-aged man initially vehemently denied it, but upon my threat to call the police, his expression suddenly morphed into one of malevolence. He yanked my hair and dragged me into the room, pinning me to the floor, choking me tightly and tearing at my clothing. Eventually, upon realizing I was dead, he feared I would become a ghost seeking vengeance and fetched a kitchen knife, bringing it down upon my neck. The knife was dull. The first blow failed to sever. The second blow fell. Then the third and the fourth that it hurt. It hurt so much. Where's my head? My head that was hidden at the traffic light until discovered by a maintenance worker that I killed the middle-aged man, but it was still insufficient. Not enough. Suddenly, I recalled that it was all that man's fault next door. Had he not alerted me, I might have remained oblivious and not met my demise here. Realizing this, I slowly began to smile. Indeed, it is all his fault. He deserves it the most. That I laughed as I knocked on the door of the neighboring unit. Knocking, that is anyone home? Knocking. Extracted from memory, Jiang Ji reached out to touch her neck. Few that's still intact. The ghostly entities of Liwa Apartment are indeed treacherous. One must remain vigilant to avoid being ensnared, but he has set 3 answers for the players. the ghost's home, the murder scene, and the well-meaning neighbor's residence. The first two answers can be gleaned from the bulletin board and the property listings discarded by passing vehicles, while the last requires personal deduction. Each floor of Lihua apartment houses 18 units. The ghost resides in the final unit, making it not difficult to deduce the neighboring room number. The descriptions in the diary may have been tainted by the subjective biases of its owner and cannot definitively indicate the ghost's character in life. Jiang Ji always remembered the dark tone of the comic world. Even the companions fighting alongside the male protagonist, those night watchmen wandering alone in the dark, transformed into mere killing machines after succumbing to corruption. Ghosts are devoid of emotions. She will inevitably seek out the diary's owner who had advised her, in her last foreseen future, there was nothing but her escape from the horror tale. Logically sound, without flaw, the world within the horror tale began to sink, enveloped in white mist. Suddenly, she felt a force pushing her forward. Jiang Ji was forcibly expelled from the realm of the horror narrative. In an instant, the white mist dissipated, revealing the opulent interior of a villa. Something heavy pressed down on her, and not far away, Su Ling and others lay sprawled on the sofa, blood pooling on the floor. Their upper bodies mysteriously absent, the pungent scent of blood inducing a visceral gag reflex. Gasp. Jiang Ji discerned that the weight upon her was the headless corpse of Su Jigang. She pushed the body aside. Instinctively gagging a few times, weak and fatigued, she crawled to retrieve the phone from the floor, her fingers trembling uncontrollably as she misdialed several times. "Hello, Happiness Street 110, please speak." The tears she had been suppressing burst forth upon hearing the gentle and friendly voice on the other end. Her emotions collapsing under the strain. Hello, I need to report a crime that many people have died. The address here is." She stammered through her words, her emotions utterly unraveling. That it was the residual emotion of her previous self, despair. Fear, panic. The operator on the other end confirmed the address twice, soothing her. "Don't be afraid, I won't hang up. Find a safe place to stay. The police will be there shortly." Jiang Ji buried her face in her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Yet in a corner of the villa where the surveillance did not reach, she was feebly arguing with the dedicated customer service of the comic department that after all my efforts to clear the level, will there be no rewards at all? Are you all just skinflints? Please calm down. The customer service, equally exasperated, responded, "The comic world operates this way. Each update has a limited number of frames, some reserved for more popular characters, while the remaining focus on the protagonist's perspective. You haven't made a formal appearance in the comic yet. The author may not have even fleshed out your character yet. The readers aren't even aware of your existence in the comic. So, of course, your popularity won't increase, but your potential for growth is immense. Once you leave a lasting impression during your climactic moments, the readers will go wild for you, allowing you to exchange popularity points for items in the system shop. Don't be disheartened. The comic world still needs you to save it. Keep it up, savior." Cheering to JP, the customer service concluded with a vibrant expression. "Jiang Ji, there's an old saying I'm unsure if I should utter. After all the hard work, my popularity remains stagnant. The system shop is still inactivated. Comics do not update as frequently as novels, and reader feedback is immediate. We're the Twilight Light. Night Watch Laws updates precisely every Wednesday at 10 in the evening, with occasional additional updates. Today happens to be Wednesday in the real world, and the next update is just around the corner. Time is of the essence. The burden is heavy. Jiang Ji must seize this opportunity to maximize her presence before the protagonist. A single person can only attract a limited amount of popularity. With her swollen eyes, Jiang Ji gazed wistfully at her vacant alias section. Once she accumulates her first wave of popularity, she intends to create numerous new aliases. Sister Ji not only aims for quality, but also quantity. The police in this world respond swiftly. The blaring sirens outside sounded just 10 minutes after her call. Jiang Ji stood up, preparing to approach the door. Crash! She watched in astonishment as the solid wooden double doors collapsed, the dust obscuring her view. Jiang Ji. As the dust settled, she discerned the shadowy figure standing at the villa's entrance, a man, casually leaning against the door with one hand in his pocket, a cigarette dangling from his lips, the crimson glow illuminating his features. His black tactical jacket's hood hung loosely over his head. With dark hair and eyes, strikingly handsome, yet lean, he was tall, Easily towering at least 1 meter 90 from Jiang Ji's perspective, he nearly aligned with the doorframe. The police, with their fervor they always respond so vigorously? Is this truly Tunghua City, or is it Gotham City? Outside the villa, the fervent protagonist of the manga, Akin, continuously waved his hand to shoo away the acrid dust, while single-handedly holding a law enforcement recording device. Awkwardly stretching his neck from behind his team leader. It is said that this time, an ordinary citizen has somehow survived a Class C Eerie tale. When Akin received the call, his eyes nearly popped out. That was a Class C Eerie tale. The sight was one of carnage and brutality. Amidst the pools of blood, a girl stood alone at the first step of the spiral staircase, her dark hair cascading in front of her. Her forehead was grazed, her pallid skin marred with bruises. The wounds on her face continued to seep blood, trailing down her cheek, exuding a gruesome beauty. Her eyes were swollen, filled with tears that threatened to spill over. And the tear mole beneath her, I rendered her fragile and delicate. This moment. Those tear-stained eyes were blankly staring at her superior, a mix of shock and terror in her gaze. This is dire. The violent enforcement has been witnessed by ordinary citizens. Someone save me. Akin internally lamented. He could already envision the thick stack of complaints flooding back from the mayor's hotline, piling up on his desk in just a couple of days. He sped through the red lights, racing toward the villa. Seeing that Huai had no intention of offering an explanation, Akin sighed inwardly and forced a friendly smile. The multicolored golden retriever looked like a failed artistic endeavor of Tony. Don't be afraid, miss. We are the police. Chapter 5. Stealthy surveillance in the monitoring room. Akin sat beside a tall man. The villa's internal security system recorded every moment since the girl entered the villa. The repulsive and overbearing faces matching perfectly with the lifeless grayish-white heads. These people are utterly despicable. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the Liwa apartment rule Eerie tale, the innocent girl could have been ruined by this group of ruffians. Huai occupied the foremost position, arms crossed, eyes fixated on the monitor in the upper right corner, his emotions inscrutable. In the lounge, the girl's various injuries had been simply treated, and she was presently giving a statement under police inquiry. After a while, the officer responsible for the statement entered the room. Could you refrain from accompanying me on missions in the future? Akin felt his eyes sting. Standing together truly made them appear too rough around the edges. He had to constantly present his credentials to prove he was not a villain, tarnishing the public's image of law enforcement. The tattooed, bald man dismissed Akin's ramblings, following Huai's gaze. Boss, is there an issue? Huai thought to himself. The issue is quite significant. His eyes unconsciously darted to the upper left, his body fidgeting slightly, revealing a lack of confidence in his own words. When you leaned forward to confirm, she instinctively recoiled, indicating insecurity and a lack of safety. Huai lounged back, casually remarking, she is lying. Akin was taken aback. Huh? Why would she lie? The bald man tucked the files under his arm, pondering, according to the latest data from Central Control. Since the bizarre occurrences began globally 6 months ago, the frequency of rule-type Eerie tales has not been high. There have only been 27 instances of rule-type Eerie tales classified as D-grade or higher worldwide. The mortality rate for D-grade Eerie tales is a staggering 91.71, with only 1 in 10 individuals surviving the ordeal. However, those who did survive began awakening within 6 months, being absorbed into various national investigative agencies. Among them, Class C Eerie tales have only manifested 6 times, in countries such as the United States, Japan, Siam, and Germany. The bald man doodled on the documents. This marks the first occurrence of a Class C Eerie tale in the Huaxia region. And she is the first survivor of a Class C rule Eerie tale. Boss, do you think Jiang Ji might know something, and it's not as simple as what she claimed in her statement? Or perhaps the appearance of the Eerie tale is related to her, giving her a sense of security? Huai snapped his fingers. Bingo. He smiled with a hint of mischief, appearing more irreverent. He appreciated employees who engaged in imaginative speculation. It made things so much easier. The latest tablet on the table was still connected to a video conference, a female voice emanating from it. Jiang Ji has cleared the Class C rule Eerie tale, providing us with detailed information about the Liwa apartment. Countries like Japan and Korea have already received the news and are beginning to apply pressure for us to share this information freely. I suggest we refrain from conducting a mental intervention on her for now. However, appropriate psychological counseling is advisable. Upon hearing this, the attendees from the combat departments of various provincial investigative agencies in Huaxia erupted in outrage, speaking in various dialects, cursing vehemently. "Pa, why don't they share Kisaragi Station? Exactly, Eerie tales that have already been cleared won't appear within our borders. How can they keep such a tight lid on it? I say, last time that little neon broad in the C-grade cursed object smuggling was definitely intentional. Absolutely, it must be." Ing Huai, as the initiator of this meeting, rested his chin on his hand, listening with keen interest and showing no intention of intervening. It was only when Central Control could no longer tolerate the outbursts of the most vociferous officials, silencing them, that the review meeting proceeded smoothly. Akin listened throughout, shaking his head in disbelief that AS official supernatural enforcers maintaining urban peace. "Your hearts are far too dark." His gaze shifted to the quiet, delicate girl in the lounge. How pitiful. It couldn't possibly be as complicated as they imagined. He casually inquired, "Who will be the scapegoat?" Two pairs of eyes turned toward him, akin. At 7 in the morning, Jiang Ji emerged from the station after completing her psychological counseling. Her original dress was soiled and unwearable. The officers at the police station had kindly bought her a complete new outfit. Considering she had just experienced a bizarre event and was understandably lacking in a sense of security. The female officer even thoughtfully prepared a hat and mask for her ditto. How adorable girls are. Jiang Ji took public transport to the school entrance, limping as she bought a set of jianbing from a roadside vendor. As the peak commuting hours approached, the city buzzed with the hustle and bustle of traffic. A stark contrast to the somber tones and desolate streets depicted in the later chapters of the manga that in the earlier chapters. Bizarre occurrences were infrequent. The Supernatural Incident Investigation Department's current combat team could still manage. But as humanity continued to perish and be transformed into new, eerie entities, these warriors guarding the night could only resist with their flesh and lives, dancing on the edge of a knife. Their fate was uncertain. Winning this time did not guarantee victory in the next. As the manga progressed into its later chapters, the main cast suffered tragic fates one after another. Readers wept to the point of numbness, abandoning the series in droves. The forums were filled with warnings, and the manga's ratings plummeted. In the writer's outline, the male protagonist Akin ultimately perished in a battle against an evil deity, his limbs bloodied and torn, shattered bones protruding from the flesh. His once flat abdomen swelled increasingly, a new life gestating within, a cursed offspring left behind by the evil deity's taint. The once vibrant youth, now dimmed, expended his last ounce of strength, plunging into the raging flames of a high-rise building, embracing his belly tightly even in death, laughing with abandon as the ghostly child within thrashed violently, tearing through his insides. Thus, the human world fell into ruin. Even Jiang Ji was profoundly affected by the manga's conclusion. It was an almost unsolvable ending that if readers were to discover such a conclusion, they would undoubtedly flood the ratings with negative reviews. Yet, the worlds had already manifested, and the roles of the protagonist and the ghostly entities could no longer be altered. The writer could not halt the story's trajectory, relying solely on her as an unpredictable variable. Jiang Ji was aware that someone was monitoring her from a distance. She deliberately exposed a vulnerability to attract the attention of the investigative agency. Thus far, there had been no instances in Huaxia of humans continuing to live normally after being tainted. But a recent case had emerged in Japan that an ordinary office worker who survived a D-grade Eerie tale underwent a comprehensive medical examination, revealing no abnormalities. During the first week of relaxed monitoring by the relevant authorities, he brutally murdered 67 residents of an apartment, successfully evolving into a Class C malevolent spirit, escaping from the combat team's grasp. This incident sent shockwaves through nations worldwide. Jiang Ji now needed the attention of the protagonist team to gain more popularity in the next update. Follow her if you dare, but don't regret it. Chapter 6. The Great Escape from the Fourth Canteen. The vehicles on the road moved swiftly, and the nearby shops and greenery could not conceal anyone. Only the male protagonist Akin could follow her. As a qualified, spirited protagonist of a manga, Akin's initial supernatural ability is invisibility, which bears little relation to combat. That he is cheerful, talkative, clear-minded, and somewhat foolish, often referred to by readers as the mascot of the investigation department. In the early stages, he merely played the role of comic relief, running errands to fetch takeout and lighting cigarettes for the team leader. That was only after the team leader perished while protecting him, And the close-knit companions met grim fates one by one, that he awakened his explosive powers out of extreme guilt. Teammates sacrificed, his powers boundless. But Jiang Ji was dissatisfied. How could the illustrious protagonist only now be roused? How could he possibly save the world? She had mentally prepared a rigorous training regimen for Akin. Negative emotions could stimulate the awakening of supernatural abilities, but drilling through practice problems was the most suitable learning method for Chinese youngsters. If 10 sets were insufficient, then add 10 more. As Akin observed Jiang Ji change direction, his spirits lifted, and he quickly followed her at Tsinghua University. In the fourth canteen, Jiang Ji ordered a bowl of vegetarian noodles on the second floor, limping to a window-side seat. The fourth canteen, newly constructed in the past 2 years, was the closest to the dormitories, yet its revenue ranked at the bottom among all canteens that is one of the 10 unsolved mysteries of Tsinghua University. The fourth canteen, also referred to as the vegetarian canteen, is renowned for its delightful vegetarian dishes. However, the meat dishes are notoriously foul-smelling, with many students lamenting in the school forum that the stench lingers on their clothing for up to 2 days. Despite numerous complaints and the changing of several meat suppliers, the situation remains unresolved. Just as she was finishing her meal, a young couple approached. The girl clung to her boyfriend, while he carried a heaping plate of food. They settled at a table in front of her. The girl's expression radiated happiness, yet the boy appeared pale, with chapped, white lips, emanating a peculiar odor, and he seemed to be enduring some discomfort, his expression shifting constantly. No matter what the girl offered him, he declined, citing a lack of appetite. "But you used to love this," she exclaimed, feeding him a piece of fried dough stick, only to be brushed off that I drank too much last night. "My stomach is upset that I told you not to drink so much." The girl turned her face away in frustration, pretending to ignore him. The boy's murky eyes shifted, carefully leaning against his girlfriend's shoulder, inhaling the fragrant aroma with an almost entranced squint. Still miffed, the girl maintained her composure, attempting to push him away, but he remained undeterred, resting against her. After a long moment, the girl suddenly touched her arm. "Why is it wet?" The boy said nothing. She glanced up at the ceiling, seeing no leaks. Turning back, she found her boyfriend's face mere inches from hers. What a visage it was! His bulging eyes revealed the glistening of connected membranes. Filled with blood and writhing maggots, his pupils ravenously fixated on her. His mouth, gaping wide, displayed needle-like teeth, with fresh strands of flesh caught between them, and a vile, slimy saliva dripped down like egg whites. "Ah!" the girl screamed. The boy emitted a desperate, hungry sound, lunging towards her to end that critical moment. Jean sprang into action, propelling herself over the railing with one hand, using all her strength to push the bewildered girl aside. With a clenched fist, she struck the boy squarely in the face. The burst of fluid corroded her hand, issuing puffs of white smoke. He grimaced in pain. "Wait, where's Jiang Ji?" "Jean, at least your crisis awareness is commendable. No wonder you survived in the C-class horror tales. When faced with danger, you truly run." Huff. Jiang Ji, the athletic incompetent, limped down the second floor, gasping for breath, feeling as though she might collapse. "That I can't go on. I can't go on. I need to rest, or I'll really die." She reached the first-floor hall, only to find the canteen's doors tightly shut, all windows sealed, the outside world cloaked in darkness. Whose cruel prank was this? The trapped students in the canteen wore expressions of panic. Then on the whiteboard, a line of blood-red letters slowly appeared. "I heard the canteen has opened a dumpling window. Hiring 100 part-timers a day. That I plan to try it out. Point 2 boys are joining me. The boss said we would take turns on trial. That I was scheduled for the 3rd day. The night before. The boss suddenly said the 2 boys found it too exhausting and didn't he want to continue. He asked me to come by the canteen tonight to familiarize myself with the environment before starting the next day." That night, I arrived at the window. The boss was chopping fillings and smiled at me. "The meat just arrived yesterday. It's still fresh." At that very moment, a vibrant male voice unexpectedly resonated through the canteen's loudspeakers. "Dear students, welcome to Tsinghua University's 4th canteen. This round of the survival game will commence in 10 minutes. During the game, free entry and exit from the 4th canteen will be prohibited, with the game concluding tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. The butcher is already in the kitchen preparing tonight's dinner. Please do your utmost to evade him. Players caught by the butcher will become his piglets, free to feast within the canteen." Wow, some little piglets are already eager to escape from the kitchen. So, the game will officially begin in 10 minutes. Tick-tock. The small television hanging in the first floor hall displayed a black countdown. Time until the butcher's appearance. 10 minutes. Time until the game ends. 24 hours. As the students absorbed the broadcast, their expressions transformed into one of despair, fully realizing they had been ensnared in a supernatural incident that I don't want to participate in the survival game. I want to get out. I finally managed to wake up early. And how is it that I'm so unfortunate? Wow, Mom and Dad, I don't want to die. The sobs erupted first from a corner, rising and falling, muffled in fear that their cries would attract the supernatural entities. Ultimately devolving into soft whimpers that a small group of students, eyes red yet stifling their tears, forced themselves to rally, pulling friends together to seek refuge. Jiang Ji noted these individuals in her little notebook. She had brought Ajin along because she suddenly recalled the comic about the survival game set in the 4th canteen at Tsinghua University. This game involved 24 students, with only 2 emerging alive in the end. One of the girls had jumped from the 3rd floor the day after exiting the scenario. Though the 3rd floor wasn't particularly high, she sustained fatal injuries, her face bearing an eerie smile at the time of her demise. The other individual appeared normal after leaving the scenario, but had already been tainted by the supernatural, developing into a high IQ villain with antisocial personality traits, even eliminating a member of the protagonist group. Where's the protagonist? Oh, it seems she was left behind. She was so smooth in her escape that she forgot there was a little tail following her. Jiang Ji wasn't concerned for the male protagonist's safety. Although the Night Watcher's rules led everyone to their demise, the protagonist's aura was undeniably strong in the early stages. Otherwise, with her lackluster physical abilities, she would surely have been the first to be served as a meal by the butcher in a chase. Chapter 7. The 4th Canteen Survival Game 2, that this survival game involved a once popular minor antagonist, serving as the catalyst for his complete betrayal towards the supernatural faction. Jiang Ji was determined to prevent this from happening. She had sharpened her little scythe, ready to reap the rewards. After all, undermining the enemy was the quickest way to strengthen oneself. The 4th canteen has 3 floors. The 1st and 2nd floors cater to students, while the 3rd floor is designated for staff. The dumpling window mentioned in the blood-red writing is located on the 2nd floor. However, the cunning supernatural entities refresh on the 1st floor that I end the comic. The students largely remained on the 1st floor, caught off guard by the butcher who emerged. Those who were captured would become the butcher's piglets, similar to the boy upstairs. Once the supernatural entities surpass the escapees in a chase, it becomes a one-sided slaughter. The TO addressed this. A plan must be devised to eliminate the supernatural servant upstairs and relocate the majority to the 2nd floor. With this realization, Jiang Ji gritted her teeth against the sharp pain in her ankle and hurriedly made her way up to the 2nd floor. Creak, creak. The sound of her bones threatened to give way. Amid the impending breakdown of others, Jiang Ji's resolute and composed demeanor particularly drew attention. How could someone as silhouette inspire such trust? Those students, merely glancing at her in the crowd, found themselves instinctively following, still processing the situation. Jiang Ji, out of breath, failed to notice the growing number of followers behind her. Along the way, more students, captivated by her charismatic leadership, joined in, forming a formidable group as they surged up to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the sight that met their eyes sent a jolt through them. The creature before them resembled the grotesque aliens from Western films, becoming increasingly repulsive with each mutation. Its head was adorned with multiple grotesque lumps, squeezing its features inward, while its approximately 1.75-meter frame struggled to support its bloated head, swaying awkwardly as it walked. Producing a cacophony of sounds that I in front of this monstrosity, a youthful figure with a doll-like face shielded a weeping girl. His t-shirt, marred by an unknown substance, hung in tatters, barely concealing his modesty. Jiang Ji could already envision how many meme-loving readers would turn this scene into an emoticon. Ajin, completely oblivious to the dark history, stared intently at the abomination. The IT was covered in blisters, leaving no apparent weaknesses. The atmosphere grew chaotic, but he remained deaf to it until a familiar voice rang out from the crowd. Officer Ajin? What are you doing here? Ajin. Now what do I do if the target sees me on the first day of monitoring? Help, I need assistance urgently. Upon spotting the sudden shift in the boy's expression, Jiang Ji decided not to tease him further. I see. You must have detected the emergence of the supernatural tales in advance and set up an ambush here, right? I'm so touched. Officer Ajin, please lead us to safety. Ajin. The good news, the target does not suspect anything. Bad news, the target has developed a slight misunderstanding regarding his combat capabilities, witnessing the overwhelming trust from the citizens he was supposed to protect. A complicated expression crossed his doll-like face. Seeing the throng of students behind Jiang Ji, he perked up. Quickly, see if there are any weapons around. We must deal with this supernatural servant first. Hearing that this little golden retriever hailed from the relevant department, the anxious students felt a surge of confidence. They obediently began gathering anything movable from the canteen, like locusts stripping the fields bare, with a spoon in one hand and a plate in the other. Some even clenched chopsticks in their mouths. Attack, Ajin commanded. The abomination was far too grotesque, and the students dared not approach closely, maintaining a safe distance as they hurled the collected tableware indiscriminately. Take this. You fiend! Who, for heaven's sake, threw the chopsticks? I deeply apologize after much effort. A few of the shots hit the mutated creature. The outermost blisters burst with a resounding pop, and viscous fluid splattered more than half a meter away, leaving a trail of corrosive residue that emitted white smoke, slightly hindering its advance. The splattering venom also burned itself, causing the mutated creature to tilt its head back and emit a wretched wail. Its pace was slow, even clumsy, as its eyes darted through the gaps in the blisters, its voice muddled yet persistent. Yao Yao, come out quickly. Didn't you say you wanted that necklace? I earned money to buy it for you. Stop hiding and come out. Upon hearing this, the girl behind Akin broke into tears. The others fell silent in an instant, and no one dared to make a cynical remark. It was a poignant reminder of shared grief in the face of tragedy. Jiang Ji's eyes were cold. This was a common affliction during the early onset of the bizarre phenomenon, an inability to strike at friends and family who had been tainted, resulting in the birth of ever more malevolent spirits. Noticing the male protagonist's sorrowful expression, Jiang Ji lowered her voice to remind him. The head tumor can withstand all attacks. Once it bursts, it will spray out slime to indiscriminately corrode everything. The deflated tumor will regenerate, but its speed will diminish. According to the 41st rule of the Supernatural Incident Escape Guide, every malevolent entity has a weakness, and humans, when mutated, tend to conceal their vulnerabilities in the most inconspicuous places. It has hidden its eyes. I suggest we find an opportunity to strike there. After all, she glanced at the disheveled young man with golden hair. At this point, he could scarcely be considered human. Could he? As Jiang Ji spoke, her pale profile glimmered slightly under the brim of her hat, exuding a calmness that bordered on cruelty. Akin stood in shock for a moment, feeling a twinge of shame as he tousled his unruly golden locks. My ability is invisibility. I can try to touch its eyes. Jiang Ji nodded. At most 5 minutes. After that, the real butcher will arrive. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I will do my utmost. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, unsheathed the military dagger tied at his waist with a decisive clang, and crouched down, preparing to sprint. His canine-like eyes suddenly sharpened like blades that he dashed forward at his fastest speed, and just 3 or 4 meters away from the malevolent entity. His figure abruptly vanished from everyone's sight. Huh. What the hell? Oh my God. What did I just see? A living superhuman. Although everyone had heard reports of Chinese superhumans slaying malevolent entities in global broadcasts, this was their first time witnessing a superhuman in action. Even if the opponent was merely a low-tier mutated creature, the sound of a short dagger slicing through the air was audible. Yet the figure was nowhere to be seen. When it reappeared, it was already at the side and rear of the malevolent spirit. The sharp military dagger was aimed directly at the creature's oversized, goldfish-like head, but the creature reacted even faster. Its speed suddenly surged multiple times, swiftly dodging the dagger, its eye hidden beneath the tumor, peering hungrily at the tearful girlfriend in the crowd, saliva dripping profusely. Yao Yao, I'm so hungry. Didn't you say you loved me? Lovers are our most nourishing feed. Indeed, all that he had shown before was but a disguise. Even the lowest tier of mutated creatures would deceive using the most heart-wrenching aspects of the living. Chapter 8. Mass escape from the 4th cafeteria. 3 damn it. Akin gritted his teeth and entered his invisibility state, charging forward once more. The malevolent spirit cast aside its pretense, having grasped the superhuman strength. A sinister smile crept across the mouth hidden beneath the tumor as it swung its fist upward, the air filled with a muffled grunt of pain. shattering the young man's concealment power and sending him crashing to the ground. Akin spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise. Having dealt with the annoying fly, the malevolent spirit shook its head and swam swiftly toward its girlfriend, while the students screamed and scattered, cursing their parents for not having given them 2 extra legs. Lin Yao had just experienced heartbreak and fright. Her legs felt as heavy as if filled with lead, rendering her unable to move. Yao Yao, let me devour you. Together in my belly, we shall partake in tonight's feast of slaughter. Tears of terror blurred her vision. Help, save her, Clang. A trembling kitchen knife soared from the chaotic crowd. It narrowly grazed the scalps of several boys, eliciting a cacophony of gasps. Then, like a leap from a cliff, it plummeted downward, barely missing the malevolent spirit's eyes, and weakly struck the 4th toe of its right foot, severing a small portion of its nail. What on earth are you doing? Are you giving it a pedicure? But the malevolent spirit suddenly froze, it fixated on the broken toenail, and as it attempted to lift its foot, it moved as if wound up like a rusty toy, the toxic growth on its face deflating like a balloon. Before it could comprehend, it crumbled into a pile of flesh and debris, reeking terribly. The malevolent spirit was dead. The students were dumbfounded. Akin was equally astonished. No one fled. All eyes turned toward the black-haired girl who had thrown the knife, a collective gaze of bewilderment. The eyes beneath the baseball cap brim were also filled with astonishment that if I say this was an accident. Would you believe me? In the shadows where sunlight did not reach, Jiang Ji's hands trembled uncontrollably. The malevolent spirit retained human memories and intelligence. Having witnessed its previous dialogue with Lin Yao, she realized it excelled at deception. The words she had spoken to Akin were merely intended to lull it into complacency, while the protagonist's inadvertent display of strength had given it confidence, causing it to lower its guard. As Akin was distracted by tending to the malevolent spirit's foot, Jiang Ji decisively activated her dual pupils, using her precognitive ability to simulate the results of attacking various parts of the creature's body, ultimately exhausting her mental energy. Finally, she discovered the creature's weakness, the 4th toenail on its right foot. With patience, she awaited the malevolent spirit to step into the range she had calculated, summoning all her strength to hurl the kitchen knife she had tightly clutched for so long. The mutated creature had been dealt with, but the after-effects of her mental energy depletion surged forth, causing Jiang Ji's head to throb as she struggled to remain upright. Akin, battered from the recent battle, limped as he rose, casting a deep gaze at the fatigued, black-haired girl. Ding, ding, ding. The butcher is ready for tonight's accompaniments. He has heard of a mischievous piglet harmed by greedy guests, and he has decided to prepare even more piglets. Tremble, weep. Let me hear your desperate screams. The voice over the intercom grew increasingly fervent, casting a thick shadow over everyone's hearts that if the mutated creatures were so difficult to handle. What about the butcher? The sound of chains dragging below echoed ominously, accompanied by heavy footsteps. The sealed doors and windows trembled incessantly, as if they could smash the cafeteria floor into a deep pit. The overwhelming stench of blood and flesh wafting up to the 2nd floor, nearly making everyone retch. Where is my little piglet? Have you ever seen a fresh, juicy little piglet? How much can my little piglet sell for? The butcher hummed a terrifying and eerie tune, each step shaking the 2nd floor. Then a massive shadow loomed against the white wall of the staircase, the grotesque outline of organs layered like a mound of entrails, revealing the pulsating blood vessels and nerves above, rendering the students present speechless, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Escape, escape, escape. The crowd scattered like frightened birds, and the butcher revealed half of his head from the staircase, his crimson eyes locking onto the chaotic humans on the 2nd floor, a sinister grin spreading across his flesh-patched face. I've caught you, that my little piglet. Jiang Ji felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, barely supporting herself against the dining table to avoid collapsing. Ugh! Her stomach was jostled by Akin's shoulder, causing her to emit a muffled groan. Akin, injured from the earlier battle, limped awkwardly as he ran, jostling Jiang Ji, which only intensified her nausea, her dull, lifeless eyes fixated on the system panel displaying System All, not open, and popularity value 0. That in a daze, she heard a soft beep. Suddenly, thousands of surveillance feeds appeared before her. The cursor in the system mall lit up with a swift movement. Jiang Ji glimpsed the latest chapter of the comic, in the drawn pages. Nearly half of the content revolved around her. The shattered and bloody introduction in the villa, the protagonist group analyzing through surveillance in the interrogation room, and the male protagonist observing from the shadows. The comic artist painstakingly depicted the mystery of a new character. A beautiful girl brimming with the allure of the unknown. Meanwhile, her popularity value began to soar. 32, 193, 374. 3933, 10293. Watching it rise to 18392, it finally began to slow down. Jiang Ji felt a surge of joy and summoned the system. I want to exchange. Bang! A loud crash. The golden-haired youth, in his haste, failed to notice and slammed the back of her head hard against the table corner. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Turning around, he found that his charge had been knocked unconscious by his own carelessness. Akin's face was filled with despair. It's over to Mayor's hotline. I'll just wait to be reported. At that moment, her body fell into unconsciousness, her consciousness floating in the air. Gasping for breath, Jiang Ji commanded the system. Open them all. And filter for appearances that meet the criteria. Female, blonde, mature. She had no time to sculpt her own face. Utilizing existing templates would be the most efficient. The sound of the current from the system reverberated. Soon, an appearance that met the criteria was selected. Jiang Ji chose one among them, spending 5,000 popularity points to purchase it, and then expended another 5,000 popularity points to swiftly create a brand new avatar. Adorning it with this appearance, subsequently, he opened the world map, located the fourth canteen, and deployed the avatar within the other end of the canteen, in that moment when the shadow of death fully descended. Humanity itself became an uncertain factor within the crowd. Among the throng, a frail boy was roughly pushed forward. Caught off guard, he fell heavily to the ground, his right leg prosthetic kicked down the stairs by another companion. The one who pushed him was his closest roommate, revealing a vile countenance in the face of life and death. Jiu, since you're already a waste, help us buy some time to escape. Another roommate chimed in. Your parents are dead. What is the point of living? You might as well reunite with them sooner and learn to be smarter in your next life. Together, the two abandoned him and hurriedly fled. Leaving the boy named Jiu with eyes wide open in disbelief, a barrage of cold and selfish words struck him mercilessly, shattering the last flicker of light within his eyes. The butcher had dragged his iron chains up to the second floor. His body a grotesque mountain of flesh stitched together with human hands and legs, maggots incessantly writhing upon it. Countless bloated heads hung from the rusty chains, their dull thuds echoing upon the ground with the rhythm of a bouncing ball. Upon closer inspection, they were the very uncles and aunts from the first-floor breakfast window, as well as the cashiers from the canteen's convenience store. Upon seeing Jiu, unable to rise from the ground, the butcher offered a greedy, exhilarated grin. The first little piglet, in a fit of extreme rage. Jiu felt as though a wave of darkness enveloped his heart, his deep black pupils growing increasingly somber. At that moment, Jiu recalled the nightmares that haunted him, that he remembered his father, using his last ounce of strength to rescue a drowning person, only to be rebuked by the victim's family for meddling. Who asked you to save him? He thought of his mother, perpetually busy with work and neglecting her family, ultimately stabbed multiple times by the family of a patient during a medical dispute. In such a world, was there even a reason for existence? The butcher's blood-stained palms swept toward him, but Jiu's pallid lips suddenly curled into a sinister smile. Wasn't he this pollution? In a world so utterly rotten, what necessity was there for existence? Bang! The butcher staggered back a few steps from the force of the impact. Jiu lay sprawled on the ground, dazedly lifting his gaze. Before him stood a pair of pure black, studded marten boots. And above them, a slender and sharp ankle, the contours of long legs taut and graceful, a proud bosom above a wasp waist, culminating in a face framed by silky golden hair and snow-white skin with red lips. The woman appeared suddenly, her arm adorned with sinister tattoos blocking his path, firmly deflecting the butcher's assault. Chapter 9. The Great Escape from the Fourth Canteen, clad in a gray combat suit that accentuated her statuesque figure. She exuded both beauty and fierceness. The cyberpunk-esque communication headphones dangled from her right ear, and her fingers traced a laser-like glow as they moved. Her aggressively beautiful face drew near, and Jiu caught a whiff of the sweet scent of dried tangerine peel and plum candy wafting from her. Before his heart could race, She brushed the dust from her hands and transformed into a blur, her fist, clad in leather gloves, colliding violently with the butcher's iron chains, with a smirk playing on her red lips. A hint of mockery glimmered in her eyes. Bang, 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 bang. Before anyone could react, she had already exchanged several blows with the enraged butcher, each hit landing with palpable force. How did she get in here? Only entities of D rank and above could create a ghost domain. Humans without spatial abilities could not forcibly intrude upon it. They could only wait until those drawn into the ghost domain killed the ghost entities or survived under its rules, or else be completely annihilated, after which the ghost domain would dissipate. This was why he could not contact the captain. Even if the outside world knew of the ghost domain's emergence here, they could offer no assistance to this. Oh, how did this woman enter? Could she be the spatial ability user the Global Investigation Bureau had long sought? In her light amber eyes danced a playful glint, leaving Jiayu's mind utterly blank that Ajin had previously thought Jiang Ji was the most beautiful person he had ever seen. Cat-like eyes, alluring beauty marks, exuding a fragile coldness. Yet the visage before him radiated a wildness and strength entirely different. Clad in a futuristic combat suit that compelled one to kneel and exclaim, "Sister, kill me! No, wait, snap out of it!" Ajin smacked his head, cursing his own infatuation with powerful women. This was not the time for such thoughts. He forcibly redirected his focus to the woman's exposed arm, covered in tattoos that were far from ordinary, that Ajin had heard many taboos regarding tattoos. For instance, one should not tattoo dragons below the shoulder or tigers on their way down the mountain. Before the Eerie revival, he had heard tales of couples in love who promised to ink each other's names, vowing to live and die together, only for one to die in a car accident after they split, leading the other to meet the same fate on the seventh day of mourning. Ajin, not particularly brave, felt uneasy every time he saw the bald man's tattooed arm adorned with a pink hairdryer after the arrival of the world of strange tales. The golden-haired woman, however, bore a tattoo of a dual-faced Buddha. Its colorful patterns enveloping her entire arm. One side displayed a compassionate visage, while the other wore a sinister grin. She engaged the butcher in close combat, each strike resonating so powerfully that the chandeliers above trembled, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Her arm became stained with ghostly blood, and the expressions of the dual-faced Buddha began to shift. The compassionate side grew increasingly cold, while the grinning side's eyes began to shed two streams of blood. The golden-haired woman moved with the swiftness of a leopard. Onlookers could only catch glimpses of her afterimages. Each time she brushed past, she would knock off several pieces of fresh organs from the butcher's flesh mountain. The butcher's bulk diminished with each blow, yet she remained untouchable, his thick iron chains thrashing furiously against the ground. "Damn it! Who are you really? Your presence is foul and murky. Are you human or ghost?" With a swift motion, the tattooed hand with the dual-faced Buddha plunged into the mountain of flesh, finding the true heart. With a twist of her arm, it seemed as if she had carved a well into the butcher's body, blood gushing uncontrollably. The woman deftly evaded, but still found herself splattered with specks of blood. Like red plums against the snow, brutal and cruel, that moment. The sinister faces of the dual-faced Buddha sprang to life on her tattooed arm, extending outward, their grotesque, absurd visages lunging without hesitation to bite into the butcher. The butcher writhed in pain, emitting anguished screams that, "You dare plant ghosts on yourself, you madwoman." It was as if fresh flesh sprouted from his body, akin to writhing tendrils, an utterly bizarre sight. The tendrils ensnared the mountain of flesh. And despite the butcher's desperate thrashing, he could not escape the ghostly face's relentless gnawing. With each piece of flesh they tore away, a thread of crimson essence seeped into the woman's body. Akin to a beast devouring its prey, the gnawing sound sending shivers down spines. The butcher's form shrank further, until he was ultimately reduced to a pile of flesh shreds. Ajin observed as the two ghostly faces emerged, the woman's eyes reflecting fewer human emotions, revealing traces of pain and struggle. Amidst the standoff, it seemed someone spoke through the communicator. She subtly tilted her head, a faint smile gracing her lips before her gaze returned to its previous calm. "Since you choose to use humans against humanity, why can't we use ghosts against ghosts?" Her voice was husky and smoky, that a high-dimensional existence is beyond the grasp of lowly humans. "You will." You will die a most tragic death. The heap of flesh that still writhed beneath the black marten boots was squished into a pulp, her curse abruptly silenced. The boss of this survival game. Was it truly dead? Survivors watching from afar could hardly believe their eyes. The entire crowd was left in shock at this swift and brutal bout. Just then, a voice resounded from the heavens. Global broadcast. C-rank ghost entity Midnight Butcher has been slain by Agent Ji. The global leaderboard has been updated. The Huaxia region will no longer refresh the Midnight Butcher, but the survival game will not cease. New fears are still brewing. Where will it emerge next? Only by eliminating D-rank and above anomalies would a global announcement be made. A gene silently noted the woman's name. Ji. That's so. Ji remained unfazed by her name being broadcasted. She approached Jiu, her arms tattooed now tranquil and lifeless, though the dual-faced Buddha-esque expression had transformed into a serene smile. She raised her hand and delivered a light slap to the suddenly tense, gloomy boy. Jiu felt as if the murky thoughts clouding his mind had been cleared away. Child, stow away your thoughts. The cost is beyond your capacity to bear. Chapter 10. Who is Ji? Suddenly, a new name appeared on the global leaderboard, Ji. The Midnight Butcher she had slain ranked 172nd on the list compiled by the Global Investigation Bureau. Not particularly high. After all, its birthplace was the beautiful nation, known for producing blood-soaked horror films, and it possessed tangible characteristics. Should it ever descend upon a military base, humanity would likely find itself trapped in a reverse survival game against it. However, to single-handedly slay a C-rank ghost entity meant she would not have to share the kill points with anyone. After a fair assessment, her score catapulted her into the top 100 of the leaderboard. This global broadcast only manifests when humanity first resolves the corresponding sequence of eerie tales, with the initial points earned being the most abundant. That IT seems to be a messenger from a higher dimensional world, an arbiter of this game. With a tone of playful mockery, it addresses humanity across the globe, continuously announcing the rankings of various nations in their quest to exterminate malevolent entities, thus intensifying the fervor and excitement of this human versus oddities faction game. It also informs people that once a nation has vanquished a particular horror, it shall no longer descend upon its territory. Overnight, this unfamiliar name spread across the internet. 19 people named Ji nationwide. Ji Midnight Butcher, Ji the King of Punches, Ji slays ghost video. Naturally, the last entry was clearly a sensationalist ploy concocted by marketing accounts, leading to a surge of scammers selling dubious footage, successfully deceiving many netizens from the northern mainland. Others, eager to ride the coattails of the trend, altered their social media handles to Ji or claimed to be friends, neighbors, or girlfriends of Ji. Yet they were swiftly contradicted by witnesses of the escape event. Stop spreading rumors, all right? My sister Ji is a woman. Sister Ji is at least 1.75 meters tall, with golden hair and red lips, decked in combat attire, leather gloves, and combat boots. Absolutely stunning. I was bent by Sister Ji. I want to be her loyal dog. Tears streamed from my mouth. The mature woman is the way to go. Setting aside the online uproar, what left Agene perplexed was how Ji managed to breach the ghost realm. Investigations by the Bureau, promptly sealing off the scene, began to yield clues. She had appeared in the cafeteria earlier than anyone else. Surveillance footage from Tsinghua University clearly depicted Ji brazenly passing by the teaching building before dawn, brushing past sanitation workers who seemed utterly oblivious to her presence clad in combat gear, as she made her way uninterrupted into the cafeteria. However, while one question was resolved, another emerged. How did Ji know that the Midnight Butcher would descend upon the fourth cafeteria in 2 hours? Was it mere coincidence, or did she, or the organization behind her, possess the means to foresee where these anomalies would strike? This was far more crucial than spatial abilities. Not only the Supernatural Incident Investigation Bureau of Huaxia, but also foreign forces embedded domestically, swiftly mobilized upon receiving orders. Even amidst the rampant horrors, confrontations between nations had never ceased. The current leader, Ing Huai, already caused them considerable discomfort. They could not allow Huaxia to gain any further advantage. The Central Command issued orders to locate Ji as swiftly as possible, to extend an olive branch on behalf of Huaxia's officials. Even if they could not bring her into the Investigation Bureau, they sought to forge a partnership with her or the enigmatic organization behind her. For both parties' goals were aligned, that in the underground of the fourth cafeteria at Tsinghua University. Over 20 corpses were unearthed, belonging to past students and cafeteria workers who had gone missing, with numerous organs and flesh mysteriously vanished. Once the news broke, those who had previously dined on meat dishes in the fourth cafeteria immediately retched. Having just left the police station, Jiang Ji found herself returning again, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The man across from her, with disheveled black hair, looked as if he had just awakened, his brows slightly furrowed. Why the sudden visit to the fourth cafeteria? Officer, I am a third-year student at Tsinghua University, and a resident student at that. Is it not normal to go to the cafeteria for a meal? Jiang Ji, her eyelids heavy with fatigue, had not rested properly since her encounter at Lihua apartment. Not only had she exhausted her mental energy, but she also sported a large bump on her head from the incident. The popularity she had just garnered was hastily utilized to create an alias. And now she had to manage her new persona, Ji Qing, for a grand debut. Was there a more unfortunate savior than her? She longed to sleep for 3 days and nights. She languidly rested her head on the table, yawning repeatedly. And weren't you supposed to have someone following me? What could I possibly do? Although everyone was aware of the underlying truth, her words still rendered the atmosphere awkward. Ing Huai chuckled in irritation. Previously, such actions could be cloaked in the guise of protecting citizens. But this time, Ajin had been swiftly subdued, all thanks to the woman named Ji Qing who eliminated the butcher, leaving a resounding mark on his authority. Ajin, oblivious to the tension, continued to support Jiang Ji's claims. Indeed, Chief, it was fortunate to have her. We inadvertently resolved the ghost servant issue. Otherwise, that girl named Lin Yao would certainly not have survived. The critical step for a contaminated puppet to evolve into a ghost involved devouring its closest family, followed by lovers and friends. Jiang Ji's thwarting of the ghost servant equated to directly severing one of the butcher's arms. Otherwise, this massacre could have turned into a hellish nightmare. Even with the puppet already dealt with, a few students still contemplated pushing their companions into harm's way for a chance to escape. Moreover, Dejin's gaze continually darted towards the prominent bump on the back of the girl's head, guilt gnawing at him. The bald man with flower tattoos kicked him. Go write your self-reflection, that if you keep chiming in, the chief's glare will become a guillotine aimed at your head. Ajin, realizing the gravity of the situation, recoiled. Jiang Ji had faced eerie encounters for 2 consecutive days, her luck defeating 99.8% of the populace. Ing Huai crossed his arms, his slightly longer bangs obscuring his eyes, a roguish smile playing on his lips. Surviving 2 brutal and chilling eerie tales was quite unexpected, especially as she had also exterminated a ghost servant. The rationality, coldness, and composure displayed differed starkly from the amiable and cultured image portrayed by her peers. Were it not for the flawless physical data and DNA identification report, Ing Huai would have doubted whether she had been swapped by some mysterious force. Jiang Ji's tone dipped lower, her slightly upturned cat-like eyes now fully closed. I never expected that I would be calmer in the face of danger. But I am truly an exemplary citizen, regularly subscribing to the monthly magazine of the Supernatural Incident Investigation Department. If you are concerned, you could continue to follow me discreetly. Just keep an eye on me, as it feels a bit unsettling to have someone lurking behind. If funds allow, I hope you can rent a 2-bedroom apartment outside the school. After all, my dormitory is all female, and it would be a bit inappropriate if you were to come in. Ing Huai nearly burst into laughter from exasperation. Chapter 11. Jiang Ji's dream. The visage of the handsome man gradually blurred. Finally, Jiang Ji succumbed to sleep, resting her head on the interrogation table. In the next moment, she found herself ensnared in a holographic scene constructed by the system. The system's emotionless voice echoed. Detected an intrusion into the host's subconscious. Would you like to activate privacy protection mode? Jiang Ji immediately reacted. Those who traverse through books, endowed with extraordinary powers and futuristic technology, often face suspicion and scrutiny from both protagonists and antagonists. The typically inconspicuous system serves another purpose: to respond when they are forcefully hypnotized and their subconscious is breached. It possesses the ability to manipulate dreams freely. This was the unique ability of a member of the protagonist group, Micro-Life Butterfly. Clearly, after enduring a series of inquiries and thorough examinations, the Investigation Bureau was employing extraordinary powers for final confirmation. Under normal circumstances, having just experienced 2 gruesome and terrifying eerie tales, the horrific and absurd experiences, along with a repressed dark psyche, would manifest truthfully in dreams, amplifying negative emotions. even if one had successfully deceived everyone in the real world without betraying a hint of emotion. It would be challenging to control oneself in the dream world, preventing any slip-ups, particularly for those contaminated by malevolent entities. No matter how innocent they appeared in reality, their dreams would inevitably reflect despair and abstraction. Filled with entangled veins of blood, boundless black mist, and grotesque flesh monsters emerging from twisted lines of consciousness, that it was akin to having the water meter scrutinized in a dream. What an unprecedented treatment Jiang Ji was receiving. A complex expression crossed her face as she felt an odd sensation of being pursued and nipped at by Yinghuai like a rabid dog. And no wonder the ghostly factions were willing to do anything to have him eliminated. His instincts were strikingly sharp. Jiang Ji glanced at the holographic space, meticulously crafted to her personal preferences, resembling a male model restaurant. Ordinary individuals cannot control their dreams, but that does not mean she, backed by the system's marketplace, cannot. She contemplated system. Please retrieve items from the marketplace that can fabricate dreams in exchange for the cheapest one, that if they wish to see her dreams, they might as well indulge. No need to be shy. This was Ajin's first foray into dreams. Jiang Ji's dream bore no resemblance to his imagination. The scene before him was neither the terrifyingly desolate Liwa apartment nor the thrilling, high-stakes fourth cafeteria showdown, but rather a girl-less dormitory. The towering, lush phoenix trees swayed in the evening breeze outside the window. The sound of water splashing from the bathroom on the balcony resonated, while Jiang Ji sat upright at her desk, engrossed in a book. The dormitories at Tsinghua University were standard four-person rooms, yet she was alone in her room. Ajin gave a thumbs up. Putting everything aside, Jiang Ji certainly has a good mindset. As Jiang Ji's reluctant observer, he was not entirely useless, at the very least. He witnessed her enjoying a pancake roll right after emerging from the Eerie tale and limping her way to the fourth cafeteria for a bowl of noodles. The bald man with flower tattoos face-palmed in disbelief. She even holding the book upside down. What does that mean? Is it a sign that dreams are inverted? Beside him stood a girl in a JK uniform, with short hair and thick bangs, looking as innocent as a high school student. The expression on Wei Xingdia's face remained serene. Previously, I assisted in a case in Linghai City and entered the dream of a boy who tortured cats. It took place in a large local supermarket, the scene indistinguishable from reality. However, as the dream progressed into the dead of night, the lollipop in the little girl's mouth transformed into a cat's eye, which she chewed with a crunch. The mannequin draped in bloodied fur, and the fresh meat section's pigs, cows, chickens, and ducks morphed into kittens, still unweaned and skinned. Later, his sister perished, and the forensic expert discovered undecayed cat eyes within her body. The tone of the other party was devoid of emotion, sending a chill down Ajin's spine. He rubbed his arms, covered in goosebumps, distancing himself from the ghost story enthusiast, Wei Xingdai, and leaned closer to Yinghuai. Scrutinizing the female dormitory, the typical arrangement of beds and desks was evident, with 2 beds already vacated, yet the name cards in the top right corner remained. They bore the names Su Ling and Chen Xiaowen, 2 of the victims from the Lihua apartment ghost tales. Jiang Ji's bed was near the balcony, diagonally opposite the bathroom. The desk was adorned with numerous pink sticky notes, warm and endearing, while the bed was meticulously concealed by floral curtains. Often, the more tense the mind, the more abstract the dream world becomes. Yet thus far, Jiang Ji's dreams were exceptionally realistic, even matching the questions and answers in her workbook. After a thorough inspection, he found no existence that defied the laws of nature. Ajin genuinely admired her. Having endured 2 near-fatal ghost stories, she seemed to have strolled through 2 haunted houses in an amusement park that it was hard to tell whether to commend her for her bravery or criticize her for her lack of awareness. Yinghuai, with his hands tucked in his pockets, observed the vicious curses written in red and black marker on Jiang Ji's cabinet door, his dark eyes indifferent. Wei Xingdai glanced at the drifting hands of her watch. The dream's magnetic field was beginning to shift. Ajin immediately perked up that it was time to reveal the desires and obsessions buried deep within Jiang Ji at that moment. Amidst the mingled sounds of running water from the bathroom, a hoarse, indifferent voice echoed. Jiang Ji, grab a towel, everyone. So this is how your dream transforms. Ajin looked left and right. Seeing his colleagues maintaining their composure, he could only silently bite his handkerchief in self-reflection. It was his lack of worldly experience that had led to this disturbance, The nature of desire is complex. He couldn't comprehend it. Although, wait a minute, why did that voice sound somewhat familiar? Ing Huai's brows furrowed slightly. A sense of foreboding creeping in. Before them, Jiang Ji, with her enchanting visage, suddenly flushed crimson, the color spreading from her cheeks to her ears. She bashfully stood up, retrieving a clean pink towel from the nearby cabinet, and awkwardly walked to the bathroom. Raising her hand, she knocked stiffly on the door. Click. The door swung open from the inside. The bathroom was enveloped in a rising mist, and the faint fragrance of shower gel wafted through the air. Jiang Ji's eyes widened in shock. The onlooking Jean and others also stared in disbelief. There stood a man with damp black hair, tousled and slightly curled, a mischievous grin glimmering in his black eyes. Partially obscured by his hair, a towering height of 1.95 meters, he made the girls' bathroom appear even more cramped, the heat causing his fair skin to flush, following the line of his cold. Languid features downward, broad shoulders met a sharply defined collarbone, leading to a cinched waist, 8-pack abs, and a tantalizing gulp that it was unclear who swallowed audibly. The languid voice from the bathroom inquired, "Is it appealing?" The ominous voice behind him echoed, "Is it appealing?" The enchanted little squad quickly shook their heads, realizing the absurdity, and then fervently nodded. As Ing Huai's expression darkened, the three internally lamented. No matter how they chose, it would be wrong. The boss held grudges, and they were in dire straits. Ing Huai coldly observed Jiang Ji, who stood frozen, clutching the towel, her delicate nose gradually turning crimson. The handsome man in the bathroom stepped forward, resting a hand on the door, his voice low and velvety. "Care to join me? But is that permissible?" Those slightly upturned cat-like eyes sparkled, the tear mole at the corner shimmering as if ready to nod in agreement when bang. This endless spring dream was abruptly cut short. Chapter 12. The haunted bus, a whirlwind of confusion surged, and Jiang Ji abruptly sat upright. Before her lay the interrogation room, a mere 10 square meters, with walls painted a deep blue. The long table in front was rounded at the corners, adorned with a bottle of Evian mineral water and a wilting money tree. Across from her, several officers from the Investigation Bureau remained seated, gazing at her with complex expressions. Slurp, remembering the dream's splendid scene, Jiang Ji instinctively wiped away non-existent drool. Ing Huai was indeed worthy of the title of the #1 male model. Who could withstand the allure of a passionate man? She almost wished to remain in that dream. Pretending not to notice the scrutinizing gazes of the main characters, Jiang Ji reclined in her chair, her tone nonchalant. "I thought I was home already. Officering, is it not over yet?" After speaking, Jiang Ji vaguely sensed something was amiss. Her lips felt damp, and she belatedly rubbed them. "Why am I bleeding from the nose?" "I too wish to know, Miss Jiang. What did you dream of?" The once alluring, husky voice now sounded like a demon demanding payment, laced with malicious temptation. "Cough. It's dry and arid. I've been feeling a bit heaty lately." Jiang Ji tilted her head back to prevent the blood from flowing. While reaching for the tissues placed near Ing Huai, he flicked his fingers, and the tissue box precisely dove into Jiang Ji's hands, startling her as she looked up. The handsome man with dark hair chuckled joyfully, as if he had relieved himself of a burden. Jean attempted to break the awkward silence. "You just fell asleep. What did you dream about? You seemed restless." Unexpectedly, the other party fell silent for a moment, their gaze drifting to the handsome man across from her before casually shifting away. "To be honest, I had a rather terrible dream." Jiang Ji wiped away the blood, her nose still stained, her delicate and aloof face earnest. "I dreamt that a man barged into the dormitory, monopolized the bathroom, and used my shower gel. I nearly called the police." "Jean, listen to that. Is this even human speech?" Were it not for his first-hand experience of that dream, he might have believed her innocent facade. The interrupted live stream saw Ing Huai propping his chin on his hand, his eyes dark and profound. "Did the police come in the end?" "They did." She nodded solemnly. The officer was particularly enthusiastic. Ing Huai let out a restrained laugh, his expression deepening into darkness, plunging the room into another silence. Jin's habitual awkwardness resurfaced. Jiang Ji was the ultimate conversation terminator. The inquiry had reached an impasse. I end the miniature earpiece. Wei Xingdai continued her analysis of the dream. Since the last suspect had been temporarily ruled out, there was no reason to continue questioning her. "Very well. Jiang Ji cheerfully pushed back her chair and stood up, grabbing a few tissues to staunch her nose. What scandalous words! Pure-hearted Jean and the bald man simultaneously widened their eyes, crossing their arms defensively across their chests. Jiang Ji, do you not need to keep an eye on me today? Miss Jiang, you are free to go. Ing Huai gestured for her to leave, adding, please remember to close the door behind you. All right. Jiang Ji retrieved her phone and shook it. Since I'm here, let's add each other on WeChat. Officer Ing Jean expected Ing Huai to decline, yet to his surprise, their boss cast a deep glance at her and genuinely accepted her friend request. Jiang Ji wrapped her coat tighter and slowly exited the police station. Outside, the sky had darkened, clouds thick and ominous, and the wind howled fiercely. The nearest bus stop was over 900 meters from the police station. Jiang Ji considered hailing a taxi, but upon checking her phone, the balance read 32.6, that with few relatives remaining and relying mainly on tutoring and scholarships for her studies and living expenses. Jiang Ji had never played the role of a destitute damsel quite like this before. The street was primarily comprised of roads and greenery, surprisingly devoid of vehicles or passers-by. Jiang Ji spotted an old, rickety bus, swaying as if it might break down at any moment. The bus's metal skin was rusted, the route number on the top obscured beyond recognition. Peering inside, she saw only 2 or 3 passengers with their heads bowed, faces hidden. The bus came to a halt before her, the doors swinging open. A middle-aged woman at the ticket booth waved her over, her face as pale as paper and her lips painted bright red. Little girl, hurry on board. Jiang Ji, do you think I'm foolish? Ignoring her, she inwardly scoffed at as long as she didn't board. What could they do? She even pulled out her camera to snap a photo, sending it to the just-added Ing Huai. This bus looks creepy. I'm scared. Jiang Ji felt belittled and began to express her grievances. Brother thinks little of others, how mean. Ing Huai, duh. Not entirely foolish. Jiang Ji, I'm not stupid. Before her, the haunted bus continued to beckon, the female ticket seller resembling an old-time brothel madam, nearly waving a handkerchief to lure her in. The van parked a few meters away. The door swung open with a whoosh, and 2 burly men with faces full of flesh stepped down, striding toward her. Upon noticing Jiang Ji, who was tightly wrapped in her coat, they exchanged glances, one of them already reaching into his pocket. Jiang Ji's brow twitched. She promptly activated her pupils. The scene rippled open, revealing a chilling sight. 30 seconds later, a fruit knife was plunged into her chest, and 2 men hurriedly hoisted her into a van before speeding away. Truly, I am not deceiving you, Gotham City. Jiang Ji took 2 steps back, her back pressed against the signpost behind her, her gaze swiftly searching for an escape route. The leading man was evidently an experienced hand in such matters. Upon witnessing her reaction, he immediately realized she had been discovered. With a loud shout, he commanded, "Catch her," and strode forward with determination. Jiang Ji took a deep breath. At 19, her physique was no match for 2 burly men. No time to hesitate. She turned and dashed onto the bus. The man, now frantic, followed without a moment's thought. Chapter 13. The haunted bus 2. At that moment, Ing Huai was engaged in a video conference reviewing the child village horror stories from the neighboring province. The handsome, yet languid man twirled a signature pen absent-mindedly, while Jean diligently took notes beside him. As he jotted down notes, a sudden flurry of notifications lit up his phone screen, displaying several messages. Well, I got on the bus after all. The world of adults is so easily face-slapping. I might only live until today, so there's something I must tell you. Your backside is quite perky. The notification chimes continued, and Jean instinctively glanced over, catching sight of the last message. Your backside is quite perky, nearly dropping his pen in shock. His mouth agape, he looked at Ing Huai with astonishment. Is this how swiftly adult romances progress? They had only just added each other on WeChat, and it hadn't even been half an hour. Though he acknowledged Jiang Ji's beauty and recognized that his captain was also a visual appeal in the investigation bureau, the sight of them confronting each other in the interrogation room was indeed a delight. And that dreamlike exchange of glances charged with sexual tension. However, Jean had always thought that with Ing Huai's rather mischievous and flirtatious nature, his ideal partner would surely be someone like Ji Qing. Ing Huai slowly picked up his phone, swiped it open, and upon seeing the messages, his sharp brows furrowed slightly that he scrolled down, only to be left speechless by the last audacious remark, typing with one hand. Who claims to be not foolish. The chat window displayed the other party is typing. In less than 2 seconds, a photo was sent. The perspective suggested it was taken from under a seat, the image shaky and evidently captured in a panic. In the photo, two men glared menacingly at the camera, their sleeves obscuring much of their forms. Yet the glint of blades was unmistakable. Behind them, a passenger's half-visible face revealed eyes devoid of whites. Their complexion pale, lips so red they seemed to drip blood. First glance, they resembled the paper effigies from traditional Chinese horror films, sending chills down one's spine. Jean was nearly startled into expletives. Yet the girl on the other end still had the energy to continue her audacious banter. "Officering, is there any hope in this situation?" Crying, "But I'm on a bus, so pedal faster." Jean was utterly impressed. What a waste of a life in such a conversation. This was no ghost bus, but rather a whimsical baby bus. "Officering, can you chase a bus? I've never experienced that before. It's like a swallow. How could I possibly live without you?" Huai was equally struck by her audacity, his expression one of astonishment. Following her lead, I haven't tried it either. "Perhaps we could give it a go next time." He grabbed the car keys from the table and, with a swift motion, pulled back his chair and stood up. The others at the table, Wei Xingdai and Ji Na, looked up at him. Wei Xingdai raised an eyebrow, her tone as indifferent as a marionette's. "Boss, it's your turn to speak now." Huai was a perennial #1 on the global rankings. Regardless of how the second and third places fluctuated, he remained firmly atop the standings of the beautiful nation and the combat nation. Thus, even though he often bulldozed through horror story scenarios using sheer force, with a sharp mind he was loath to employ, he was still favored to be included in meetings with the heads of Central Control and various provincial investigation bureaus. "Just let me say, I am just an ordinary citizen, passing through." He was tall, with long legs, and his strides were significant. Soon, they heard the roar of a motorcycle engine outside. Jiang Ji had just shared her location with him and was heading towards the Sai Reservoir. This bus, lacking a fixed route, was not listed on the ghost registry, representing a nascent anomaly that had not yet formed a ghost domain. Haunted buses randomly appeared on various routes in cities, inviting those waiting at bus stops to embark on a terrifying journey. They could only target passengers who boarded, but thanks to the thorough educational bombardment from the Supernatural Incident Investigation Bureau and various media outlets, ordinary people would not fall for such an obviously problematic antique vehicle. The haunted bus did not appear frequently. The Investigation Bureau had spent half a month without catching sight of it. Who could have known that today, Jiang Ji, who had entered the Bureau for the second time, would encounter it? What atrocious luck! The haunted bus likely anticipated that it would score a 2-for-1 deal this time. Huai was beginning to understand why Jean only acted as her pigeon for a day, yet still encountered the C-Class Midnight Butcher. This was purely the work of a horror story company, outsourcing employees solely for the performance metrics of supernatural entities. As Jiang Ji boarded the bus, several pale faces turned to look at her simultaneously. Without a second thought, she raced to the last row, with the two men hot on her heels, bursting through the front doors. The leading man had a square face with a scar, exuding the aura of someone burdened by numerous lives lost. His dark gaze did not even flit to the other passengers, fixated instead on the girl who had darted to the rear, oblivious to the fact that a few passengers behind him remained seated, their heads twisted around at a 180-degree angle. The bus door hissed as it closed, and the vehicle began to move slowly. The old-fashioned bus had poor shock absorption. As the men continued forward, the bus impatiently lurched into motion. They lost their balance, stumbling backward a few steps. "What kind of driver is this?" he cursed in frustration. The driver, with a neck bent at a 90-degree angle, had a vein slowly bulging on his hand, gripping the steering wheel. Suddenly, his distorted neck snapped straight, and his hollow eyes glanced into the electronic rearview mirror. Jiang Ji, with her head down, was busy messaging. Her fingers flew across the screen, sending a barrage of messages to the first member of the protagonist group she had added. The reason she hadn't added a Jean was that the male lead's performance in the survival game had eradicated her maternal instincts, until the large bump on her head subsided. She would not let go of this grievance. Ending with a cheeky remark was Jiang Ji's professional code as a seasoned rogue in the realm of literary transmigration. She effortlessly shared her location with Huai, prompting the system to retrieve her first alter ego, that a blonde beauty lay submerged in a nutrient chamber filled with icy blue liquid, still in the cooling period. She had no intention of bringing Ji Qing into the fray. The exorbitant fee of 5,000 for a single appearance was simply not worth it. The system had suggested several emergency items, one of which was a costly potion that permanently increased basic attributes. With the smallest font in the bottom right corner stating, "The host's luck value will influence the potion's absorption rate. Please consume rationally." She glanced quietly at her inflated luck value. Jiang Ji, not considering it. "Thank you." She felt no concern for the ghosts aboard the bus. However, the haunted bus would stop at every station, and as they progressed further, the spirits waiting at the stops would become increasingly powerful and bizarre. Currently, she was still a fragile prophet incapable of self-defense. Any fighting would have to be left to some muscular brutes that a qualified cerebral woman must learn to endure, to bend and stretch, the square-faced man smirked, revealing the sharp blade hidden in his sleeve. "Wait!" Jiang Ji raised her hand to halt the man's advance. With a sincere expression, she implored, "Don't you find anything amiss?" But the square-faced man was unmoved. Spitting in disdain, "Don't think you can pull any tricks on me." Before he could finish, a quivering voice from behind him interrupted, "There seems to be a ghost on the bus." Head bowed. Eyes rolled back, grinning eerily. Chapter 14. The Haunted Bus 3. The square-faced man was named Li Ming, in his youth. He had committed some crimes and served 10 years in prison upon his release. He found the world had changed drastically. Persuaded by his family, he took a part-time job delivering food, but found it exhausting and poorly compensated, quitting after just a few days. In this era of supernatural resurgence, fear gripped the populace, and the black market thrived. The crime rate surged as law enforcement concentrated on the frequent occurrences of horror stories and the malevolent actions of unofficial supernatural beings. Many missing persons cases were prematurely attributed to supernatural entities due to a lack of evidence. Ordinary citizens viewed justice through the lens of criminal law, while wrongdoers sought profitable avenues within that same law. At such a juncture, Li Ming's unscrupulous thoughts began to stir once more. Just then, a woman who claimed to be a fortune teller approached him, offering a lucrative deal to introduce a girlfriend to the son of a wealthy boss. This boss's son had recently departed from the mortal coil. Yet in life, he had been a notorious womanizer, currently pursuing a certain girl. Li Ming instantly grasped the fortune teller's implication. She intended to find a wife for the boss's son even in death. He felt no surprise. Such underground industries were common in his hometown, where every household engaged in this trade. When the supply of corpses ran low, they resorted to purchasing information from hospitals and websites, meticulously matching birth dates before sending someone to cause fatal accidents for the sake of ghostly marriages. Indeed, before society unraveled, those engaged in this lucrative business had amassed fortunes. Moreover, it has now been confirmed that ghosts truly exist in this world. Those affluent families, fearing their offspring may suffer in solitude in the underworld and be unable to find peace in their graves, are even more frantic about the potential impact on their family's prosperity. In such matters, they become increasingly deranged. Ghost marriages have long been categorized into marriages of the living and the deceased. The mother of a short-lived spirit specifically requested that her child be sent away. This arrangement would provide enough fortune for him to squander a lifetime. Without a second thought, Li Ming agreed and even roped in his cousin Huang Jun, who was in his 30s and still accomplished nothing. The moment he received the photograph of the young woman, Li Ming's imagination sparked with excitement. Such a beautiful university student. Killing her outright seemed a pity. He must first indulge himself before ending her life. Ensuring it would be done discreetly. The malfunctioning surveillance cameras near the bus stop were the ideal location for their sinister intentions. For precaution, Li Ming took a knife with him as he exited the vehicle, thinking it would be prudent to ensure a swift end should the girl resist fiercely. Little did he know, this woman boarded a bus that was haunted, desperate to drag along a couple of scapegoats. Li Ming was left dumbfounded. "You haven't inserted the coin yet," the female ticket collector said, her face shedding powder like a crumbling fade. Her pale visage was adorned with unnaturally rosy cheeks, and her lips were only painted in the center, creating a horrifying and unsettling appearance. Indeed, one must insert a coin to board the bus. Although he had never encountered supernatural events before, Li Ming's mind raced. Realizing that failing to adhere to the rules could lead to a disastrous fate, he immediately searched all his pockets. But to his dismay, he found no cash. Li Ming turned pale, laughter fading from his lips as he stammered, Can I use my phone? Is mobile payment acceptable? Not accepted, the female ticket collector replied, revealing her phone, the black and white screen frozen in time 2 decades ago. No QR code that we don't have cash. Can we get off now? One of the men behind emerged. The ticket collector remained silent, staring intently at them. Her cherry-red lips slowly stretched, revealing bloodied corners that appeared to be torn and stuck, the fissure extending to the base of her ears. Her lower jaw drooping grotesquely. Without money, you may pay with your life. Before she could finish her ominous statement, a little girl in a red dress and red shoes pulled out 2 blood-stained bills from her bosom. Emblazoned with the words Heaven and Earth Bank. Annie doll helped them pay to Li Ming's. I twitched in disbelief. The female ticket collector shot a disapproving glare at the girl and approached to take the ghost money. Another high school student, drenched and clutching a soccer ball, remarked, "You don't need 2 scapegoats." Water pooled around his feet, an unpleasant odor wafting from him. The sea reservoir is closer than the amusement park. It's my turn now. The stops they mentioned seemed to correspond to their respective places of demise. This bus appeared to be a vehicle for the departed to find replacements. The next stop is the Heart and Soul Aesthetic Hospital. Those doctors will come aboard and take them away. The speaker was a middle-aged woman sitting by the window, wearing a wide-brimmed sun hat, a Heart and Soul Aesthetic Hospital paper bag at her feet. She had been keeping her head down until now, raising it to reveal her face wrapped in bandages, only her scarred, double-lidded eyes visible. Her neck was also bandaged, blood seeping through, soaking the gauze. Each word she spoke was accompanied by a cough, as if dislodging ancient phlegm from her throat. Upon finishing her sentence, the little girl and the high school student were instantly filled with an indescribable terror. Hearing their exchange, Li Ming and Huang Jun felt a chill run down their spines. Whoever bought their tickets had effectively purchased their lives. Those crimson ghost bills were indeed their life money. At that moment, he noticed Jiang Ji propped against the back of the last row, gazing at them with a longing expression, and upon noticing him, she even made a face. What a vile woman! Li Ming seethed with indignation, forgetting his fear as he pointed at the female ticket collector, demanding, "Why doesn't she have to pay?" The ticket collector glanced over and immediately approached, extending her hand. "You still haven't bought your ticket." Jiang Ji replied meekly, "I have no money." The male high school student, his expression heavy, questioned, "Why not?" Upon hearing that Jiang Ji indeed knew Director Huang, and not appearing to be lying, he nodded. "Lend me some money, and I'll vouch for you." Jiang Ji patted her chest with conviction, insisting, "I'm very familiar with Director Huang. I'm his hospital's specially appointed aesthetic model." Chapter 15. Ghost Bus for you. A stranger. How do you know Director Huang of the Heart and Soul Aesthetic Hospital? Do you think I'm just some unfortunate soul who got dragged into ghost stories from Liwa Apartments haunting in 4th Canteen's escape? Jiang Ji crossed her legs, hands resting on her knees, exuding an aura that even ghosts would find compelling. If it weren't for me, this death bus would have 0 sales this month. Young man. The world of adults is far from simple. Without connections, how would I survive in Tonghua City? She added with a confident smile that suggested she had reached a higher level of understanding. While the high school student finally seemed swayed, drawing a breath, he produced a drenched red bill and handed it over. "Here is the fare for her bus ticket." "Wait," Jiang Ji interjected, her dark-haired eyes narrowing. "Use the green bills in your pocket, that I'll talk to Huang Mingfeng for you. Are you not worried that you can't afford the price of my life with red bills?" The female ticket collector swiftly accepted the ghost money and turned on her heels, clacking away in high heels. Regardless of whether others believed her, she felt that this young girl was indeed peculiar. Those deep-set eyes seemed to see through everything, sending chills down her spine. Just moments ago, she had nearly bitten off Jiang Ji's head, fearing that upon reaching the Heart and Soul Aesthetic Hospital, Jiang Ji might incite the director to admit her for treatment, although she believed her appearance was flawless. Director Huang's standards were questionable. Just look at what kind of beings emerged from that aesthetic hospital. She wouldn't dare glance at them for too long, that Li Ming, stunned from witnessing Jiang Ji's exchange with the high school student, finally grasped the situation. Green ghost bills were normal, while red ones were indeed life money. His eyes darted towards the female ticket collector's bosom, calculating how to switch the life money. The driver remained silent, yet the bus traveled steadily, the path seeming increasingly remote. Were they being taken? Huang Jun instinctively glanced at the route map on the bus door. The further along, the more indistinct the words became. Heart and Soul Aesthetic Hospital, Sea Reservoir, Hillshee Grand Hotel, Happy Amusement Park, Baby Tower. Each location was unfamiliar, sending shivers down his spine, though no one spoke on the ghost bus. He could feel several pairs of eyes watching them furtively. The little girl's gaze was especially conspicuous, and when he looked her way, she grinned widely, revealing a mouth full of dark voids where teeth once were. "Oh my God, bro, there are ghosts!" A burly man clung to Li Ming in terror. Startled, Li Ming kicked him twice, muttering, "Get out of here." "Where's the ghost?" After kicking, he swallowed hard, eyeing Jiang Ji with suspicion. "How do you know so much?" Jiang Ji lounged comfortably in her seat, occasionally checking how far Huai had ridden on the shared bike. Having secured the bus fare according to the bus rules, the ticket collector couldn't kill her, at least not until they reached the next stop, making her temporarily safe. That a mysterious smile graced her exquisite face. "Do you know why I just got out of the police station?" The massacre at Tsinghua University. It was evident she had done her homework. No. Jiang Ji shook her phone, and Li Ming could barely make out the name at the top of the chat interface. "Initially, I was unclear as to why, but when I left the police station, an officer named Huai asked for my WeChat." Jiang Ji wore an expression of sincere distress. "Being too exceptional can be a burden. I always attract attention wherever I go. This is Tsinghua City. Do you think you can quietly eliminate me under the nose of the Supernatural Incident Investigation Bureau? Furthermore, based on my understanding of Director Huang, you will surely be taken away soon. He detests ugly things." This statement infuriated Li Ming and Huang Jun, while the eavesdropping male high school student felt as if he had been struck in the knee. "So now, let us cease hostilities and tell me who exactly wants my life, that if you follow my instructions, I might consider helping you escape. Living while locked up is far better than being skinned alive while awake." Jiang Ji smiled ominously. "That you've likely never seen the works of Director Huang, have you?" At that, the male high school student and the bandaged middle-aged woman shuddered. "That pervert who would even carve open brains to flatten them. He has driven even ghosts mad, that he couldn't afford to sacrifice his life for a mere business deal. Besides, this was attempted murder. Being locked away was preferable to being tormented by those ghosts." Just as he was about to nod in agreement, he witnessed the dark-haired girl smile knowingly. "The Su family is behind the assassination attempt on me, right?" Li Ming was momentarily taken aback, pondering why one would ask him after already deducing the answer. However, he eventually nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is the Su family. They have located the spirit medium and intend to match you with their deceased son as a bride. Upon success, they will grant us 1 million. Fearing that Jiang Ji might not exert her utmost effort to protect him, he added, "They wish to send the deceased over." How deeply the Su family harbors hatred towards her, it seems, as they relentlessly fixate on her, from their son to their daughter. And even the patriarch himself. Jiang Ji turned off the recording function on her phone, waved her hand dismissively. "All right, I understand." That Li Ming gritted his teeth, fixing his gaze upon her. "For this ghostly transport, you shall ensure our survival, and I will assist you in identifying them." Jiang Ji casually brushed her hair, which was styled into a bun at the back of her head, and responded nonchalantly. "I will not allow you to perish at the hands of the spirits." That as she spoke, her gaze swept over a brown paper bag at the feet of a middle-aged woman. That in the chaos, Jiang Ji had activated her precognitive abilities and simulated a scenario where she dashed forward to snatch the bag. The bandaged woman likely did not anticipate that a living person would possess the audacity to seize belongings from the deceased. Jiang Ji had succeeded each time. Yet, in those brief seconds, she had managed to glean a wealth of useful information from the medical records within, though the time on her phone indicated it was still before 5 o'clock. Darkness had already enveloped the surroundings, with streetlights sporadically flickering to life. As the bus approached its stop, its speed began to decrease, and the station ahead became vaguely discernible. This particular bus stop appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time, with advertisements plastered on the front touting the virtues of the Mind Beauty Hospital. The promotional image featured a middle-aged man clad in a white coat, his pallid visage adorned with a sinister smile. He held his hands together, tilted his body slightly, and raised his chin ever so slightly, embodying the demeanor of a successful individual. The advertisement, weathered by time, had yellowed and faded, while the gaps in the acrylic board were infested with the corpses of insects. The man's complexion nearly blended into the white background, his eyes hollowed out as if someone had gouged them, leaving behind 2 dark voids. In the lower right corner of the billboard, It read, Director of the Plastic Surgery Department. Huang Mingfeng. Chapter 16. The Ghost Bus 5 behind the bus stop, a row of gray tenement buildings was overtaken by lush green vines, with faded signs hanging askew from the upper floors. From the bus, one could faintly discern ghostly figures flitting about inside, as if the air was filled with their anguished cries and manic laughter. At the bus stop, 3 doctors donned in white coats, identical to the man in the advertisement, stood waiting as the bus drew near. They slowly lifted their heads. Their faces were grotesquely stitched together, with black lines forming their noses, eyes, and mouths, fixed into an exaggerated smile with lips that seemed to pucker unnaturally. Their eyes nearly bulging out, and their sharply pointed noses lent them the appearance of caricatures of excessive plastic surgery, rendering it nearly impossible to distinguish one from another. Seeing the approaching vehicle, they raised their hands, tied with red strings, and stiffly waved at the ghostly bus. The driver's hands trembled on the steering wheel, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and palms. However, adhering to protocol, he had no choice but to stop at the designated station. Slowly opening the doors, the announcement echoed through the empty bus. Mind Beauty Plastic Surgery Hospital has arrived. Passengers disembarking, please exit from the rear door. Exercise caution while alighting. This sweet female voice did little to alleviate the tension. Rather, it made the passengers' hearts race in their throats. With a creaking sound, the front and rear doors opened simultaneously. The leading doctor, with oversized black pupils, visibly widened upon spotting Jiang Ji and the other 2 living souls. His already inflated apple cheeks swelling further, and his smile becoming even more exaggerated. They formed a line to board, fumbling for red bills from their pockets to pay the reluctant female ticket collector. Li Ming, observing the red strings on their wrists, was suddenly reminded of his grandmother's words during her final moments in the hospital. If one encounters doctors with red strings tied to their wrists, wearing white coats and bearing ashen faces, they must flee at once. Only corpses from the morgue would have red strings tied to their wrists. Under the weight of those gazes, Li Ming shivered involuntarily. At that moment, Jiang Ji in the last row suddenly stood up, her expression dark and foreboding. Were you sent by Director Huang? Where is he himself? The 3 doctors exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily taken aback by her reproach. Jiang Ji's voice rose in anger. I am a VIP client of Mind Beauty Plastic Surgery Hospital, specifically scheduled for surgery today. Director Huang assured me over the phone that I would receive the highest level of service. Yet, you send these mere replicas to attend to me. She strode forward, arms crossed defiantly, adopting a haughty and troublesome demeanor. What are your ranks? What are your employee numbers? Which department do you belong to? Show me your phones. I wish to call your director and see how he conducts his affairs. When you came to me with a fruit basket, you spoke so eloquently. What is this now? After sealing such a significant deal, you leave me unattended? She dramatically traced her fingers across her cheek, exclaiming, Heaven forbid! If I were to entrust my face to a hospital like yours, what assurance do I have? Would I emerge looking like the 3 of you with your elongated faces? It infuriates me. Her words fired off like a machine gun, leaving the trio of doctors utterly flabbergasted as they found themselves cornered on the steps. Unable to enter the bus as the stopping time elapsed, Jiang Ji seized the opportunity, thrusting her foot forward with force, sending the 3 uninvited guests tumbling down the steps. The door of the bus creaked shut once more, and the vehicle gradually resumed its journey. Jiang Ji's proud expression shifted as she bent down, grimacing while rubbing her ankle. Those unfortunate souls were frozen stiff in the frigid air, nearly causing her to strain her already injured foot. There was no such thing as peaceful years. Someone must bear the burden of moving forward. She was merely a feeble seer. After all, the trio of doctors finally realized they had been duped. Their eyes turned blood red, with blood seeping from their stitched seams, and they howled, lunging toward the bus, leaving bloody handprints smeared across the foggy glass. However, the activated bus quickly left them behind. The ghost bus served as a ferry, transporting the wrongly deceased to their final destination. As long as the spirits aboard did not purchase their tickets in time, they would be unable to board again until they reached the next station. Yet, the next stop was the Sai Reservoir, a site long notorious for drownings and accidents. The high school student was merely one of the many insignificant souls lost there. The doctors, it seemed, would not dare to follow. The male high school student exclaimed. Didn't you say you were Jiang Ji? Rolled her eyes, immediately discerning that these individuals were not doctors. Only corpses from the morgue would wear red strings on their wrists. They were clearly deranged patients who had escaped from the hospital, that if they boarded the bus, we would surely become their next meal. Huang Jun cautiously inquired, Are there indeed patients who escaped from that hospital? Indeed. Jiang Ji pointed at the bandaged middle-aged woman, declaring, This sister right here is one such example. The bandaged woman suddenly lifted her head, her chilling gaze fixing upon Jiang Ji, accompanied by a hint of a sinister grin. How did you figure it out? I made an educated guess. Jiang Ji took 2 steps back, aware that the dead aboard the ghost bus could only arrive at the location of their demise. You are a patient of Mind Beauty Plastic Surgery Hospital, and it is evident you perished on the operating table. Yet, you did not disembark at your designated stop, indicating you have found a scapegoat and are no longer bound to the fixed route. Continuing to ride this bus means you are either here to feast on the living or the dead, and those 3 doctors were summoned by you, were they not? This statement was unequivocal. The other ghostly passengers in the bus turned their astonished gazes toward her. Li Ming and Huang Jun were filled with dread, scrunching closer toward the seats, wishing to distance themselves from the bandaged woman as much as possible. You are quite astute, the woman cackled eerily. You may deceive those fools, but you cannot fool me. You think you can recognize Director Huang and that cursed soul? Kicking them off the bus is all well and good. But this entire bus is mine today, that my mother often says one should refrain from speaking ill of others. Jiang Ji earnestly cautioned. You never know when they might emerge from behind you. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the rear, followed by a beam of blinding light piercing the darkness that a sleek black motorcycle, merging seamlessly with the shadows, cut through the night like a ray of light. The motorcycle sped past the bus, executing a flawless drift, halting just a meter away from the bus's front. Ing Huai removed his black helmet, shaking his slightly disheveled hair, and turned to face them. Chapter 17. The Ghost Bus 6. The Ghost Bus does not stop until it reaches its destination, yet Ing Huai forced it to a halt. Inside the driver's cabin, the bus driver's eyes widened in alarm. He desperately slammed on the gas pedal, but it was in vain. All he could do was watch helplessly as the bus screeched to a stop before the man. The weighty vehicle jolted violently, sending both the living and the dead sprawling in disarray. Jiang Ji reacted swiftly, gripping the back of the seat tightly, remaining unscathed amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, the bandaged middle-aged woman was flung from the rear door to the front, only to be struck in the face by a ghostly high school student soccer ball, blood instantly saturating her bandages. My apologies. With a disingenuous apology on his lips, the man with the long legs effortlessly dismounted from the motorcycle. His black-haired figure, hands tucked into the pockets of his black leather jacket, approached the bus, locking eyes through the windshield with Jiang Ji. Reluctant to get off, the doors remained shut, preventing any exit. Jiang Ji replied honestly, Oh right, I forgot. Ing Huai smiled slightly, standing idly by. Suddenly, the bus's loudspeaker emitted a piercing wail, followed by a thunderous crash as both doors collapsed, startling a multitude of sparrows in a flight. Amidst the swirling dust, Jiang Ji felt an eerie sense of deja vu. Ing Huai, the first to violently breach the doors of Tonghua City, commanded respect. Get down, ditto. Jiang Ji rose from the back seat. Stepping over Li Ming and Huang Jun, a male high school student, a girl in a red dress, and a female ticket seller, inevitably encountering faces filled with sheer terror. The Ghost Bus was a collection of vehicles discarded throughout history due to various gruesome accidents, gradually evolving into an urban legend born from humanity's fear of the unknown. The ghostly driver and ticket seller on board were mere puppets under its rules that had no fixed route. The passengers aboard this bus were souls who had met untimely ends that end death. They harbored immense resentment, unwilling to accept their fates, and thus remained trapped at the site of their demise, becoming earthbound spirits. These phantoms could only get on and off at the place of their death, endlessly cycling along this road of no return. Yet, the living had no designated stops, and unless they became a scapegoat, they could never disembark. However, Ing Huai's unique abilities were a cure for pretentiousness. He was an exceedingly rare psychic that he could distort and infect the consciousness of both humans and spirits, altering the rules. In the later stages of the comic, he could even invade the narrative of urban legends, forcibly twisting erroneous rules as if programming thoughts, or modifying easily violated regulations with a few simple words, transforming them into rules that nearly everyone could avoid breaching. This was also the primary reason he was forcibly erased by high-level spirits. Jiang Ji, possessing latent SSS-class psychic power, distinctly sensed the overwhelming anger and grievance of the ghost bus. Despite her heart bleeding, she felt powerless to act, especially since her front teeth had been knocked out, watching helplessly as the three living beings made their escape. Jiang Ji rushed to Ying Huai's side. "Should we catch those ghosts?" The spirits within the bus glared at her with hostility. His words felt akin to wielding a Gatling gun, accompanied by a gentle smile. "It might sting a bit. Bear with it." The ghosts on the bus shivered in unison, internally urging themselves to let go, reminding themselves that they were already dead, to stop clinging to this world, to act as if they were leaving when the time came. The afterlife wasn't so bad after all, sobbing inwardly that they never wanted to board the ghost bus again. Ying Huai disregarded the spirit's reactions, gazing at Jiang Ji with keen interest. Initially, he had expected trouble at the Soul Beauty Plastic Surgery Hospital. Yet she emerged unscathed. "How did you manage that?" "Actually," she began, presenting a novel rationale. Ying Huai raised an eyebrow. "Oh, right. The thread also discussed the weaknesses of certain urban legends or correct rules," she continued. "I thought it was just a forum created as a joke by netizens, as I've seen plenty of such chat groups, but I found the original post quite convincing, so I clicked on a thread about the ghost bus, gaining some insight into its taboos and regulations. And also, her hair brushed against the scar on her cheek as she hesitated, the fourth cafeteria, since it pertains to the urban legend associated with Tsinghua University. I took a look. That post was claimed by someone, the Ji Qing. Ying Huai interjected suddenly. Jiang Ji shook her head. "I'm not sure. That person's ID was a jumbled string." Her words caused Ying Huai to furrow his brow. Could it be that this world truly harbored psychics who could foresee the arrival of spirits? Or perhaps there was this another hidden Easter egg from a higher dimensional realm following a global broadcast? Although the reasoning seemed far-fetched, it did elucidate why the girl frequently encountered urban legends. Temporarily suppressing a myriad of thoughts, Ying Huai turned his attention to the somewhat awkwardly Ming and Huang Jun. His gaze briefly fixating on the sharp fruit knife in Huang Jun's hand. "So, who are these two?" "They are hired by the Su family to kill me. This is Li Jun, and this is Huang Ming." Jiang Ji introduced haphazardly. "Oh, and they've both been marked for death by the ghosts on the bus. You should lift their marks first, or they might suddenly die in jail." The marked individuals bore two extinguished lights, making them easy targets for spirits. Upon hearing the word die, Li Ming and Huang Jun nodded frantically in fear. Ying Huai. That this remark inexplicably left him feeling a bit disheartened that he made a phone call. And shortly after, a Jean and Shueli arrived in a tow truck. "Oh, right. Shueli is the tattooed bald guy that a Jean spotted Jiang Ji squatting on the curb, a straight twig in her hand, drawing patterns in the dirt while Ying Huai leaned against the motorcycle, a cigarette pinched between his left fingers, seemingly arranging for someone to investigate something. Inside the bus, several ghastly faces pressed against the glass, grinning with gaping, blackened mouths. Chapter 18. The Night Watchman Forum. He was taken aback. "What the hell?" The ghosts on the bus exchanged bewildered glances, the male high school student whispering, drowned ghost that a Jean was at a loss for words. "I didn't mean that." Not knowing what their boss had done again, the ghosts were behaving as docile as lambs, including those two notorious kidnappers. The ghost bus, along with its spirits, was towed away, and Jiang Ji stood on tiptoe, shouting towards the departing metal bus, "Brother, you still haven't told me your name. How am I supposed to burn paper for you?" From afar in the night sky, an angry and fragmented insult echoed back. Such foul language from one so young." Jiang Ji shook her head in disbelief. Shueli followed behind the tow truck, sitting in the police car that was apprehending Li Ming and Huang Jun. Only a Jean and Jiang Ji were left. Exchanging glances, that a Jean let out a long sigh, a relieved smile gracing his face. "I'm glad I didn't follow you this time." Jiang Ji. "That is that polite?" Although she had to admit that it was true, she surveyed the entirely unfamiliar, remote suburb, her expression one of delicate vulnerability. "You know, my luck has always been quite poor. What if I get dragged into another urban legend?" Her words were genuinely heartfelt. She couldn't fathom how the original host had survived until now with such low luck. Her composed system interjected, Host, allow me to clarify. The luck detection results are a sum of your and the original host's fortunes. Although the original's initial luck value is low, at least it is positive. Jiang Ji smiled. Please be quiet. Jean nodded in agreement. Yeah, boss, I've never seen anyone enter an urban legend as casually as going to the restroom. Jiang Ji, how did the male lead manage to transition from a foolishly sweet character to a naturally dark one? Hiss. Jiang Ji's eyes widened in shock. The horror. Huai was actually going to format her brain. He intended to brainwash her into playing the Great Compassion mantra for a week. Jiang Ji firmly believed that someone as malicious as Huai might very well commit such a deranged act. No need, she declared. You're right. One must learn to grow up. She made a gesture of darling. I could take a taxi by myself. Officer Ing, I think we should avoid meeting for a while. Huai scoffed, saying nothing. In the bright dormitory, her other roommate was packing her belongings. Upon seeing Jiang Ji, her expression stiffened noticeably. Jiang Ji, I was just about to tell you that I'm preparing to rent a place outside. She stammered, her eyes evasive. You know, we're all in our third year now, and everyone needs to start preparing for internships. Jiang Ji understood her meaning. Who would want to stay with someone perpetually entangled in urban legends? She nodded. Okay, in the original host's memories, this girl was the only one in the dorm who had not participated in bullying the host. She merely observed in silence as Su Ling and others doodled on her desk and cabinet doors and placed nails in her bedding and shoes. The original host seemed to have no close friends, with her WeChat contacts barely filling one hand. That'd be why the time her last living roommate finished packing and moved out. The dormitory was left empty, but for her. Jiang Ji was unfazed, retrieving clean clothes to wash off the grime in the bathroom and rummaging through the cabinet for the original host's medicine box, carefully applying ointment to the cuts on her face, the bruised ankle, and the large bump at the back of her head. The pain made her grimace. She had never endured such humiliation in her life. It was truly dismal. She had only been in this world for a few days and already amassed a host of injuries. Nonetheless, her plans needed to be set in motion. Jiang Ji contemplated system. I want to exchange for some items. Late at night, at Tsinghua University in the boys' dormitory, Xiaoyu sat at his desk, the notebook casting a dim glow. He turned off the announcement declaring his expulsion due to the severe nature of the offenses committed, which had a profoundly negative impact, as determined by the school's deliberations. Once again, I find myself reminiscing about that day when I stood protectively in front of him. That slender and sharp silhouette. The memory of his face drawing near, eyes sparkling with mirth as he uttered the words, "Child, suppress your thoughts. The cost is beyond your capacity to bear," floods my mind. Half of his face was cloaked in darkness as he typed the name Ji Qing into the search bar. Recently, the campus network had been severely restricted, and the page took an eternity to load. After a few moments, it suddenly redirected to an entirely new web page. A line of blood-red text popped up in the lower right corner, mimicking the effect of blood trickling down the screen. Do you wish to acquire power? Choose to desire or relinquish. Power. Jeyu's gaze suddenly froze. The boy's visage reflected in the black screen was handsome yet delicate. In that fleeting moment, obscured by the blood-red text, he recalled the instant he was pushed out of the crowd. When dark thoughts erupted within him, yearning to drag the entire world into an abyss, his leg, forever reliant on a prosthetic and tormented by bone spurs, began to radiate warmth, while a tempest of darkness brewed in his pale eyes. His long fingers twitched with anticipation, poised to click on what he desired. Yet, he suddenly remembered the words spoken to him by that figure clad in combat attire. He had longed for immense power. But choosing that path seemed to distance him further from the light, that he chuckled softly and decisively opted to relinquish. The dialogue box in the lower right corner began to transition. Congratulations. You have passed the Prophet's test. If you wish to join the Night Watch organization, please click the confirmation button. Confirm or relinquish. Of course, if you wish to browse the Night Watch forum before making a decision. Feel free to. The moment the blood-red text appeared, Jeyu's computer desktop was no longer locked, allowing him to browse freely. Was this the supernatural power? Or merely a prank? A Trojan virus? He furrowed his brow, his clear eyes scanning the forum titled Night Watch. The forum was exceedingly simple, featuring only a few sections. Gallery, bounties, chit-chat, exchanges. The interface was black with white text. The top bar also a stark black background. In the upper left corner was a line of white text, seemingly hastily typed by a web developer. guarding the living by night, guiding the departed. Death coach, departing from the Tonghua City Police Station bus stop at 15:24, passing through. Chapter 19. Joining the Night Watch Organization. Educational post. Death coach. Introduction. This is a coach filled with the souls of those who have met unnatural deaths. A urban legend born from various tragic incidents throughout history that a D-class ghost, randomly appearing at bus stops in major cities, enticing the living to board. Route. On April 2, 20XX, at 15:24, it will randomly reappear in Tonghua City. Starting from the Tonghua City Police Station bus stop, passing through Zinlingmai Cosmetic Hospital, Sea Reservoir, Hills Hotel, Happy Amusement Park, Baby Tower, Zheng Mansion. Survival Method 1. Refuse to board. Survival Method 2. Before boarding, prepare ghost money. Politely decline any offers from fellow passengers to pay your fare, especially red notes. When passengers mark you and attempt to take you off the bus, seize and destroy their belongings. The more, the better. They will angrily leave you on the bus. The ghost bus stops at every station. Upon arrival at a new stop, when new passengers board, please immediately. The post was lengthy, and Jiang did not read it in its entirety. However, he found it quite intriguing, the survival method steeped in a bizarre absurdity. Thus, he took a moment to glance at the post's author. The avatar depicted a dimly lit room with a burning Gothic candlestick, flickering in eerie silence. The ID was simple. Prophet, a seer, one who transcends time, foreseeing the future. Jiang had indeed heard many urban legends about midnight ghost buses, and numerous netizens fervently claimed to have seen the terrifying bus traversing through rainy nights. Wow, this post is rather interesting. Damn, suddenly redirected to this forum. Reading this at night makes me hesitant even to go to the bathroom. Stealing the belongings of ghosts? This method is somewhat hardcore, ISNT it. I'm amused. What is this Night Watch forum? Just a bunch of delusional kids imagining they're saving the world. Right? Learn nothing, I'll just give it a try if I encounter a ghost bus next time. Doge face. It was evident that many visitors had stumbled into this webpage by accident. Indeed, most were skeptical netizens, and Jiang found it somewhat amusing. Closing the post, he scrolled down 2 more pages, and suddenly his gaze fixated on a certain post, his breath catching in his throat. Midnight Butcher, April 1, 20XX 8 o'clock, April 2, 20XX 08. 00, contribution points, 1,000 flame value. The post timestamp was the evening before the massacre, and the poster was still the one with the Gothic candlestick avatar. Prophet. This post was marked as locked, yet for some reason, Jiang could still click on it and see its full content. Recruitment post. Midnight Butcher, April 1, 20XX 8 o'clock, April 2, 20XX 8 o'clock. First appearance in the Huaxia Kingdom. Location. Tonghua City, Tonghua University, 4th Canteen. Description. A C-class ghost originating from the United States, a non-spiritual anomaly. The more piglets assimilated, the stronger it becomes. Piglets. Ghostly servants created through human flesh by the Midnight Butcher. Contribution points. 1,000 flame value. Recommendation. Locate and attack the butcher's own heart amidst its many organs. Attacking piglets is evidently less effective than targeting its toes. Jiang stared at the avatar, which was a close-up of an arm. The tattoos adorning it were bizarre and grotesque, embodying both benevolence and sinister mockery. That IT was indeed Ji Qing. She was a member of this organization. Jiang felt a surge of inexplicable joy mixed with disbelief. Stone Demon. Integrating with the two-faced Buddha so quickly, now taking on C-class missions independently? Stutska. What is it to you? Stone Demon. Spitting saliva in my face. Resolving the Midnight Butcher would surely place you on the global leaderboard. Right? Old Demon. Remember to connect. I'll play the heart purification mantra for you. Stone Demon. You are the first member to accept a mission after the organization's directive was altered. Don't blame me for looking down on you if you don't make the leaderboard. Stone Demon. A creature from European medieval legends that comes alive in the stillness of night. Battling demons to protect humanity. Jiang clicked on Ji Qing's avatar. Her profile was devoid of any information that he paused for a moment, then quietly asked, what becomes of those who cultivate ghosts? His gaze fixed intently on the small red box in the lower right corner of the screen. The blood-red text within the dialog box rippled gently, slowly revealing a dripping crimson word. Death. Coexisting with ghosts leads to madness, distortion, struggle, despair, an irrationality, an eternal descent into the abyss. Is there a way to alter the fate of those who cultivate ghosts? Eliminate the ghostly entities, resolve the urban legends. As long as you possess sufficient points, you can become powerful enough. As these words appeared, Jiang's computer interface uncontrollably transitioned to the exchange mall interface. The marketplace was filled with a dazzling array of items, sorted from high to low points. There was a 500-point flame value opportunity to awaken abilities, a 1,000-point flame value vial of ghost suppression serum, a 10,000-point flame value futuristic prosthetic, and even a miraculous 100,000 point flame value restoration of severed limbs, alongside a million flame value offering the true essence of eternal life. Seeing this, Jiang felt his breath quicken with excitement that if he possessed enough points, could he truly regenerate his severed limbs and stand once more? These astonishing and unfathomable items seemingly originated from a mysterious organization that possessed miraculous powers that in this world the beings exist that transcend time. Are they human or divine? Jiang swallowed hard and asked, "Who are you?" The blood-red text on the computer paused for a few seconds before typing out an answer that filled him with both dread and exhilaration. Prophet. He clenched his fists, and as he opened his eyes again, his pale irises brimmed with obsession and madness. Very well, I shall join. Jiang recalled that golden-haired woman, who danced on the precipice of confronting the bizarre. Always on the verge of irreversible catastrophe. Just when he thought the world had reached its nadir, someone tore open a piece of sky for him, making him feel as if perhaps this world was not all bad. In another part of the girl's dormitory, Lin Yao gazed at the blood-red text before her, whispering, I join. Remembering her tragically deceased boyfriend, a flicker of pain crossed her eyes that in this society plagued by the supernatural. The protection offered by the state is invariably limited. She yearned for sufficient power to safeguard her family. For this, she would pay any price that if there truly exists divinity in this world, could this despair-laden realm of urban legends also be reborn? And fortuitously, an opportunity lay before her. Chapter 20. Comic Update. The Real World. The night was pitch black. A cool breeze whispered through, creating a rare moment of tranquility. Tsinghua University does not impose a curfew, and several dormitory buildings in the vicinity remain illuminated. Jiang Ji rests on the balcony, closing her eyes to relish the rare moment of complete mental emptiness until the voice of the system disrupts this tranquility. Xie Jixing, Lin Yao, and Xie have all chosen to join the Salvation Organization. Very well. The soft voice carries a hint of amusement. These three individuals are students at Tsinghua University, having recently endured the harrowing experience of the fourth canteen survival game. In the comic, aside from Xie, who plays a high-profile antagonist with considerable screen time, Lin Yao suffers a mental breakdown and leaps to her demise following the conclusion of the survival game. Xie Jixing, on the other hand, silently perishes during this brutal contest, yet her unique identity in reality prompts Jiang Ji to include her in the evaluation list for potential members. Her individual strength is inadequate against the enigmatic forces, which currently reveal only the tip of the iceberg. While she could opt to join the Huaxiao Investigation Bureau and disclose all known plot details to the authorities, such an action would evidently contravene the fundamental rules of the comic world. As a top-tier employee of the book-traversing bureau, Jiang Ji, despite her status as an outsider, aims to reverse the dark ending where the bizarre completely dominates the human realm, while ensuring that the narrative remains filled with twists and captivating developments. Countless followers traverse the night, embodying flames, their bones serving as candles, perpetually battling the mysterious organization. The identity of the Dark Swordsman, who is privy to all yet remains unknown, is the persona Jiang Ji has crafted for herself. Well-versed in the comic's plot and outline, she intends to seek out those lone wolf superhumans who awaken their abilities only in the later stages of the narrative, yet have refrained from joining the national agency due to their personal experiences. Gathering these powers together, Lin Yao, Xie Jixing, that this is merely her first step. Jiang Ji has deliberately requested the system to moderately relax the access permissions for the Night Watchman Forum in its early stages, occasionally allowing some unwitting netizens to stumble upon it, marking them as the first ordinary individuals to learn about this mysterious salvation organization. Host, the comic has been updated. Jiang Ji is genuinely surprised. She did not expect to encounter a rare burst of updates from the comic artist so soon after entering the comic world. However, the frequency of updates is closely linked to the unfolding plot. Following two consecutive bizarre incidents and the introduction of new characters, it seems that as the storyline becomes increasingly intricate, frequent updates from the artist will likely become the norm. During the last update, Jiang Ji was still entangled in the survival game and had no opportunity to examine it in detail. She summoned the system, transferring the comic's plot onto her computer, preparing to thoroughly explore this sudden increase in content. Meanwhile, in the real world, Li Shi, freshly washed and nestled in bed, suddenly receives the notification of an update for Night Watchman's rules. Startled from her lethargy, she verifies the message and hastily rolls out of bed, turning on her computer while calling out to her friends. "Comrades, hurry! The comic you all follow has been updated." Her entire dormitory comprises devoted readers of Night Watchman's rules, and her roommates, engaged in various activities, quickly gather around upon hearing her exclamation that, "Oh my! The sun has truly risen from the west." After all, it is rare to see such beautifully drawn female characters in a male-oriented, action-driven comic that she cannot help but acknowledge this. At the moment when Huai kicks open the door, the artist captures the girl's cat-like eyes tinged with a hint of red, her rosy nose, the pouting lips that appear both aggrieved and delicate, and the bloodstains trickling down her cheek, saturating a tear mole, all divided into 4 small panels of the comic. Finally, a full-body shot occupies a significant portion of the page. She appears both fragile and pitiful. In that instant, Li Shi finds herself utterly captivated. Who knew that the artist could create such exquisite female characters that as she observes the Supernatural Incident Investigation Bureau dispatching a Jean to covertly monitor Jiang Ji. Li Shi, like many readers in the forum, begins to speculate internally. Following the typical tropes of comics, this must be the official pairing for the protagonist, right? The plot swiftly advances as Jiang Ji inadvertently resolves a mutated creature. The artist even highlights the girl's occasionally meaningful expressions in close-ups, instantly resonating with Li Shi and Huai. Jiang Ji seems to be more complex than she appears. The seemingly delicate yet secretive beauty is, perhaps, more alluring than the traditionally gentle and kind-hearted heroine. She cannot help but anticipate the subsequent developments, wondering how the most inept protagonist will evade the Midnight Butcher's pursuit alongside Jiang Ji. In the comic, during a critical escape, amidst a sea of gray faces, one passerby's expression suddenly turns fierce that she internally curses her luck. Sure enough, in the next moment a slender and handsome boy is thrust forward, his prosthetic limb kicked down the stairs. The empty pant leg reveals a brutal beauty in the comic. "Oh no!" As she witnesses the boy's pained expression, one of Li Shi's roommates exclaims, "I'm in love." She has a penchant for frail, beautiful boys that I still think the captain is more handsome. Li Shi murmurs under her breath, a devoted fan of Huai's looks. However, given the stunning appearance of this character, surely that he won't die so easily, right? In the next moment, the artist provides a side profile of the boy's lowered head. His pale eyes darkened, a strange smile playing on his lips, with ominous thoughts captured in a dash-line speech bubble. Li Shi sighs inwardly. It's over. The beautiful boy is definitely going to turn dark. The artist has lost their touch. As these thoughts swirl in her mind, she flips to the next page. Unexpectedly, a hand adorned with colorful tattoos blocks the boy's path. The boy is momentarily stunned, and Li Shi and her roommate share the same astonished expression. Another new character. This chapter introduces 2 new characters. Wow, a stunning blonde beauty. Has the artist suddenly had an epiphany? The recent 2 updates have introduced distinctly styled, yet instantly captivating female characters. Even without checking the forum, Li Shi can guess that the comments will be rife with excitement. Smoky voice, floral tattoos, golden hair, and combat attire. How did the artist conceive this? It's simply marvelous. As the golden-haired beauty effortlessly lifts the delicate boy to safety, he gazes at her in a daze until she swiftly dispatches the Midnight Butcher and playfully ruffles his hair. A noticeable flush appearing on his fair face that Li Shi and her roommates exchange glances that I'm shipping this. Me too. The recent chapters have a slightly different art style, but I absolutely adore it. A brooding beauty with a story X, a seemingly gentle, yet dark-hearted wolf. A man with black eyes and hair, his sharp features softened by warmth. His low, husky laughter as he leans in, Enveloped in warmth that I end the girls' dormitory, Li Shi and her friends collectively fall silent for 3 seconds before erupting into an uproarious cacophony. Help! Why must you block it? Do I not deserve to see as a premium member? Oh my, Ing team is so charming, so cool. Thank you, Sister Ji, for the benefits. Tonight's dreams will be filled. Ji Min, did I misjudge? So it's actually the trash team and Jiang Ji who are the real couple. She's so proactive, and he actually gave her his WeChat. He rushed to save her. I report. The trash team is smirking. I am sorry, little chick, but this pair of mutual teasing is simply delightful. Chapter 21. Highbox Mental Hospital 1. This chapter is so exciting that I can hardly keep up. Oh, why was it cut off? Trashing Hawaii. You deserve to be a virgin for life. I'm not okay. Is there a skilled hand to create a second version, depicting what was cut out? I love this. Draw more. Ideally, next time draw Sister G in high heels stepping on 8-pack abs. Damn it, I just entered and tripped over everyone's pants. Li Tao, the newly introduced golden-haired beauty, tearing the Midnight Butcher apart with her bare hands, must at least be a B-class superhuman. I suspect she might be A-class. Goodness, Ing Huai's physique is only slightly better than mine. Who will take a piss to wake up the people upstairs? I have diabetes, I'll do it. We can't let him taste sweetness. I'll pee yellow. So he doesn't think he is dreaming. The comment section is ablaze with fervent discussions, with some thoughts remarkably aligned with the perverse inclinations of Jiang Ji. Were it not for the fear of the comic failing to pass review, she might have genuinely pursued such ideas. Jiang Ji intentionally pulls the protagonist into the survival game, not only to provoke the awakening of the protagonist's abilities, but also considering that in a relatively enclosed map, she could better seize the spotlight than AS expected. The initial pages of this chapter are centered around the 4th canteen. Unfortunately, the protagonist group soon relaxes their surveillance of her. Jiang Ji feels a tinge of regret, as her moment in the limelight was far too brief. I end this update. The artist, aside from transitioning some panels to the Supernatural Incident Investigation Bureau, dedicates the remaining majority to Jiang Ji and her alter ego. Nevertheless, readers remain thoroughly engaged, and the discussion threads are buzzing with activity that I end previous Action comics. The female characters crafted by this artist often appeared one-dimensional, either as mere ornamental background figures or as loud, disruptive elements in supernatural events, crying and hindering progress. Not to mention the female readership of this comic. Even male readers grow weary of such tropes. The introduction of refreshing new characters, coupled with meticulously detailed appearances, has garnered wide acclaim. The early appearance of Xiaoyu, with his slender, melancholic beauty, has also resonated with many readers. Jiang Ji casually browsed through a comic forum, where numerous readers had already started new threads analyzing and speculating about her identity. Jiang Ji's character is truly remarkable. She dares to challenge the captain boldly, yet it's a pity she lacks special abilities, making it easy for her to fall behind later on. Surely, you can't genuinely believe she's an ordinary person? Come on, the author has highlighted her micro-expressions several times. She's definitely neutral chaos. In any case, let's hope she doesn't meet her end too soon, even if she's embroiled in a love-hate relationship with the antagonists. I can still ship them. Jiang Ji blinked, amused by the fact that, while she occasionally indulged in dark humor, she had not anticipated that the comic artist would accurately capture her subtle expressions in the panels. Many readers on the forum believe that with the artist dedicating so much effort, she could not possibly be a mere civilian. Fortunately, no one has guessed that she is a prophet. Jiang Ji flipped to the last page of the comic, where the narrative transitioned once more to the Supernatural Incident Investigation Bureau in Tunghua City, specifically the moderately sized conference room that a man draped a gray overcoat over his shoulder, casually reclining in the main seat, exuding his usual air of nonchalance and disorder. His hair was only half dried, tousled to the right, giving off an inexplicably disheveled yet chic vibe that a black pen twirled between his fingertips, and the sharp, slanting ends of his brows slightly lifted in acknowledgement. Surprisingly, he said nothing more and agreed quite readily. The discussion about Jiang Ji came to an end there. Heads of various provinces exchanged words, bringing up the recent surge in supernatural tales and the increased activity of C-class and above entities. That an anomalous text box occupied the central section of the comic, framing the officials' faces around the dialogue box, creating an atmosphere of urgency. Indeed, no trace of Ji Qing has been found within the borders of Huaxia. there is suspicion of an alias. After evaluation by the expert team, it is believed that the individual does not harbor malicious intent. Thus, a thorough search is unnecessary for the time being. If we cannot locate them, neither can any external forces. The recent uptick in discussions on the Night Watchman forum reveals numerous reports of supernatural occurrences. What are your thoughts on this? The massive projection screen displayed screenshots from the internet concerning the Night Watchman forum. Regarding the areas mentioned in the forum, combat teams have already been dispatched to investigate. Yet nearly half of the specialists have lost contact, having detected a magnetic field anomaly at a certain moment, preliminarily assessing it as being drawn into a supernatural event. The update concluded at this juncture. Prophet, the plot is becoming increasingly intriguing. This must be a disguise from a higher dimensional world. The items in the exchange shop are nothing short of miraculous. The forum screenshots hint at a survival game. I bet Ji is definitely a member of the forum. No way, no way. Predicting the locations of bizarre occurrences and the weaknesses of entities. Are they invoking divine intervention when unable to combat? Bizarre entities. Are you humans resorting to cheats because you can't handle it? This world indeed lacks any bug-like abilities related to the realm of time, but who could blame her for being an outsider? She glanced at her popularity, which was rapidly climbing. The previously dwindling figure soared to 21,982 to Jiang Ji felt satisfied. Money was flowing in again. She deliberately added an exchange shop to the Night Watchman forum, placing items designed to stimulate the enthusiasm of new members. Under the system's arrangement, organizational members could actively traverse the globe, vanquishing bizarre entities to redeem items from the shop. Naturally, these items still required Jiang Ji to convert her popularity into currency for purchase. However, the more active the Night Watchman organization became, the more popularity she garnered from the readers as its founder. Currently, her popularity was not only sufficient for the daily maintenance of the Night Watchman forum, but also allowed her to create a new identity. An ability user rivaling Jiang Ji had an idea forming. Chapter 22. Kaohsiung Psychiatric Hospital 2. Ever since he chose to join the Night Watchman organization, Jiu had been waiting for the Prophet's next instructions. To avoid drawing attention, he rented a room outside the school the following day, moving out of the dormitory. Although there was no parental notification letter, the counselor readily contacted the dormitory supervisor to explain the situation, handing him the note. "Thank you, teacher, that it's nothing." The counselor looked at his student, whose once striking face had grown noticeably gaunt, his expression fragile and easily breakable, yet slowly merging with the image of the student council president who had stood tall on the podium. Jiu had been the most exceptional student he had mentored, and the school officials always sighed wistfully when recalling him, remembering the cold prosthetic leg beneath the slightly empty pant leg. The counselor reminded him once more to seek help if he encountered difficulties off campus, advising him to keep his phone on "I will." Jiu smiled in response, but felt no stirrings within. It was unclear when he had grown accustomed to masking himself in a way that pleased others that a good persona brought him many advantages. In everyone's eyes, he remained the diligent, kind-hearted student. Upon exiting the office, he suddenly received a message from an unknown number. Kaohsiung Psychiatric Hospital. The disappearing caregiver. Trial difficulty. Beginner. Trial participants. 3 people. Trial overview. During the war, Kaohsiung Psychiatric Hospital was designated by the government as a quarantine facility for leprosy patients. In pursuit of generous night shift bonuses, a caregiver voluntarily took on the night shifts for her colleagues. Until one fateful morning, the other caregivers discovered that this particular caregiver had mysteriously vanished from the sealed psychiatric hospital. Yet every leprosy patient spoke of her with a strange smile. Since then, caregivers and patients alike have reported seeing a terrifying, ghostly face flash by within the building, accompanied by eerie cries and laughter each night. A year later, Kaohsiung Psychiatric Hospital was completely abandoned, yet many who drove past the site still claimed to hear the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground. Trial task. You will assume the role of a caregiver at Kaohsiung Psychiatric Hospital, uncovering the secrets hidden within the institution. Please arrive at the old site of Kaohsiung Psychiatric Hospital by midnight tomorrow to enter the rules of the bizarre tale. Please note that failure to arrive on time will be regarded as a rejection of this trial task. The Prophet will initiate another round of tasks soon, and rejecting 3 trial tasks will be deemed a failure to transition. The Night Watchman organization will provide each untransitioned member with 1 free opportunity for disguise, which can be claimed from the forum shop. Please consider carefully whether to use it. Please download the Night Watchman app before entering the trial task. It may assist you at a critical moment. Upon reading the trial task on his phone, a flicker of surprise crossed Jiayu's eyes. Were there two new members besides him? Yet this was quite normal. No one could resist the allure of such a secretive organization. He had yet to transition, and the high-reward tasks in the forum were beyond his reach, nor did he possess sufficient points to redeem items. Even the beginner trial designed for newcomers was fraught with dangers for an ordinary person. Noting that it was a rules-based bizarre tale, Jiayu decided not to refuse. For someone like him, a person with a disability, a rules-based bizarre tale that merely required adherence to guidelines was far more suitable than an escape-type scenario. He held the warm lunchbox and sat down at his computer desk. Entering Kaohsiung Psychiatric Hospital into the search bar, he aimed to gather useful information in advance. Kaohsiung Psychiatric Hospital was located in the suburbs and had long been abandoned. Leprosy was perceived as a terrifying affliction at the time, with patients developing unsightly and horrific patches on their skin. Many of the photos he found depicted patients with pockmarked faces, decayed limbs, crooked mouths, and even deformities. Such patients were subjected to centralized isolation and treatment, and the vast majority confined within that hospital never emerged again. So, after Kaohsiung Psychiatric Hospital was abandoned, where did those patients go? Discussions about the psychiatric hospital were scarce online, mostly raised by individuals who lived nearby during their childhood. Some netizens mentioned that individuals clad in black robes, their faces obscured, would often stop residents nearby. Speaking of strange matters and bizarre new worlds, Jiayu planned to search for information about the caregiver's duties after having his meal. Since he would be entering as a caregiver, he must avoid actions that would compromise his persona. This was not only essential for successfully navigating the rules-based bizarre tale, but also aligned with Jiayu's long-standing principles that he opened the Night Watchman Forum and entered the exchange shop. Indeed, he noticed that the item labeled Disguise Cream had changed from 100 points of fire value to 0 points. Clicking to redeem, it did not redirect him to a delivery address page, but instead displayed a message confirming the successful exchange. How would the organization deliver the item to him? Would they provide him with an address to pick it up? Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door. Jiayu approached and peered through the peephole. Finding the corridor empty, that he opened the door to discover a parcel box on the floor. However, the visual doorbell exhibited no abnormalities. The pitch-black sky appeared as if it had been drenched in ink. Looking up, one could not see stars or the moon, and extending a hand, one could not discern their fingers. This was a place untouched by streetlights, yet Jiayu had prepared a powerful flashlight in advance. Upon exiting the taxi, he turned on the flashlight, illuminating the surrounding area as bright as day. He finally beheld his environment. A winding path flanked by overgrown wild grass, yet an eerie silence pervaded. Devoid of the chirping of insects or the calls of birds, as if no living creature could be seen, in the distance, he spotted two other members participating in the trial. Incorrect, there are not merely two figures, but rather three silhouettes that manifest before him. They appear to have been conversing at the entrance of the hospital for quite some time, upon seeing the figure of Jiayu, who emerges last. Flashlight in hand and climbing pack on his back, astonishment spreads across the faces of the three. That you two did on a mission? One of the girls hesitantly inquires. Jiayu nods. He has applied a disguise cream. Yet it seems the three before him have also utilized similar means of concealment. The faces of the three girls before him are strikingly ordinary, so mundane that one could easily forget them upon turning away. Upon hearing this, the trio exchanges glances, a hint of wariness flickering in their eyes. Their trial mission message clearly stated that only 3 individuals would participate in tonight's endeavor, even if a new member were to withdraw. The number of participants could not exceed 3. Thus, one among them must surely be an outsider. No, Jiayu suppresses his thoughts. If the other 2 new members have indeed chosen to forego this trial, then the individuals standing before him that are entirely untrustworthy. Yet to the others, he, the last to arrive, is perceived as the least credible among them. Consequently, Jiayu, displaying understanding, positions himself 2 steps away and introduces himself. Greetings. My ID is Guyu. He mentions his ID vaguely, wishing to refrain from divulging too much information until he ascertains who the specters truly are. My ID is Fengling. I am from Mo Xianbao. My forum nickname is Bai Jingbai. Chapter 23. The Kaohsiung Psychiatric Hospital. 3. The group stands somewhat apart, and upon realizing that 4 individuals are participating in the trial, the atmosphere grows tense. Jiayu is the only male among the 4. After his introduction, he steps aside, and the three girls cease their conversation. Jiang discreetly studies the late-arriving male. He appears to be of similar age to them. Standing at around 1.8 meters tall, his frame slender, yet not diminutive. His features are unremarkable, save for a pair of warm, clear eyes that evoke an immediate sense of fondness. The boy notices her gaze and glances at her. His brows and eyes curved in a manner reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze that they each observe one another. A sudden rustling sound emerges from the long-abandoned psychiatric hospital, as if someone is swiftly approaching them through the wild grass and dry branches. A woman steps forth, her figure robust, towering roughly 1.8 meters, with pronounced cheekbones, sunken cheeks, an ashen complexion, and lips that curl eerily. The flashlight she wields illuminates each of their faces with a blinding white light, causing Mo Bao to instinctively shield her eyes. Her gaze falls upon them, her unnaturally pale face serious. "Are you the new batch of caregivers?" Jiu instinctively glances at the name tag pinned to the woman's pink caregiver uniform. Through the murky light, he barely discerns her information. Caregiver supervisor, surname Wu. Noticing her companions remain silent, Jiang nods. "Yes." The woman seems disinclined to engage in further dialogue, urging them, "Hurry inside." The patients have been waiting impatiently. After leaving this statement, she turns and strides briskly into the depths of the psychiatric hospital, flashlight in hand. Jiu observes that aside from her initial inquiry, this caregiver supervisor exhibits little interest in their group of newcomers. She does not introduce herself nor inquire about their names, her dismissive demeanor suggesting not a lack of time, but rather a belief that such inquiries are unnecessary. The others also sense the peculiarity. Exchanging glances among themselves, the group follows the woman, traversing the long courtyard overgrown with weeds, and enters the main hall of the hospital. Inside, beside the empty nurse's station, a solitary light shines, while the emergency exits and elevator glow green, leaving the rest shrouded in darkness. This darkness is a pure, impenetrable black, as if an obsidian wall stands before them, rendering their powerful flashlights ineffective against it, instilling a fear that at any moment, a pallid, swollen hand might emerge from the shadows, dragging them into the abyss. Supervisor Wu tucks the flashlight under her arm, bending to retrieve several sheets of paper from the nurse's station. Dipping her fingers in her mouth, she moistens them and counts the pages, leaving several damp blood fingerprints on the paper before handing it to them. "Find your name on the sign-in sheet, sign it, and place it on the nurse's desk. Remember the number above it to collect your uniforms and ID badges from the cabinet. Do not mix them up. The four of you will follow the odd numbers for day shifts and even numbers for night shifts. From now on, day shift personnel may first head to the staff dormitory to rest and switch with the remaining members tomorrow. Here are the safety rules for day and night shifts at our psychiatric hospital. Do not forget to review them." After issuing her instructions, she retrieves the flashlight from under her arm, swiftly disappearing into the enveloping darkness. What remains? Jiu ponders thoughtfully. It seems that tonight's duty is destined to be anything but peaceful. With the cutscene concluded, only they remain before the nurse's station, that Mo Bao holds the sheets of paper with a look of disdain, while the group examines them intently. The order on the sign-in sheet reads by Jiang Ji, Gu Yu, Feng Ling, and Mo Bao. Jiu turns to Mo Bao, his tone gentle. "It appears we will be on duty together tonight." However, Mo Bao's expression reveals a hint of worry. She trusts Feng Ling and Jiang Ji, whom she has exchanged a few words with, far more than the last to arrive, Jiu. The safety rules for both day and night shifts are printed in bold red text. The first page densely packed with information. Haixiang Psychiatric Hospital Caregiver Safety Guidelines. Welcome, caregivers, to Kaohsiung Psychiatric Hospital, the oldest psychiatric facility in this city, that we boast the most tranquil doctors, the most amiable patients, and the most humane management. To ensure your safety and the proper conduct of medical services during your tenure, please adhere to the following guidelines. We believe you will feel the warmth of a home within our institution. Note: this guideline is for internal personnel only. Please keep it confidential and do not disclose it to outsiders. Point 1. That the hospital operates from 8:00 a.m. to 10:00 p.m. Night shifts run from 10 p.m. to 8 o'clock a.m. Please adhere strictly to your scheduled hours, avoiding tardiness or early departures. Point 2. To always maintain a polished appearance. Wear clean attire, refrain from heavy makeup and jewelry, and ensure your ID badge is displayed while on duty. 3. Patients in this hospital are highly sensitive. Please refrain from loud conversations, screaming, or running in the hallways. 4. Day shift shall conduct no more than 5 rounds of inspections per day before entering a room. Ensure the room number does not exceed 5 visits. Night shifts must conduct at least 2 rounds, so plan your time wisely. 5. Personal belongings should be stored in the red cabinets. If you notice hair, nails, or teeth inside, promptly close the cabinet door. 6. Currently, there is only one attending physician. Ensure that the person you see is the one wearing glasses, that if he removes his glasses, do not respond to him at all. 7. Remember, the patient in room 1 dislikes teeth. The patient in room 2 dislikes reflective objects. The patient in room 3 dislikes brightness. The patient in room 4 has an affinity for blood. The patient in room 5 favors the color red. And the patient in room 6 produces strange noises. However, they are all quite friendly, so there is no need for alarm. 8. Do not consume anything offered by the patients, and dispose of such items in the 3rd stall of the restroom as soon as possible. 9. Currently, there are only 6 patients residing in the hospital. If you encounter a patient wearing the number 7 hospital gown, do not raise an alarm, and do not let him realize you have noticed him. 10. Caregivers are to remain on the 1st and 2nd floors. Do not venture to the 3rd floor or above, as this is the territory of the director and attending physician. The 2nd page contains fewer rules. Titled Supplementary Safety Guidelines for Night Shift Caregivers. 1. The patients in this hospital are quite cheerful. If you hear sounds of banging, laughter, or weeping from the rooms, please inquire patiently about their needs through the door, and be sure to fulfill them. 2. If you hear the sound of a ball being bounced in the hallway, immediately close your eyes and patiently await its departure. 3. There are no children in this hospital. If you hear the sound of a child, please swiftly run to the 1st floor hall and play music over the intercom. 4. Ensure that your flashlight is fully charged. If you notice shadows behaving unusually, stand on your toes and wait for the shadow to return to normal. 5. Nighttime is when patients are sound asleep. If you discover patients collectively leaving their rooms, swiftly escape the hospital. Chapter 24. Kaohsiung Psychiatric Hospital. 4. Upon reviewing these guidelines, it is evident that the night shift requires adherence to more numerous and complex rules, suggesting a higher degree of danger. Nevertheless, the duration of the shifts is relatively shorter, leaving one uncertain as to which is preferable. Yet, upon reading these regulations, an air of apprehension settles over the group. They solemnly sign their names on the sign-in sheet. The atmosphere is so grave that it resembles the signing of a death warrant. Mo Xianbao is the first to break the silence, her face drawn in despair. This is the end. How can I possibly remember all this? My memory is the worst. She looks imploringly at Jiang, clasping her hands together in a gesture of prayer. Classmate, please help me. Jiang smiles, his previously unremarkable face now softened by gentle, innocent eyes. I will do my utmost. That it's almost midnight. We should hurry to change clothes and prepare for the shift, Feng Ling remarks, glancing at the clock on the hall's wall, a sense of dread washing over her as if facing the guillotine. Her gaze towards Jiang and Mo Xianbao is laden with complexity. You too. Please be careful. Though uncertain of where the danger may lurk, or what the first night may entail, she nonetheless hopes that amidst the potential presence of organizational members, they will all manage to navigate this peculiar ordeal unscathed. Keep the safety guidelines securely stored. They found the lockers next to the restroom on the 1st floor, illuminated by their flashlights. The entire wall was lined with crimson lockers, the vibrant red reminiscent of freshly spilled pig's blood. Resembling not lockers but rather compartments meant for storing ashes. By Jingbi remarked, damn. Why does it feel like this psychiatric hospital is not just the patients who are unhinged? What a ghastly aesthetic. The group, steeling themselves, dispersed to search for their respective red lockers inscribed with their names. The locker numbers varied significantly among them. Mo Xianbao, petite and barely exceeding 1.50 meters, discovered that her locker was situated on the topmost rows. After tiptoeing and peering for quite some time, it was ultimately Jiang who retrieved her belongings and extended her hand to assist in bringing it down. Their caretaker uniforms were also pink, the fabric exuding a foul stench reminiscent of something that had festered in river water for 3 days. Jiang, possessing a mild case of obsessive cleanliness, engaged in a brief mental battle before resigning herself to don the uniform. She fastened her ID badge to her chest, prompting Mo Xianbao to tease. Guyu, has anyone ever mentioned that you give off a wife-like aura? Jiang remained silent, and Mo Xianbao was a severe internet addict, invariably infusing her speech with online jargon. That moment, a sudden, startled exclamation escaped Feng Ling's lips. Ah! The voice was tinged with panic and terror, yet mindful of the safety regulations, the volume was kept within reasonable limits. The group hurried over, while Jiang, wishing to conceal the flaw in her right leg, lagged behind. Inside Feng Ling's locker lay a gruesome sight. Bloodied teeth, a whole chunk of scalp with hair, and what appeared to be freshly torn-off fingernails. Jiang quickly closed the locker door, her voice trembling as she attempted to maintain composure. It's all right. With not even midnight having arrived, such a situation had everyone doubting their suitability for saving the world. Yet, none chose to withdraw. The atmosphere was palpably heavier. It always takes time for ordinary individuals to adapt. As midnight approached, Jiang and Feng Ling bid farewell to the others and headed to the staff dormitory. The second floor housed the wards, the primary area for Jiang and Mo Xianbao's rounds. Jiang tugged at her pastel pink caretaker uniform, her expression decidedly uncomfortable. The uniforms at Kaohsiung Psychiatric Hospital were tailored for women. Enforced onto her frame, they felt constricting and awkward. Come on, let us go check the wards. Just as Mo Xianbao was about to speak, a sound erupted from her stomach, a rumble that made her apple-like face flush crimson. I think I might have eaten something bad. I need to visit the restroom first. How about you check the wards first, and I'll follow shortly? No problem. Jiang replied readily that I am in a world rife with perilous and bizarre rules. Sometimes acting independently felt safer. Jiang watched as Mo Xianbao hurriedly clutched her stomach and dashed into the women's restroom before she ventured into the dark corridor of the second floor. Flashlight in hand. The corridor was eerily silent, so quiet that it cast doubt on the presence of any patients that a chill breeze wafted through the protective railing, brushing against the nape of her neck. A cold sensation mingled with a faint, putrid odor. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a ball bouncing against the floor at the end of the corridor. The muted staccato thuds echoed ominously. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang's scalp prickled. She hadn't anticipated encountering a taboo so soon after midnight. Indeed, even a basic trial was proving to be less straightforward than expected. She quickly shut her eyes, leaning against the corridor wall, feigning a statue-like stillness. Thud, thud, thud. The ball rolled to her feet and finally came to a halt. She heard no footsteps accompanying it. Who could be dribbling a ball at this hour? Jiang's heart raced, her mind fixated on the resolute thought. Under no circumstances should she open her eyes. The ball lingered beside her for a considerable time, a frigid presence slowly creeping up her back, as if something was pressing against her face. Observing her expression, she froze, her palms slick with perspiration. Suddenly, the ball bounced back up, striking her knee sharply. The prosthetic leg quivered violently, and Jiang lost her balance, crashing to the ground, her flashlight skidding several meters away. Her tightly shut eyelids trembled, yet she valiantly resisted the urge to open them. Witnessing her refusal to reveal her eyes, the entity grew furious, emitting a series of hissing sounds by her ear, sharp nails scraping against her spine and sensitive areas along her waist. Jiang's body tensed, yet her eyelids remained steadfastly closed. This standoff persisted for nearly 10 minutes before the entity finally relented. The sound of the ball resumed, gradually receding into the distance until it vanished entirely. Jiang cautiously opened her eyes, her complexion pale and her back soaked with sweat. She resecured her leg and picked up the flashlight. Fortunately, this was merely an introductory trial. Had she encountered one of the peculiar rules earlier, it could have triggered simultaneous repercussions. For instance, if she had dropped the flashlight and an ominous shadow appeared, it would have spelled disaster. Jiang composed her racing heart as she stood before the first ward, hesitating to peer inside. The rules delineated what the patients disliked and favored, that yet the definitions of dislike and like could easily diverge. Dislike might stem from fear, while like could signify a desire for possession. What conditions would these patients be in? Chapter 25 Kaohsiung Psychiatric Hospital 5. Although this affliction could lead to certain psychological damage, many of those forcibly admitted were initially normal individuals. They were separated from their families and confined to cramped, dimly lit wards. Daily, they could only glimpse the outside world through small windows and iron doors, filled with trepidation and despair. Occasionally, under the guise of treatment, they might escape the suffocating darkness of their wards. only to be forcibly restrained and injected with medication by the caretakers assigned by the attending physician. That it was no wonder that many normal individuals sent to psychiatric hospitals spiraled into madness. At night, after taking sedatives, patients typically succumbed into deep slumber. Thus, the first rule in the safety guidelines stating that patients were exceedingly cheerful was undoubtedly erroneous. Complying with the hospital's directives, Jiang donned her protective gear and stood before the door of the first ward, cautiously lifting her gaze to confirm the room number. Indeed, it was room 201, without a doubt. She did not rush in. Instead, she knocked gently on the door and paused to wait. Hearing no strange noises from within, she finally opened the door and stepped inside. The dimly lit, dilapidated ward was permeated by a strong scent of disinfectant. The walls had been largely stripped of their paint, revealing a moldy surface covered in patches of brownish blood, some large, others spattered. This brought Jiang's mind to the laughter, impacts, and cries mentioned in the safety guidelines. These stains likely resulted from doctors treating patients or patients self-harming by banging their heads against the walls. Inside the ward, there lay only a single bed and a lopsided tin bucket emitting a foul odor. The stench of decaying food mingled with the acrid scent, creating a nauseating atmosphere. The room was devoid of light, save for a rusty little window on the door that allowed a sliver of fresh air to seep in. Lying motionless on the bed was a figure, silent to the point of appearing lifeless. Jiang directed her flashlight toward the shadow, hesitating to approach, instead observing from a distance. The leprosy hospital was established with local funding to isolate patients, and the monthly budget was contingent upon the number of leprosy patients. The director and attending physician would not wish to see these patients perish. The occupant of room 1 was a man in his 50s or 60s. His leprosy symptoms were not particularly pronounced, with only a few light-colored patches on his orange peel-like skin, smooth in texture, devoid of infiltration. According to Jiang's research, this condition fell within the realm of self-healing. Yet, the patient lay there quietly on the single bed, emaciated as if he were a mere husk, devoid of vitality. It was easy to envision his later years spent in solitude within the confines of this psychiatric hospital. Calmly, Jiang shone her flashlight beneath the bed, into the crevices of the walls and inside the tin bucket. She found no other anomalies. Jiang meticulously scrutinized every nook and cranny of the ward with her flashlight. At the foot of the bed, she discovered a series of slender, robust characters. Sun Xingxuan. Was this the name of the patient in room 1? As she pondered, her peripheral vision caught sight of something protruding from the arched back of the patient. Shining her flashlight, she discerned that most of it was obscured by the blanket, making it difficult to see clearly. She muted her footsteps further, awkwardly crouching down to reach into the thin, damp blanket enveloping the patient. The body felt frigid, void of any warmth. Even through the patient-esque clothing, she could feel the sharpness of his bony spine. With a slight tug, she extracted a piece of red fabric, tightly knotted. This scrap of cloth, originating from an unknown source, was just large enough to fit over a head. Apologies, but I must take this piece of fabric. Jiang thought to herself that if something were to happen to the patient at this moment, it could jeopardize the completion of the bizarre rules narrative. Ding. Obtained key clue. Red scrap of cloth. A new plot twist? Jiang steadied herself against the bed, but as she straightened her other leg, a sudden numbness coursed through it. The flashlight clattered against the bedpost, rolling across the floor and coming to rest beneath the bed. Alarmed, she quickly leaned in to retrieve it, her light flickering upon a small note wedged within the gap of the bed slats. She reached out and pulled the note free at that moment. Jiang noticed the elderly man's eyelids beginning to tremble violently. Without hesitation, she quickly exited the room. Bang! Just as the heavy iron door slammed shut and locked. A wrinkled, bloodied hand thrust itself through the iron window. The small note tucked within the bed slats seemed to have brushed against some forbidden boundary, inciting patient 1 to frantically batter his head against the iron door. His mouth emitted a bizarre and unsettling laughter at times, while at others, he wept like a typical elderly person. Jiang locked eyes with the patient, whose gaze was marred by crimson streaks. His heart raced like thunder, yet he felt compelled to remain. The first rule of night duty stipulated that when sounds of banging, laughter, or crying emanated from the ward, one must patiently inquire about their demands and endeavor to fulfill them. However, Rule 7 contradicted this by stating that patient 1 had an aversion to teeth, creating an evident conflict. Any inquiry into his demands would inevitably reveal them. Jiang lowered his gaze, pondering deeply for a moment. Before retrieving his phone from his pocket and swiftly typing a few words, pressing the device against the iron door. The text-to-speech feature activated, and a sweet mechanical female voice emerged from the phone. "May I inquire what you require?" The volume was perfectly calibrated for the confined space. Patient 1 struck the door a few more times, but the sturdy barrier proved resilient. After a considerable pause, a begrudging voice finally responded, raspy as if nails were scraping against bark. "I want to see my daughter." "Daughter?" Jiang noted this crucial piece of information. He quickly typed another message on his phone, converting it to speech for patient 1 to hear. "Understood. I empathize with your feelings. I have recorded your request. It may take 1 to 3 working days. Please be patient." The rules compelled him to accommodate, yet what could a mere attendant achieve? He could only fulfill the emotional need of the other party. Assuring him that any request could be documented and relayed, that he merely stated 1 to 3 working days, without guaranteeing a resolution. Chapter 26. Hybox Psychiatric Hospital in the other rooms. Jiang employed the same method. The conditions in both patient 1 and patient 2's rooms were not severe, lacking any grotesque mutations. Room 3, located at the corner of the corridor, was devoid of any light. The rules indicated that the patient in room 3 detested brightness. Entering with a flashlight could lead to terrifying consequences. Without the flashlight, he would traverse the dark corridor alone, unaware of what monsters lurked in the inky shadows, poised to devour him. Yet, this did not daunt him. Jiang stood silently for half a minute before abruptly turning around. Unlike those ordinary souls ensnared in tales of the bizarre, he was fortunate to be adequately prepared due to prior warnings. From his backpack, he extracted an exceptionally long selfie stick, a staple for outdoor adventures. This sturdy stick was not only a potential means of self-defense, but also extended to 10 meters and was fitted with an infrared night vision camera. He carefully maneuvered it through the narrow slot of the food window, peering into the less than 5-square-meter confines of room 3. Blood-red fingerprints marred the walls, as if someone had bitten their fingers and smeared the walls with blood. Dried brown blood was overlaid with fresh stains, a sight that could provoke intense discomfort in those with a fear of clusters that in the late stages of leprosy, tactile and perceptual impairments arise, making it easy for individuals to engage in self-harm without feeling pain. The blood-written phrases echoed repeatedly. "I want to kill them. Don't go to the 3rd floor." The 3rd floor, the director, and the attending physician? Jiang mused, realizing that ascending further posed greater dangers. Patient 1 was an elderly man. Patients in rooms 2 and 3 were middle-aged, in their 30s or 40s. Room 4 housed a young man in his 20s. The patient in room 5 had a red cloth draped over her face, her limbs restrained to the bed frame, and her wrists bore bruises and lumps. Jiang stood quietly beside her, faintly sensing the rise and fall of her breath beneath the cloth. She was the only female among these leprosy patients, and her name was inscribed at the foot of the bed. Sun Lan. Sun Lan, Sun Xingquan. Was this merely a coincidence, or could the patient in room 5 be the daughter patient 1 wished to see? Jiang's hand hovered over the red cloth, but suddenly, a wave of trepidation seized him. In that instant, a powerful intuition warned him that lifting the cloth would mean his demise. He decisively withdrew, turning to leave. His palms were clammy with sweat, his heart racing like a drum, and he hurriedly retreated from room 5. Yet he failed to notice that the red cloth had slipped from his grasp as he turned, revealing a familiar visage. Jiang, still shaken, had come perilously close to uncovering the truth. Leaning against the wall, he took a moment to catch his breath, only to suddenly spot room 6, which had inexplicably appeared beside room 7, but the ominous chamber stood there, marked with the number 207 to Rule 9. If you discover the patient in room 7, do not make a sound. Do not let him realize that you are aware of his presence. Room 7 was almost upon him. Not entering seemed rather impolite. Jiang first entered room 6 to conduct his inspection. Upon exiting, he hesitated momentarily before ultimately deciding to enter room 7. The cramped, oppressive room mirrored the others, save for the shadowy figure seated beside a dilapidated single bed. This figure was neither bound by restraints nor sedated by medication. Dressed in tattered hospital garb, his towering frame made the diminutive bed appear toy-like, rendering him unable to fully stretch his limbs. His cheeks and forehead bore several pale brown spots resembling birthmarks, betraying his identity as a leprosy patient. His hair obscured much of his face, giving him the appearance of a pale corpse, expressionless as he stared at the ground, seemingly oblivious to Jiayu's presence. Jiayu's gaze swept over him without lingering, as though he were utterly invisible. While a room 7 existed in the hospital, there was no patient of room 7. He shone his flashlight around the confines of room 7. And to his surprise, there was nothing amiss. He even specifically checked the foot of the bed, finding no name tag. He had expected that, as one of the rules, something significant would be concealed within. An hour slipped by as he conducted his inspections. Upon seeing him approach, Mo Xianbao rose from her seat, stifling a yawn. "I found this." Take a look. Mo Xianbao handed him a sheet of paper. A registration form for leprosy patients' outdoor activities. It detailed the records of various patients being taken to the activity room on the 3rd floor. Among them, Sun Xingquan and others were noted as weekly attendees, while Sun Xiaolan had 3 to 4 outings weekly. However, the area for staff signatures was marred by a large ink blot, obscuring whatever had originally been written. Jiayu stared at the ink stain. Deep in thought, Mo Xianbao, seeing that he could glean nothing from it, sighed before quickly regaining her composure. "Then I'll check again in half an hour. I fear I might doze off later. And encountering danger would be dire." Jiayu nodded. All right. He produced the torn fabric strip he had discovered in room 1. Placing it on the nurse's station desk, he then handed over the selfie stick and infrared night vision camera. Speaking gently, "You might find these useful during your rounds." Mo Xianbao clasped her hands in gratitude, cheerfully taking the selfie stick and night vision device. "Thank you, big brother, for your generosity." The 1st floor lobby was the safest area of the psychiatric hospital. Jiayu's gaze wandered through the darkness for some time, yet he still felt unprepared to head directly to the 3rd floor. Mo Xianbao summoned her courage to ascend. Jiayu embarked on a thorough search of the 1st floor. He fished out the small note he had discovered earlier from the bed slats. The note, inscribed in a sharp, elegant script, listed numerous names: Sun Yunting, Sun Shanwen, Sun Lingling, Sun Shueting. Opening the leftmost drawer, he found a red-covered medical record book. The first page was dedicated to patient 5, Sun Lan. The symptoms described indeed aligned with tumorous leprosy, with lesions protruding from the skin, manifesting as variously sized and shaped lumps, a more severe and highly contagious type of leprosy, which explained the cloth covering her face. The medical history detailed that Sun Xiaolan had initially exhibited severe tendencies towards self-harm. Her mood had improved after each treatment. However, after 4 months of hospitalization, her condition had stabilized, only to suddenly deteriorate in the 8th month. What transpired during those 4 months? At this moment, Jiayu heard a series of hurried, panicked footsteps. Chapter 27. Haibox Psychiatric Hospital. It was Mo Xianbao. Fleeing from the 2nd floor, her expression was one of terror, as though she had witnessed something profoundly horrifying. Her tiptoed steps were unsteady, and the shadows behind her writhed ominously. Her flashlight flickered incessantly before finally extinguishing with a crack. Just as the shadows surged forward to engulf her, she dashed into the nurse's station. When the ghostly figures receded like a tide, and Mo Xianbao remained fixated on her own shadow, gasping for breath. I ran out of battery when I reached the last room. Thankfully, I reacted quickly and tiptoed, or I would have been dragged into the darkness by my heels. What did you see? Jiayu inquired after hearing her words, offering her a cup of warm water he had prepared in advance. Thank you. You are truly a good person. Mo Xianbao, her eyes reddening, bestowed upon him a good person card. After downing 2 large cups of water to calm her nerves, she finally asked him, "By the way, did you find any clues during your rounds?" Jiayu shook his head, the boy in the pink nurse's uniform's eyes dimming. Perhaps the key clues lay above the 3rd floor. Jiayu shared this sentiment and nodded in agreement. Upon finishing their exchange, they exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They had only known each other for a few hours, and trust was not yet established. They simply sat on either side of the nursing station, one fixating on the patient discharge form stained with ink, while the other scrutinized the ominous safety regulations in hand, both remaining vigilant against any sudden assaults from spectral entities. As the clock struck 4 in the morning, Jiayu suddenly felt a faint urge to relieve himself. He exchanged a few words with the visibly listless Mo Xianbao, but could hardly discern what was said in reply. Turning to grasp his flashlight, he exited the nursing station and ascended to the 2nd floor. Each ward was equipped with metal waste bins, and the restroom was a stark, antiquated latrine, long abandoned and hardly promising cleanliness. After what felt like an eternity, Jiu emerged, feeling entirely rejuvenated. It was no wonder the regulations stipulated that the third floor belonged to the director and attending physicians. The staircase leading to the upper floors was intriguingly painted red. Every inch of the steps drenched in crimson, with a thin red thread drawn across every 2 or 3 steps, upon which hung bronze bells, eerie and sinister. It seemed as though a formation had been set up to ward off something sinister. Without delay, he fished out a set of copper keys from his pocket, the metallic clinking resonating through the air. He conducted his rounds through the wards once more, but practice had made him swifter. And this time he completed his checks in half the time. The elderly occupant of room 1 was undisturbed, sleeping peacefully. However, upon reaching room 5, he found the bed eerily vacant, the patient having vanished without a trace. In contrast, the occupant of room 7 remained motionless, resembling a statue, seemingly unmoved for hours. After locking the last room with a click, the corridor fell into a heavy silence, suddenly pierced by a feminine voice from behind. "Why did you enter room 7? A petite girl had appeared behind him, her nose nearly brushing against his spine, her round eyes dark and filled with disapproval. "You entered room 7 without permission. What if you violated the rules? Do you want to doom us all?" Emotion Bao interjected, visibly annoyed. "Stop changing the subject." Jiu continued, lost in thought. "I finally realized it's not you who can see the rules, is it? What nonsense are you spouting?" Emotion Bao shot him a look as if he were mad, her tone sharp. "If I were unaware of the rules, why would I know that we only need to check the wards twice?" Only 3 had ventured into the realm of the bizarre this time. Yet there were 4 of us here. The red cabinets, the rules inscribed in red lettering, the crimson medical records, and the scarlet scraps of cloth. I had been pondering why there was so much red present. Eventually, it dawned on me. You can't touch the storage lockers because you can't even see your own locker. The red medical record is tucked away in a drawer. Yet you haven't even glanced at it, for a red cloth covers your face, obscuring your vision. To right, Sun Lan. The moment he uttered her name, Jiu was rewarded with the familiar chime of a notification. Ding! Congratulations on uncovering the spirit Sun Lan, gaining a 4-hour safety period in the realm of the bizarre. 5 to 9 o'clock. As he finished speaking, the girl's expression darkened. Her cherubic face began to crack, revealing deep crimson protrusions beneath. She let out a raspy laugh. "Oh dear, you've caught me." Sun Lan suddenly lifted her head, her eyes now entirely white. "Since you've discovered me, you might as well stay." A chilling wind swept through the corridor, the surrounding darkness seeming to writhe with a life of its own. Yet, Jiu stood his ground, allowing the wind to tousle his hair. "That I haven't violated any rules. You can't touch me. Otherwise, you would have acted during the first round of checks." Struck by his words, the female spirit's visage turned ghastly. "When did you begin to suspect me? It's quite obvious. The MY infrared night vision camera has no record of your usage. You haven't patrolled the wards. And there were no patients in room 5 that you suggested we split up for checks, merely to let time pass and have me perish for rule violations." Jiu spoke earnestly, "But I do appreciate you helping me eliminate a wrong choice." The patients in the mental hospital were oblivious to the safety protocols known solely by internal staff. Yet Emotion Bao had intentionally misled him, suggesting he should tiptoe when encountering shadows, clearly attempting to provoke him into breaking the rules. Indeed, the realm of the bizarre offers no room for trifles. The hospital specifically noted that the safety rules were for internal personnel only and should not be disclosed to outsiders. A reminder to prevent the leprosy patients from learning too much about the protocols. The sinister glint in Sun Lan's eyes confirmed Jiu's thoughts. He had not breached the rules, thus the entities in this realm could not harm him. He nodded politely to her. "See you tomorrow." Turning, he sauntered down the staircase. Chapter 28. Kaohsiung Mental Hospital, 8 now, possessing a safety period. Jiu felt unfazed by the strange occurrences outlined in the rules. Aside from drowsiness, his mind was occupied with pondering the anomalies within the bizarre realm. Among the wards, only Sun Lan's face was obscured, suggesting the mental hospital wished to keep her in the dark about something. What was it that the female spirit sought to uncover? Ah, yes. She was eager to know the names obscured by ink on the discharge form. He descended the stairs with calm and steady footsteps. Ever mindful not to expose the flaw in his right foot, he could distinctly sense a gaze trailing him, a chilling awareness causing beads of sweat to soak his back. It was his first encounter with the spirit, and the thrill was palpable. However, With 4 hours of safety at his disposal, he could finally enjoy a restful slumber. He lay down at the empty nursing station, sleeping until the shift change at 7. And from afar, he spotted two individuals sporting pronounced dark circles under their eyes that in a single night they appeared to have aged a decade, leaving Jiu astonished. "What happened to you?" Feng Ling exclaimed, her temples pounding from a night of anxiety. "That dormitory is unfit for human habitation. We spent the night hearing the incessant dripping of blood, along with the inexplicable sounds of flesh being chopped and the grating of axes against the floor. Now close, now distant, sometimes beneath the bed, other times underfoot. They dared not venture out, unable to sleep, uncertain of when those horrors might burst through the door. But we found this in the dormitory." Even Jiang Ji, usually composed and reticent, was yawning continuously, producing an old black-and-white photograph from her pocket. The backdrop depicted the iron gates outside the hospital, yet the scene appeared far less desolate than it currently was. The photo featured 7 individuals standing before the hospital. In the center were 2 men clad in white coats, one a refined middle-aged gentleman with glasses, and the other a slightly younger doctor sporting a fashionable slicked-back hairstyle of the time. Beside them stood the head nurse and 4 nurses dressed in pink uniforms, 3 men and 1 woman. Upon flipping the photograph, a neat inscription graced the back. "I have come to believe that every profession and business that profits from humanity bears traces of evil." Though Jiu held the photograph, it failed to trigger any significant plot developments, leaving him contemplative. Jiang Ji yawned again, suddenly sensing something amiss. Her gaze swept the room, and her sluggish mind finally registered. Where was Bao? "Where is she?" Feng Ling exclaimed, panic etched across her face, covering her mouth as she stammered. The tense glances darted around the room, that if something had indeed happened to Bao, Jiu's calm demeanor would certainly raise suspicions. "Don't worry, she's fine." Jiu calmly recounted the events of the previous night, but the 2 girls remained skeptical. After all, he was the last one left, and his words alone could not be trusted. It was entirely possible that Jiu himself was the specter who had infiltrated their midst, taking advantage of the night shift to eliminate Bao and fabricate the entire incident. Jiu pulled out his phone. "I recorded the audio." This revelation left the 2 girls momentarily stunned. It was their first encounter with a human recording evidence against a spirit. After listening to the entire recording, Feng Ling and Jiang Ji finally dispelled their doubts. Feng Ling patted her chest. "That was close. Had I been paired with her, I might have truly fallen for it." Jiang Ji said nothing, but released a quiet sigh of relief. Jiu glanced at the time. You should head to work that he had no intention of sleeping, having just rested for 3 hours, which was sufficient to keep his mind alert. Moreover, with another hour left in the safety period, he aimed to explore the 3rd floor thoroughly. Just as he spoke, a figure clad in white emerged from the staircase, donning a white coat, slicked back hair, and a ghastly pallor. The doctor approached them, a blood hole piercing his forehead. His lips crimson, the badge on his chest red, attending physician Lu Jianxing. The group instinctively looked at his face, their tension easing upon seeing the glasses perched on his nose. The attending physician's dark gaze swept over them. "Where is Supervisor Wu?" No sooner had he spoken than hurried footsteps echoed, and the tall head nurse pushed a cart from the opposite side, the wheels clattering against the floor, upon seeing Jiu and the others. Her pale face displayed a look of surprise, as if questioning how they were still alive. Yet she said nothing, turning to Feng Ling and Jiang Ji, "Gather your things. It's time for the rounds." Jiu exchanged a knowing glance with her companions, urging them to stall the attending physician while she made a beeline for the 3rd floor to gather evidence present. The only individual remaining on the 3rd floor was the elusive director, who still enjoyed a period of protection that if not now, then when would she explore? She pondered whether Feng Ling and the others had understood her silent cue, as they followed the attending physician with grim expressions to conduct their rounds. Jiu watched intently as the figures entered the first patient room one after another. Soon, agonizing screams and cries erupted from within, accompanied by the deranged, distorted laughter of the attending physician. Seizing the opportunity, Jiu rushed to the 3rd floor. The ominous bells, though foreboding, were spaced apart, suggesting that the red strings were specifically intended to deter Sun Lan. They posed little obstruction to the living, however, in order to avoid attracting attention by disturbing the bells. She exerted considerable effort to navigate through them. The layout of the corridors on the third floor mirrored that of the second, yet the floor was shrouded in darkness, appearing as though it were smeared with layers of dried blood. The windows were ensnared with red thread, adorned with faded vermilion talismans, guarding against the possibility of spirits entering from outside. That it appeared that the director and the attending physician had once been gripped by an extreme fear of her. Was it only after they had exhausted all other options that they were compelled to abandon this psychiatric hospital? Upon stepping onto the third floor, Jiang immediately sensed a significant drop in temperature. The air seemed to swirl with an invisible gas, thick and suffocating, lodged in her chest, inducing a nauseating chill that she could neither expel nor swallow. Jiang had recently delved into this topic online, learning that such sensations were often attributed to the lingering resentment of restless spirits. The third floor was eerily quiet, as only the director and the attending physician remained. A lack of noise would have been far more terrifying. The director's office lay at the end of the corridor, and Jiang discreetly placed a strand of her hair on the doorknob, ensuring it would fall to the ground once the door was opened. She then turned and slipped into the office bearing the attending physician's name. Fortunately, the door was unlocked. Perhaps the physician had never considered that someone would dare to infiltrate his office unannounced. The decor of this office resembled the vintage photographs from a century ago, exuding a strong scholarly ambience with its solid wood desk and bookcase. That a gramophone rested on the desk, its needle delicately perched on a record, filling the air with enchanting classical music. That if it weren't for the pile of used syringes in the corner, along with the dried, blood-stained bandages and gauze in the trash bin, and a collection of books on the shelf titled The Book of Death. Functions of various body parts, the treatment of desire, rules and punishments, passion for the soul, a treatise, sadism and masochism, studies of conquest and submission. One might mistake it for the office of a cultured, somewhat pretentious Ritterni physician. The window bore clear imprints of bloodied hands, varying in size and shape. Jiang began to peruse the bizarrely titled books. Many black and white photographs depicting gruesome human experiments had been used as bookmarks by the owner. Most of these images focused on specific body parts, showcasing red-stained flesh that had been sliced open, with vibrant, plump organs cradled in gloved hands. That a few photos displayed faces, both male and female, their features marred by fearful, agonized expressions, with skulls cracked open to reveal their pink, wrinkled, blood-tinged brains. These photographs lay starkly on the desk, juxtaposed with the soothing classical melodies, while the outside world remained engulfed in oppressive darkness. Everything in this room starkly indicated that its occupant was a psychologically twisted and darkly perverse individual. Having meticulously studied methods of evidence collection in escape rooms, Jiang discovered a stack of old newspapers hidden within a wall cavity behind the bookcase. This stack clearly bore signs of frequent handling, with frayed edges. The first newspaper detailed the mysterious disappearance of a nurse from the Kaohsiung Psychiatric Hospital. The smiling face featured in the article was one she recognized from an old photograph salvaged from the dormitory. It belonged to that very female nurse. The article mentioned that the nurse had contacted a reporter 2 days prior to her disappearance, seeking to share some exclusive revelations, yet she vanished before their scheduled meeting, leading to subsequent articles that further speculated on her case, each more enigmatic than the last. Some newspapers claimed that the psychiatric hospital had once been an execution ground, and its transformation into a hospital had only intensified its malevolence, with male staff typically assigned to night shifts to keep the dark energies at bay. However, the female nurse's weak vitality rendered her vulnerable to the vengeful spirits that lingered in the institution. Other reports alleged that the Kaohsiung Psychiatric Hospital, ostensibly a government-funded facility for leprosy patients, was clandestinely conducting experiments on these living subjects, trading valuable organs, which explained the frequent screams emanating from within. The family of the missing nurse had also placed ads seeking information, but there seemed to be no follow-up. Jiang was intrigued. How perverse! The sheer number of collected reports was astounding. She had encountered online that this psychiatric hospital earned its reputation as a haunted house following the nurse's disappearance. And it was after this incident that supernatural rumors surrounding the abandoned facility proliferated, ultimately transforming it into a place that people avoided. Later, before the bizarre resurgence, countless curious adventurers organized expeditions to explore the site. One online user even mentioned that her biological sister had once participated in a ghost hunting team. Piecing together the photographs on the desk, Jiang began to formulate a narrative. The crumpled duty roster in the trash bin bore dates that aligned perfectly with those in the old newspapers. This schedule documented the shifts of the female nurse during the month surrounding her disappearance. The TO prevents sudden outbursts from patients. The psychiatric hospital typically assigned male staff to night shifts. The female nurse's incident occurred on the fourth night of her shift change with a male colleague. All the strange occurrences began to circulate only after her disappearance. Jiang neatly folded the duty roster, grateful for the attending physician's twisted desires, which had yielded such fruitful findings. Noticing that over an hour had elapsed, she hastily resolved to explore the next room. The operating room had long captured her interest. Historically, operating rooms have been regarded as one of the most perilous locations in horror films. Unfortunately, the operating room was locked, and she had failed to find the key in the physician's office. It was likely in the director's possession that as she passed by the director's office, she noticed the strand of hair still in place. With this thought in mind, she turned and entered the specimen display room. Upon entering the specimen display room, she felt an even more pronounced drop in temperature than in the corridor. The cold air raised goosebumps on her face and neck, while a damp chill clung to her exposed skin, as if a foul presence were wrapping around her. The scent of formaldehyde mixed with disinfectant assaulted her senses. The specimen display room was small, filled with shelves brimming with jars of various sizes. Inside the jars floated murky formaldehyde, preserving organs that had turned grayish-white. Labels bearing the names of donors adorned the bottles, yet most of the organs exhibited clear signs of degeneration and deformity. Among these grotesque specimens, she spotted a fetal specimen, approximately 15 centimeters in length, curled up in the formaldehyde, lifeless and wrinkled. Rusty iron nails protruded from the eyes of the fetus, which was still encased in a layer of flesh. A talisman, red and yellow, was affixed to the jar, its opening bound with red thread. What vendetta could have led to this? Ding! Congratulations on discovering an important clue. Fetal corpse. The chilling system notification echoed at an opportune moment. Only this specimen's jar bore no name. Among the patients, the only female, Sun Lan, had entered the hospital at the age of 16, unmarried and childless at a fetus around 4 months old, while Sun Lan's condition had stabilized within the first 4 months of her admission, had suddenly deteriorated in the 8th month. The answer was becoming increasingly evident. Thus, Sun Lan had deliberately enticed them to violate the rules, relying on murder to amplify her strength, all to retrieve this specimen from the 3rd floor. Jiang, without a moment's hesitation, seized the fetal specimen and fled. Upon grasping the fetal specimen, Jiang felt a chilling current coursing through her fingers, penetrating her limbs and converging into her dormant spirit. This sensation closely resembled the one that once ignited within her, a desire to transform the world into a bizarre paradise. Could this be the spiritual energy, a supernatural ability? Many individuals with extraordinary powers awakened them after being embroiled in eerie events. Furthermore, the forum's educational posts had noted that the awakening of such abilities was intimately linked to encounters with spirits. Everyone possessed a mental defense line, and those with resilient minds could better withstand the insidious taint of the supernatural. To attain extraordinary power, one must either fully dismantle their mental defenses to embrace the corruption and assimilation by spirits or undergo external stimuli, such as surviving life-threatening paranormal incidents. Only through the trials of life and death could one finally discern what their spirit truly yearned for, allowing for the ultimate breakthrough. Reflecting on the last occasion, when his transformation into a ghostly form had been interrupted by a sharp crack, that is so this time, that had he subtly brushed against the boundary of supernatural abilities. Jiang was elated, striving to recapture the sensation of the energy flowing through him. Yet his chest felt hollow, leaving only a gnawing hunger and relentless fatigue. His phone displayed that only 5 minutes remained until 9 o'clock. The safety period was drawing to a close. It was time for him to retreat. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled, inhaled again, and exhaled, calming the tumultuous emotions within him. His hand rested on the doorknob of the specimen display room. Just as he prepared to exit, when his peripheral vision caught sight of a pool of blood seeping through the cracks in the floor, his pupils dilated in terror, and his mind went blank. Something lurked just outside the door. In that instant, he could have sworn he heard the sinister, labored breathing of a malevolent presence lurking beyond, rising and falling like a beast poised to pounce. It felt like plunging into an icy abyss. The attending physician continues to torment the patient. This has become his daily source of amusement, and it is unlikely to conclude anytime soon. Outside the door stands the elusive director, undoubtedly waiting. Jiang understands that the reason the director has not yet entered is simply that the safe period has not yet elapsed. According to the safety regulations, the third floor is the domain of both the director and the attending physician. He too is waiting, biding his time until the safe period passes, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Inside and outside the door, a standoff ensues. Time ticks away, and blood is pooled at his feet, accumulating steadily, while the director remains outside. In a state of extreme fear, Jiang feels as though the blood within his body has nearly frozen. His mind is consumed with thoughts of how to escape. All the windows in the mental hospital are barred with steel, and the main entrance is obstructed by a malevolent entity, and he finds himself in a dire predicament, with no apparent way out. Every direction appears to lead to certain death. At last, 5 minutes have elapsed. Ding! The safe period is ended. Please strive to survive. Jiang feels the doorknob slowly turning. His eyes, bloodshot and wild, are filled with horror. He has just brushed against the edge of the extraordinary. He cannot die. In this moment, his suspicious mind flashes with numerous thoughts. Once a brilliant student from a prestigious university, now a wretched being plagued by excruciating bone spurs from wearing prosthetics. And the crisp sound of a slap as he teeters on the brink of collapse. No, he refuses to submit. Is there a way to render the malevolent entity blind to his presence? A supernatural ability, but what could his ability possibly be? Suddenly, Jiang's phone vibrates twice that he glances down to see an internal message from the Night Watchman app. Today's divination. You will don a mask of falsehood, eternally pursuing the anchor of the void. In that instant, Jiang's hair stands on end in fury. Damn it. He's on the brink of death, and this thing pops up to squander 2 precious seconds of his life. Is this a joke from the grave? Why not just deliver a dire omen directly? Wait that a spark of inspiration ignites in Jiang's mind. Falsehood? Void? Could it be that by rendering himself void, he might evade calamity? Could this be the hint bestowed upon him by the seer? In that moment, an overwhelming understanding floods his heart. It feels as if a vacuum within him absorbs the surrounding spiritual energy, repurposing it for his own use. Until he reaches a critical threshold, he must not halt. No, you cannot stop. Blood streams from his eyes and ears as he closes his eyes, continuously affirming to himself. What is the void? What is falsehood? Who can determine what is real in this world? Thus, I shall declare my truth. Jiang opens his eyes. The door has been pushed halfway open, just as he is about to meet those frenzied, blood-red eyes. A surge of silver light suddenly bursts forth from his depths. Jiang watches in astonishment as he melts into a pool of blood, perfectly merging with the crimson liquid in an instant. All of his spiritual energy is drained, and he can only maintain this form for 3 minutes. Jiang is overwhelmed with exhilaration, his eyes welling with tears that he has ascended. He has achieved it. He is now a wielder of supernatural powers, and his ability is to make lies manifest. The director flings open the door to the specimen display room, yet the stark emptiness reveals no sign of life. The once refined and gentle face in the photograph is turned pale and cold, its hue akin to the corpses preserved in formaldehyde. The director's blood-red eyes scour every inch of the room, screaming in madness and distortion. Where are you? Where are you? Do you think you can hide? Upon discovering the vacant spot where the fetal specimen should be, his pupils tremble in disbelief as he strides forward, searching left and right, growing increasingly enraged, nearly driven to madness. Damn it, damn it. Meanwhile, Jiang has begun to flow slowly along the blood pooling on the floor. The blood trickles at a sluggish pace, taking 3 minutes to reach the staircase. Listening to the sounds of fury and destruction emanating from the specimen display room, he morphs back into human form, feeling his senses sharpen, his mind clear, and his spirit rejuvenated. It is as if a gray veil that once shrouded his world has been lifted, allowing him to perceive reality anew. But now is not the time to revel in his powers. He rushes down to the 2nd floor, only to collide with the attending physician emerging from the ward, his expression one of surprise, upon seeing the fetal specimen cradled in Jiang's arms. The physician's charming demeanor shatters, revealing a visage of blood-red skin, a mouth lined with serrated teeth, and a forked tongue that flicks eagerly, his eyes narrowing like those of a lizard. Behind him, Feng Ling and Bai Jingbai, both pale and expressionless, are left dumbstruck. "Run!" Jiayu manages to shout at them. The blood-red tongue lashes out, extending several meters to ensnare Jiayu tightly. Bound by the constricting force, he is dragged inexorably in one direction. The physician's eyes glisten with hunger, drool saturating half his clothing. Even with Feng Ling and Bai Jingbai directly behind him, he does not spare them a glance, his gaze fixated on the fetal specimen jar in Jiayu's grasp. Jiayu comprehends the reason all too well. The malevolent entity cannot resist the allure of blood ties. With every ounce of strength, he bellows, "Sun Lan, if you do not come out now, your child will be devoured." Chapter 31. Gaoxiang Mental Hospital. These words seem to trigger something. Room 5 bursts open with a loud bang. Strands of hair cascade like a dark ocean from within, wrapping around his wrists, ankles, and neck. The hair writhes and twists, cold yet resilient, embedding itself deeply into his skin, leaving wounds that expose his white bones. Agonizing pain surges through Jiayu, his veins bulging, the blood draining from his face. Were it not for the enhanced physique of a supernatural wielder, his body would have been torn to shreds by this overwhelming force. Jiayu clutches the fetal corpse tightly, desperate to meld it with his own body. Fearing it might be snatched away, the agony reaches its peak, his light-colored pupils flooding with crimson. Sun Lan remains hidden in room 5, refusing to show herself. Yet neither combatant will relinquish their claim to the infant corpse. One strives to engulf it, while the other pulls it back into the ward, indifferent to Jiayu's plight. Feng Ling and Bai Jingbai wish to assist, but are at a loss, fearing that any exertion might cause Jiayu to dissipate. Ultimately, however, Sun Lan's strength prevails. The blood-red, tongue-covered appendage proves too slippery, unable to maintain its grip. Jiayu, drenched in blood, is gradually dragged toward room 5. The attending physician suddenly adopts a different countenance, his blood-red eyes dark and menacing. Yet the words that emerge from his lips are suffused with a false gentleness, laced with persuasion. "Little Lan, have you forgotten what we discussed? I will take you and your father out of the mental hospital, as long as you cooperate. Have you forgotten? Little Lan, I know you no longer trust me. This child is indeed a stillborn, and I too am saddened to see him perish. But he is also my child. How could a father not love his own? I preserved him as a specimen so that he could always remain with us. This is not the time for your stubbornness, that we will soon leave this hospital. Stop your antics and hand him over. Be obedient. Really, you will truly take us out." The physician's lizard-like face, marred with granules, flashes with cunning. "Of course. When have I ever lied to you?" The female specter within has fallen silent. Yet Jiayu senses the force restraining him begin to wane. The inky strands of hair gradually release their grip, pulling away. The attending physician gazes hungrily at him and the fetal corpse he holds, his expression growing increasingly gleeful and grotesque. Jiayu is struck with alarm. "Seize it. Why are you not seizing it? Damn it. Love-struck foolishness leads to disaster. No wonder, after centuries, he remains ensnared by the physician's deceit. Jiayu has no intention of becoming the physician's meal. No, at best, he is merely a side dish to the corpse. A cherry tomato and a steak. Struggling, he retrieves an object from his pocket and hurls it at the physician. The attending physician does not even glance, effortlessly dodging, a wicked smile curling his lips. Such a trivial trick. Yet, Jiayu notices the boy's smirk of triumph at the tip of his tongue. Behind the physician, Bai Jingbai, who had been feigning background decorum, leaps up to catch it. Looking down to discover it is a red scrap of cloth tied in a knot. Jiayu struggles to turn his head, shouting toward the now silent room 1. "Son Xingqiuan, don't you want to see your daughter? I brought her to you. Come and see what kind of daughter you've raised alive. She was merely foolish in love. Now, even in death, she clings to it." Bai Jingbai immediately grasps the implication, slipping past the physician. She rushes toward room 1, but the physician's expression darkens, his arm extending ominously to grasp her. The female specter, still concealed in room 5, grows frantic. The oily, slippery strands of black hair dart toward the fleeing Bai Jingbai, aiming for her heart. She has violated the hospital's safety regulations. The hospital forbids loud shouting, screaming, or running in the corridors. Bai Jingbai seems to possess a sixth sense, her body twisting nimbly as she dodges. To onlookers, her speed appears to have surged dramatically, deftly avoiding the attacking hair, flinging open the door to Room 1 that within the once quiet Room 1. Perhaps the calming effects of the drugs have worn off. Or perhaps the stimulus of the red cloth has incited a reaction. Suddenly, a shadow bursts forth, violently shoving Jing by a side, diving straight into Room 5 soon. The sounds of flesh being gnawed and the terrified screams of a woman fill the air. "Father, no, spare me. I was wrong." The screams grow weaker and eventually fade away. Indeed, Sun Xingquan's request to see his daughter was not born of longing. Instead, it was because that blood relatives serve as the finest sustenance for malevolent entities. Initially, the evidence pointed Gu in a singular direction, revealing a narrative of a doctor colluding with a nurse to exploit a young girl afflicted with leprosy. The female nurse, who inadvertently stumbled upon the grim truth, sought to expose the malefactors but ultimately fell victim herself. From the outset, this mental institution had transformed into an altar for those with ulterior motives. Before returning to his homeland, Lu Zhenxing had become entangled with a nefarious cult abroad, intent on resurrecting sinister practices. Yet, fearing the wrath of vengeful spirits, he resorted to red-painted bells and talismans, even affixing blindfold pins to the deceased infants. Yu remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Sun Lan's transformation into a ghost. Yet it did not hinder her from being manipulated by the doctor's post-mortem, ultimately becoming a specter of the very institution that wronged her. The nurse who uncovered the hospital's brutal reality and approached Sun Lan with offers of assistance could not foresee that the tragic leper girl would turn around and divulge the entire matter to the attending physician. Sun Xingquan might still harbor affection for his daughter, but the meticulously chosen names on the note revealed a deeper affection for his grandson. The ominous architecture exuded a malevolent aura, and the piece of red cloth suppressed his transformation into a ghost. Unless unforeseen circumstances intervened, it would likely culminate in Sun Xingquan's demise before he could become a specter, at which point Sun Lan could indulge in her father's flesh to amplify her ghostly powers through the blood of a direct relative. Sun Xingquan could neither accept the betrayal of his daughter conspiring with the doctor to orchestrate his demise, nor could he fathom that his grandson had been a pawn in the sinister game concocted by his daughter and the physician from the very beginning. A concoction designed to lead him down the path of grotesque transformation, embodied in the infant soup prepared for him. With Sun Lan gone, the doctor hastened to engulf him. As misfortune compounded, the corridor echoed with the sound of rapid footsteps. The director appeared at the staircase's bend, his visage grotesquely sprouting dense black hair akin to a spider, his eyes transformed into voids devoid of light, and his mouth grotesquely agape, revealing yet another mouth within. They could not allow these entities to seize the ghostly specimen. Yu hurled the ghostly specimen into the air towards her companion across the way, shouting, "Take it!" Jingbi, living up to expectations, leaped to catch it. Upon witnessing the infant specimen snatched away, the director and the doctor's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty rage, emitting bestial howls. They cast Yu aside and lunged toward Jingbi. In the ensuing struggle, the sound of shattering glass resonated. Looking down, they realized the vial had become riddled with cracks, and the red thread and bell, bound by secret means, had quietly unraveled. The pins that held the infant's eyes in place loosened and fell away, revealing its entirely black eyes staring through the translucent flesh. Jingbi, in terror, observed the infant's body rapidly growing within the vial, progressing from 4 months to 5 to 6, then and finally 9 months. Tender fingers and toes began to sprout, and the fused lips parted. The sounds emitted were not cries, but an eerie laughter that enveloped the entire institution. Chapter 32. The High Box Mental Institution 12 Jingbi, quick of hand, cast the infant's corpse away. The glass shattered upon impact, spilling formaldehyde across the floor. The lifeless body of the century-old infant began to stretch its limbs and crawl on the ground, eliciting horror from all onlookers. For this infant was far more malevolent than Sun Lan, whose mind had succumbed to love. As the infant adjusted to the external world, its head began to tremble violently, accompanied by the thunderous sound of approaching footsteps. Shadows flickered in the corridor, and as they drew nearer under the dim light, numerous pale corpses clad in patient uniforms emerged at the staircase's entrance. That a conservative estimate suggested at least 20 to 30 bodies blocking the way, each met with a gruesome fate. Some had their skulls split open, revealing empty cavities. Others bore intact heads but had hollowed eye sockets. and some wore bloodied patient garb, their emaciated forms swaying in the breeze as if their insides had been hollowed out. These long-deceased bodies conjured an unsettling sense of throngs. The foremost faces among the deceased bore a striking resemblance to the nurse trio from the photographs. The further back the corpses were, the more contemporary their attire became. These remnants had inexplicably become the ghostly servants of the infant. Hiss! Feng Ling murmured. Have we disturbed a nest of ghosts? The staircase was sealed tight, with a dead end behind them. Leaving them with no escape, the Jiu leaned against the wall, her face drenched in sweat from blood loss, her voice weak. We must head to room 7. Look at the sky outside, Feng Ling exclaimed. What had appeared to be dawn had darkened to an inky black, with a few sparse stars barely visible. The last remaining streetlights had extinguished completely. Night is the time for patients to rest peacefully. If you discover patients leaving their rooms en masse, please evacuate the institution immediately. How could this be? Could it be the ghostly domain of the infant? A heavy dread settled in their hearts. A ghost domain, at least a sea-level specter. Was this merely an introductory trial? Soon, anguished screams echoed from behind, mingled with the sounds of flesh being devoured and the infant's eerie laughter. Turning back, they found the doctor had become the infant's meal. His blood soaking the infant's wrinkled gray-white visage, while jagged teeth tore at his cheek, ripping away a substantial chunk of flesh, still clinging to a massive, terrified eyeball. The ghostly servants, akin to zombies yet unnaturally swift, bore sharp claws tainted with dense, ghostly energy. Just as they were about to touch by Jingbi's back, a blood-solidified doppelganger sprang forth to intercept the lethal strike. What is this? Jiu gazed in disbelief. Feng Ling had slashed her wrist, blood gushing forth, her face paling in pain. Run. My blood can only create 3 doppelgangers. The infant swiftly consumed an adult male, its sights now set on Sun Xingchuan in room 5. Soon, the air in room 5 was filled with blood-curdling shrieks. Da-da, child, I am your grandfather. The scream was abruptly cut off as the nurse with an oddly smiling face lunged forward, and a second blood doppelganger leaped to block the way. After sacrificing another wave of blood, Feng Ling's complexion turned even paler, her frail body swaying precariously, yet she persevered, refusing to collapse. However, her steps slowed, and trembling with pain, she fumbled for her keychain to unlock room 7. The keys for the various rooms were identical, and their luck ran thin this time, as they struggled through several failed attempts. Finally, the last doppelganger was shredded by the infant. The door swung open at last. They rushed inside and slammed the door shut. Da-da! Feng Ling instinctively cried out. The items in by Jingbi's hands fell to the floor. They had just patrolled the rooms with the doctor and had not entered room 7. Now they were met with the sight of a figure with a pallid face, vacant eyes, and bloodstains all over, unmistakably not a living being. Upon gasping in shock, Feng Ling recalled the safety protocol. If you discover a patient wearing the uniform of room 7, please do not make a scene, lest you alert him to your awareness. It's over. Despair washed over her. The man slowly turned towards them, his face marred with mottled blemishes like a curse, curling into a sinister grin. Can you see me? In that moment, the exhausted by Jingbi and Feng Ling felt paralyzed. Advancing meant death. Retreating also meant death. The TO subject them to sea-level rules in an introductory trial. What kind of salvation organization was this? It was clearly an inhumane entity bent on exterminating humanity. Can you see? Can you see? The ghostly beings have all emerged. If you don't take action, we will truly perish. A voice, laced with impatience, echoed from behind. The group froze, as did the man. Like a defeated figure sprawled on the ground. Jiu struggled to sit up, adjusting her legs with difficulty. Stop pretending. You are one of the organization's people, aren't you? The man abruptly stood, his keen eyes resembling a hawk's, his posture erect like a soldier. The pressure of his height was palpable, yet he spoke with a nonchalant tone, as if caught in wrongdoing. Ah, I've been discovered. Bang, bang, bang. The ghostly beings outside were violently battering the door. The sound of scratching on the door echoed eerily. The infant pressed against the small window through which the nurse typically delivered meals, half of its head protruding, cackling with glee. The group felt their hearts leap into their throats. The man approached slowly. When did you start to suspect me? He replied. That it sounds so familiar. As if I've heard it somewhere before, that he had only just regained some semblance of mental clarity, yet his blood was nearly drained, that he clung to the tenacious vitality of an ability user, desperately attempting to activate the power of making lies come true, repeating in his mind, "You applied a Band-Aid. You applied a Band-Aid." Until he noticed that the bleeding had indeed diminished, he exhaled a sigh of relief, parting his cracked, pale lips. From the very beginning, I had my suspicions. Even for an introductory trial, these clues came too easily. You locked the operating room door, didn't you? Those locks are not artifacts of this era. Have you ever seen a lock engraved with the words of high-quality male humans? They must have been bulk purchased from a bargain outlet, right? Furthermore, all of you are students from Tongda, or rather, survivors of a battle royale. The disguising cream was also deliberate, intended to prevent us from recognizing our comrades and fostering distrust. Indeed, the infant had nearly fully wriggled its way inside, yet the man remained oblivious. The seer glimpsed your future and gently nudged the pendulum of time, awakening you ahead of schedule. What if we did not follow the prophecy? There is no such possibility. The man's eyes flickered with an almost manic fire, proclaiming, "The seer's prophecies have never been wrong." Feng Ling interjected, dissatisfied. What if the prophecy did not specify every step? What if we truly perished? Each of them had narrowly awakened their abilities, where a mere millisecond's delay could lead to dismemberment. Then after your demise, I shall pave the way for the seer here. The man spoke with a calm, yet frenzied demeanor. This world shall not permit the existence of any prophecy that defies the seer. This dark, fanatical proclamation left them with growing doubts about the composition of this savior organization. Chapter 33. The Highbox Asylum. The ghostly infant crawled its entire body into room Note 7 that IT had just indulged in a feast. Its form smeared with viscous blood and remnants of flesh. These bloody fragments of meat and bone belonged to its father, its grandfather, and perhaps even a portion of its mother. The discarded remains clung to its body like a blood-soaked shroud sculpted from sinew and bone. Nurtured by the flesh of its family, the ghostly infant had grown from a tender, embryonic form to that of an infant nearly a year old. Its torso, once translucent and vague, now bore a heavy, lifeless hue of ashen gray, speckled with deeper shades. The ghostly infant was delighted, giggling with glee. Its small body left a moist trail as it slithered across the floor, the air thick with the stench of decay mingled with formaldehyde. The small window on the door, akin to a cat flap, allowed only the ghostly infant's form to pass through. Soon, hoarse and terrified cries echoed from outside the door. The mournful wails pierced through the heavy iron door, one after another, growing fainter until they ceased. The director, doomed. The burly supervisor of the attendants met a similar fate, uttering a brief, anguished cry before falling silent. After devouring the last few staff members of the asylum, the ghostly servants became even more frenzied, crashing into other wards. "Help! Help!" The cries rose, ultimately devolving into sounds of swallowing and gnawing. As the ghostly infant drew nearer, the already cold air turned frigid, surpassing even the temperature of the specimen display room. It felt as though one were ensconced in a morgue's cold storage, sweat freezing in the chill, causing involuntary sneezes that in their frantic escape. The urgency of adrenaline dulled their awareness of the oppressive presence of the Class C Spectre. In that moment, silence reigned supreme. The suffocating and oppressive atmosphere threatened to overwhelm them. Goosebumps rose in waves along their arms and backs, their minds blank, as an overwhelming terror surged from within. It felt as if their strength had been drained, leaving their brains incapacitated in this endless realm of terror conjured by the ghostly infant. Everything in their sight rapidly became tainted with the scent of decay. The meager light from their flashlights was utterly engulfed. Thick darkness pouring in like cement, swiftly encroaching upon them as if to drown them in its depths. This was a terror unlike anything they had ever experienced, surpassing even the midnight butcher's chilling dread. The Class C Spectre-S domain was vast enough to envelop a town of several 100,000, that according to the explanations provided by the Investigation Bureau, the bizarre phenomena that first descended upon Blue Star were subjected to certain constraints from higher dimensions, rendering them at their weakest. Though international investigative agencies were urgently developing alarm systems capable of detecting sudden changes in magnetic fields indicative of supernatural incursions, the results of recent tests had proven inconclusive. Thus, the true calamity was poised to descend upon them. From an apartment, a street, a town, they would rapidly evolve into disasters potent enough to obliterate a city, a province, or even annihilate a nation. Presently, the world's ability users have meticulously delineated a detailed system of abilities. Enhancement types such as petrifying limbs or acceleration. Supportive abilities like healing and spiritual purification. Elemental manipulation of thunder, ice, fire, water, and earth. As well as mental abilities like dream manipulation and sensory interference, and various other categories such as mimicry, domains, rules, and concepts. Rarity did not necessarily equate to strength. The effectiveness of an ability depended on the user's development and the compatibility with their mental capacity. The level of mental strength represented the upper limits of an ability user's growth, akin to a fixed potential from birth. The rarer the rule, domain, or conceptual abilities, the higher the demands on the user's mental strength, that if someone tested at the lowest F-class mental strength, their potential would be irrevocably stunted, rendering them incapable of harnessing the full extent of their abilities. Jay did not develop any delusions of grandeur upon awakening his abilities. The three new members had awakened their powers under dire circumstances. Having undergone no physical training and lacking the capacity to control their newfound abilities. Even with powers, they could not unleash true combat prowess. They were certainly no match for this Class C ghostly infant, which had been meticulously nurtured within the asylum in the Huaxia region. Those above Class C were few and far between. In the current predicament, they could only place their hopes on the unfamiliar man. The man's hospital attire was so washed that its color was indiscernible, and his tall figure was elongated by the beam of light. The ghostly domain pressed upon them, immobilizing them. He alone remained unaffected, stepping barefoot from the bed, gracefully stretching his neck. His handsome physique unfurled, the joints of his bones and sinews crackling audibly. The man tore away his hospital gown, revealing a sharp and capable deep gray combat uniform beneath. His presence akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, piercing straight to the heart. The combat attire accentuated his figure exquisitely, a military belt cinching his narrow waist, his legs absurdly long, on his somewhat cold visage. His eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a lone wolf as he deftly drew a gun from a holster strapped to his waist. Jiu observed discreetly. The handgun was a classic, long-barreled model, its length exceeding that of conventional handguns by more than double. Unlike the submachine guns commonly available, it appeared to be crafted from a unique material, its color a blend between pure silver and black, with sleek, sharp contours. Only the stock was a translucent, blood-red gemstone, intricately engraved with designs resembling roses and crucifixes, crimson vines entwining the body of the gun, exuding a dark, Gothic aesthetic, revealing the interior of the chamber. As he turned his wrist, a faint blood light shimmered within the chamber. It was not solid bullets. The man raised the gun with both hands, aiming it at the ghostly infant, a mocking curve gracing his lips. As he declared, "Decide." Chapter 34. The Highbox Asylum click. The trigger was pulled, boom. A chilling and eerie aura erupted from the barrel, swiftly manifesting into four spectral figures that shrieked as they lunged toward the ghostly infant. The forefront of the bullet morphed into a gaping, terrifying visage, accompanied by the wailing of vengeance, wrapped in a palpable intent to kill, managing to subtly counter the ghostly domain surging towards the infant, even breaking through to charge at it directly. The ghostly infant sensed the immense, sinister power contained within those four spectral figures, its eerie smile freezing on its face. Ghost oil. The tender, high-pitched voice barely had time to utter those two words. The ghostly bullets, steeped in malice, exploded forth as anticipated, causing the ghostly infant to vanish from its position. Its ashen form leaped about like a frog, appearing on the ceiling one moment, then crouching against the wall, and in the next instant, flashing to the floor. Those spectral figures evidently possessed self-awareness, veering off to pursue the ghostly infant. For chilling, blood-red flames coursed through the air, transforming into bullets inscribed with ghostly patterns. Relentlessly hunting down the ghostly infant, bang, bang, bang. The air crackled with explosions. The ghostly infant evaded several strikes, its pitch-black eyes darting before it swiftly concealed itself behind a white mirror wall. The white mirror wall gasped in horror. Although she had awakened her speed-related abilities, she realized that even at her utmost velocity, she could not evade the bullet imbued with an aura of impending doom. The trajectory of the bullet was obscured, and a tremendous force surged towards her with a deafening roar. In the final moment of life, she could only manage to press the formatting button on her phone. Whoosh! The blood-red bullet executed a dramatic maneuver before her, causing the air to ripple and stirring her bangs as it deftly bypassed her. The white mirror wall glanced down at her phone, already in the process of formatting. That it would have been better if she had perished. Now let us turn our attention to others. Jiu. A phone Ling quietly quipped, so the online rumor of executed in 10 minutes is indeed serious. The white mirror wall, that the bullet stream pursued the ghostly infant, rampaging through the ward. The ghost oil bullets, crafted primarily from ghostly entities, were steeped in resentment. As disposable items, an ordinary ghost oil bullet required 500 points of vitality. This enhanced version was infused with 4 ghostly entities, making it more potent than 4 standard bullets combined. Its product description read, "Just fire me, and leave the rest to me." The creator of the ghost oil bullets had ingeniously preserved the self-awareness of the ghostly entities. Why should I be refined into a bullet, confined to a 4-person room, while you frolic freely here? Die, just die. Yes, once they locked onto a target, they would pursue relentlessly. Ghostly energy seeped through the walls, leaving dark, corrupted bullet holes in its wake, as the peeling paint revealed hints of cement and brick beneath. The man, Jiang Ji, cast a slight glance at the newly selected members before him. His cold, handsome face betrayed no emotion, yet inside, he was elated, fireworks igniting in celebration. Finally, they had welcomed genuine fresh blood. The struggles of entrepreneurship were arduous, and no longer would he pretend to be surrounded by a throng. This was Jiang Ji's second persona, the enforcer, fervently following the footsteps of the seer. Traversing the shadowy fringes, one is perpetually attuned to the murmurs of the abyss. The firearm, ominously dubbed blood of the tyrant, has extinguished countless bizarre and tainted sentinels of the night. Observing the battle attire of the man before her, Jiayu's expression bore a contemplative air. "So you are our new guide?" Zhongli lifted her chin slightly, the sharpness of her brows and eyes harmonizing with the delicate contours of her face. That it could be said that this role was traditionally that of the enactor. However, she must be preoccupied with her own affairs now. That he let out a derisive snort. "I am not like her. I lack the patience to coddle children. That if you cannot reach this point, that I shall seek out superior sentinels for the oracle, and you shall pay the price for your own demise." Jiayu frowned slightly. What has happened to Ji Qing? Jiang Ji, cloaked in the guise of a man, became instantly alert. The aloof man cast a significant glance at him. "Regardless, you will not perish. It would be wiser to concern yourselves with your own fates than a butterfly from the tropical rainforests of the Amazon, with the mere flutter of its wings, could incite a tornado in Texas 2 weeks hence. Since the commencement of this battle royale, your futures have irrevocably altered. It is the Oracle who has bestowed upon you a new existence. We are all tragic pawns of fate, fortunate enough to be chosen by the Oracle from the corridors of time, to become inconsequential saviors." At the mention of the Oracle, Zhang Li's previously indifferent gaze ignited with fervor and madness. "Did the Oracle glimpse into the future?" Lin Yao inquired. "What does the future hold?" Xie Jixing echoed, their voices almost in unison, exchanging glances. Zhang Li flashed a smile. "What do you think it will be like? Such distortion, strangeness, deathly silence, annihilation, are realms beyond your wildest imagination. When that day arrives, 90% of the investigative bureau will be obliterated. The rankings descending into shadowy tombstones, with an ever-growing number of corrupted humans masquerading as ordinary citizens, commuting to work, while the true human space for existence is relentlessly constricted to be. Why then, the bizarre will be ubiquitous, haunting your every step, and no matter where you flee, to the ends of the universe or the brink of the world, it shall all culminate in flesh and bone, an endless wasteland." The man snapped his fingers, and something cascaded from the air. Jiayu instinctively extended his hand to catch it, followed by Bai Jingbi and Lin Yao. Both equally bewildered, he gazed down to find resting in his palm a pitch-black instant photograph. Yet to be developed, that a wave of panic and trepidation surged within them at the sight of it, as if the imminent revelation captured within the photo was something they desperately wished to avoid. The most horrifying of scenes. Jiayu stared intently at the gradually emerging image that a sharp intake of breath echoed behind him, but he remained oblivious. Lin Yao wept profusely, her tears cascading down. She beheld herself, surrounded by security and teachers, lying lifeless on the ground, her flesh seemingly torn asunder, her eyes wide open, a grotesque smile stretching across her face. Xie Jixing felt all strength drained from her, trembling uncontrollably. She witnessed her own body, akin to butchered meat, hanging from the ceiling of the cafeteria, eviscerated and devoid of entrails, leaving only half a form. Jieyu too beheld it, his alternate self, treading an entirely different path. Suspended upon a crucifix, wrists and ankles slashed deeply, revealing blackened, decaying bones. Blood flowed from his raven locks, coiling upon the ground like a river of crimson, while that handsome visage twisted 180 degrees. Bloodied lips nailed to the earlobes, disturbingly fixated upon the battle ahead. Before him lay countless corpses clad in police uniforms, among them one in a specialized uniform. Anomalous agents of the investigative bureau? If that day were to come, then this is their future. Chapter 35, The High-Walled Asylum. Jiang Li observed the shifting expressions of the group with a bemused detachment. Jieyu and the others had never contemplated that their fates would be unveiled in such a manner, preserved in the form of an image capturing the scene of death. Lin Yao's tears flowed incessantly. She could feel the agony and terror of her demise just from that photograph. Xie Jixing opened her mouth several times. Yet no sound emerged, grappling with the acceptance that her alternate fate was to be devoured alive. Only Jieyu regarded the photo for an extended duration before suddenly bursting into laughter, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Not too shabby. Even at death's door, I can still drag so many down with me. Jiang Ji could not help but applaud the other's mindset. This antagonist was one who wholeheartedly embraced his chosen path, resolute in traversing it until the end. His philosophy, having darkened in the comics, was one of universal bizarre transformation, a figure that even phantoms would find irksome. Now that he had entered her domain, she eagerly anticipated witnessing his future transformation. Jieyu turned his gaze towards the man across from him, whose features were stark and cold. "May I pose a question?" Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. "That is your prerogative." Jieyu raised the photograph in his hand. "Is it customary for every individual entering the organization to receive such a parting gift?" Jiang Li seemed taken aback by this inquiry, glancing at him with mild astonishment before candidly replying, "Indeed." The subsequent praises for Jieyu he chose to disregard, silently marveling. Truly, to present death as a greeting gift, the oracle's mental state is indeed difficult to assess. Whoosh, 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 the fiery trails of ghostly bullets pursued the dim specter. Boom! A blinding white light erupted in the ward, causing those nearby to instinctively shield their eyes from the brilliance, acutely feeling the entire asylum shudder thrice under the impact. The surrounding plaster began to flake away, settling like ashen snow upon their heads, while the thin fabric of their caretaker uniforms tore apart under the blast, fortunately leaving their inner garments intact, sparing them from any embarrassing exposure. Once the chaotic light dissipated, the scent of charred remains filled the air. The ghostly infant had vanished, leaving behind a charred, massive pit measuring 1 meter in width and length. Within that pit lay a white, oval entity, resembling a cocoon or an egg, adorned with grotesque, twisted patterns, quietly resting. Jieyu, that Xie Jixing, that Lin Yao, that a sea-level ghostly infant was thus dispatched by a single bullet. It was far more understated than Ji Qing's brutal takedown. Even a B-level anomalous agent could not achieve such ease. At the very least, an A-level assessment of combat prowess would be requisite. This man named Jiang Li, though somewhat cold-blooded and dramatic, it must be said, his power was indeed absurdly formidable to know. Jieyu furrowed his brow. The ghostly infant had not truly vanished, he could still sense the furious and vengeful aura seething within the cocoon. The ghostly infant seemed infuriated, thrashing about inside, viviparous to oviparous. Furthermore, until now, there had been no global broadcast from it, as there had been during the extermination of the Midnight Butcher. This cocoon appeared to serve merely as some special seal? What is this? Jieyu could not restrain himself from inquiring. "A pupil cocoon," Jiang Li revealed, anticipating the question. "It can temporarily seal the ghostly entity within. The requirement for this ghostly infant was to capture it alive." The Midnight Butcher did not have such a stipulation. Jieyu nodded in understanding. Concentrated handling, this is why the organization has refrained from revealing its true power in public. Jiang Li strode forth. The holster at his waist swaying slightly with each step. He retrieved the cocoon, while his other hand rummaged in his pants pocket. Jiayu, Xie Jixing, and the tear-stained Lin Yao instinctively turned their gazes, expecting him to produce some unfamiliar weapon. Instead, he leisurely extracted a crumpled red object from his pocket, which upon unwrapping, revealed itself to be a plastic bag. The front of the red plastic bag bore the logo of a supermarket. Judging by the white creases, it appeared to have been used more than once. The man nonchalantly stuffed the cocoon, which contained the potential to annihilate an entire town, into the red plastic bag. The small cocoon stretched the bag into an elongated shape. This scene left the onlookers momentarily dumbfounded. The ghostly infant, having amassed the collective resentment of the asylum, had dissipated. This asylum, having existed for over a century, would soon cease to be. A thunderous rumble echoed. The ground began to tremble violently, half of the beams collapsing as bricks and debris cascaded down. The flimsy beds and withered metal buckets were thrown into disarray, causing the group to struggle to maintain their footing. Dust filled the air, distorting the bricks and stones before their eyes, at times clear and solid, at times vanishing from sight, creating an illusion of reality. As the falling debris was about to strike Jiayu, it suddenly disappeared, only to reappear just before hitting the ground with a resounding crash. Unfortunately, Xie Jixing, who was less fortunate, was struck by a suddenly materializing light bulb. Yelping and clutching her head, the ghostly servants outside were also affected, pressed against the collapsing pillars, while they dodged the incessantly falling debris, rushing into the corridor. Half of the walls had crumbled, shattering the sealed windows. As the residual ghostly domain fragmented like porcelain, they finally glimpsed the world outside. The sky was nearing dawn, yet it bore a gloomy and oppressive demeanor, heavy gray clouds looming ominously, with rain threatening to fall at any moment. Not far down the rural road, several vehicles with red and blue lights flickered silently. Outside, a dozen police cars were stationed, devoid of sirens, arranged in a surrounding formation around the asylum. Chapter 36. The spatial ability user. The man standing at the forefront of the police car, with his hands tucked into his pockets, was clad in a black special police combat uniform, adorned with a gray-black tactical vest. Dust swirled around, obscuring the scene before him, but he distinctly remembered how the black attire accentuated the pallor of his face. The man seemed to sense the scrutinizing gaze upon him, and lifted his head directly. His casual, yet piercing dark eyes unexpectedly met those of Jiang Ji, with debris flying and the building on the verge of collapse. The moment he caught sight of those inky black pupils, it felt as though his mind had detonated with a resounding bang, as if an invisible hand had seized their brains, reconstructing them under absolute control. In an instant, the reins of their bodies had slipped into another's grasp. Damn! Were those the eyes of Medusa? They were unbearable to behold. Panic-stricken, they found themselves immobilized. Yinghuai's domain silently enveloped the entire hospital, only to be thwarted by the safety barrier activated by the system upon reaching Jiang Ji. Jiang Ji separated her mental energy and confirmed with the system that, thankfully, it was merely a mental suppression, with no forced intrusion into the memories of those individuals. Otherwise, she would have to contemplate the feasibility of eliminating Yinghuai's plans. The man, with a stern countenance, gradually inhaled deeply. Can I interpret the Bureau's actions as a provocation against us? Lin Yao, eyes wide with alarm, spoke words that were far from her intent. We mean no harm. We merely wish to invite you for afternoon tea at the Investigation Bureau. That I knew it. Yinghuai is akin to a rabid dog, Jiang Ji remarked to the system. While manipulating the vest's mental energy, she faintly curled her lips into a smile, her cool gaze carrying a hint of provocation. What if I refuse? He haughtily declined the invitation. Adjusting the cyberpunk-style communication headset, the device glinting with a ray of laser light as he looked up at the emptiness of the sky. Old demon, make your move. That so? You're trying to shake people? Yinghuai chuckled. Schwell, as his words fell, the bald, tattooed man swiftly formed a complex seal with his hands, pressing them together forcefully. Jiayu and the others felt their bodies abruptly grow unbearably heavy, as countless cracks spread from the already shattered floor beneath their feet, while the speed of the mental hospital's collapse accelerated. The first-floor lobby, having already vanished by more than half, 3 pairs of wide eyes continuously gazed at him. Where are your reinforcements, Jiang Ji? that if this were a comic scene, one would surely see countless question marks floating above the head of the aloof cool guy that he held back, a bright and sunny boy. Achoo! A Jean, seated in the police car, sneezed. The air rippled imperceptibly, and a light, cheerful greeting resonated in midair. A bright and sunny boy, at your service. Suddenly, a pale arm, as white as paper, emerged, grasping Xie Jixing by the nape of his neck amidst the falling debris. In the next moment, a living person vanished without a trace. Ing Huai's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. Spatial ability user, a Jean, Shuai Li, and the surrounding officers widened their eyes. This was their first encounter with a living spatial ability user. That hand seemed like a claw from a claw machine, grabbing one and making it disappear. Captain Ing, I hope our next meeting will be less rude. Before departing, Jiang Li remarked, make time to visit Xiqing. Witnessing the arrival of the first B-class anomaly should be quite an experience, wouldn't you agree? He nodded slightly, and in the following second, vanished without warning. The mental connection was forcefully severed, yet Ing Huai paid it no mind. His gaze deeply pondering Jiang Li's parting words. They were relocated to a vast, deserted rooftop. Silently surveying their surroundings, they beheld towering skyscrapers, overpasses crisscrossing like a giant dragon weaving through the city, and the distant glass windows of skyscrapers glimmering with a cold light. They had somehow arrived at the highest landmark in Tunghua City. This place was over 60 kilometers from the Kaohsiung Mental Hospital. Such a distance for spatial transfer would be hard for anyone to believe. On the rooftop, besides Jiang Li, there stood another figure, cloaked in black robes, obscuring their features that of medium height, with a slender physique that seemed to straddle the line between male and female. The voice emanating from beneath the robe was androgynous. The figure spoke with an enthusiastic tone. Since you have passed the trial, welcome to the Night Watchers organization. I am the only normal person in the organization. You may call me Bright and Sunny Boy. The crowd. You don't seem very normal at all. I have already erased your online records and traces. You noticed that the voice of the figure in black always maintained an upward inflection, sounding rather peculiar. All expenses for tonight will be covered by Jiang Li. That he pointed a pale finger towards Jiang Li. If you wish to conceal your identities from the public eye, remember to hide well at all times. Your identities on the forum are absolutely secure. However, if you require assistance with online browsing records or task follow-ups, do not hesitate to contact me. Subscription plans are available, and my forum ID is Old Demon. As you can see, I am a spatial ability user. As long as you pay enough fire value, I can handle anything. You need not worry about lacking fire value, even if you have only completed the beginner trial. There are rewards. While Jiang Li dealt with the ghostly entity, you also opened up new plot lines, unsealed the ghost infant, and elevated the comprehensive rating of the trial task. The allocation of fire value is determined by the final task level. So you will not receive less than what you deserve. They had just been oblivious, but now they noticed their phones had received notifications, indicating they had completed the beginner trial task. They could enter the Night Watchers app to claim their rewards. The exchange mall had everything, but I suggest you first redeem training time. After all, you have not undergone systematic training, and your greatest deficiency lies in your proficiency with abilities that he seemed more like a newcomer guide than Jiang Li himself. As the training time in the mall could be used for simulated combat with ghostly entities in an alternate dimension, though it came at a steep price of 50 fire value for a single day. Nevertheless, the time flow rate in that space was tenfold that of the real world, meaning 10 days in the alternate dimension equated to just 1 day in reality. Jiu contemplated thoughtfully. Clicking in. Beginner trial, Kaohsiung Mental Hospital. Initial rating, D. Final rating, C. Successfully restored the truth of Kaohsiung Mental Hospital. This was a team cooperation task, and fire value has been distributed according to contribution. All Night Watchers, please check the back end in a timely manner. Jiu went to the 3rd floor to retrieve the ghost infant sealed as a specimen, having gathered the most clues. He received a total of 400 fire value, while Lin Yao and Xie Jixing each obtained 300 points at that moment. The group noticed a fire igniting in the western part of the city. The flames soared into the sky, accompanied by a cloud of dust that rapidly engulfed half the city. The sky had turned exceedingly dark, and the humid air grew increasingly oppressive, plunging the vast city into silence. Shrouded in darkness, as they seemed to hear a distant, muffled roar. The sound was akin to a dragon stirring, a mighty force drawing near. That was coming. Chapter 37. A letter from the prophet 2 hours earlier. The Tonghua City Investigation Bureau received a peculiar letter. This correspondence bypassed numerous eyes and security systems within the Bureau, quietly appearing in the office of the Bureau Chief. The Supernatural Incident Investigation Bureau is a specialized department in China that handles such supernatural events. Established even before the resurgence of the paranormal, this mysterious department, home to countless ability users, operates amidst the bizarre, concealed within several floors of a government building. The brightly lit, spacious floor was filled with a tense atmosphere. As numerous staff members clad in uniforms hurriedly clutched their file folders, the meeting rooms along the corridor nearly filled to capacity, with occasional sounds of disputes emanating from within. The LED sign at the entrance displayed the team numbers currently in session. These ability users rarely appeared at the Bureau's headquarters, but the frequency of supernatural occurrences had been rising sharply, leading to increasingly frequent meetings, and the meeting rooms had become evidently insufficient. Director Nye, a D-class rule anomaly has emerged at an abandoned mental hospital in the southern suburbs, accompanied by significant spiritual fluctuations. According to the concentration data from our tests, the ghost domain level formed is classified as C. The secretary, with a Bluetooth earpiece nestled in her ear, was constantly in contact with other departments and combat teams, relaying urgent information that a grave expression crossed Nye Tsongnan's face. The emergence of a C-class entity within a D-class rule anomaly undoubtedly meant that ordinary citizens had become entangled, triggering a new narrative in the anomaly. Yet not every citizen could escape unscathed from a C-class anomaly. Noticing his expression, the secretary quickly added, "This ghost domain was artificially opened before the ghostly energy concentration reached critical levels. Our personnel detected signs of activity from civilian organizations, and teaming has already dispatched personnel to the scene. These anomalies are exceptionally cunning, adept at concealing themselves from the very beginning, and before the ghostly energy concentration reaches the threshold. It is difficult to perceive the subtle shifts in the magnetic field, which is a significant challenge that hampers the effectiveness of early warning systems developed by various countries. Entering the ghost domain in advance is akin to intruding uninvited while the enemy is unprepared. Allowing for the minimization of the anomaly's potential harm, to know in advance the location of supernatural events and how to open ghost domains. Nye Tsongnan thought of that mysterious organization that had suddenly emerged, which had been causing a stir among the nation's ability users. That it is likely that Huai led the team there for this very reason. All right, I understand. Nye Tsongnan appeared fatigued, as the director of the Tonghua City Investigation Bureau. He oversaw both administrative logistics and operational combat departments, yet he was merely an ordinary individual devoid of any extraordinary abilities. Such a scenario was quite commonplace. Managing the myriad affairs of a department did not necessitate supernatural powers. And currently, there was a severe shortage of personnel across various regions. The official supernatural agents in Huaxia cities could barely assemble fully staffed combat teams. With his hand grasping the doorknob, Nye Tsongnan's expression shifted when his male secretary, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, suddenly intervened, saying, "Director Nye, something feels amiss." He sensed an unusual aura. Nye Tsongnan halted, and the secretary, with a serious demeanor, swiftly stepped forward to shield him, activating his mental prowess to probe the office. Since the emergence of strange phenomena, countries have been relentlessly recruiting new supernatural agents, leading to the formation of numerous grassroots organizations, comprising individuals unwilling to submit to the constraints of officialdom. While the benefits and welfare offered by the authorities were enticing, the command to confront the bizarre occurrences without option deterred countless supernatural agents, resulting in alarming casualty rates among official operatives. The allure of immense power had also bred ambition, and previously suppressed cult organizations in Huaxia were subtly resurfacing. Not all supernatural agents harbored benevolent intentions. During the initial phases of the strange resurgence, some antisocial agents had exuberantly issued death warrants to both the police and the Investigation Bureau, threatening to execute a cataclysmic plan for human eradication, only to be thwarted by high-ranking official agents before any action could transpire. Amidst the backdrop of societal disarray, the protective measures implemented by the Huaxia headquarters for the upper echelons of the Investigation Bureau were commendably thorough. The secretary, also an agent but of the perceptual type, narrowed his eyes and meticulously surveyed the room for threats before opening the door and stepping inside. The spacious office lay bare before them. A solid wooden desk was cluttered with a fresh stack of reports awaiting approval and signatures. The secretary's pupils contracted as he noticed a solitary letter resting atop the pile of white paper and black ink, sealed with a blood-red wax stamp. Following Niet Songnan's directive, he approached to examine the letter and, finding no issues, handed it over. The text on the envelope was printed, and the content was alarmingly simple, containing only 3 pieces of information: time, 10 a.m. today; location, Xiqing District; incident, B-level anomaly; resolution, Yinghua. There was no signature. Upon seeing the mention of a B-level anomaly, Niet Songnan's calm expression morphed into one of grave concern. If the intelligence in that letter was accurate, it would signify the first occurrence of a B-level anomaly on a global scale. In the mere span of half a year, only a dozen C-level apparitions had manifested worldwide. And now a B-level anomaly was imminent. At that moment, the secretary adjusted his Bluetooth headset, his demeanor composed and solemn, nodding affirmatively. Understood, he turned to report to Niet Songnan, Director, the hospital has been surrounded. We are merely awaiting the individuals inside to emerge. And he could not finish his sentence, for he too had caught sight of the contents of the letter. Under the scrutiny of a higher dimensional world, this realm gradually descended into a harsh and twisted arena of conflict. Despite humanity awakening their supernatural abilities in a bid for self-preservation and improving their physical capabilities, they remained mere flesh and blood. A fall from the 20th floor would still result in death, and decapitation or heart extraction would not allow one to survive. Even if humanity sacrificed themselves to eradicate these entities on Huaxia soil, they would inevitably re-emerge in other regions. Kindling a profound sense of despair within B-level apparitions could only be confronted by combat teams with a comprehensive combat power evaluation of B-level or above. Having just delegated recent work assignments, the few B-level combat teams in Tonghua City were either dispatched to investigate anomalies per the Night Watchman Forum's directives or sent out of town to assist other branches. After all, aside from the headquarters of the Investigation Bureau located in the capital, the Tonghua City Bureau housed the largest contingent of high-ranking supernatural agents. Contemplating this, Niet Songnan resolved to notify Yinghua. The secretary quietly cautioned, Director, teaming is close to completing their encirclement. If this is a ploy to lure us away. Yinghua had already led a team to ambush near the hospital, and the sudden appearance of this letter on his desk could very well be part of that prophetic scheme. After a moment of deliberation, Niet Songnan pondered, isn't the second team yet to board their flight? Instruct them to head to Xiqing District immediately for an investigation. Chapter 38. Another day of being backstabbed by Luck. Tonghua City, rooftop. The vast rooftop was unexpectedly desolate, and Jiang Ji's tense form relaxed as she hastily severed her mental connection with her alter ego. Clad in combat attire, the once valiant Jiang Li now bore an expression devoid of emotion, her vacant gaze dissipating into the air. Removing her thick black hood, she found herself stifled by the humid air. The anticipated rain still holding off. How exhausting. She leaned against a pipe, her head resting on a valve as she gazed up at the sky. The prolonged mental exertion of controlling her alter ego had proven somewhat taxing on her current mental capacity. Although Jiang Ji had employed the finesse of an SSS-level powerhouse, utilizing every drop of her F-level energy with precision to avoid waste, it had still been insufficient to prevent her energy reserves from depleting. Currently, both of her character slots were filled, leaving her unable to create a new alter ego. Thus, the image of the mysterious, faceless, somewhat deranged space manipulator was merely Jiang Ji's own portrayal. Her black robe, enveloping her from head to toe, concealed the physical height boost provided by her combat boots, elevating her 1.7-meter stature to 1.77 meters, rendering her gender ambiguous. Additionally, she had exchanged for the items, obscured face and voice alteration from the system shop. Naturally, her ability for spatial displacement also stemmed from an item card, which cost an exorbitant 100 popularity points and boasted a teleportation range of 10,100 kilometers. A truly extravagant expenditure. When using it, Jiang Ji worried she might end up in peculiar locations, such as the Investigation Bureau's headquarters. Fortunately, the dice did not always land on one that the items displayed in the exchange shop seen by the others were carefully curated by Jiang Ji, comprising only 25 of the system's offerings. The majority were intended for phishing, as she had to ensure her future use of corresponding item cards would not raise suspicion. Jiang Ji adjusted her black robe. She suddenly recalled something, perplexed. System, didn't the Investigation Bureau sending Huai to Xiqing? The apparitions in Xiqing district were rare symbiotic entities, reliant on human negative emotions. Lacking physical form, they thrived on feelings such as fear, anxiety, tension, anger, frustration, sadness, and pain, all of which unconsciously responded to it. Its strength ranked at the bottom among B-level entities, yet its potential for harm was not inferior to other B-level apparitions. Such entities were exceedingly difficult to eradicate entirely. As they could not be physically attacked and could shift into any individual's body, I will point one of the 3 globally notorious forbidden songs, Black Friday, which drove listeners to suicide, had featured its presence. Jiang Ji had deliberately submitted intelligence to the Investigation Bureau 2 hours in advance. Provided that a timely response was initiated, Huai's abilities were more than sufficient to counter this B-level apparition, minimizing potential casualties. Half an hour ago, the Investigation Bureau issued a directive, dispatching the 2nd Combat Team from Tunghua City's Supernatural Time Investigation Bureau. The 2nd Team served as a counterpoint to the main characters in this narrative. Perpetually dissatisfied with the protagonist group and mocking the protagonist's stealth abilities, the leader of the 2nd Team seemed to have the surname Liu. What was it? Their power appeared to increase with the severity of their injuries. Wait, charging in like that would be tantamount to throwing oneself away. Jiang Ji. Well, it doesn't matter. Her current popularity points were insufficient to deal with a B-level apparition. Silently, Jiang Ji glanced at her current balance. During her time at the mental hospital, she had sent Ji Qing to other cities to handle some troublesome apparitions. The cost for creating Enforcer Jiang Li and her 2 alter egos, along with the expenses for character development and various item cards, had caused her popularity points to plummet below 4 digits following the 2 recent comic updates. Just moments ago, 3 new members in her organization had exchanged training time in the shop. Depleting her card. Deducted 100 popularity points, current balance. 921. Deducted 100 popularity points, current balance. 821. Deducted 200 popularity points, current balance. 621. Jiang Ji. That it stings to lose points, but at least there are now live members. They aren't all mindless zombies. Gazing down upon the modern metropolis constructed of steel and concrete, the throngs of people bustling about, and the distant flames rising, it was as if humanity's insatiable desires would ultimately lead to suffocation. Beneath the facade of prosperity in this concrete jungle lay countless clandestine organizations and factions with ulterior motives. Where there are people, there is conflict. This has always been the case throughout history. Before the next comic update, she needed to ensure that this Salvation organization truly manifested before the public. Exchange completed. Deducted 50 popularity points. Current balance. 571. Teleporting. Please do not move. 543. Beep. An external entity has breached the designated location. Suspected dormitory inspection. Potential system exposure risk. The original residence at Xiqing Kangliyuan has been set as the first priority. 21. Kangliyuan? Jiang Ji's eyes widened in surprise. Wait. There was no time to react as a flash of white light engulfed her, and she vanished from her spot. When her feet touched the ground again, a wave of heat crashed against her, and as her blurred vision gradually cleared, Jiang Ji found herself in a fire-ravaged tenement building. The narrow, dimly lit corridor was cluttered with shoe racks and hung-dried vegetables and cured meats, transforming into obstacles in a desperate contest against death. The windows shattered under the sweltering heat, as flames licked along the electrical wires with crackling ferocity. Through the smoke, shadowy figures flickered ahead, their coughing resonating with heart-wrenching despair. The air was thick with acrid smoke that stung the eyes and suffocated the senses, interwoven with tendrils of dark, ghostly energy that loomed like an omnipresent shroud, weaving an invisible net amidst the cacophony of screams. A bug in the transmission mechanism has been detected and rectified. As an apology, you have been granted a Petrified Mind card, valid for 30 minutes. Would you like to use it immediately? Nonsense. Jiang Ji chose to use it at once. In the face of such a devastating fire, she could hardly suppress her negative emotions. Pain and suffering would only serve to ensnare her. The dormitory supervisor had neglected her duties, checking on the residents neither early nor late. But now, of all times, her luck was not about to reconcile with her. Instead, it seemed intent on ensnaring her in a grand misfortune. Chapter 39. The law of encountering familiar faces in a disheveled state this one-bedroom apartment in Kangle Garden was the old home where the original owner and her mother had lived before John's mother fell ill and sold it. It was no longer her home, but once the transmission began, it could not be interrupted. With no other refuge in the comic world, she was thrust here by the system. Petrified Mind took immediate effect. As her tumultuous emotions extinguished like a match dropped into the sea, Jiang Ji now resembled an emotionless assassin, her will unshaken even by the flames licking at her heels. Carefully, she sidestepped the falling, burning debris, coldly remarking, "Perhaps next time, you could send me to the Ying Huai household." "Understood, host. Your first preference has been changed to the Ying Huai household. Please select one of the following residences." As she spoke, a map materialized before her. Jiang Ji, do you think yourself amusing, do you? Had it not been for the effect of Petrified Mind, she would have surely felt a surge of resentment against the affluent due to this exchange. Xiqing was an old district, and these tube-shaped buildings had stood for 4 or 5 decades, their corridor walls mottled and moss-covered. The flames danced hungrily, consuming all flammable materials, while thick black soot billowed, overwhelming Jiang Ji and causing tears to stream down her face as she struggled to breathe. The shoe racks on either side suddenly collapsed with a resounding crash, forming a triangular barrier of flames before her. Gritting her teeth, she glanced towards the corridor. Her calm gaze shifted abruptly as a burst of white light erupted before her, the danger warning ability activated without warning. In a vision, she saw herself 30 seconds later, breathless and fleeing towards the stairwell, following the other residents down to escape. That a drunken, terrified middle-aged man shuddered suddenly, his eyes glazed with a bloody sheen, a grotesque smile twisting his face as he drew a spring knife and lunged at the nearest person. Screams erupted around her as the already chaotic corridor descended into further disarray. Those in front fell, while others surged forward. Caught in the tumultuous crowd, Jiang Ji had no time to rise. Countless feet trampled over her. Her face rapidly turned pale and wan, succumbing to asphyxiation to know this path would not lead to escape. Ahead lay a dead end. Clenching her teeth, she decisively rejected this escape route and turned to flee backward. The original owner's home was on the 3rd floor. Such old tube buildings were generally not very tall, and moreover, this antiquated structure had no protective railings. The fire raged downward from above, having already consumed much of the 3rd floor. With insufficient fire safety awareness, the narrow fire escape was typically cluttered with various electric bicycles and cars, making it difficult for fire trucks to access promptly. Flames surged from the doors on either side, mere seconds away from engulfing her as Jiang Ji raced to the end of the corridor. Looking down through the window, chaos reigned outside. Not just her unit was ablaze, but cries and wails filled the air. Thick smoke roiled, despair casting a pall over the sky of the old district. Jiang Ji cast a quick glance, bracing herself on the ledge, preparing to leap, having learned a bit of lightness from the protagonists in other worlds. She believed that though this body was burdened, it would not lead to her immediate demise, that as long as she survived, she would not perish. She selectively ignored the fact that the original owner had met her end after tumbling down the stairs from the 2nd floor. At that moment, she felt as if a gentle hand was knocking at her mind's door. Had she been overcome by smoke-induced hallucinations, blinking in confusion, she followed the tender pull of that mental energy to the open area below. Countless vehicles streamed in, with Ying Huai at the forefront, still clad in the garb seen at the psychiatric hospital. Many ability users disembarked from the cars behind him, 2 combat-type abilities leading an auxiliary as they strode into the residential building. A water-type ability user attempted to extinguish the smaller flames. Earth-type and Strength-type users cleared the path with brute force, toppling the haphazardly parked vehicles to make way for the fire trucks. Through the glass, her gaze met Ying Huai's. He seemed to open his mouth, silently forming words. The smoke obscured her vision, tears mingling with the swirling ash, rendering his words indistinguishable. Just then, a gust of wind swept from behind, and Jiang Ji instinctively crouched down, faster than her brain could react. In the doorway behind him, the gentle hostess's upper body emerged, her torso pierced by several knives, collapsing into a pool of blood. Her lifeless face etched with disbelief that in the original owner's memories, this had once been a loving couple. This B-grade, ghostly entity thrived on human negativity, amplifying it infinitely. Anyone marked by it would subconsciously unleash their latent violent tendencies. At this juncture, chaos erupted in the corridor, screams mingling with cries as those attempting to flee down the stairs were mercilessly cut down. The slain soon rose again, joining the slaughter. The ghost was not present but orchestrated the carnage through others. Jiang Ji hurriedly evaded. As a kitchen knife carved a deep gash into the wall, the man fixing a deadly stare upon her. "Miss, no harm." Seeing the man charge towards her, Jiang Ji ceased to resist. She leaned back and fell. The wind howled, blinding her. The third floor was not high. She fell swiftly, calmly adjusting her position to protect her vulnerable spots. Just a couple of meters from the concrete ground, she suddenly felt her body lighten, as if transformed into a feather. The rushing wind softened. She floated gently to the ground. 3 figures emerged from the black SUV before her, shadows elongated in the firelight. Ying Huai, walking with purpose. Shui Li, whose muscles strained against his combat uniform, and a Jean, whose golden fur was singed. Jiang Ji sat on the ground, frowning. Her previous misstep had cost her dearly, injuring her already recovering ankle. The sudden lightness had been Shui Li's ability, rare and gravity-controlling. Looking up, she found Ying Huai suited to black, which accentuated his unusually pale face, a sight most pleasing from this close angle. His handsome visage bore little expression. But Jiang Ji could see her own tear-streaked face smeared with soot, reflected in his dark eyes. She reached up to wipe her face, and oh no, her image as a beautiful girl had been utterly ruined before the lens. She calmly greeted the group. "What a coincidence, everyone." Chapter 40. Do not use Sister G as a process of elimination. Her voice, hoarse from the smoke, sounded like a cracked bell, from a Jin's perspective. The girl's hair was singed at the tips, wildly sticking out, her grayish face marked with tear tracks. Yet she possessed an undeniable allure that drew the eye amidst the chaos, making it impossible for them to overlook her. However, it seemed that every time they encountered Jiang Ji, she was in a dire state. What sins had she committed in her past life to end up like this in this one? Oh, do not dwell on it. Thinking further would only detract from her merits. Jean shook his head, dismissing his errant thoughts, preparing to lend a hand to help her up. After all, Shui Li was indifferent to women, and Ying Huai was distant from humanity. He was the only one capable of engaging with others. Pick her up? What the hell? Both Shui Li and Jin's eyes widened in shock. Jiang Ji stood dazed as she was lifted, her expression largely unchanged. Inside, her mind was racing with alarms. This was disastrous. Had this guy been charmed by her? She hurried to check her attribute panel, only to remember that her role had shifted. There were no progress bars for here. Fortunately, her luck remained at -99. Past experiences warned her that innocent-seeming men could not be trusted. All debts would ultimately fall upon her. Ying Huai was tall, his arms strong and capable. Even though Jiang Ji was considered tall among women, he lifted her effortlessly, as if she were a mere cat or dog, not even raising an eyebrow. Leaving Jiang Ji envious that he usually appeared flamboyant. Yet surprisingly, he was dry and only bore a faint whiff of smoke. Far from unpleasant, behind them, Shui Li and Jean exchanged darkly humorous jabs. With her luck, how has she survived until now? Perhaps the she's just too hard to kill. That I heard that. Jiang Ji retorted, irritated that a soft chuckle rang in her ears, Ying Huai's chest vibrating with laughter, much to her annoyance. Prompting Jiang Ji to elbow his noisy chest, as her gaze was ensnared by those deep, dark eyes, she immediately donned an expression of an innocent bystander unwittingly embroiled in a supernatural incident. Captaining. How did you end up here? Was this fire conjured by some eerie force? A small scoff echoed in Ying Huai's mind. Meanwhile, a Jean had eagerly approached, chattering away like an exuberant golden retriever. You have no idea. A B-grade anomaly was born here. The second squad sent for investigation has lost contact with the operator, and we are in search of the source of this anomaly. And then we ran into Jiang Ji. But what brings you to the West District? Regretting his question almost immediately, a Jean remembered Jiang Ji's profile, that no matter how many times they reviewed it, she remained a pitiable figure of upright character. I just came to take a look. Jiang Ji replied softly, her mind racing to concoct an excuse, only to find the protagonist nodding in understanding, eyes brimming with sincerity that seemed to say, I comprehend, you need not elaborate. Jiang Ji. Well, splendid. You have matured and can fill in the blanks yourself. Captaining, just place me somewhere safe. Exhausted, Jiang Ji yearned to escape this realm of turmoil. She had done all she could. After all, the main characters were present, and even a savior couldn't be expected to operate like a spy. Yet Huai merely stated, "You are still of use." He opened the car door and ushered her into the passenger seat. "Jiang Ji, that you lie. I do not believe you. What could a frail individual like me, with a constitution of 19, accomplish in a B-grade ghost domain?" But having already been abducted, she could only proceed cautiously, step by step. The vehicle wove through the narrow alleys. The West District, often referred to as a slum by other districts, was characterized by its labyrinthine streets, with houses of varying heights standing sentinel along the road. Many dilapidated tenement buildings had exposed rebar, starkly contrasting with the towering edifices to the east. The exaggerated portrayal of the comic world magnified the wealth gap, showcasing the increased injustices and humiliations faced by the impoverished. The emergence of B-grade specters in such destitution was no coincidence. It was the breeding ground for dark, twisted emotions. Many residents within the ghost domain had already succumbed to corruption. Civilian anomaly users remained inactive, while the official anomaly users were woefully insufficient. That a thick fog rolled in, and figures materialized within the distant black mist. These individuals bore the marks of gnawing bites, their hollow bodies revealing half-exposed intestines, with vacant eye sockets and blood-soaked faces that only showcased exaggerated grins. The streets were littered with charred corpses, victims of despair and flames, alongside many who had leapt from above, now crawling on the cement ground like mollusks, grinning malevolently as they approached. Under the allure of the specters, humanity's malice reached its zenith, transforming the deceased into phantoms. The ghostly minions charging towards the vehicle were bound to the ground by the gravitational force exerted by Li. Yet they howled in rage, yearning to tear flesh from their captors. Upon seeing the uniforms worn by the group, their resentment intensified. "Kill them! Why didn't you come to save us? Why must it be us who perish? We who are deserving of death." Huai observed with cold detachment, his vast mental power silently unfurling to seek out the remaining living souls in the West District. Upon locating a living entity, he seized control of their brain, looping a great lament that as long as there were no negative emotions, they would not succumb to becoming ghostly servants. The surrounding ghostly minions were effortlessly dispatched by Li. Eventually, they reached a fork in the road, which diverged into two paths, devoid of any signs. Huai finally turned his gaze towards her, a playful glimmer in his eyes. "You're familiar with this place. Choose a path. Jiang Ji, you are in pursuit of the anomaly. What does familiarity have to do with it?" In the comic, this B-grade entity had devoured numerous humans, being but a step away from A-grade anomalies, and had directly set its sights on the Investigation Bureau of Tonghua City. IT sought them out. She had no knowledge of its lair in the West District. Her foresight could only glimpse into the next 30 seconds. And within that brief span, they hadn't even traversed this road yet. Yet with multiple eyes upon her, she reluctantly indicated a direction. "That the left? Not entirely certain that I'll defer to you." Huai smiled gently. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, he decisively veered right. Jiang Ji. Chapter 41. Did she marry Huai? Failed to download this chapter. Chapter 42. I prefer your unruly demeanor. This remark was a gentle blade, causing Huai's expression to stiffen momentarily as he helplessly tousled her hair into a chaotic mess. Yes, I misspoke. Huai possessed a face that was a veritable siren's call, his prowess admired by many. In his single days, he had cultivated an image of equally loathing the world, his sharp tongue and caustic demeanor deterring many admirers. However, post-marriage, it seemed everyone recognized him as a normal man, rendering him even more desirable. On multiple occasions, Jiang Ji witnessed various female anomaly users approaching him for conversation, only to be met with Huai's frown as he retreated one day, while burdened with a stack of documents. She passed by the director's office, the door ajar, inadvertently overhearing a conversation within. In any case, it's just for fun. Later, find an anomaly user partner. At least they won't distract you with the need for protection. Ordinary people beside anomaly users are easily tainted by the anomalies and become knives aimed at you. You should know, in this era, if your wife is an ordinary person, she will always be your Achilles heel. Director Nya, please stop. Jiang Ji remained impassive, her footsteps unwavering as she walked past. Wife. Huai's voice resonated from behind. All right, Jiang Ji replied, a smile gracing her lips. Did I in the next instant? The heavy stack of documents had shifted into Ing Huai's hands. Can't you see that your delicate and helpless wife cannot manage? What kind of person are you, unable to find work? With that, Jiang Ji shoved her hands into her pockets and strode away with an air of indifference, leaving a stunned Ing Huai in her wake. He stood there for a few moments, speechless, before regaining his composure and chasing after her, cradling the stack of documents while scrutinizing her expression, a hint of hesitation in his demeanor. Did you just hear? Jiang Ji, without glancing at him, casually replied, no, don't overthink it. I only have eyes for you. Ing Huai's dark eyes were profound, his tone warm and affectionate. I have encountered many exceptional female anomaly users. Yet I have chosen you. Jiang Ji. She halted in her tracks, finally granting Ing Huai a glance, her tone soft yet earnest. No, it is your fortune that I chose you. Now, repeat after me. Thank you for picking up this little piece of trash. Without you, what would I do? Hurry, say it. Ing Huai fell silent. No, not in public. Are you trying to socially assassinate me? From that day forward, he transformed into a quietly mature man. Jiang Ji was thoroughly satisfied. As time passed, supernatural incidents proliferated, with the combat teams darting about, often leaving her alone in the office. Suddenly, Jiang Ji received an urgent call regarding a crisis that a C-grade anomaly had emerged at the World Trade Mall in the East District. And the ghost domain had enveloped the entire building, trapping thousands within, a dire situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Xueli declared, I'm going at once. Jiang Ji raised her gaze to halt him. The specifics of the ghost domain are unclear, and the risks are too high. I suggest we notify Ing Huai and the others first. She promptly dialed Ing Huai, but the line was perpetually busy. Reports from the front indicated that the mall was entirely shrouded in black fog, its interior a mystery filled with continuous screams and the cries of children. Xueli's lips pressed into a thin line, his expression increasingly grave. I can handle a C-grade anomaly, but time is of the essence. If we delay, it will be too late. At this juncture, there was no other choice. Jiang Ji sighed, then please be careful. She maintained communication with Xueli. The combat team's communication relied on military satellite phones. Yet the connection abruptly severed with a loud pop as Xueli entered the mall. Such an occurrence could only mean that something had happened to him. Jiang Ji's expression remained unchanged as she redialed. When the call was answered, only static filled the line. At that moment, a live stream video suddenly popped up on her display screen. The live broadcast took place within a grand shopping mall. On screen, a battered Xueli dangled from the center of the mall's spiral slide, engulfed in the black mist that swirled around him. The eerie entity informed the terrified and weeping trapped citizens that anyone who dared to take a bite of this anomaly user and swallow his flesh would be granted their freedom. The citizens, a mix of men and women, exchanged fearful glances, hesitant to approach. That if you refuse, then let us all perish together. The cackling specter waved its arms, unleashing a wave of ghostly energy that sent heads tumbling to the ground. This scene galvanized everyone. Under the shadow of death, a bespectacled man in a checkered shirt surged forward first, his eyes bloodshot as he sank his teeth into Xueli's exposed neck, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Revealing the blood vessels beneath. Xueli screamed in agony. Witnessing an anomaly user harmed by those he was meant to protect, the specter expressed its satisfaction with a sweeping gesture, casting the checkered shirt man out of the mall. Soon, the sounds of elation echoed from outside. I'm free. I've truly escaped. Ha ha ha. Spurred by the instinct for survival, several men timidly approached, some tentatively taking small bites, only to be violently shredded by the enraged specter. Blood raining down in a gruesome spectacle. Startled, the middle-aged man beside him hastily bit down with all his might, precisely catching the taut, hardened muscle that had tightened from the excruciating pain after tearing at it twice. He could not manage to sever it. Frightened by the ominous gaze of the specter, the man, in a fit of desperation, ruthlessly tore away that resilient, crimson muscle so many have bitten. One more won't make a difference. It's just a piece of flesh. If I don't bite, others surely will. What wrong have I done? I only wish to survive. With such thoughts, one after another, people stepped forward, observing that many on the periphery hesitated and held back. The specter ominously remarked, "The amount of flesh on this human cannot sustain everyone." This statement sent a chill through the crowd behind. They began to surge forward, pushing and shoving, scrambling to be first. Indifferent to the saliva of others, fearing only the absence of meat. The anguished cries of Shweli grew weaker until they faded completely. A tall, robust adult male was consumed entirely by his peers. Shweli perished in duty. The time of his sacrifice. He had yet to reach 30 when he was found. The flesh on his skeleton had been stripped bare, and all declared that Jiang Ji had made a grave error in judgment. Micro Butterfly and a Jean looked at her with eyes full of disappointment, while Yi Chongli initially approached to offer a few words of comfort, but eventually merely shook his head and walked away. Ing Huai appeared utterly dejected, his pale face unshaven, that he leaned against the wall in anguish, his eyes reddened as he gazed at the expressionless Jiang Ji. Why didn't you notify us that day? Why didn't you stop him? You should have stopped him. Jiang Ji met his gaze calmly. I called. None of you answered, and I could not dissuade him. Ing Huai raised his phone, the screen displaying nothing. The man curled his lip into a smile that resembled a cry. Stop lying. Did you really call that day? Jiang Ji remained silent, turning to extract surveillance footage and call records from the internal network, which revealed that she had not made a single call that day. The footage showed their conversation diverging from Jiang Ji's memory. On that day, she had urged Shweli to go to the mall. Had her memory faltered? Jiang Ji furrowed her brow. Was it possible that, like others said, she had witnessed the bloody brutality of the ability user combating the Spectre and had unknowingly become tainted? Ing Huai, in extreme distress, his eyes filled with disappointment, said to Ji, I will take you to the Anomaly Prevention Institute. Your memory and perception have been contaminated. Jiang Ji switched off the surveillance. She was entirely oblivious to how her words, paired with such a bizarre expression, made her appear as nothing less than a madwoman. Rising from the office, she heard the man's hoarse voice behind her, seemingly still persuading her to seek treatment at the hospital. The words were straightforward, and Jiang Ji thought the same. From that day forth, it seemed she had been isolated by everyone. Walking through the investigation bureau building, the peculiar gazes felt like daggers in her back. And in the restroom, she could hear mockery from the stalls. The coffee she had brought for her team was promptly discarded into the trash. This disaster, it was no wonder she had no friends or family. If only the chief had not known her. If only he had been with Zheng Baixue from Team 2 back then, he would never have been hindered by her. Why should she remain unaffected? She felt destined to atone for her life. Jiang Ji listened with a calm demeanor to their conversation, politely knocked on the door, kicked it open, retrieved the coffee from the trash, and poured it over her golden locks, creating a beautiful flower atop her head that a Jean jumped back, scalded. Have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Jiang Ji tossed aside the empty coffee cup, clapped her hands, and stated coolly, I admit. Your little trick did indeed entice me initially. I wanted to see what game you were truly playing. Emotional manipulator? Gaslighting. Such a lowly tactic. I wouldn't even play it in elementary school. Jiang Ji dragged the feigning Ing Huai from behind the desk, seized his dark hair, and slapped him, watching as his handsome face cracked inch by inch. That I've longed to tell you this. I've tolerated you for far too long. Compared to those sweet nothings, I much prefer your unruly nature. Chapter 43. I wield my own knife. One creates and seizes upon another's flaws, relentlessly magnifying them until they ultimately shatter the other's will. Through entrapment, shifting blame, questioning, belittling, and oppression, one's self-awareness is gradually eroded, leaving them unable to extricate themselves. Whether in school or the workplace, or within the intricate web of emotional relationships, manipulators often stem from partners, friends, or family. Under the guise of love, they covertly wreak havoc. This B-grade anomaly is aptly named the emotional manipulator. IT is the collective will of countless victims of emotional manipulation who impose their own harrowing experiences upon humanity in the form of illusions, distorting human self-perception, fostering self-doubt, self-denial, and ultimately leading to demise. In reality, many deem victims to be overly dramatic simply because they have yet to encounter such circumstances. Jiang Ji once played the role of a renowned dancer who broke her leg in another world. The male lead was a talented psychologist, and the female lead discovered after marriage that her husband was a delusional psychopath who, through covert imprisonment and psychological control, made everyone believe she was mentally unstable. Thus, Jiang Ji chose to repay in kind, and from that moment on, whenever she heard familiar Pue rhetoric, her radar would blare. Upon uttering its name, Ing Huai's expression darkened. his angular face shattered before her like glass. And the scene before her transformed into swirling ashes. Jiang Ji awoke from the illusion. Host, please do not question the system's professionalism. The system issued warnings at 1, 56, 2, 12, and 411. Oh, I see. Aware of her own fault, Jiang Ji concluded the topic. She turned her gaze to her surroundings. The vehicle screeched to a halt, nearly colliding with the wall, the hood barely a fist's distance away. A true narrow escape. They had stepped into an environment fabricated by the Spectre, and now this car stood boldly in the dim alley, surrounded by pursuing ghostly minions. Upon seeing her awaken, the ghastly servants revealed excited grins on their pale, bloated faces, their greed almost tangible as they extended their barbed, crimson tongues to lick the glass, leaving behind a viscous residue. Ugh, so disgusting. Jiang Ji silently turned her head. Ying Huai leaned against the driver's seat, his brow furrowed, his pale face slick with cold sweat, appearing to be in great pain. Jean and Shui Li in the back seat were also entrapped in the illusion, their faces contorted, without Ying Huai's mental barrier. The oppressive, dark mists surged in wildly, deepening their expressions of agony. This B-grade anomaly would unearth their buried painful memories, silently eliminating them within the illusion that if they did not awaken soon, the car would indeed be breached by the Spectres. What if that B-grade anomaly was already en route to deliver the final blow? Jiang Ji did not wish to exit the stage without leaving a trace. In the early stages, the protagonist group bore a halo. It was highly likely she would be the only one to perish. She had to find a way to rouse these individuals. Jiang Ji sighed softly at that handsome face. I once swore not to strike a handsome face. I truly did not wish to do this. In the next moment, she delivered a resounding slap. Smack. Her palm instantly ached and turned red, yet that fair face bore no imprint for these enhanced ability users. Her strike was akin to a mere tickle. Jiang Ji muttered, I must still be too soft-hearted. Perhaps I should try a knife instead. Host, I advise against self-humiliation. Jiang Ji, that how infuriating. System, is there any cost-free method to penetrate their mental illusions? None. Jiang Ji. Fine, then let us perish together. Her popularity points were something she would never utilize. She would rather starve, die outside, or leap from the building than use popularity points. Jiang Ji felt invigorated. Shall I give it a try? Jiang Ji was the youngest and most outstanding employee at the Crossworld Bureau, her mental fortitude among the top ranks, which afforded her the confidence to be brazen. Initially, employees from the comic department had been dispatched to resolve matters. Traversers either mingled with the protagonist group from the start or parachuted into the management of the Investigation Bureau to offer directives. Yet they consistently failed. Each world could only be accessed 3 times. And this was the last opportunity that if Jiang Ji failed to alter the outcome this time, the world would be irrevocably closed. The characters would be forcibly erased from readers' memories as if they had never existed. Much like in the comic that the manner of Ying Huai's demise. According to the system's explanation, within the setting of this comic, humanity's mental power switch is concealed within some organ of the body. She merely needed to locate this spot to inflict damage, potentially awakening her latent mental strength through the pain. Jiang Ji adjusted the rearview mirror, her eyes fixated on her reflection, with a thought. A smaller pupil emerged within her darkened irises. The 2 sets of eyes intertwined like unfathomable black holes to the outside world. Jiang Ji merely appeared mesmerized by her reflection in the mirror. In reality, she had rehearsed countless times in her mind the image of stabbing herself with a knife. Heart no, liver no, spleen no, lung neither, kidney. In this very moment, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Jiang Ji's eyes. She drew the knife from Ying Huai's grasp and plunged it forcefully into her left kidney. With a swift motion, the blade, sharp beyond measure, penetrated her flesh as effortlessly as slicing through butter. A searing pain coursed through the wound, sapping her strength in an instant. Jiang Ji remained silent, biting her lip until blood stained her mouth. The dark energy sensed her agony and surged towards her, but her unstable mental fortitude repelled it. She calmly perceived her mental power, now slightly more substantial than a single strand of hair. Yet it was still far from sufficient. Jiang Ji withdrew the military knife, and before the blood could flow, stabbed again. Thud! 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 Each strike deftly avoided vital organs, quickening in tempo. The system quietly restricted her blood flow. It had no intention of aiding Jiang Ji, for she was undeniably a madwoman, and it dared not let her perish in such a manner, hoping merely to avoid detection by headquarters for its transgressions. With precision, Jiang Ji repeatedly targeted the same spot. Her mental energy pulsated erratically. FDB. Not enough. Still not enough. Chapter 44. May I glimpse your visage? BSSS. Jiang Ji's luck was abysmal. She had yet to achieve SSS even once. She continued her numbing ritual, unaware of how many stabs it took until her mental power finally stabilized at SSS. With her bare hands, she tore open a rift and stepped through. Yinghuai's world was steeped in dim, ashen tones, saturated with oppression, distortion, madness, and chaos. The life forms within this realm appeared as twisted strands of blood, and Jiang Ji found herself before the entrance of a secluded school. Hanging above the door was a plaque inscribed with Yuzhang Academy. Each gilded character slowly oozing blood. She surveyed the scene. The academy was teeming with figures, their outlines traced by the contorted bloodlines. Some of these bloodlines donned black uniforms, resembling walking mannequins, the faculty of this place. Others were clad in camouflage, wielding rulers and whips, serving as instructors. There were students, their bloodlines battered and clad in tattered uniforms, subjected to corporal punishment. Among these bloodlines, Jiang Ji caught sight of a young Yinghuai. In this frenzied and grotesque mental landscape, he alone retained the semblance of a normal human being at this age. Yinghuai had just been sent here, his expression impassive, his gaze fierce. His rebellious eyes incited the ire of a portly homeroom teacher's bloodline. He was confined in a pitch-black room, devoid of light, with but a single hole for air and a filthy, tattered mat infested with cockroaches and rats. Every 3 days, a bucket of foul water and moldy buns would be delivered. No one spoke to him. The silence around him was suffocating, and he was to endure this for a week. Jiang Ji observed that the rooms were packed with emaciated specters, akin to vultures. Fixated on the imprisoned children, that a neighboring girl, starved for 3 days, lay motionless in a corner, her body exuding a faint stench of decay. Finally, a ghost could no longer restrain itself and invaded her body. Emerging with a smile, transformed into an obedient, well-behaved child. This was a place dedicated to creating compliant children. Parents revered it as a sanctuary for wayward youths, eagerly sending their offspring here, unaware that beneath the human guise, malevolent spirits lurked. Yinghuai had not been sent here for mischief. He had always been different from other children than on his first day of kindergarten. Yinghuai noticed a little girl perched on a classmate's back and reported it to his nanny and the kindergarten principal. The following day, that boy drowned in the artificial lake. From that day forth, others regarded him as a little monster. At-12, Yinghuai saw a bloody-eyed female ghost on his father's back, shortly before his father leapt from a corporate skyscraper. His mother swiftly divorced, and he was cast into this academy by his uncle. His current confinement stemmed from his interference in a male teacher's assault on a girl, leading to his suspension and punishment by the instructor. The boy refused to admit fault, huddled on the ground without a sound. His body bore the marks of a barbed whip, bloodied and raw, yet he would not kneel before the instructor, nor would he lick the phlegm from the ground. His back was a gruesome mess, and as his head hung low, it was yanked up by the collar, the instructor's eyes turning a deep crimson, a sinister smile revealing the most terrifying vision he had ever encountered. With a scream, he collapsed, rolling on the ground as blood streamed from his eyes. That in S-Class Esper's mental power was too pure, and at this age, Yinghuai could not control his abilities. Jiang Ji observed with an impassive expression as these fragmented memories, reminiscent of comic panels, replayed in three-dimensional form. These scenes rapidly flashed by like a prologue, transitioning to the timeline within the illusion. Yinghuai was once again thrown into the release chamber. She lost count of how many times this had occurred. Jiang Ji traversed through the bloodlines engaged in conversation, her gaze searching for something, until she spotted a female bloodline adorned with the vice principal's badge. Grabbing a nearby vase, she smashed it over her head, and the bloodline crumpled to the ground before it could utter a sound. In a swift motion, she stripped the black skirt suit from the woman, binding her and locking her in a vacant black room, hanging a sign that read, "Do not disturb self-reflection." Donning this new attire, she walked down the corridor, greeted by the bloodlines with friendly salutes. The bloodlines in the corridor gazed at her, but under the illusion of her SSS mental power. They perceived no difference. Jiang Ji entered the release chamber, a wave of putrid odor assaulting her senses. The boy's eyes were covered with a black band, his breath shallow, his wounds oozed pus, his limbs broken at unnatural angles. Shackled behind his back. Those who had beaten him had not provided any medical attention, not even a moldy bun. Ing Huai's relatives had spoken, intent on allowing him to perish here. Jiang Ji reached out to touch his face. Feeling the heat radiating from him, he was burning with fever. Ing Huai, are you all right? The boy's pale, peeling lips murmured, his voice barely audible. What? She leaned closer. Suddenly, the only shoulder he could move lunged at her. Jiang Ji sidestepped. Tiske, indeed a fierce little wolf cub. Even in such a battered state, he dared to bare his teeth at her. Little wolf cub. That voice was clear and cool, unlike any of the academy's teachers. Youthful and melodious. His hand reached out, seemingly attempting to remove the blindfold from his eyes, but paused momentarily, refraining from doing so. After a while, that hand ventured toward his wound, a sensation akin to ants gnawing at his skin. Ing Huai recoiled in disgust, yet he lacked the strength to escape, only feeling a wave of warmth emanating from her palm, dulling the pain of his wounds that a sharp sound echoed from behind. Suddenly, the restraints on his wrists loosened, the shackles falling away. You can leave from here. Your power extends far beyond this. Now, you can seek your vengeance. The whisper, akin to that of a demon, unfurled in his ear. The authorities extricated Ing Huai, taking measures to shut down the facility, yet the protective umbrella shielding the academy remained unpunished. Jiang Ji released the defiant wolf cub from his cage, tending to his dulled claws. She would observe whether he sought to escape or to overturn this place. The long-awaited aroma of food wafted through the air, yet the boy remained silent. Jiang Ji rose to depart as she reached the door. A hoarse voice called out from behind, laced with hesitation. May I see your face? Chapter 45. Jiang Ji resumed her performance. Countless dark clouds gathered above the western district, and raindrops quickly coalesced into lines, transforming into a torrential downpour. The heavy rain fell upon the specter, scalding its flesh into scar-like welts, as it howled in agony, yet could not bear to abandon the delectable blood and flesh before it. Inside the car, the air conditioning hummed, and a faint metallic scent lingered in the air. Jiang Ji's eyelashes fluttered, and she abruptly opened her eyes, a fleeting glimmer flashing in their depths. The bone-chilling cold surged from her very soul, prompting her to instinctively curl up to "so cold," as she murmured. Her hands and feet felt icy, fatigue weighing her down, and her heartbeat slowed to a crawl. The attributes panel in the upper right corner indicated that her life force had dipped below the critical threshold. Her survival hinged solely on the system sustaining her breath. Ouch! It still hurts. Jiang Ji shifted her body, the sting akin to needles pricking her nerves. She reached for her abdomen, and as expected, her hand came away stained with blood. Host, once the protagonists awaken, your injuries will inevitably be discovered. The system expressed its concern at an opportune moment. According to its numerous simulations, the protagonist's suspicion toward Jiang Ji would peak at this moment. A mere ordinary person, yet she awoke faster than the espers and could remain unfazed while stabbing herself, that if they did not suspect her of foul play, readers would undoubtedly take to forums to mock her ability as the collective dumbing aura. Though the protagonists were kind-hearted, they were not fools and never held back the team. Shueli had always harbored doubts about her, especially with the perceptive Ing Huai, who had long held prejudices against Jiang Ji. The system believed that the best course of action now was for the host to utilize her dwindling popularity to navigate the current predicament, that if the Investigation Bureau determined Jiang Ji posed a significant threat and sent her to the psychic prison. No matter how extraordinary her abilities, she would have no avenue for expression. The psychic prison was situated on an isolated island, surrounded by steep cliffs and deep waters, severed from the world. Should she fail to make an effective appearance during the serialization period and garner sufficient popularity, a dismal ending for the comic would be inevitable. Jiang Ji's popularity was dwindling, and just moments ago, Jiu and others had tasted the advantages of the alternate dimension, redeeming some training hours. I shall not make use of the popularity points, Jiang Ji thought to herself. Should her new recruits fail to exchange items, the illusion of her organization's noble purpose would shatter into countless fragments. The system was in a frenzy, yet Jiang Ji remained unperturbed. The face reflected in the rearview mirror, drenched in sweat, was pale yet composed. The 3's psychic energy would not endure for much longer. So Jiang Ji seized the moment to activate her precognitive abilities. Her formidable mental strength traversed the vast and tumultuous river of time, swiftly locating the hiding place of the B-grade ghost. "Just watch me perform," she said with a casual tone, inciting a desire for retribution in the system. With a thunderous crash, the school with black walls and a red roof crumbled before her eyes. Clad in uniforms, the bloodlines supported one another as they fled, and when they stepped out of the door, sunlight bathed them. The grotesque and absurd bloodlines gradually took shape. They could hardly believe their escape, their brief joy collapsing into tears. The faculty's bloodlines were devoured by the ghosts that surged forth, reducing the academy to rubble. Vanishing into a place untouched by sunlight, that a smile crept onto the youth's lips, tinged with a hint of delight, though the corners of his eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if this moment had been awaited for far too long. As the scene before him was reduced to ruins. Ing Huai tore away the blindfold covering his eyes, and a faint glimmer flickered in his slightly upturned gaze. He obediently refrained from sneaking a glance, for she had promised they would meet again after everything concluded. He had waited long at the academy's entrance, scouring the debris for that elusive silhouette, yet to no avail. The voice in his mind was fading, becoming increasingly indistinct. Such imagery seemed to have looped countless times, each instance erasing her existence. Just as he was on the verge of recalling that, he knelt down in agony, pleading, please do not let him forget her. Upon awakening, Ing Huai was immediately met with the scent of blood. A dull ache throbbed in his mind, as if he had forgotten something vital. An urgent voice implored him to remember, while another calmly stated that the dream must end. The sound of rustling reached his ears, and he forcefully opened his eyes. Before him, the dark-haired girl in the passenger seat was meticulously wiping the drying blood from the blade of a familiar knife. Ing Huai glanced down, realizing his waist was devoid of any weapon. The metallic scent of blood emanated from the girl, whose clothing was stained with crimson as blood flowed freely from her wounds, her pallid face contrasting starkly with her dark, profound eyes. "Awake?" Jiang Ji asked. Fully absorbed in her task, Ing Huai frowned slightly. The aura surrounding Jiang Ji had shifted. Though she appeared to be the same person, there was an absence of any human emotion in her eyes. Her delicate features were chillingly cold, reminiscent of an imported doll from a shop. The angle of her wound suggested self-infliction, the blade marred with blood, yet she did not even blink. Lingering nearby were some ghostly servants unwilling to depart, their wills distorted by Ing Huai's psychic energy, their heads exploding in a violent display. Within this deluge, a familiar essence lingered. Yi Changli in the back seat. Shui Li's face was ashen, struggling violently, his throat emitting raspy gasps, on the verge of asphyxiation. Yet Jin's expression gradually turned serene. Jiang Ji was not surprised. Though Shui Li appeared robust, he possessed a delicate and profound mind, while the protagonist, akin to a foolish landlord's son, might not grasp the nuances of PUA. Ing Huai's mood was decidedly bleak, his demeanor radiating irritation and gloom. He cast a glance at Shui Li's contorted face, sneering coldly, as his psychic energy transformed into a needle, stabbing down with ferocity. That a wretched scream echoed throughout the vehicle, causing Shui Li to sit up abruptly. The shriek startled Jin awake, and the two exchanged wary glances, both shaken. "Did we enter an illusion?" Shui Li turned to Ing Huai. "Boss, did you exit first?" Jin immediately thought of Jiang Ji. As psychics, they had nearly become trapped in the illusion, but Jiang Ji, a girl without any powers. Yet considering their captain was present, surely she would not come to harm. Before he could voice his concern, he heard the girl in the passenger seat coldly remark, "A bunch of useless fools." Jin blinked in surprise. "What's wrong?" "Were you wronged in the illusion?" He sensed something was off. Jiang Ji was a yin-yang person, not one to express herself so bluntly. "You are not Jiang Ji." Ing Huai's gaze turned icy. "Who are you?" A chilling intent descended upon them, yet the girl remained unfazed. The military knife twirled gracefully between her slender, pale fingers as she retorted, "If I am not Jiang Ji, does that mean you are?" At this moment, even Jin grasped the anomaly. "Indeed, I have a twin sister." Their voices were strikingly similar, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the subtle differences in their enunciation. Jiang Ji tended to elongate her words, sometimes sounding almost petulant, while the individual before him spoke clearly and succinctly. Her defiant demeanor only deepened the suspicion surrounding her identity. Ing Huai remained silent, his gaze cast downward, obscuring his emotions that he sensed no ghostly aura emanating from Jiang Ji. After all, this body still belonged to a human, that he retrieved a vial of luminescent serum from the partition and tossed a sealed syringe toward her, a cell repair agent, before injecting it that if left to bleed, she would perish before they could escape. After tossing it, Ing Huai started the vehicle, beginning to reverse. They still needed to locate the B-grade Spectre and the missing second team. Every minute could cost more lives. Jiang Ji fixed her gaze on the vial in her lap, her indifferent expression betraying a hint of surprise that Jean, worried that the girl might not know where to inject, leaned forward with wide, wet eyes. Do you need help? There was an inexplicable trepidation in his heart regarding this Jiang Ji, but his guilt over previous events lingered. However, he was met with a fierce glare from her, scram. I still need to settle the score with the bump on your head. The dark-haired girl bit one end of the packaging, tearing it open, then used her teeth to breach the vial's opening. With practiced ease, she inserted the needle into her arm's vein and injected the serum. Each movement flowed seamlessly. Every team had a fixed quota, and the materials were exceedingly precious, potentially life-saving in critical moments. After the injection, her abdominal wound quickly ceased bleeding, the injury becoming warm and itchy, seemingly beginning to heal. The system sighed in relief, hastily unlocking the blood restriction, secretly thankful that headquarters had not detected any anomalies. Thank you, Jiang Ji said. Ing Huai glanced up at the rearview mirror, observing her series of actions with a light chuckle. You're welcome, Jiang Wu. The dark-haired girl's pupils trembled, yet she feigned calmness. I do not know what you are talking about. Witnessing this, both Jean and Shueli widened their eyes in unison. Jiang Wu. This was the name of Jiang Ji's twin sister, as recorded in her file. This sister had been on the same bus as Jiang Ji's father on that fateful day, both meeting a tragic end in a series of car accidents. They had even seen the last photograph of the two just before the incident. Amidst a sea of red leaves, two identical girls in white dresses, one smiling sweetly, while the other clutched her skirt with a cold, detached expression, the only distinguishing feature being a tear mole on one face. Most crucially, Jiang Wu was left-handed. Could it be that Jiang Wu's spirit had taken refuge within Jiang Ji's body? No, the previous dream intrusion by Mi Xingdai had revealed no signs of any bizarre invasion. Such things always left traces upon contact that a term from psychology emerged in their minds: dual personality. Was Jiang Ji's longing for her sister manifesting as an imagined persona? Did another personality surface in times of peril, aiding Jiang Ji in evading supernatural events? The system quietly observed this unfolding drama. Sixth, she had not even acknowledged it herself. Yet the protagonists had already drawn their conclusions. Do not look at me with those pleading eyes. Refrain from prying into matters beyond your scope. After silencing the protagonists, Jiang Ji calmly instructed. Turn left. Ing Huai glanced sideways. Do you know where it is? Do you believe I escaped from all those supernatural events purely by luck? The dark-haired girl's gaze bore a hint of provocation, as if daring him to follow her. A sensing ability? No, he felt no traces of psychic energy fluctuations, merely the girl's intuition. Ing Huai shrugged, driving in accordance with her directions until they arrived at a massive landfill. This was the largest waste disposal site in Tunghua City, having undergone multiple expansions, with a mountain of trash rising at its center, a mingling of rainwater and foul odors. The air above the entire western district was thick with rot, and numerous scavenger spirits roamed nearby, while many garbage transfer trucks were parked around. Had Jiang Ji not guided them, this place would have easily been overlooked. Raindrops pattered down, splashing a pool of putrid water. With a loud click, Shueli flung open the car door, only to be knocked back by the stench. What the hell? Biological weapon. Ing Huai also exited the vehicle, and as the torrential rain threatened to drench him, an invisible barrier repelled the downpour. Before him stood a scene of a rain-soaked, bald, muscular man unable to open his eyes, juxtaposed against a pristine, handsome figure that aren't you coming down. Jiang Ji locked eyes with the pair of curious, puppy-like eyes in the rearview mirror that Jean shrank back. I'll guard the water cooler. The rain obscured their vision, the car parked beside the trash mountain, and even from inside, the stench was palpable. Soon, they caught sight of the ghostly servants emerging from behind the garbage mound. Familiar faces have become grotesquely decayed. Were it not for their uniforms, one could scarcely recognize the identities of these individuals. They are 3 C-rank abilities users from the second squad. Colleagues once known have been reduced to the lowest form of ghoul servants, and Shweli scarcely has time to feel melancholic before they are already charging towards him. The higher the number of a combat team, the greater their strength. The composition of the teams is determined by the captains, who often engage in fierce competition over high-potential newcomers, openly clashing with one another. Yet, Ing Huai, ever the rebel, with a spirit of defiance coursing through him, disregards all opposition to assemble a composition featuring an AD, a top laner, and 3 supports, including a rain god and a dream interpreter, along with a spring water cheerleading squad. Meanwhile, the second team's configuration is well-balanced, with each member excelling in their own right. Captain Lu Wangjin stands as the second strongest in Tunghua City, ranked 13th overall. Facing a 2v5 situation is rather daunting. There is also a member from the Rain Ambience team, making it 2.5v5. Jiang Ji. In the early stages, it's all Ing Huai carrying the team. No wonder the protagonist is oblivious. A Jean, completely unaware of her thoughts, pulls a piece of candy from her pocket. Do you want some? Come sit here. Jiang Ji patted the driver's seat if danger arises. Just drive everyone out. A Jean exclaimed, finding the reasoning compelling, and immediately squirmed from the back seat to the driver's position. After some effort, she managed to climb into the seat, but before she could settle, a heavy kick landed on her backside as the car door slammed shut, and a girl's voice echoed through the air, slacking off during the performance. Do you think you're living up to the fans who voted for you? Get down. Chapter 47. He is a dual-element ability user. The gentle golden retriever let out his first furious roar of his life. Jiang Ji. Jiang Ji rubbed her buzzing ears as Ing Huai and Shweli turned to look at her simultaneously. A Jean steadied herself, hastily wiping the rainwater from her face, only to find herself facing a ghoul servant. The face was pale and rotting, with drooping eyes and thinning hair. A Jean recognized that face. It belonged to one of the missing abilities users from the Investigation Bureau, Chu Chengfeng from the second squad. This individual ranked high among abilities users, with the power to render his body impervious to blades and bullets. The wind whipped the rain against him, instantly drenching him to the bone, and a Jean could not help but sneeze. Achoo. Go die. Chu Chengfeng, a man of few words but fierce demeanor, lunged at him. A Jean, frightened, quickly activated her invisibility, feigning a roll to the right while actually rolling to the left. This was a survival tactic she had honed after the brutal battle royale, and she had not anticipated it would come into play so soon. Yet, she forgot that the splashes of rain on her body completely betrayed her movements. The C-rank abilities user-turned-ghoul servant possessed combat skills far superior to those she had encountered before during the battle royale. A fist the size of a bowl crashed down onto the ground, fracturing the earth like a spider's web, leaving a deep crater where a Jean had been standing. A Jin's face turned pale with fear. Was the power of a ghoul this drastically enhanced? If that blow had landed on her, she would have surely been obliterated. Failing to connect, Chu Chengfeng charged at her again. His attacks were wide and unpredictable, making it impossible to discern any weak points, and his speed had increased significantly. A Jean, in a flurry, drew her short blade to block in front of her. Clang. The sound of blade meeting flesh reverberated, and a Jean felt her insides tremble. It felt as though her bones had shattered, yet the short blade left no marks. I can't win. I must escape. A Jean gritted her teeth, turning to flee without a second thought. The figure of the little dog vanished from sight, the torrential rain muffling the sound of her footsteps. But Chu Chengfeng leapt into the air, crashing down with such force that the ground trembled, sending a Jean stumbling, causing her dagger to slip from her grip. I've got you now. A sinister smile crept onto the rotting, pale face. Before the words had even left his lips, Chu Chengfeng swung his fist again, aiming straight for the tuft of hair atop her head. In her panic, a Jean failed to watch her footing and fell to the ground with a thud. Raising her head, tears streaming down her face, she cried, "Captain, save me! I loathe those with abundant hair." Chu Chengfeng's foot came crashing down. He had already envisioned that head exploding beneath his foot, akin to a ripe watermelon bursting with juice, before his smile could fully form. His expression suddenly froze, and he paused for several seconds. A Jean, enduring excruciating pain, rolled and crawled back into invisibility. Ing Huai's mental interference had arrived just in time. Jiang Ji, witnessing the entire scene from the car, clicked her tongue in amazement. The AD also moonlighting as a father figure. What a paternal love akin to a mountain. Such a sheltered flower. The battle before them was utterly chaotic. Ing Huai displayed no sense of teamwork. He fought solo, while the protagonist group seemed to be doing their own thing, with one even crying and running away. Meanwhile, Shueli spread his palms, pressing his hands together, his face radiating an aura of formidable authority. Upon opening his eyes, he pressed forcefully into the air, as if invoking the power of a divine being. The three ghoul servants on the battlefield froze in their tracks. Their movements became sluggish and cumbersome, each action seeming to slow down tenfold. Nearby, a garbage heap began to sink. The rain-soaked soil, already loose, transformed into a quagmire, ensnaring them within. Moments later, from the heavy clouds above, 3 thick bolts of lightning struck down unexpectedly, illuminating the scene with blinding light. The thunder that followed made everyone blink in unison. Struck by the descending lightning, the 3 ghoul servants collapsed to the ground like 3 black baguettes. The scent of flesh mingled with the stench of garbage. And Jiang Ji squinted her eyes. Ing Huai had finally utilized his other ability, in the comics. Ing Huai is depicted as a dual-element abilities user, wielding both lightning and psychic powers. Both abilities share similarities. After all, the brain could be considered a miniature biological power station. Having dealt with the ghoul servants, they finally caught sight of the second squad-S captain. Lu Wangjin had appeared a few times in the comics. A man in his 30s with gray hair and gray eyes, possessing a long-haired, handsome demeanor, his hair tied back in a small bun, exuding the aura of a wandering samurai from the Edo period. However, he did not appear well at this moment. Every inch of him was oozing blood, with 3 deep knife wounds on his front, each visible enough to expose his innards, and his arms bore multiple lacerations. Resembling a butchered sausage, his exposed skin showed no unblemished flesh, new wounds overlapping old ones, and even his face bore 2 gashes, a large wound extending from his temple to his jaw, his ominous aura having reached its peak. His eyes, filled with a crimson hue, indicated he was under the control of a ghoul. Despite his grievous injuries, he still clung to life. Upon closer inspection, one could see an old, yellowing tooth pinned around Lu Wangjin's neck. This tooth was long and sharp, remarkably well-preserved from crown to root, emanating a bizarrely sinister aura, though cracks were now evident. This cursed trinket had been fortuitously acquired by Lu Wangjin, allowing him to survive grievous injuries without immediate death. Coupled with his formidable abilities, he had often triumphed in adversity. Yet the more he relied on it, the greater the extent of the peculiar contamination he endured. That it was evident he had used this cursed object more than once. This human tooth exacerbated his level of contamination while also preventing him from immediately becoming a ghoul servant. The entity, known as the emotional manipulator, completely countered Lu Wangjin's abilities, explaining why this powerful combat squad had suffered significant losses in this battle. Noticing Ing Huai, who remained unscathed, Lu Wangjin's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Ing Huai, I am the strongest in Huaxia. People only remember the first place. It was clear that before Ing Huai's arrival, he had been the strongest in Tunghua City. Yet, Ing Huai had come and stolen his glory, his luminance. This nightmarish name overshadowed him daily, basking in the adulation and reverence of all. Why? Why could he be so nonchalant despite being late, with countless complaints against him? Ing Huai raised an eyebrow. Who are you? This question momentarily stunned both Shueli and Ajin. Upon deeper reflection, they realized that Lu Wangjin bore a blood mark on his face. The captain might genuinely not recognize him. Though it could be explained, the contaminated Lu Wangjin had lost his capacity for rational thought. The impact of that question was staggering, as the aura of the gray-haired wanderer surged to over 2 meters in height, wielding a katana as he charged toward him. Damn it, he moved with incredible speed, vanishing like a shadow. Chapter 48. She can actually grasp ghouls with her bare hands. Ing Huai quickly retreated, drawing his pistol from his waist and decisively firing. Bang, bang, bang. The gray-haired man did not evade. Allowing the bullets to embed themselves in his body, Lu Wangjin lifted his head slowly, revealing a sinister smile. The fresh agony morphed into a terrifying aura that even Jiang Ji felt from the car. This had to be S-rank power, and it was fully charged for critical strikes that if that blade were to land on Inghuai, he would undoubtedly be eliminated prematurely. Strangely, Inghuai merely used the bullets to slow Lu Wangjin's advance instead of summoning the devastating lightning as before, consistently narrowly avoiding the strikes, pausing with a slight frown and pale lips, as though he had exhausted his psychic energy. Several times, the blade came perilously close to him, only for Shueli to intervene just in time. Indeed, humanity differs from the strange. Covering the entire western district with psychic energy had become Inghuai's limit. Perhaps feeling confident of victory, the B-rank entity finally stopped concealing itself, revealing its true form mid-air. It lacked a tangible shape, manifesting instead as a swirling mass of anguish, despair, rage, and jealousy. Within the black mist, a pair of blood-red, frenzied eyes glinted. It was a collective of humanity's negative emotions, capable of appearing and transferring into any individual's body at will. As it emerged, the sound of footsteps echoed from all directions. The noise drew nearer, growing increasingly distinct. The footsteps were heavy and sluggish, unlike those of a living person. That it was the ghostly servants. The entire ghostly entourage of the West District had arrived. The B-level anomaly, without sparing a glance at the others, commanded Lu Wangjin. Kill Inghuai first. His mental energy is depleted. It was filled with an overwhelming hatred for this human. Just moments ago, they had been in a standoff, one in the light and the other in the dark, vying for control over the West District. IT prided itself on the belief that the human brain was its joyful abode. Yet it had failed to seize it. The water dispensers had lost their minds and could not transform into ghostly servants through self-inflicted harm. Moreover, it had been significantly diminished by the ability users of Tunghua City, leaving only 1,000 ghostly servants gathered at the junkyard. Yet they still formed a dense, ominous mass. This sight startled the Jin, who had never before witnessed such a multitude of ghostly servants in one place. Most of these grotesque apparitions were ordinary people, alongside a few ability users residing in the West District. Upon hearing that Inghuai was drained of energy, Lu Wangjin displayed a sinister smile once more. The katana swung down again, each strike conjuring a miniature whirlwind, the shockwaves stirring up countless specks of mud that fell like rain, obstructing Inghuai's line of sight and creating a visual disturbance. Inghuai clicked his tongue in annoyance. How tiresome. He merely wished to draw out the anomaly. Did they truly believe he possessed a good temper? With a firm grip, he prepared to summon the thunder to send this companion through tribulation. In the blink of an eye, a tall, slender woman appeared, parrying the blow with a short dagger. She stood protectively before Inghuai, her delicate face frosted with resolve, her gaze sharp, yet softened with concern as she looked at him. "Are you all right?" The woman, with her high ponytail and combat attire, radiated a captivating charm that even a torrential downpour could not diminish. "Deputy Captain Jiang, you're still alive," a Jin exclaimed. Shueli, fending off the relentless ghostly servants, felt a surge of hope. Initially, seeing those 3 anomaly-empowered ghostly servants led them to believe that Zheng Baixue had met a similar fate. Upon witnessing Zheng Baixue step directly to Inghuai's side, Lu Wangjin felt as though raindrops were falling on verdant grass, his eyes burning crimson as he bellowed, "Inghuai, I shall engage you in a battle to the death. Come, let us fight like men. And the victor shall stand beside Baixue," Inghuai replied calmly. "Then I choose to embrace peace." While manipulating his mental energy into an invisible hand, he crushed several advancing, ghostly servants into a pulp. Zheng Baixue and Shueli transformed, one into a cat and the other controlling gravity. The sounds of meowing echoed as countless stray cats emerged from all directions. These battle-hardened strays were agile and swift, appearing from seemingly nowhere, leaping to claw at the faces of the ghostly servants, yet they could not land a hit. Shueli's gravitational field intensified their speed, while the ghostly servants found themselves sluggish. As if mired in a swamp, Jin swallowed hard. Turning to flee towards the vehicle, he met the gaze of those pitch-black pupils within, reminiscent of the eyes at the back door of the classroom, causing his heart to plummet. Gritting his teeth, he drew his knife and sought out a stray, ghostly servant. This particular servant bore a visage reminiscent of a child with Down syndrome, moving slowly and seemingly lacking combat prowess. He felt he could manage it. "Come now, show me," A Jiang darted to and fro, at times hidden, feeling a flicker of skill amidst the fierce battle. That moment, he heard Jiang Ji press down the car window, coldly addressing Lu Wangjin. That fool with the silly face. You wanted a competition, didn't you? Whatever Ing Huai does, you must do it faster. Isn't that all you need? Jean. That the darkened Ji sister launched indiscriminate attacks. No, it was you, Miss Sister. The near-unhinged Lu Wangjin found this quite reasonable and turned earnestly to Ing Huai. What do you wish to do most right now? Ing Huai replied, I want to kill that anomaly. The emotional manipulator hurriedly interjected. Lu Wangjin, do not fall for his trickery. Without me, you are nothing. This remark struck a nerve with Lu Wangjin. How dare it claim he was nothing? Die. He charged forward, wielding his katana. That Lu Wangjin's aura had escalated to S level, and the emotional manipulator dared not confront him directly, quickly transferring to a nearby ghostly servant. Enraged, Lu Wangjin disregarded everything, unable to discern which ghostly servant harbored the anomaly. He decided to eliminate them all. He charged in, each swing of his blade severing a circle of heads, a veritable harvest of decapitation, the ground littered with corpses. Meanwhile, Ing Huai finally shook off the clingy man, unleashing a mass mental suppression upon the ghostly servants on the battlefield. The emotional manipulator had nowhere to hide, its blood-red eyes fixated on the sole ordinary person amidst the chaos, diving toward that SUV. It still bore a grudge against Jiang Ji for that slap in the illusion, and it intended for this woman to pay the price. Moreover, by controlling her, it could threaten Ing Huai. A bloodthirsty, cruel smile spread across its face. The system averted its gaze in despair. The next moment, the black mist was seized by a hand protruding from the car window. That pale, cold hand grasped a corner of the black mist, as if holding a mouse's tail, shaking it slightly. What is this? Hiss, Shueli and Jean gasped in astonishment. How terrifying. She could actually grasp an anomaly of this nature with her bare hands. Soon, the black mist was cast aside. Scram. Ing Huai's expression turned frigid as he clenched his right hand, his mental energy transforming into an impenetrable cage, trapping the black mist within. The emotional manipulator thrashed about inside, hurling insults. Ing Huai retracted the mental cage. Currently, the Investigation Bureau had no means to completely eradicate this type of accompanying anomaly. Even if it was utterly defeated, it could still be reborn from humanity's negative emotions. Meanwhile, Lu Wangjin continued to shout, Ing Huai, fight like a man. Our grievances will be resolved sooner or later. Bang. The man engulfed in black flames rolled his eyes and collapsed, the force of the hand chop so intense that Jean distinctly heard the sound of his cervical vertebrae snapping. Zheng Baixua shot a glare of exasperation at the convulsing, gray-haired man on the ground. Captain Ing, I have caused you trouble. Her beautiful eyes swept over the 3 charred corpses, her expression somber. Personnel from the Investigation Bureau's logistics and the police soon arrived. Upon hearing Ing Huai instruct them to go door to door to repair the water dispensers, they exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed as the battle concluded. Ing Huai lit a cigarette, walking behind, while Jean, filled with fury, sought to confront Jiang Ji. Jiang Ji. Upon returning to the vehicle, he discovered the black-haired girl resting her head on the seatbelt, having unknowingly fallen asleep. Ing Huai observed calmly, preparing to implant the great compassion mantra into the girl's mind when, in the next second, she stirred with a soft whimper, her eyes vacant. What happened to me, Jean? Shueli, Ing Huai. Chapter 49. Infiltrated the main character group. Lu Wangjin was placed on a stretcher, hurriedly carried away by 2 men in white coats, with Zheng Baixua jogging behind. Despite receiving a hand chop, the resilience of ability users was remarkable, and with healing curses at their disposal, Lu Wangjin regained consciousness shortly after boarding the ambulance, just as the doors were about to close. He clung to the door, struggling. Ing Huai, lend me the cell repair agent. I'll return a bottle next month. The cell repair agent could resolve most of his injuries. Should he be taken to the anomaly defense facility, he would be bedridden for at least half a month. That he hadn't intended to sustain such injuries, but that B-level anomaly had proven formidable, leading to this unfortunate predicament. Zheng Baixua looked toward Ing Huai, her gaze filled with hope. The raw materials for the cell repair agent had to be extracted from ghostly entities, making it extremely costly and rare. Currently, it was the most effective antidote against ghostly contamination. And Tunghua City received only a limited supply from headquarters each month. That Lu Wangjin's abilities often put him in harm's way, and he had exhausted the supply of cell repair agents by the beginning of the month. This time, Lu Wangjin's level of contamination had exceeded moderate. He would need to spend at least half a month in the purification chamber. Their team had suffered the loss of 3 members, severely weakening their strength. If he couldn't quickly regain his abilities, it would mean handing over their number and resources to other teams. The Investigation Bureau's resources were limited, and even among ability users, there was fierce competition and treachery. Despite Ying Huai's esteemed reputation among ability users, should he fall from grace, these individuals would immediately turn on him, eager to feast on flesh and blood. Ying Huai leaned against the car door, extinguishing his cigarette, but that in no way. Your team has no injuries. Upon hearing this, Lu Wangjin's eyes burned with jealousy. I see you simply don't want to lend it to me. You're afraid that I'll recover and defeat you. Ying Huai nodded in agreement. If you think that way, there's nothing I can do. This remark was so infuriating that it sent Lu Wangjin into a rage that he struggled to catch his breath. Ying Huai offered no explanation to Jin, fearing that Lu Wangjin might become enraged to the point of collapsing. Quickly interjected. No, really, it's all gone. The cell repair agent was used on others. Almost instinctively, he cast a glance at the bystander in the vehicle. Recognizing the sharpness of their minds, Zheng Baixue and the others followed Jin's gaze to the bewildered Jiang Ji. What the hell? Sell what? What abs? Lu Wangjin struggled to raise his head, staring at the girl devoid of any mental energy fluctuations. His eyes wide with disbelief. You used such a precious agent on an ordinary person. That could have been used to resist contamination. Ordinary people should be sent to the hospital if injured. In an instant, Zheng Baixue seemed to comprehend something, her gaze fixated intently on the girl inside the car. Ying Huai languidly clapped his hands. Quite right. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and take Team Leader Lu to the hospital. One of the doctors in a white coat prepared to close the car door, but this time, Lu Wangjin did not intervene, resigned and despairing as he released his grip. Unexpectedly, however, his wrist was seized by the man. You stay. Help me take a look. The doctor's face, which had initially flushed, turned pale with shock upon understanding the words. Teaming, you're injured? Without hesitation, she jumped out of the vehicle, swiftly shutting the door behind her. From the receding ambulance came a heart-wrenching roar. Ying Huai, return my attending physician. Ying Huai pointed at Jiang Ji, who was clinging to the car window. Examine her injuries. Treat a mere civilian? She is a specialized healer for those with abilities. The doctor hesitated. Yet, out of respect for Ying Huai, she approached with a measured patience, inquiring, Were you injured? Jiang Ji replied, I'm injured. Where am I hurt? The doctor's expression directed at Ying Huai was laden with accusation. What is going on? Do you think I'm a part of your little game? Ying Huai, however, interpreted her look differently, his brow furrowing. Is it that serious? Give me a number. How long can she survive? The doctor silently regarded the small scar on the girl's body, which was visibly fading. If it were any later, the wound would have healed completely. A mocking smile crept onto her lips, feeling utterly deceived. Jiang Ji noticed the vanishing scar and couldn't help but marvel at how miraculous the cell repair agent was. Not only was her knife wound vanishing, but the bump on the back of her head, the injury on her ankle, and even the scratch on her cheek had disappeared. Internally, she was shouting, System, system, system. The system, exasperated, responded, Stop urging me. I'm still copying. Thus, Jiang Ji felt quite satisfied. She did not produce props, but she was a transporter across various worlds. Ying Huai's expression grew increasingly grave. While her body may be fine, could it be possible that her mind is a bit off? Jiang Ji? The doctor sighed heavily. Teaming, mental fortitude is your domain. If all else fails, the micro-butterfly can help with dreaming. Ying Huai lowered his eyelids, lost in thought that in truth he had already scanned Jiang Ji's brainwaves. Finding her optimism baffling, more untainted than even a Jin's simplistic inner world, and previous observations of the micro-butterfly had revealed no abnormalities. Just before Jiang Ji exited the car, Ying Huai suddenly spoke. Next Monday at 8 in the morning. Report to 666 Ezhou Avenue. Report. She blinked, realizing that this was the precinct's territory. Only a gene is not a riddle. You probably don't know yet, but the higher-ups have approved it. You'll be interning with us from now on. Jiang Ji. Oh no. Has she infiltrated the protagonist group? This B-grade anomaly incident swept across the entire West District, resulting in over 5,000 deaths and more than 10,000 injuries. with nearly 1,000 critically wounded. 16 official ability users perished, nearly one-third of whom were C-grade. And apart from Hawaii's team, other combat teams suffered losses of 1 to 2 members. Civilian ability users faced casualties nearing 100. The Investigation Bureau dispatched numerous personnel and police to handle the aftermath, with the relevant departments in Tunghua City and headquarters allocating funds for housing reconstruction and resettlement work, with anomalies emerging frequently and various factions stirring. The appearance of B-grade anomalies triggered a global uproar. Within half a year, the emergence of B-grade anomalies had already wreaked havoc in China's super cities. Media outlets worldwide buzzed, and domestic social platforms were rife with rumors, espousing theories of retribution against China and official negligence. Amidst the public's discontent, many netizens were successfully brainwashed, igniting a wave of immigration fervor across the country. Every day we boast of the 4 great ancient civilizations. Yet look, the places steeped in history are rife with ghosts that I suggest Tunghua City be sealed off until the underground tombs are thoroughly cleaned before reopening, that if it were the beautiful country, they would have detected it long ago. China should have shared data from monitoring. Fusan can already anticipate C-grade ghost entities. 5,000 lives lost. Where did our tax money go? Wow, that is a lot of 50,000. Chapter 50. What is a horror live broadcast room? Jiang Ji sat calmly before her computer, having read through the comments. Calculating the time, it should be about ready. Host, it's here. Jiang Ji looked down to see the computer. Under the system's control, transitioned directly to a video page, beginning to play a video lasting over 3 minutes. The filming perspective seemed to be from under a table, the camera shaking uncontrollably. Accompanied by the sound of the filmer's attempts to suppress their breathing, did I end the video? A middle-aged couple lay sprawled in an opulent living room, their bodies gruesomely dismembered into countless pieces. Only a 7 or 8-year-old boy remained, along with the one recording. Not far off, a slender ghostly figure wielding a crimson scythe swiftly approached the boy. The video shook violently, causing viewers to hold their breath in terror. Just as the ominous scythe was about to strike, a golden-haired woman in combat attire suddenly appeared, delivering 3 powerful blows that scattered the ghostly figure, bending down to pick up a cocoon-like capsule and stuffing it into her pocket. The blonde woman whistled, mockingly addressing her earpiece. I didn't expect to make a little extra. She didn't spare a glance at the survivors, as if they were non-existent, turning to leave with her hands in her pockets. Is it dead? The boy suddenly asked. Why not kill it? The child's voice was innocent yet filled with confusion. They killed my original parents, and now they've killed my new parents, the woman laughed. Her tone laced with deep malice. Poor thing, your new parents didn't adopt you out of love. They want to use you to resurrect their son, that you're merely a cultivated piglet for them. A vesseled, so why not kill it? If you kill it, it won't continue to kill other people's parents. Would you like to see? The woman cast a meaningful glance toward the camera, causing the filmer's phone to drop in fear, her calm voice conveying to the audience beyond the screen. Don't worry, you'll all see that I end this era of horror resurgence. Any term related to anomalies quickly trends. This instance was no exception, with comments rapidly exceeding 10,000. Wow. Who is this woman? So cool and beautiful. Whispering, she asked the one from China who recently made it to global broadcasts. Ah, Sister G, my eternal idol. Is this placed at the City South Mansion near my home? The case where only the male and female hosts were killed. In the comment section of this video, someone posted a screenshot of a recruitment post from some forum. Title: Hiring a host. Content: responsible for the first episode of the Horror Live broadcast room, aimed at educating the public on ghost entities and explaining the science of anomalies. Selection requirements: B-grade or higher ability users. Must have independently resolved over 3 supernatural incidents. Articulate, cultured, amiable, proficient in anatomy. 2-hour duration. Hourly wage of 500. Daily settlement. Surprisingly, many IDs eagerly signed up. Gargoyle. Me. I'm cultured and amiable. I'll definitely nail this 1,000. Old demon. I want to show my face, but I'm sunny and cheerful. Coming to see a spatial ability user at work. Stujska. One charming and unruly enforcer. Elegant posterior. Wind chime. Wow. So many B-grade users in our forum. White mirror wall. Damn. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. I'll be back in 60 years. This comment section quickly became a towering edifice of discourse. Horror Live broadcast room? Hourly wage of 500. How is this different from a base salary of 3K requiring a Nobel Prize winner? Playing is one thing, but don't joke about the supernatural. Job listings are getting more outrageous. B-grade ability user, proficient in anatomy. What? Are you going to dissect ghosts? Though I find it ridiculous. This is the Night Watchman forum. Wow, it really is the one that caused such a stir online. The force behind Ji Qing, don't mock. Their hourly wage is 500 that could exchange for potions that activate abilities. ITS said that the ability user community is inquiring about this organization. The forum creator SID is called Oracle. Think about it. This video and the screenshot gain immense traction, becoming increasingly fantastical, swiftly reaching the top of trending topics. At this moment, Jiang Ji received a message. I saw the trending topic. So what do you want me to do? The message was sent by a user with the ID Pharaoh, whose name seemed mystical, yet in reality, he was a recently graduated male university student. His real name was Hufu, which inspired his ID. 3 days prior, Hufu had suddenly received an unfamiliar message. The message conveyed to him foretold that 3 days hence, he and his brother would meet their demise in a tragic accident, orchestrated by none other than their uncle. Upon hearing this, Hufu found it laughable and was poised to report the matter. Following the death of his parents, he had been taken in by his uncle and aunt, who treated the two brothers as their own, never coveting the inheritance left to them by their parents. However, soon after, he received several photographs depicting him and his brother dismembered and lying in a pool of blood, with their uncle standing beside a stranger, wearing a sinister grin. Hufu, being knowledgeable in this field, discerned at a glance that the images bore no signs of digital alteration. The mysterious number informed him that at precisely 9:35, the housemaid would shatter a Hermes cup. Skeptical yet curious, he descended the stairs, only to witness the maid indeed dropping the cup at the appointed time. Subsequently, the stranger relayed several minor events, all of which came to pass. The enigmatic figure disclosed that the death of his parents was also a heinous act committed by this seemingly benevolent couple who had delayed his inheritance until his graduation, as stipulated in the will. With trepidation, Hufu followed the mysterious person's guidance, uncovering evidence of hired murder hidden within a safe. In that moment, vengeance consumed his heart. He shattered every mirror within the mansion, secretly scattering ashes in the basement, atop which he placed 2 apples, one red and one green, that he then concealed himself and his brother in the bedroom for an entire night, resolute in not opening the door, no matter the disturbances outside. That night, the mansion's master met a gruesome end, and the malevolent spirit that had yet to enact further havoc was subdued by arriving supernatural agents. Hufu speculated that this sudden apparition was summoned by the mysterious figure using the ashes and apples. Join us. Without a moment's hesitation, Hufu consented, recognizing that this organization had spared him and his brother from a grim fate and aided them in avenging their parents' blood. With a substantial inheritance in hand and a young brother by his side, he felt utterly powerless in such a perilous world. He signed a contract, pressed his fingerprint, and burned it. He meticulously inscribed his name beneath the contract as per the instructions, pricked his finger to leave a print. And as the document turned to ashes in the flames, he sensed a newfound bond within his soul. Shortly thereafter, he received his first task from the mysterious figure, to establish an organization branch hidden amidst the bustling city. Chapter 51. The Saint and the Devil. Jiang Ji had never forgotten her intention to recruit the Su family for a ghostly marriage. Yet, the human factions within this narrative were far from united. The upper echelons of humanity, various conglomerates, and supernatural guilds were deeply entangled. For instance, after Li Ming and Huang Jun were handed over to subordinate departments, they were found dead in the interrogation room the following day. The official report claimed cardiac arrest as the cause of death, but Jiang Ji knew they had been eliminated by supernatural agents aligned with the consortium. Their fates had been sealed the moment she alighted from the ghost bus, and she suspected Ing Huai shared her sentiments that in recent days, she had commanded the system to scour the web for information regarding the Su family, uncovering many intriguing details. For instance, Su's mistress was currently basking in splendor, desperately seeking remedies to conceive a son. Furthermore, a popular young star was caught clandestinely meeting with MRS.SU for 2 hours in a car, leading to a scandal involving exorbitant blackmail. Yet, these trivial matters held little allure for her. This family was fundamentally flawed, and she was confident opportunities would arise. Before long, Jiang Ji discovered that the Su family's chief assistant was secretly seeking supernatural beings on the dark web, that a deeper investigation revealed that the Su family had not fared well against her and was plotting to seize their nephew's inheritance. The lakeside villa was merely Su Jigang's personal property, while the mansion they currently occupied in the southern city was a small Western-style building dating back to the Republic era, originally the residence of a military officer. Its history was likely tainted, and such a house could easily harbor the resentful energy that attracts the supernatural. She instructed Hu Fu to gather lower-tier spirits, which he did with great success. They purposely diverted the supernatural agents assigned by the consortium, granting Hu Fu the opportunity to act decisively. Under her remote guidance, Jiang Ji observed Hu Fu's decisive nature. He executed his plans flawlessly, not only extricating himself, but also effortlessly securing the Su family's inheritance that, if utilized wisely, he would prove to be an exceptional asset, a keen blade to serve as her eyes within the consortium. Hu Fu's remarkable initiative soon led him to finalize a location, a bar named Half Awake, set to establish itself in the vibrant heart of the city. His reasoning was that the more chaotic the environment, the less likely they would attract attention, and the easier it would be to gather useful intelligence. Moreover, with the bar's high foot traffic, the presence of a few unusual patrons would hardly raise eyebrows. Jiang Ji wholeheartedly agreed that in recent days, she had refrained from contacting the main characters. Online discussions surrounding Ji Qing's videos and forum snapshots continued to gain traction, swiftly countering the slander from foreign media and online trolls. The Guardian Knight forum had become a hub for spectators, and many past threads were resurrected. Jiang Ji expelled those intruders, restricting access to a select few fortunate users each day. Regardless, these users would undoubtedly disseminate the forum's posts across major platforms, generating significant traffic. Even the authorities had dispatched personnel to monitor and refresh their web pages. This newly emerged organization was shrouded in mystery, maintaining its popularity without waning. Many users began to speculate, pondering whether the organization behind Ji Qing's capture of spirits, without executing them, harbored deeper motives. Alternatively, if they were to eliminate the captured spirits, might their points soar to the top of the leaderboard? Monday marked Jiang Ji's reporting day to the Investigation Bureau. She had previously confirmed the authenticity of her internship with her advisor and awaited the arrival of a Jean downstairs. His pale face was marred by deep dark circles, his eye bags nearly reaching his chin. That you supernatural beings really start work this early? A Jean yawned, his hair drooping in lethargy. Strange entities don't adhere to a 9-to-5 schedule. Even within the Tunghua City Investigation Bureau, only the elite and official supernatural agents were employed. Jiang Ji concealed her abilities, remaining unaware of what Huai had written in the report that led the Bureau to accept her as an ordinary junior student. She was taken to the second floor for a comprehensive physical examination, a specialized department tasked with maintaining public order and addressing supernatural incidents. The space buzzed with busy supernatural agents, vigilant against contaminated humans and disguised aberrations. That a Jean led her to a room filled with instruments. Upon seeing Jiang Ji, he nodded. Jiang Ji, right? Your information has been entered into the system. Come over for your checkup. He pressed a button on the smooth surface of the desk. The surrounding glass transformed into a frosted finish. That a Jean stepped into the corridor, ready to send a message, when he spotted Huai and others approaching from around the corner. Boss, how did you know I skipped breakfast? Upon seeing the youtiao and soy milk in Huai's hands, his eyes lit up, reaching out to grab them, only to be mercilessly swatted away. Huai raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a smirk. The cafeteria is just downstairs. Didn't you think to go eat? Jean looked utterly aggrieved. I thought Jiang Ji couldn't eat during her examination, so I didn't want to dine alone. After an hour's wait, the doctor in a white coat finally emerged from the room. Your health is generally fine, although your physical condition is somewhat inferior compared to the average person. I recommend increasing your exercise regimen. The test results indicated no alarms from the lie detector throughout the process. Captain Ng, you were present. Any abnormal brainwave fluctuations wouldn't escape your notice, the doctor said, handing over a report. The radar chart on the first page for positive emotions was entirely filled. Wow, a hexagonal warrior, a Jean exclaimed in surprise. Huai scrutinized the report, incredulous. This saintly figure, shedding saraira as she walks, is at risk of splitting personalities? Thus, her negative emotion radar chart was also completely filled. The doctor remained calm as she turned to the second page. control 100, exaggeration 100, paranoia 100, calculation 100, suspicion 100. The others exchanged glances, realizing the complexity of the situation had escalated. The doctor continued, regarding the multiple personality disorder you mentioned. External manifestations of this condition are indeed rare. Unless the patient willingly displays their system, that it is likely that during her time at Lihua apartment, under intense fear and survival instinct, a secondary personality emerged, her sister Jiang, whom she perceives as stronger and capable of protecting her. This phenomenon serves as a physical stress response mechanism. Typically, these two personalities alternate control of the same body, without sharing memories. However, based on your descriptions, the primary personality lacks relevant memories, while the secondary personality possesses the primary's memories and can accurately identify each of you. That I recommend encouraging her to maintain a diary, as it could help determine the frequency of the secondary personality's emergence. Generally, a secondary personality tends to vie for control of the body with the primary personality. Currently, it appears that the secondary personality voluntarily relinquishes control, indicating a lack of intention to seize dominance. However, as instances of its emergence increase, the more powerful personality may instinctively consume the original self, ultimately becoming the primary personality. Chapter 52. Dreams are not a lawless realm. Does she possess any awakened abilities? Shweli added, or perhaps the potential to become an ability user. The female doctor in the white coat shook her head, stating that tests conducted against the latest abilities catalog released by the Global Joint Investigation Bureau showed no response. She found it quite peculiar. Ordinary individuals encountering bizarre tales either awaken abilities or fall victim to malevolent entities. The fact that Jiang Ji managed to extricate herself from numerous supernatural incidents without awakening any abilities is remarkable. It might be that the formidable secondary personality suppresses the awakening of abilities. Have you noticed any differences in her behavior during your interactions? Ajin pondered deeply. Perhaps her extraordinary misfortune counts? This probably does not qualify. But she is indeed exceptionally unlucky. Waiting for a bus, she encounters ghost buses and murderers. The paths she chooses are fraught with hidden dangers, while taking the opposite route assures safety. Furthermore, that Ajin counted on his fingers and concluded, is it possible, just hypothetically, that being unlucky is a form of ability? Given your assertion, it might warrant further observation. The doctor mused, finding some merit in the thought. The captain at the Kyoto headquarters is, after all, maxed out on luck, though we also have an individual in Tonghua City who is particularly unfortunate, consistently stumbling into strange occurrences that not so strange, after all. Mi Xingdai maintained a stoic expression. If a comic artist were to depict this scene in the next chapter, a chibi version of Sadako would materialize above Mi Xingdai's head, crossing the comic panels to screech. How is it not strange? It's utterly bizarre. Jiang Ji pushed open the door just in time to overhear this exchange, revealing a pair of lifeless eyes. That's quite rude of you. Leaning against the wall while fiddling with his phone. Ing Huai approached her with his long legs, tossing her an unturned phone. What are you doing? Is this a welcome gift? Jiang Ji, bewildered, grasped the phone, which was currently displaying the popular animated series Fairy Little Flower. How cute! INT heard that Ing Huai had a soft spot for such things. Has the comic artist gone off script again? Unbeknownst to her, Ing Huai's indifference conveyed. The health examination isn't over yet. You might doze off, so watch something wholesome to stimulate your mind. The onboarding health package includes a dream observation component, despite Ing Huai's attempts to dissuade her by claiming she had already been examined. The established procedures could not be bypassed, necessitating Jiang Ji's preparation. Ing Huai cast her a meaningful glance. Be a cultured adult. Dreams are not devoid of LAW. Do you know what dreams I have? Jiang Ji frowned. Soon it seemed she realized something, her eyes widening slowly. That's outrageous. The crackdown on illicit activities has even infiltrated my dreams. I have always been burdened by my idol persona. You are now my team member. If you happen to make me lose face with any peculiar dreams later, you will. Ing Huai's dark eyes held no mirth as she viciously bit into a cold youtiao. Jiang Ji. Are you a dog? Nearby, Ajin looked on in astonishment. You can't be telling me the boss brought soy milk and youtiao just for this. What else would it be? Shweli shot him a sidelong glance. Do you think he came to deliver a heartfelt breakfast? Do you think the boss is a pure love deity? Mi Xingdai stared intently, her lips pressed into a straight line as she uttered her first words of the day. Damn. That is sweet, that oh no. Their team has lost all semblance of normalcy. A Jean lamented internally. Jiang Ji was also in despair. Oh no, my popularity points are exhausted. I can't exchange for props to fabricate dreams anymore. The system can only block external intrusions into dreams. But this easily raises suspicions among the main cast that if they are allowed to wander freely, they will discover that Jiang Ji's dreams are stark and barren, devoid of anything. Dream travelers do not possess dreams. They had long been stripped of this ability. The sound of a spinning wheel echoed from afar as Ying Huai squinted, spotting a stretcher being wheeled down the corridor by Zheng, by Shui, and Yi Chongli. With Lu Wangjin, wrapped like a mummy and hooked to and for, "What are you doing here?" he asked, his tone unfriendly to why Yi Chongli rotated his weary wrist and shrugged. He woke up demanding to see you. When I mentioned you were on the second floor undergoing tests, he insisted you were avoiding him and was desperate to see you. What could I do? I'm helpless here, especially after he is in such a dire state. Clearly, he was unable to control himself when he saw Zheng by Shui. This thought crossed everyone's minds. Ying Huai's expression turned grim, her patience waning. You have 3 seconds to disappear from my... Before he could finish his sentence, 2 elongated figures appeared at the end of the corridor. The elder man in a suit carried an air of undeniable fatigue, followed by a male secretary, exuding an elite vibe. Complete with gold-rimmed glasses that a Jin's eyes widened. Director Nya, why are you here too? We've never had this many people for a team meeting. I came to see this newcomer you insisted on bringing into the first team. I heard he is quite the academic star. Niet Song Nan seemed oblivious to the atmosphere, calmly taking the report from Shui Li's hands. Full marks for the primary personality. This child is truly... not allowing a single point to be spared. Niet Song Nan flipped to the second page. The praise that had almost escaped his lips became stuck. Noticing Ying Huai's darkening expression, the secretary found it rather odd. Aren't you here to support her? Why the reluctance? One cannot phrase it that way, a Jean thought. Last time was one thing, but this time it was a public embarrassment in front of the entire bureau. Chapter 53. Whose dream is this? Due to the overwhelming number of people, this time it was Mi Shengdai who entered the dream alone, holding a recording device to document the live stream. The 150-inch screen in the conference room initially echoed with footsteps. And after a few minutes, the surrounding scenery gradually came into focus. Ying Huai let out a sigh of relief. This time, the shooting location was not the dormitory, and she would not appear as the subject. The scene before her, slightly yellowed on the screen, resembled the tone of a coming-of-age film. Dappled sunlight filtered through the antique shelving, and the calls of vendors made the dream feel vividly real. Before her lay a cramped, modest dwelling, yet it was clean and warm, exuding a nostalgic ambience reminiscent of Japanese dramas that a Jean observed the surroundings, recognizing it as a house in the West District. In the small living room, a makeshift screen separated 2 tiny folding beds that a man's jacket lay atop one bed, while a woman's shoes were tucked beneath. This cramped space was home to a family of 4. A woman busied herself tirelessly in the kitchen while a man sat on the sofa watching the morning news. The only bedroom echoed with snippets of conversation. Hurry up, you're going to be late. Wait, I can't find my socks, I just dug them out for you. Aren't they right here? Amidst the clamor and chaos, 2 girls in matching school uniforms dashed out of the bedroom. Mi Shengdai, with her recording device, entered to capture the scene within the bedroom. The modest room could barely accommodate an old-fashioned desk and a bunk bed nestled against the wall, adorned with celebrity posters and various competition certificates. All the names on the certificates were, without exception, Jiang Ji. The girls appearing on screen looked to be around 14 or 15, the one leading, with her long hair tied in a high ponytail. Had fair skin with a beauty mark glimmering at the corner of her eye. The one trailing behind, with short hair grazing her neck, had a cartoon band-aid adorning her nose, radiating a youthful charm. The 2 girls, though identical in features, possessed distinctly different personalities. Which one is the newcomer? Niet Song Nan inquired. The one with the ponytail, the secretary whispered to him, while Zheng Bai Shui and Lu Wangjin also leaned in with interest. Jiang Ji and Jiang Wu were identical twins, with Jiang Wu tragically having passed away in a car accident 5 years prior. Jiang Ji suffers from dissociative identity disorder, suspected of harboring Jiang Wu as her second personality. The primary personality is relatively weak, yet this secondary personality demonstrated an eerie ability during the West District conflict. Jiang Ji called out in a flurry. Mom, Dad, we're skipping breakfast. We'll miss the bus. You can't skip breakfast. The woman in the kitchen emerged, holding a spatula. It's all ready. Grab a steamed bun and eat on the way. But Jiang Ji had already dashed to the staircase. And as Jiang Wu reached the doorway, she caught a whiff of the delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen, sniffed the air, and turned back to grab 2 steamed buns. The buns, freshly steamed, released a cloud of steam that made her wince. "It's fine, I took some from Mom, that I'm off now. Take care on the road." "All right." Waiting in the hallway, Jiang Ji grabbed Jiang Wu's hand and ran, the ponytail glimmering in the sunlight streaming in. "This newcomer Yi Chongli murmured, is quite the beauty." Ajin cast a glance at the individual beside her and exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Do you wish to court death?" To which Weishindi replied, "This is a dream from Jiang Ji's past. Human dreams often manifest in numerous forms. For instance, dreams that starkly contrast with reality are termed counterdreams, reflecting one's recent mental state and emotional condition, while health-related dreams serve as reminders of one's physical and mental well-being. Such dreams are frequently bizarre and absurd. Another category of dreams closely aligned with reality includes prophetic dreams, where events and scenes within the dream unfold in actuality, as well as the kind Jiang Ji currently experiences, recurrent dreams of the past, where memories long forgotten in reality resurface that Yinghuai's fingertips tapped silently on the table. Was it the appearance of Jiang Wu that instigated such a dream? The two hastened to the bus stop, where it appeared that Jiang Ji was dragging Jiang Wu along, although in truth, Jiang Wu walked with an air of calm assurance while Jiang Ji puffed and panted, her feeble stamina drawing a frown from Nie Tsongnan, who deemed her too delicate. Jiang Wu's indifferent gaze bore a hint of exasperation. If you can't run, then slow down. Being late won't bring about your demise, but your reckless pace could easily lead to your end. Unsurprisingly, she received a roll of the eyes in response. This morning was no different from the usual. The pedestrian flow on the street was moderate, and breakfast stalls had already set up along the roadside. They arrived at the bus stop just as the bus did. Weishindi boarded with them, documenting their surroundings as if filming a documentary. Surprisingly, the bus was nearly empty, save for a passenger seated by the window. Clad in a pristine white tang suit, adorned with intricate and elaborate frog buttons, long hair cascading to their shoulders, with a slender frame obscuring their features, rendering it impossible to ascertain their gender. Weishindi calmly explained, dreams of the past typically span a considerable duration. It is normal for passers-by in such dreams to remain faceless. Jiang Ji and her companion successfully found seats. However, something felt amiss. The occupants in the conference room frowned, for it was implausible for a bus traversing a route through a school during rush hour to be so sparsely populated. Did I end the dream? The short-haired girl seemed to notice this anomaly, her expression suddenly shifting to one of peculiar discomfort. Her cat-like eyes lingered on the safety hammer beside the bus window for a moment before she nonchalantly tore off a piece of the slightly chilled flour roll and handed it to Jiang Ji, urging her to eat quickly. "Hurry up. Once we reach school, you can copy my homework." Jiang Ji muttered in protest, "Are you even capable? You sneaked out to play last night, and now you're here copying homework this morning. At this rate, your final ranking will surely plummet." Jiang Wu responded with a half-hearted ah, her eyes still scanning the surroundings. Jiang Wu possessed an animalistic sharpness and vigilance. She scrutinized the bus driver, her pupils suddenly quivering as sunlight filtered through the dappled shadows of the trees, revealing that the driver cast no shadow. Yi Chongli exclaimed, "Damn, has the strangeness manifested so soon?" His words echoed the astonishment of others. In the dream, Jiang Wu gripped Jiang Ji's arm tightly, feigning calmness as she declared, "Driver, we need to disembark." Yet the driver seemed oblivious, accelerating the bus further, and even Jiang Ji sensed something was amiss. Leaning close to Jiang Wu, she whispered cautiously, "Could he be on drugs?" Yinghuai clicked her tongue in disapproval, contemplating the driver as evident mental instability. The bus bypassed its designated stops, heading directly toward a broken section of railing, barreled by road cones, plunging into the turbulent moat. The speed was alarming, leaving passengers no time to react. The two young girls were left dumbfounded, with Jiang Ji dropping her half-eaten flour roll in fear. Clinging to a rigid Jiang Wu like a koala, everyone could already envision the impending catastrophe. The railing shattered like paper under the bus's impact, the vehicle's front plunging into the rushing waters below. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, the bus's speed suddenly decreased to no, It wasn't the bus that slowed down. The speedometer still indicated an increase, while birds outside froze mid-flight, and pedestrians moved as if caught in a lagging video game. The dreamer was experiencing a deceleration of time. This Waishindi's hand, holding the recording device, trembled with rare intensity that I in the conference room. Many stood in shock that Huai's expression hardened, while Lu Wangjin, frail from illness, shot up in alarm. This was a time-related supernatural ability, not her. Nietsonan's gaze was fixed on the screen that I in the dream. Jiang Ji remained with her eyes tightly shut, while Jiang Wu stared ahead in astonishment at the serene white figure before her. This was Jiang Wu's dream. That it turned out that from beginning to end, they had entered Jiang Wu's dream. She had manifested this scene from the past to convey something to them. Chapter 54. Only those who perform will win. Jiang Wu gazed at the white silhouette before her, unable to discern the other's face. Who are you? The short-haired girl within the dream struggled to articulate the question, mirroring the difficulty of those outside the dream. The seer. Nietsonan's pupils quivered. Ajin murmured this name, seemingly imbued with unfathomable power. Huai leaned back in her chair, sliding to the corner of the conference room, her expression inscrutable. The members of the Investigation Bureau, having survived the battle in the West District, were all familiar with the mysterious figure who had delivered the note ahead of time. He had pinpointed the key to breaking the situation as Huai. Without him, the West District would have faced a far greater crisis. Thus, he was not only capable of foreseeing the future, but also able to manipulate time. As the seer stepped forward, the scenes within the dream reversed at an astonishing speed. Distant voices gradually became clear. Jiang Wu, what's wrong? Are you possessed? Jiang Wu appeared to be in a trance, clutching her sock and swaying like a weeble. The familiar dialogue replayed. Jiang Ji hastily tied her hair, calling out towards the door. Mom and Dad, we're skipping breakfast. We're going to miss the bus. Just as Jiang Wu, seated on the lower bunk, prepared to rush out with her backpack, she seized Jiang Ji's arm, pleading, don't go. What's the matter? You don't want to stand outside the school gate and write a self-reflection. The short-haired girl's eyes darted, and she clutched her stomach, wailing, it hurts. I ate something bad. Is that true? You seemed fine just moments ago, Jiang Ji replied, casting a skeptical glance at her. However, as Jiang Wu's reaction grew increasingly convincing, she ultimately rolled her eyes and collapsed onto the bed. Panic flooding her face as she rushed out, shouting, Mom and Dad, something's wrong. My sister seems to be dying. Ajin quipped, these two are definitely related. After Jiang Ji dashed out of the bedroom, Jiang Wu cautiously opened her eyes. Glancing at the photograph that had inexplicably appeared in her palm, Waishindi leaned down to peer at the image alongside Jiang Wu. The photograph depicted a bus overturned on the ground, a middle-aged man's neck twisted at a grotesque angle, his pupils dull and lifeless. Jiang Wu's face drained of color, turning as pale as death. Upon recognizing the face, everyone was left speechless in shock. Soon, the sound of slippers slapping against the floor echoed from the living room. And the middle-aged man in the photograph rushed into the bedroom. Wu, don't scare your father. What's wrong? Jiang Ming checked her pulse and swiftly scooped up his daughter, dashing out. Jiang Ji managed to calm the panicked Jiang mother and followed closely behind. As the man hailed a taxi with the pale-faced Jiang Wu in his arms, the yellow cab slowed as it approached the moat. Traffic ahead had come to a standstill, with many people gathered along the moat, joggers, dog walkers, and private vehicle drivers. The cab driver, observing the crowd gathered near the moat, shook his head. Another incident for sure. He began chatting with Jiang Ming in the passenger seat. You wouldn't believe it. This river has a sinister reputation that we avoid it at night. Every time my buddies pass here, the brakes fail, and the cars slide toward the river. It's a treacherous current. Once you fall in, there's no coming back. Hey, buddy, what happened? Spotting someone he recognized among the crowd, he leaned out to greet them. A short man rushed over. Speaking in dialect, a bus fell in, and it was full of people. Jiang Ji curiously peered through the gaps in the crowd, catching sight of the bus being hoisted by a crane, a gasp escaping her lips as she turned to the short-haired girl resting her head on her knees, her eyes wide with shock. The dream abruptly ceased. The curtain transformed into a gray haze. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. Upon hearing Niet Songnan's words, the attendees exchanged bewildered glances, yet no one spoke. Huai rose abruptly, disregarding Lu Wangjin's protests, striding toward the exit, where she encountered Jiang Ji, who emerged rubbing her eyes. Jiang Ji's pallid complexion froze, instinctively retreating a few steps, pressing her back against the wall of the corridor. Cautiously resembling a quail, that I don't recall having any dreams. I shouldn't have dreamed of you, right? Indeed, the main personality lacked Jiang Wu's memories, including those of the dream. Setting aside her inner thoughts, she feigned nonchalance. You did well. Let us go, I'll treat you to a meal, Jiang Ji wary responded. Are you genuinely so kind? You won't expect me to pay, will you? Oh, come on. You know me better than that, Inghuai replied. Use my card. Host, you were such a performer. The system praised. Colleagues passing by couldn't help but pause, casting curious glances. It seemed that Captain Ing favored such remarks, revealing a rather flamboyant side to her character. Lacking popularity points, Jiang Ji transformed the system's virtual space into a dreamscape, projecting it onto her stark dream. She meticulously orchestrated the entire scene according to her own vision, utilizing her exceptional ability to multitask deftly. Directing this grand performance with finesse, the shot was seamless, without any mistakes or slip-ups. Not a single detail overlooked, be it the foliage or the background actors, with the Comic-S update imminent, driven by her desire for popularity. The prestige of her organization, and her grand mission for humanity's revival. Jiang Ji felt akin to a beleaguered boss struggling to sustain an entire company, with a host of employees at home waiting to be fed. The comic has been updated, and the popularity metrics are being calculated. Please check the latest reader feedback promptly. Chapter 55. Comic Forum. Jiang Ji clicked in, greeted first by the comic's cover, which dominated the entire page. The dim yellow hues enveloped the corners, reminiscent of a scroll ablaze, with ashes gently cascading down, in the distance. Pristine pear blossoms blossomed, and a figure clad in a snow-white Tang suit slightly turned their head. Long hair cascading gracefully over their shoulder, their silver eyes shimmering like stars, as if they had stepped forth from the moonlit night, only to depart alongside its glow. To her surprise, she had anticipated that this chapter's cover would depict the confrontation between Li and Inghuai. Yet the artist chose to feature the enigmatic figure of the seer, who appeared briefly within the dream world, their face obscured. While undeniably beautiful, was this not a case of excessive imagination, after all? Where could pear blossoms possibly flourish on a bus? Perhaps the artist intended to shroud this new character in mystery, as the meticulously crafted cover employed a splendid fusion of comic and ink wash techniques. Apart from the pair of moonlit, shimmering eyes and the soft, graceful outline, little else was discernible that half-hidden. The pear blossoms and the cascading silver light enhanced the atmosphere of a new Chinese style. Jiang Ji scrutinized it closely. The transition from a three-dimensional visage to a two-dimensional depiction rendered her merely able to discern that the figure was indeed stunning, yet nothing more. After all, within the same artistic style, beauty often shared a commonality. It was evident that the readers who entered were immediately captivated. So alluring. Although she appears to be a cool and distant beauty, why do I find her so captivating? I declare, she is my new wife. Wife. A person who admires the seer cannot be all that bad. This is my moral compass, seer. Laughing my head off at the forum, debating for ages, only to find the seer is a new character. But how can the leader of the night watch be so handsome? I'm in awe of your nightclub. Everyone is so good-looking. Is there a requirement for beauty to join? The barrage of comments alongside the image quickly turned into a chorus of admiration for the new character's beauty. Jiang Ji continued scrolling down, starting with the protagonist group receiving reports of an emergency incident, stating that the high-security psychiatric hospital in the suburbs had detected abnormal magnetic field fluctuations. By the timeline. This violent fluctuation coincided perfectly with the unsealing of the ghostly infant. Upon arriving at the scene, the protagonist group immediately beheld the partially collapsed hospital and the aloof, reclusive man standing atop the building. The rugged lines of his long-barreled pistol were starkly outlined against his cold, striking face. The clash between ice and fire was vividly illustrated across an entire page by the artist. The indifferent youth's lips were taut. A slight smile playing at the corners. Two pairs of pitch-black eyes sparked with tension. Deep gray combat attire contrasted with pure black SWAT gear. A drawn sword gleamed, and a solitary wolf lay in wait. Both figures stood tall and poised, exuding palpable sexual tension. What a payoff! This is the love-hate relationship of opposing factions. I'm clearly a fan of Hwai x Jiang Ji, but I'll just indulge a little. Just a taste. Don't you think the seer, who exists outside of time, and the fervent follower pursuing him would be even more compelling? Here they come. The president of the Seer Support Club is making an entrance. Huai's power suppressed his companions, yet the leading youth remained unaffected. Amidst the swirling dust of the collapsing building, a rift in space tore open in the sky, shattering the tense atmosphere. The Night Watch is impressive. Space manipulators are so cool. Ha ha ha, what a sinister twist. The Sunny Boy's face turned green alongside the aloof, cool guy. Sunny Boy, I want the sky to no longer block my view. Whoever calls me must face social death in public. Before departing, Lee ominously warned the protagonist group about an incident in the West District. The moment his words settled, thick black smoke suddenly billowed in the distance. And the entire city sprang into action, an urgent sense of foreboding conveyed through the pages to the readers beyond the screen. Oh no, a B-grade anomaly. How many lives will be lost? Why do I feel like the Night Watch doesn't want to be enemies with the Investigation Bureau? Your intuition is correct. The Seer is indeed assisting the protagonist group. The letter later confirms it. The Seer is playing a grand game. Your minds are too dark. The Night Watch organization is meant to protect. Right? I bet 5 times the Seer is on the good side. After briefly touching upon the Investigation Bureau's content, the scene transitioned once more to the chaotic West District. Jiang Ji glimpsed her own figure tumbling from above, resembling a ragged doll. The moment when Huai caught her was illustrated with much inner dialogue, her smiling face betraying a torrent of expletives. Ha ha ha, the refined and affable Ms. Jiang. That was quite vulgar. Unsurprisingly, my ship is the sweetest. Who says these two aren't involved? I've even named their child. The Scoundrel Squad is truly delightful. Who remembers his catchphrase upon his debut? Don't look for me. Dante asked me. Don't watch me, just pretend I'm dead. Now, one must learn to accept the reality of an adult who repeatedly dies and comes back to life. The comments were a flurry of amusement. Having witnessed the comic from a godlike perspective, Jiang Ji realized the inherent dangers hidden within the path that Huai had not chosen that day. Jiang Ji was left speechless, having flawlessly avoided all the correct choices. Thus, this persona of misfortune was one she could not shake off. The first person to reverse choose the Night Watch's rules is indeed trustworthy. I respect Jiang Ji's bad luck. How many times has she encountered ghosts now? Jiang Ji is genuinely striving to survive. I'm in tears. Soon, Jiang Ji beheld the protagonist's illusion, featuring a Jin's childhood sweetheart, a girl working as a dispatcher at the police station, who was suspected to be the heroine of this comic, ultimately meeting her demise before the protagonist's eyes. Throughout the illusion, a ghost posing as a childhood sweetheart subtly manipulated and oppressed a Jin, who, with his goldfish memory, forgot everything by the next day, leaving the pure love warriors crying out in delight. Meanwhile, Shui Li's dream was of his middle school crush. That it was hard to believe that the formerly bald, tattooed delinquent was now a sports star with a body that burst the seams of his school uniform. Yet he was so manipulated that he hid in a bathroom stall, crying. The comment section erupted with laughter. Jiang Ji's dream did not appear in the comic. Likely due to the chapter's dense content and limited panels, the artist had made sacrifices, or perhaps her dream revealed too much. Below, readers were scratching their heads. And conspiracy theories about Jiang Ji began anew. I've always felt Jiang Ji had some issues. The old thief will surely pull a backstab on the protagonist group for an aesthetic of tragic beauty. The author has been blatantly hinting. Jiang Ji might not have entered the illusion at all. No, my ship cannot end tragically. Huai's illusion, depicted by the artist, became dark and overlapping, blurring the lines between light and shadow, embodying an exaggerated artistic technique. The hand that rescued him always seemed veiled by a thin layer, as if it were merely his longing for redemption over the years. Until the youthful Huai tore off the blindfold from his eyes. Light and shadow flickered within his pupils, suddenly collapsing to the ground in a fit of suppressed anguish. Chapter 56, Master. IVE enlightened. I think it's Jiang Ji. She has a red mole on her wrist, super alluring. Is the seer male or female? Weighted deities are often genderless. Could this be the authoress' intent? Upon seeing the comment about the red mole on her palm, a question mark slowly appeared above Jiang Ji's head. She glanced down at her wrist under the light, the crimson mole resembling vermilion. Akin to blood seeping from a needle prick that, oh, there really is one. Are these readers examining the comic with microscopes? She had no idea when it had appeared. She remembered it not being there before. Thankfully, Huai had not noticed this detail, as he couldn't see the comments. Just taking advantage of his inability to read the comic, as her thoughts wandered, the comments rapidly multiplied. The character of the seer had already garnered significant attention, and it seemed the comic forum was buzzing with similar fervor. Jiang Ji also spotted an analysis post about herself and the Night Watch organization. She casually bookmarked it, intending to study it after finishing the comic. If a brilliant idea emerged, flipping to the next page, Jiang Wu made her entrance. She admired her own exquisite performance. Though her face remained unchanged, her eyes bore an added edge of aggression, a sharpness that could wound others and herself alike. Casually wiping the dagger in her hand, the flowing blood from her wounds, both brutal and beautiful, the artist captured the mocking curve of her lips. Until her name was revealed, her pupils momentarily dazed, and the comic sliced through the scene vividly. The artist interspersed a photograph from Jiang Ji's dossier in the next panel, where the short-haired girl resembled snow in the polar night. Those indifferent eyes were identical to Jiang Ji's in the vehicle. The character is audacious and capricious, indifferent to the opinions of others. She unceremoniously ejects the protagonist from the vehicle and, with a flick of her wrist, lifts the B-level anomaly, threatening the entire West District as if it were a mere chick, playing with it at her whim before casting it out the window, with the car windows slightly ajar. Only her pair of indifferent eyes, which disregard life and death, are visible, reflecting her chaotic and steadfast nature. 3 parts coolness, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts nonchalance. Jiang Ji is immensely satisfied. The system is equally impressed. It has encountered many skilled performers, but has never seen a host so adept at switching roles with a mere toss of her hair. Sister duo, swoosh, sister duo, double life, sister duo, maniacal delight. Damn, the white to black transition is already adorable. And now you tell me about the dual personality sisterhood. Old thief, this is easy to grasp. Cellular repair agent. If this isn't love, what is? Huai fears nothing in this life, except for Jiang Ji's dreams. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Am I mistaken? It seems Jiang Wu is intentionally nurturing a gene. I indulge my pica as a sign of respect. Each night watchman is a beautiful yet tragic figure, while we are merely the subpar selections from the team. How can this compare? Why do I feel Jiang Ji woke up at the perfect moment? Ha ha, the little chick is so stifled. As the comic turns to its final page, following her departure from the investigation bureau, the protagonist group swiftly retrieves information regarding a bus accident from several years prior, in which 20 individuals, including the driver, perished. Strangely, prior to this incident, traffic accidents were frequent in the area, yet it remained undisturbed for several years afterward. The protagonist group speculates that a seer reversed time to save them, thus resolving the anomalies along that route. After perusing the updates, Jiang Ji casually clicks into the analysis thread from earlier. The City of Hope, Tunghua. The latest chapter remains captivating, brimming with information. The content of these recent chapters is conveyed through the protagonist's perspective, revealing the gradual emergence of a mysterious and powerful organization that I will analyze the following points. 1. That's starting from the cafeteria battle royale at Tunghua University, not to mention, according to the timeline in the comic. It is known that the Seer's first appearance was before Jiang Wu's demise. The Seer saved them once. Without the Seer's warning, they would undoubtedly have boarded that bus, and a death photograph of Jiang Wu's father was provided as a reminder. The author has crafted a suspenseful element here. Jiang Wu clearly witnessed her father's death, yet could not alter the outcome, ultimately sacrificing herself. That IT feels as though something significant transpired, and I anticipate the author's subsequent developments. I believe Jiang Wu possesses something the Seer requires. Jiang Ji mentioned in the previous chapter that she inadvertently stumbled upon the Night Watchman forum and saw posts about Li Hua apartment. Was it truly an accident, or was it a deliberate guide by the Seer? I lean towards the notion that the deceased Jiang Wu, under a series of orchestrations by the Seer, awakened in her sister's body and may gradually consume or even occupy Jiang Ji's form through a series of supernatural events. Moreover, the wounds on Jiang Ji's body were inflicted by Jiang Wu, who showed no regard for whose body it was. After all, She had been dead for a long time and was inevitably affected by the pollution and assimilation of ghostly energy. As anomalies are devoid of emotion, point two, what exactly is that terrifying live streaming room? What was the original intention behind the establishment of the Night Watchman? Where have those spirits been captured? 3. It is known that this world lacks time-related abilities, as existence itself is a bug. So what exactly is the nature of the seer? Furthermore, the Night Watchman Forum's marketplace gives me the impression of an infinite flow of a master god space. I have a bold hypothesis. The seer may actually point to the master god within the infinite flow, likely originating from the same dimension as the global broadcast. This entity could be in opposition to the higher dimensional realm, or perhaps a defector from it. And its emergence could aim to lead this world, which has devolved into a horror amusement park, in eliminating anomalies. Chapter 57. Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals. Kyoto City, a temple perched upon the mountains of the western suburbs. Shrouded in incense, exuding a serene tranquility. The Buddha statue seated in the hall possesses a broad forehead, eyes gazing straight ahead like almonds, with hands forming a meditation mudra at its abdomen, seated in a lotus position. This gilded bronze statue, weathered by time, bears a patina of age, its expression peaceful and gentle as it observes the scene before it. Before it lies a gilded offering tray containing a hand, a pair of eyes, and a pair of ears. The sandalwood incense fails to mask the scent of blood. Rather, it adds an eerie quality to this ancient temple in the center of the hall. A man sits cross-legged upon a rush mat, his back to the door, his silhouette towering like a majestic mountain, clad in a simple black robe, with a hawk-like nose and a square face. His neck elongated to an exaggerated degree, a glossy-tailed black scorpion perched upon his shoulder. Behind the man stands a middle-aged individual in a gray long gown, bowing respectfully. "Did I it done?" The man retorts. He grunts heavily, discarding the report in his hand to the ground. The ultimatum has been issued, demanding that we locate the headquarters of the Night Watchman within 7 days or provide leads on the seer. How much time do you think we have left? Yes, I acknowledge my fault, the middle-aged man replies, visibly anxious. The subordinates are fully engaged in the search. The members of this organization are like ghosts in Huaxia, leaving no trace or clues behind. Aside from the bizarre events, no one has seen them. My subordinate suspect, IT, is the legendary extinction. Upon noticing that the anger of the man with the hawk-like nose has somewhat subsided, the middle-aged man quickly pours out his grievances. Extinction, also known as nirvana, refers in Buddhist texts to the eradication of life and death karma, allowing an individual's entire existence to vanish from human society. Not only would every social media account, photograph, and record from their youth to adulthood disappear without a trace, but the memories of friends and family regarding this individual would also be perfectly concealed, as if they had never existed in this world. However, since it is regarded as a legend, it implies that no one has truly witnessed it. The middle-aged man is perplexed, despite their exhaustive search. They have failed to uncover the whereabouts of the Night Watchman. Unless a national-level asset intervened to obliterate their traces, it is improbable that it could be done so thoroughly. This time, they had also stationed numerous personnel in the West District. Yet they not only failed to capture anyone, but also suffered considerable losses. Fool. As long as they are human, every path they tread will leave a mark. The hawk-nosed man's face twists into a sinister expression. During the recent appearances of the Night Watchman, who among them was present nearby, identify the anomalies and spare no effort in extracting information from them. The middle-aged man contemplates briefly before understanding. Understood. Point 1 occurrence may be coincidental, but if several happen in succession nearby, it undoubtedly relates to the Night Watchman organization. Contact the consortium. If necessary, offer assistance, but do not let the investigation bureau discover it. Understood. The middle-aged man promptly exits, while the hawk-nosed man recloses his eyes, hands clasped in prayer before his chest, sincere and earnest. Meanwhile, Jiang Ji bites into a steaming bun, listening as Jean explains work-related matters to her. As the backbone of Tonghua City, Yinghuai's numerous review meetings are incessant, and after just 2 days off, the reports piled upon her desk nearly overflow. Thus, Jean has taken it upon herself to introduce Jiang Ji to the new environment of their internship unit. Throughout the journey, Jean has already shared the preferences and dislikes of the team members, including but not limited to the flavors of candy Yinghua enjoys, the brand of tissue she prefers, and the sense of aromatherapy she favors. Why are you imparting so much to me? Jiang Ji increasingly feels something amiss. Because from now on, this will be your responsibility, Jean declares, finishing her cup of sour plum juice. I will be accompanying you on missions from now on, especially since we have one more mouth to feed in the team, and you lack powers. At least I still count as an ability user. While this statement is not inaccurate, Jiang Ji glances at the list in her hand with a peculiar expression. Are you certain you want me to learn how to light a cigarette for Yinghua? Jean nods affirmatively. Newcomers must be smart and resourceful. This is my little trick for workplace survival, and I'm passing it on to you for free. Moreover, you will also need to train with us. Your physical report indicates weakness. Initially, you want to be able to accompany us on missions. Once your strength assessment passes, you can join us on field work. For now, you'll be stationed in the office that I think I'd rather be a desk worker. Jiang Ji recoils at the mention of physical training. Her initial attributes dictate that no matter how much she trains, the effect will be minimal. It is better to remain idle. You must believe in yourself. Jean pats her shoulder, ditto. By the way, the chief asked me to tell you some bad news and some good news. The bad news is that the two individuals who previously attempted to kidnap you are dead. They didn't even finish their statements and couldn't identify the Su family. Jiang Ji raises an eyebrow sarcastically. What kind of statement is that? Did they stab themselves 30 times in the back? I heard it was sudden death, Jean sighs, having witnessed numerous such occurrences. Anyway, I don't believe it. The Su family has been in the medical device business for decades. It seems to have some connection with Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals. However, the other piece of news is that the Su family member behind the scenes is also dead. The Su family? Jiang Ji's interest is piqued. How did they die? Slain by a spirit that appeared in their home. There may indeed be retribution in this world. Only those two have perished. This comic is titled Night Watchman-esque Code. In the shadows, destined to depict a world rife with conspiracy and darkness under the pen of its creator. A realm that had shown signs of internal strife long before the resurgence of bizarre tales. After the arrival of the supernatural entities, the ideological rifts between the upper echelons of the Investigation Bureau, various corporations and civil organizations have become increasingly pronounced. The ordinary populace has tragically devolved into mere pawns in a game driven by greed and conflict, while the protagonist group finds their efforts continually thwarted. It can be asserted that the catastrophic downfall of humanity within this comic universe is a direct result of the collaborative endeavors of these individuals to the forefront. The Eternal Life Pharmaceutical Corporation is fervently engaged in the development of potions aimed at enhancing human capabilities and awakening latent powers. They are undoubtedly prepared to employ any means necessary to locate the members of the Night Watch, though they will likely come up empty-handed and may resort to pursuing any suspicious leads they can find. The internal environment of the Tunghua City Investigation Bureau is equally precarious. Being second only to the headquarters, it is rife with watchful eyes observing their every move. Chapter 58. The Sleeping Dragon and the Phoenix Chikhe. A young girl, her hair styled high, reveals a well-rounded back of her head, her expression fierce as she strides forward, executing a graceful side kick. Crack! The sandbag yields a stunning critical hit. Jiang Ji is sent sprawling like a kite severed from its string, landing squarely on the mat, her demise appearing remarkably serene. Observing the training results, Yinghua is taken aback. The expressions of Wei Xingdai and others outside the venue's glass are unusually furrowed. They have witnessed the grueling physical training over these days. Even Yi Changli, whose tolerance for beauty is notoriously high, cannot muster insincere praise for Jiang Ji's training outcomes. That it is not that she lacks effort. Although Jiang Ji outwardly feigns nonchalance, she has thrown herself into training with vigor since being initially disheartened by her performance on the first day. She even brazenly rallies everyone in the office. When not occupied with work, one can find her sweating profusely on the treadmill. Yinghua and others, passing by to fetch water, hear her labored breathing and curiously check the speed on the treadmill, only to walk away in bemusement. Yet, despite her relentless training, her physical prowess has only improved laboriously by a mere 0.5 from being taken down by Yinghua in one move to being taken down by Yinghua in one move again. Her presence has further dragged down the team's average strength. Previously, Jean, Wei Xingdai, and Yi Changli occupied the bottom three spots in the Bureau's physical assessments, and now Jiang Ji appears as an unexpected dark horse. achieving the historically lowest score upon her arrival. Recently, whispers have circulated within the Bureau regarding where Huai unearthed this unlikely group of underdogs. Among them, only Li, an ability user of B rank, possesses any real strength. His solitary prowess leads him to seek out four subordinates that, of course, the one most elated by this turn of events is Jiang, who has risen from last place to second to last. No longer at the bottom, he remains convinced that Jiang Ji poses a threat, driven by an overwhelming sense of urgency to train diligently every day. The two engage in a peculiar balance, huffing and puffing as they spur each other on. Li murmurs, "Boss, do you think Jiang Ji truly has a talent for combat?" Hearing Li's words, the girl on the mat, her eyes devoid of life, turns to him, her face devoid of spirit, yet filled with hope. With a snap, the light in her eyes extinguishes once more. The first week has been spent in training. Jiang Ji finishes packing her things at 59 minutes past the hour and suddenly glances at Jiang, who is at his workstation, his face etched with deep concern as he writes a report to Jiang. "Do you have any plans for tonight?" Jiang pokes his head out from behind his computer. "What's up? I heard there's a new bar in the city center hosting a masquerade-themed party with plenty of drinks and a lively atmosphere. Shall we check it out tonight?" "Huh." This invitation comes rather suddenly. Jiang instinctively glances at the other workstations, but everyone else has been called away to meetings, leaving just the two of them. "Just the two of us?" "You can invite others," Jiang Ji replies. "Did you not always mention having a neighborly sister? Bring her along." "My sister? Don't you dare speak nonsense." The doll-faced boy's visage instantly flushes crimson, not from being caught off guard but from sheer fright. The protagonist from the romantic comedy manga only comes to a realization after Enro's demise, having previously regarded her as a close confidant. Yet, spurred on by Jiang Ji's encouragement, Jiang feels a flicker of intrigue. Discreetly taking out his phone to send a message. "Enro, carefree bar, you know?" Outside the Investigation Bureau building, a black car is parked in an alley that a middle-aged man in a gray long robe sits in the back seat. Eyes closed in contemplation, Dai in the passenger seat, his subordinate outlines a plan. Jiang Ji will exit the bureau precisely at the hour, not a minute late, that a stage pregnant woman will appear along her path. And as long as they can lead her towards this alley, undetected. This is the most primitive method, ensuring no fluctuations in psychic energy. Adjacent to the Investigation Bureau, within Huai's coverage area, they cannot afford to be reckless. The gray-robed man responds without a hint of emotion. Soon enough, the clock strikes 5:10, that the middle-aged man's tone takes on a sinister edge. 5 o'clock. A cold, putrid stench permeates the vehicle, slithering like a serpent along his subordinate's neck. The subordinate wipes the sweat from his brow, perhaps due to the overtime, realizing the Bureau's personnel can even manage the obstinate posteros. How infuriating! At 5:30, the middle-aged man scoffs coldly, useless. His greasy hair suddenly expands, coiling around the subordinate's neck and tightening rapidly. "What use are you?" She will be out shortly." The subordinate's face pales, his hands desperately clutching the constricting hair as he manages to squeeze out a complete sentence. "No more than 10 minutes. At 6 o'clock, the subordinate's eyes are bloodshot, his head lolling against the passenger seat, the bruises on his neck reflecting his lifeless state. The driver grips the steering wheel, trembling, too terrified to glance back. At 6:30, the driver collapses against the driver's seat, his disheveled hair obscuring the two corpses until they wither into desiccated remains. The middle-aged man's cheeks flush like a newborn's. Appearing no more than 20, his broad face melting like wax as he deftly molds his features, soon crafting a remarkably handsome visage that he opens the car door and steps out. This is the final day. Today, they must acquire information regarding the night watched out of Jiang. Over here, a girl in a white dress jogs up, momentarily pausing upon spotting Jiang Ji. She had thought today was a solo rendezvous with Jiang. "Jiang Ji, this is Enro, my best buddy." Jiang, oblivious to the girl's emotional dissonance, introduces, "Enro, this is Jiang Ji, my new teammate." Jiang Ji internally sighs, greeting the girl with a smile. "Hello again. Officer and I was the one who reported the incident at the Lihua apartment." Enro, the operator who comforted her throughout the call until Huai and the others arrived, suddenly recalls, "Oh, I remember now." Jiang Ji possesses an uncanny ability to endear herself to others. Just a few exchanges render Enro enamored, dissolving any sense of unease from their initial encounter, leaving only warmth. "So, you indeed joined the Investigation Bureau." naturally outgoing. She links arms with Jiang Ji as they walk towards the subway station. Let me tell you. Trailing behind, Jean interjects. Hello? Please? Chapter 59. One more bottle as the sun sets. Lights flicker on, extending daylight into the evening. The subway to the bustling city center is particularly crowded. Numerous young individuals rummage through their bags, pulling out various masks, some concealing their entire faces, while others merely cover portions, animatedly discussing amongst themselves, rendering Jiang Ji and her companions conspicuously out of place. That is this subway headed to the city center or Hogwarts? Jean clutches the subway's handrail, turning to whisper, "We haven't prepared anything." "What should we do?" Jiang Ji ponders. They should provide something on-site, right? Upon disembarking, they need not navigate. They simply follow the throng of people, passing through a lively bar street before turning into a dark alleyway, ultimately arriving at the newly opened bar. This establishment is entirely different from what Jiang Ji had envisioned. The exterior of the bar is unremarkable, resembling an abandoned factory, the narrow alley bustling with a long line of patrons, its walls adorned with exaggerated graffiti, while the entrance appears particularly cramped, making it feel crowded even for two people to enter side by side. The interior remains obscured from outside view, yet the soundproofing is commendable, as the music within is inaudible. Piles of garbage are stacked near the entrance, bulging black trash bags emitting a rather unpleasant odor. The sign above the door is exceptionally simple, resembling an old-fashioned ballroom square white sign, neatly inscribed with the words "half awake" in red, reminiscent of a roadside massage parlor. Were it not for the throng of young people entering, they might have assumed they were at the wrong location. That a makeshift small podium stands at the entrance, the line moving swiftly. That as they approach, a tall, handsome man in a crisp white shirt and black vest, sporting half-gloved hands, halts their progress with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight is the masquerade ball at Half Awake. Masks are required for entry. It seems you may have forgotten to bring yours. Please wait a moment, as we can provide them free of charge." "Sure." Jiang Ji fans her nose, slightly wrinkling it. "There is quite a strong stench of dead rats here." The handsome man remains unfazed, smiling as he replies, "I apologize. With the weather warming up, the garbage truck is due to arrive shortly to collect it." He calmly continues to coordinate with his earpiece that a few individuals lingered at the entrance for a while. And soon after, a young bartender emerged from within, his hair slicked back and smooth, holding 3 half-masked animal faces. Jiang Ji chose a butterfly mastodon, while a Jean and Enro each selected a dog and a rabbit mask, respectively. As they entered the venue, the young man cast a glance at the blood trickling slowly from the mountain of garbage bags, his smile deepening. Before them lay a grand LED archway, displaying countless shifting technological visages, their expressions rigid and features exquisitely lifeless. That a sweet female voice echoed from all directions. "Thank you for your arrival. We wish you a delightful time," Jiang Ji remarked, quite avant-garde, yet rather macabre. After navigating through the corridor, they found themselves in a hall adorned with various neon elements, where mechanical appendages hung from the ceiling. As the colorful lights swept across, a cool, dazzling sheen flickered upon the metallic surfaces, reminiscent of a futuristic battlefield in ruins. High-definition screens stood tall on all sides, simulating a rainy urban landscape, with reflections of neon signs shimmering subtly on the ice buckets and glasses, as if they had traversed a corridor of time into another realm. This uniquely distinct and strikingly futuristic bar aesthetic undoubtedly garnered the admiration of numerous young patrons. One could easily discern the lavish expenditure behind it, thanks to the generous support of the prominent Su family. They had arrived relatively early, yet the booths and tables were already mostly occupied. Scanning the room, Jiang Ji observed Sadako engaging in a bottle-passing duel with a zombie, while a ghostly bride from Chinese horror rolled dice with a Western mummy. And Ro remarked, "What if a real one mingles in here?" Indeed, Jean stole a furtive glance at Jiang Ji beside her, swallowing hard. Jiang Ji smiled. "Do not harbor any insinuations in your heart. I can hear you above them." The lights danced mesmerizingly, while deafening music reverberated in their ears. Beneath the masks, suppressed souls found liberation. The internet fervently propagated the notion that 1,000 years is a long time, and one should seize the fleeting moments, akin to the elite of the Wei Jin period who indulged in wuxia san, yearning to transcend the mundane and lose themselves in intoxication. However, as human cities crumbled one after another under the onslaught of spirits. They would soon descend into madness, engaging in zero-cost shopping and rampant vandalism. Such a thriving business inevitably attracted troublemakers and ill-intentioned individuals. Jiang Ji noticed many men with darting eyes squatting in the restroom corridor, approaching intoxicated young women, only to be politely escorted away by nearby staff that on stage, a recently popular new wave band was performing the climax of the song. The lead singer tossed his jacket into the crowd, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Such spectacle. Jiang Ji couldn't help but be impressed. The bar, Jiu, adorned with a half-iris mask, was mixing cocktails. His suit and vest accentuated his slender figure, and the exposed features of his face were strikingly captivating, causing a nearby girl to become momentarily entranced. The A.N. Row and a Jean sat across, hands respectfully placed on their laps, somewhat reserved, and Jiang Ji felt an inexplicable urge to lead them astray. "Is this your first visit?" A Jean and Row nodded obediently. "What a coincidence. It is for me as well." A Jean. Row. That after the song concluded, the lead singer tossed his long waves of hair and, removing the microphone, proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, at 11 midnight and 1 o'clock, we will dim the lights for 1 minute. Please do not panic. Enjoy this enchanting romantic party to the fullest." Cheers and uproar erupted from the crowd. A Jean sensed something amiss, and Row furrowed her brow. A blackout for a minute could easily lead to safety concerns. Huang Liqiang, successfully blending in with the crowd, felt a surge of excitement. A minute was ample time for him to discreetly whisk Jiang Ji away. The group engaged in casual conversation, occasionally interrupted by eager suitors. Jiang Ji deftly dropped ice cubes into her glass, dismissing them with a few words. Suddenly, a figure blocked the colorful lights above. Jiang Ji looked up to see a strikingly handsome young man, his features rivaling that of a star that he held a red heart K mask. His eyes gleaming with a mischievous charm, his flawless face accompanied by a suave, charming voice. "Wei Wei, I apologize for being late. You haven't waited long, have you?" A Jean was momentarily stunned by his handsomeness. "You've mistaken me." A Jean couldn't finish her sentence as she caught sight of Jiang Ji swiftly shifting aside, creating ample space, and in a voice she had never heard before, playfully exclaimed, "Not at all. We've been waiting for ages. I want to let you off the hook unless you finish this bottle of whiskey." The bottle of whiskey was already uncorked. The man's expression faltered as he stared at the opened whiskey bottle, about to refuse. Before he could complete his sentence, he had snatched the whiskey bottle and began gulping it down. His handsome, mischievous face flushed from his cheeks to his neck, veins bulging, that he then slammed the empty bottle onto the table with a clang. Jiang Ji erupted into applause. "Excellent. Let us have another." Chapter 60. The house is on fire. After downing 3 bottles, thunderous applause surrounded them. "Brilliant. A true man." And Huang Liqiang felt the violent impulses within him nearing a breaking point. Unable to articulate a word, he waved his hands repeatedly. Jiang Ji finally relented, not out of compassion, but primarily to prevent him from drinking himself into oblivion. "The do you know each other?" A Jean asked cautiously. "Surely not. If they knew each other, how could he act so ruthlessly?" Jiang Ji turned to the flushed and muscular young man. "You tell them. Life is a wondrous journey, and encountering Wei Wei is my greatest fortune. We have finally met." This sounded oddly familiar, and Row looked on incredulously. "Are you scamming the police?" Indeed. Jiang Ji nodded in agreement, gazing softly at the man. "Tony, though you possess the visage of a 20-year-old, your soul carries the weight of 40 years. You are truly remarkable." Huang Liqiang suppressed a chuckle. "That's my English name. My surname is not in casually." He raised his wrist, revealing a handcrafted mechanical watch, and turned to a Jean and Row. "Are you friends of Wei Wei? What kind of investments do you usually engage in? Though I haven't been in the country for years. Whenever I have the time, I visit temples for short retreats and donate books to children in mountainous regions. I believe it's a profoundly meaningful endeavor." Jean. And Row interjected. "We are just—" "They are all workers." Jiang Ji interrupted her again. "However, I do have an excellent investment opportunity here." Huang Liqiang displayed an encouraging expression. "Oh, do tell." Just then, Jiang Ji's phone vibrated. It was Changli asking where they had gone. A Jean pressed the talk button, preparing to speak. Jiang Ji revealed a mournful expression. "Actually, I've never mentioned this to you, but my grandfather owns a tea estate in Wui Mountain. After my parents passed away, I learned to pick and roast tea under his guidance, aspiring to elevate the family business that, however, my boyfriend of 4 years, Ing Huai, betrayed me that he turned his back on our relationship and even sought to curry favor with his boss's daughter while we were together. He also set his sights on my grandfather's tea estate, intending to use it as a bride price for marrying his boss's daughter, that we made a wager. If I could achieve a performance of 100,000 within a month, my grandfather would entrust the tea estate to me, but my performance has been dismal. Her eyes sparkled with hope. Anthony, would you be willing to assist me? Huang Li Qiang. Damned, this is getting out of hand. Ahem. Jean choked on her saliva, her face turning crimson as she inadvertently sent the voice message. The monthly meeting of the Investigation Bureau. Director Niet Songnan sat at the head of the table, flanked by Ing Huai, Lu Wangjin, and other team leaders of the Supernatural Abilities Division that he shuffled through the thick stack of speaking notes in his hand, while the attendees wore expressions of impending doom. This month, the efficiency of handling anomalies nationwide had increased by 150, with personnel losses reduced to 50. The Niet Songnan turned to the second page of the report, stating that a dedicated team would follow up on the forum, and any new anomalous posts would be addressed immediately. Furthermore, if any leads regarding the Night Watchers were discovered during subsequent operations, they were to report to him without delay. Director, a man with a perm, interjected. We should take control of this organization at once. They have provided us with a wealth of information, but it could merely be a diversion, concealing a more significant plot. Indeed, others chimed in. Although the Night Watchers have been helpful, no one knew their true intentions. Only what one held firmly in their grasp was genuinely secure. Naturally, they had their own agendas, eager to discover whether the potions claimed to regenerate limbs, enhance physical capabilities, or awaken latent powers in ordinary individuals were real or merely fraudulent. Niet Songnan glanced at Ing Huai beside him, who leaned against his swivel chair, his gaze lowered, idly spinning a pen, entirely detached from the discussions around him. It wasn't until his phone vibrated that he picked it up, expecting something urgent, and casually opened a series of 60-second voice messages that a heart-wrenching lament echoed throughout the conference room. That my boyfriend of 4 years, Ing Huai, is no human. He has betrayed me, turning his back without a second thought. Not only does he refuse to acknowledge our relationship, but he also seeks to ingratiate himself with the daughter of his superior while we were still together. He even has designs on my grandfather's tea shop, claiming he wishes to use my grandfather's tea garden as a dowry to marry the superior's daughter. Anthony, would you lend me your assistance? The crowd, even those who had been dozing off, were now wide awake, and Lu Wangjin, in a state of near death, sat up abruptly. The strange gazes converged first on Ing Huai, then swiftly shifted to Niet Songnan. Do you two share such a connection, Niet Songnan? Ing Huai lazily raised a hand. Director Nia, I need to take a leave. He flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. The house is on fire. I must attend to it. Chapter 61. The painted-skinned man, wearing a flat-brimmed cap, stumbled into the empty men's restroom, intoxicated. Upon facing the mirror at the sink, his bleary eyes suddenly sharpened, and he reverently retrieved a wooden box from his pocket. The box bore an aged talisman, exuding an unrelenting chill. Inside lay a Class C cursed object, typically an item belonging to a spirit at the moment of its demise. And this was no exception, as it contained the vengeful spirit of a woman in red, slain by her husband. Once the box is opened, this vengeful spirit, bound for 2 decades, would unleash a bloodbath. Yet, the man was unfazed. He too was an ability user, hailing from a folk organization known as the Blood and Flesh Cult, whose name alone suggested a cult-like nature. The creator of the Blood and Flesh Cult was an A-class blood-based ability user, and all members fell within this peculiar classification. Blood-based abilities were regarded as bizarre by the Global Joint Investigation Bureau, powerful yet notorious, akin to the evil practitioners found in cultivation novels, as most abilities were gruesome and perverse, characterized by a survival of the fittest mentality, often leading to brutal conflicts among their own kind. Lin Yao was a blood-based ability user capable of creating clones from blood, not limited to her own. Abilities were neither inherently good nor evil. Their morality depended on the user. However, blood-based ability users were more susceptible to contamination by the bizarre, leading to an increasingly twisted madness, with the doctrine of the Blood and Flesh Cult centered on deification. seeking the descent of the legendary Mother Puss into the mortal realm. This was the task assigned to him by the higher-ups of the blood and flesh cult, .as for why they chose this location. It was because the bar had recently garnered a lot of attention with its extravagant promotions that it was an honor for you to offer your lowly blood and flesh as the foundation for the birth of a deity. The man's eyes glowed with a sinister light. Die. The talisman gradually fell to the ground, igniting into a cluster of flames and turning to ash, the wooden box popping open with a snap. Inside lay a hairpin, half melted from the fire. The din of the outside world continued unabated. However, the temperature in the restroom plummeted several degrees, an oppressive and ominous aura spreading through the in the mirror. A crimson, ghostly figure flickered past. The man knew it had arrived at the scene of slaughter, that he couldn't help but flare his nostrils, as if already savoring the sweet aroma of flesh and blood. He squinted, his expression one of intoxicated obsession, eagerly anticipating the glimpse of a hellish realm. As he approached the door, he was intercepted by a hand clad in a black glove. The dapper bartender, dressed in a black waistcoat and white shirt, smiled and said, "Sir, it seems you haven't settled your tab." Though phrased as a question, it bore the tone of a statement. Settle my tab. The man hadn't even considered this. After all, this place was about to bloom with the flowers of blood, that I'm here to enjoy a free meal. He pushed the bartender aside. Yet the sensation was akin to hitting a wall. The bartender remained unyielding, causing the man to stagger back several paces. What kind of soldier is this bartender? This fleeting thought crossed his mind as he gritted his teeth and replied, "I'm not leaving yet. I'll settle up later, all right? Apologies, sir." The bartender maintained his smile, "But that one tea do." The man extracted his wallet and tossed it at him. "No need for change. The rest is your tip. You may leave now." With a sinister glance at the bartender's name tag, he thought to himself that the first to die would undoubtedly be him. "Thank you for your generosity, sir." The bartender squeezed the thickness of the wallet, his smile deepening. "Now you may proceed." "What do you think you're doing?" A brief, piercing scream echoed from the restroom, quickly subsiding into silence. Moments later, the bartender emerged, carrying two bulging garbage bags that he discarded the trash at the entrance, smiling gently at a stray dog gathered by the refuse. "Eat up, it's all fresh." Underneath the neon lights, a cacophony of noise filled the air, with swirling beams of light creating a surreal atmosphere. Amidst the vibrant chaos, men and women danced wildly to the music, their thoughts as diverse as the masks they wore. Fu and Jiu distanced themselves from the raucous crowd, locating a mechanism backstage to descend the stone steps. Traversing weathered walls, rusty chains, and heavy iron doors, passing through numerous retina scanners until they finally reached the depths of the bar's basement. Here, darkness prevailed, a disquieting aura permeating the air. The walls had been treated with materials exchanged from the marketplace to shield against psychic detection, ensuring that unless the structure collapsed, no magnetic fluctuations could be sensed. The wall sconces ignited with a thunderous roar as they passed, casting flickering shadows on the damp, gray walls. They spotted a shadowy figure lounging on a couch, clad in a black robe and hood. The figure's features were obscured, save for a pair of eyes that glimmered with a deadly allure. Fu was momentarily taken aback. How had this figure entered unnoticed? Before he could speak, Jiu had already addressed the figure with reverence. "Lord Old Demon." Fu understood that Jiu was subtly alerting him. The title Lord indicated a member of high status within the organization. Fu, not being an ability user, had limited contact with members, with the exception of the elusive seer and Jiu before him. Jiu's presence here was also a strategic decision by the organization. According to the prophecy, a spirit would manifest in the city center that night. This particular entity was notorious in the history of Chinese supernatural lore, having made appearances in numerous films and dramas. Known as the Painted Skin, it had a penchant for collecting beautiful human skins. The Painted Skin spirit was a half-illusory entity, adept at disguise. Even an exorcist would struggle to locate it among the crowd while it donned human skin. It favored venues teeming with handsome men and beautiful women, meticulously selecting its next victim. Perhaps due to its selective nature, the threat level of the Painted Skin was rated as C-class. Initially, upon hearing of the spirit's emergence, Fu intended to temporarily close the establishment, but his superior had intervened just in time. The bar street's undercurrents ran deep, and shortly after Fu took over, ability users had begun plotting against it. However, The seer had casually distributed several doses of ability-enhancing potions, transforming a few qualified waitstaff into ability users. These individuals, having witnessed the organization's might, were eager to become formal members. Idolizing the seer, Hu Fu had yet to consume the potion, for the seer had advised him that his time had not yet come. Thus, he dismissed any thoughts of hastily acquiring extraordinary abilities, firmly believing in the seer's words. The figure in the black robe spoke slowly. "Do not allow anyone to enter here." That Hu Fu nodded respectfully, understood that at that moment, he noticed over a dozen cocoons displayed on the coffee table. Each cocoon bore distinct patterns, radiating an aura of deep forbiddance. He exchanged a silent glance with Jiang, both understanding that these were sealed, immensely powerful spirits that a report came through the Bluetooth earpiece from a waitstaff. "All right, understood." Jiang turned to the figure on the couch. "Lord, the female spirit has been released. Should we arrange for someone to handle it immediately?" "Unnecessary. Proceed as planned." "Yes." The cameras in the corner had already activated, glowing red. Hu Fu positioned himself behind the camera. Jiang had donned a black robe, prepared to assist. They merely awaited the arrival of 11 o'clock for this live broadcast to be unveiled to the nation. Chapter 62. I have come to join you. Old Demoness appearance fee deducted. Mechanical heart device supplemented. Current popularity value 32,100. Jiang Ji listened with a smile to the system's announcement, while Anthony continued to regale, "Back in my day on Wall Street." She concealed her annoyance beneath her facade, turning her head only to lock eyes with a brunette woman seated on a high platform. With a heart-shaped face, a prominent nose, and captivating eyes, the woman appeared flawless from any angle, yet her perfection occasionally rendered her otherworldly. The woman was not gazing at her, but rather at the loquacious man beside her. Most attendees wore masks, yet Anthony's star-like visage stood out prominently, seemingly reveling in the admiration and obsession of others. While the woman was equally enchanted, her greedy eyes fixated upon his stunning face. Surprised by Jiang Ji's sudden glance, she smiled flirtatiously. Soon after, the woman approached, holding a glass aloft. "Sir, may I offer you a drink?" Her gaze was filled with allure, lingering on his unblemished countenance, causing Huang Liqiang to momentarily lose his breath. The woman was undeniably stunning, her figure curvaceous and alluring. Yet when glancing at Jiang Ji, who seemed indifferent, it was evident he favored such enchanting women. However, his objective today was Jiang Ji. Hence he smiled and declined, saying, "I'm sorry, but I have someone I cherish." His gaze lingered affectionately on Jiang Ji. He thought to himself, "Girl, can I win you over?" It was of no consequence. He was unbothered. The brunette's face was inscribed with the message, "I'm not here to disrupt your lives. I'm here to join you." Not far away, a ghostly woman in red, her long hair obscuring her face, fixed her blood-red eyes on the man holding a wine glass amidst the revelry. Huang Liqiang. The haunting resentment of being burned alive was etched deeply within her bones. And as soon as she emerged from her suppressed seal, she sensed a familiar aura. It mattered not that he wore a different face. Even if he turned to ash, she would recognize him. Her gaze shifted to the brunette woman, whose chest was nearly pressed against the man's arm, and the venomous glint in her eyes was on the verge of spilling over. This must be the mistress who conspired with the man to burn her alive. They all must die today. At that moment, Jiang Ji suddenly felt a slight dip beside her. Ying Huai, donning a fox mask, took a seat and languidly remarked, "So many people." Jiang Ji's instincts flared. "What are you doing here?" "I came to see how well you're performing. Don't forget our wager." Ying Huai smiled ominously, and when Huang Liqiang glanced over, he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Jiang Ji's ungrateful ex-boyfriend. My name is Ying Huai." He seemed entirely at ease with this identity. "You needn't supervise me," Jiang Ji replied with a bitter smile. "I want to allow you to take away the tea house my grandfather poured his heart into." A flicker of pain crossed Ying Huai's eyes. "Is that truly how you feel? Then I have nothing more to say." Whatever, Ajin has grown accustomed to it, and Rose's eyes reddened. He must be gravely ill. He loves her so deeply. Huang Liqiang felt his heart sink. Ying Huai actually came to it. Seemed Jiang Ji's words were true. How infuriating. How had the informants below failed to catch this? The brunette's gaze roamed over Ying Huai's impressive physique, yet his fox mask concealed his face, and the danger he exuded made her wary. The handsome young man before her was far easier to manipulate. She must secure him today. Meanwhile, the red-clad spirit advanced menacingly, only to collide with a bandaged figure. Her eyes gleamed with malice as she rolled them. "Ha!" The bandaged figure recoiled, jolted awake from his drunken stupor. Staring in disbelief at her charred, blood-soaked skin and her eyes, which now resembled mere whites. How was this possible? Good heavens, it looked so realistic. Even with the dynamic effect, without a hint of disgust, he crouched down to probe beneath the ghost's elevated heel. Then stood up and gave a thumbs up. "Bro, you truly love this. How can you walk on tiptoe all this way? Which cosplayer are you? I'd like to follow you." The red-clad spirit replied. "Is it that she has been sealed away for too long, that this generation no longer fears ghosts?" At that moment, the lights abruptly went out. That it was exactly 11 o'clock. Gasps and cheers erupted. "Oh no, I forgot. How did it become that time?" The bandaged figure beside her nearly cried out. In the darkness, the ghost's eyes fixated on a figure. Her toes lifted, propelling her forward. Jiang Ji felt a firm grip on her wrist, and a languid voice echoed in her mind. "Don't move. There is something here." Her scalp prickled, and she instantly complied. In the dark, Huang Liqiang was about to make his move when suddenly two hands seized him, one from each side. "How about we go to my house tonight?" A melodious, bone-chilling voice whispered in his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. The opposing force also heard the invitation, growing increasingly furious. She is clearly not as indifferent as she pretended. She has taken the bait. Satisfaction swelled within him. The pressure from both sides intensified, neither yielding an inch, deeply entwined in their affections. With only a minute left of darkness, Huang Liqiang felt urgency. He had to pry information from Jiang Ji tonight, that he grasped the two women's icy wrists and dashed towards the back door, rushing into a desolate alley behind the bar. The dim streetlight cast an eerie glow, revealing dark, dried blood on the ground. Huang Liqiang turned and was met with two ghastly, pale faces, both grinning at him. Chapter 63. The live broadcast begins simultaneously. Across outdoor LED screens nationwide, an exuberant voice resonated. "Dear viewers, welcome to the horror live broadcast." The voice rose in pitch, vibrant like a playful customer service representative from a certain e-commerce platform. Yet it made one feel profoundly uneasy. It felt as if a chill seeped through the phone, traveling up the arm to the marrow, jolting the spirit in the still of night. Passers-by in public squares across various cities instinctively looked up at the enormous arched screens above. All the colorful displays atop shopping malls showcased the same live broadcast. Meanwhile, those who were at home, scrolling through short videos on their phones, received a pop-up invitation. Blood-red characters leaped from the screen. "Midnight has arrived. Inviting you to watch the horror live broadcast. Join decline." Oh no! At the witching hour, such an abrupt occurrence startled many unprepared viewers, causing them to drop their phones. Only a fool would join. This thought crossed many minds instantly. In this world where the supernatural had resurfaced, countless individuals were acutely sensitive to words like ghost stories and horror. Most viewers were too afraid to even click decline, fearing they might inadvertently be drawn into a ghost tale, leaving no trace behind. After all, the Investigation Bureau had reported numerous cases of curiosity leading to dire consequences. Yet some, caught off guard, found their hands had already selected join. The screen darkened, smoothly transitioning into a pitch-black room. The dim light flickered, casting an unsettling chill. In the center, a shadowy figure sat upright, adjusting their phone to maximum brightness and ultra-clear mode. After a moment, the viewer's eyes adjusted to the light, finally revealing the surroundings. Walls adorned with vintage sconces. A nearby rack of dried, blood-stained torture devices, as if in a dungeon of a European castle. Viewers adapted quickly. Though it seemed they had entered a peculiar live broadcast room, they had already begun chatting in the comment section. "Came early, what is the live stream about, guys? What is the hostess background? Nationwide outdoor screens are synced. What is with the quality? Can't even see the face. So you call yourself a Sunny? Cheerful boy? The host doesn't show legs, 1-star review. Damn, why can't I exit?" A horror live broadcast. Some viewers with good memories found it familiar, furrowing their brows in realization. Could it be the terrifying live broadcast that had trended for several days? At 11 o'clock, the area near the bustling square was filled with dog walkers and strollers. More and more people paused to watch, Meanwhile, the dazzling rotating lights inside the bar lit up once again. Jiang Ji's complexion paled as she clutched Ing Huai's fingers tightly, her voice trembling. Is the eerie presence still here? Leaning against the sofa, Ing Huai appeared languid, amusement glinting in his eyes. Before replying, it has fled. Jean had just received Ing Huai's telepathic message and swiftly positioned himself in front of Enro. Hearing that the ghost had fled, he found it strange. Yet he trusted Ing Huai's words completely. Slightly relieved, his gaze fell upon the two clasped hands, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Have you two developed to this point? Focus. A girl beside him struck him on the head. What time is it to be distracted? Enro immediately noticed something was off. Where was Anthony? Where is Anthony? Jiang Ji exclaimed. Both Anthony and that brunette woman have vanished. This bar harbored numerous adept individuals. Which was to be expected. A bar in this territory, audaciously stealing business from local gangs, was clearly not run by naive fools. That it was said this area belonged to the Hu family, the heir of the wealth inherited from the Su and Hu families. Having passed the scrutiny of everlasting pharmaceuticals, he was certainly no naive young master. Ing Huai observed but did not intend to intervene. With supernatural events on the rise, as long as these adept individuals did not openly disrupt the city's order or engage in heinous acts, the investigation bureau lacked the capacity to manage them. This was a conflict among adept individuals, posing no threat to the general populace. With his mental power suppressing the two eerie entities, they had already been resealed by those adept individuals. Jiang Ji shot him a glare, muttering resentfully, "What do you know? Love without substance is like a pile of loose sand." She refrained from further questioning, clearly understanding there was more to Ing Huai's words. This was a metaphorical shattering. Just then, another disturbance erupted in the bar. What is this? Are you insane? You scared me half to death at this hour. Waitstaff, is your system infected with a virus, surrounded by the vibrant neon streets displayed on the ultra-clear screen? The scene abruptly shifted to a pitch-black live broadcast. The exuberant sounds reverberated through the bar's surround sound system, enveloping the crowd in a lively atmosphere. The mysterious figure in the black robe became increasingly familiar to Jean, who widened his eyes in realization. It was he, the space manipulator who had taken away the few from before the hospital. Another spectacle was about to unfold. Ing Huai chuckled, somewhat bewildered. The lower left corner of the live stream indicated a continuous influx of unidentified viewers from across the nation, with the comment section refreshing at a rapid pace. The viewer count above surged dramatically, leaping from hundreds of thousands to over 2 million in the blink of an eye, showing no signs of slowing down. Waitstaff! Waitstaff! Panicked voices called out to the bartender, but all the servers vanished after the lights dimmed, leaving an ominous fear to permeate the air. Don't panic. This isn't solely happening in the bar. Someone with keen eyes noticed the comments and checked their phone, raising it to loudly reassure the crowd. Look at the trending topics on Weibo. Terrifying live broadcasts are emerging nationwide. As the crowd bent their heads to verify the situation, the black-robed figure continued with a vibrant voice. I am your sunny, cheerful boy, the host of this session, a member of the Night Watchman organization. I am delighted to meet you all here. In our organization, I am not adept at combat, so this live stream has been entrusted to me. The crowd in the bar seemed to be paused in silence. Chapter 64, Mechanical Ascension. The Eerie has not suddenly appeared. Throughout history, it has never truly vanished. Upon hearing these words, many were struck with astonishment. The man in the black robe stated, the ghost culture of Huaxiao was birthed in the soil of primitive society, with detailed records in the Shanhai Jing, such as the serpent entwined around the hand, the snake-bone woman with red on the left and green on the right, the ghostly deity who feasted on children, her form like that of an ox, eyes situated beneath her armpits, and the gluttonous creature. They have once disrupted this world more than once, with every major plague recorded in history having traces of these entities behind it. Throughout the ages, exterminators have traversed the land, including the likes of the well-known Guguzi, Yuan Tiangang, and many sorcerers and Onmyoji that followed, as well as the current manipulators of abilities, protecting the living and guarding the spirits of the deceased. The Night Watchman organization is a continuation of the will of these predecessors. My ability is spatial teleportation. I can instantaneously appear anywhere within this city and freely enter established ghost realms. The black-robed figure spoke at a measured pace, gradually unfolding his narrative that as the viewer count increased. The comments grew bolder. The mysterious individual glanced at the comments. I know you don't believe me, but I want to perform teleportation because I am just that cool. Upon hearing about his ability to freely enter ghost realms, those viewers with abilities felt a mixture of shock and fervor. Only those who had confronted the Eerie truly understood the value of such a capability. For instance, when a ghost realm forms, one can appear in any direction within the city with mere thought. Even the fastest top manipulators would find it impossible to catch someone who can teleport, rendering them nearly invulnerable. The black-robed figure revealed his pale fingers and grasped the air. And before the crowd's eyes, a small white dog materialized in his hand. That a seemingly valuable dog tag hung from the dog's neck, glimmering slightly under the camera's light. This dog looks so familiar. I also feel like I've seen it in the news. What the hell? Did he steal the dog of the Prime Minister of Fusang? Damn impressive, screaming. The comment section erupted with even more fervor. Redefining not being adept in combat. Why is it so easy for him to tear open space while I struggle with peeling off skin? Get lost upstairs. Just moments ago, Fusang's official media issued a condemnation demanding Huaxia hand over the dog thief. Hilarious. I did not steal the dog. I merely borrowed it for demonstration that in truth, humans and ghostly entities exist in two parallel dimensions but have overlapped on numerous occasions. Many exterminators have ventured into the Eerie world, historically known as the underworld. When these parallel dimensions overlap, ghostly entities can slip into our world through temporal rifts that as humans increasingly recall and mention them. The distance between the two worlds gradually diminishes. However, the theme of our live broadcast is to provide everyone with a comprehensive understanding of these ghostly entities. What lies before me are cocoons that harbor the Eerie. The black-robed figure chuckled at the comments. Do you think resurrection is a mere fabrication? For the Night Watchman organization, achieving resurrection is challenging but not impossible. As he spoke, his fingernails grazed his robe, and a strange wind blew, unveiling his black robe. The sight of his pale skin revealed numerous stitched scars, resembling the seams of a patched-up corpse, bloodlines visible at his wrists, elbows, neck, and ankles, a grotesque sight as if flesh had been sewn together to create a complete, yet lifeless, body. That a gaping wound marred his chest, extending from his thorax to an unseen depth, flanked by metallic chains and a gleaming pull tab. Ignoring the comments, he unzipped his chest, revealing a mechanical heart nestled among the blood and flesh. An intricate assembly of gears fitting seamlessly within this cold body. That he touched the icy mechanical heart, and a patch of light, shaped like a fingerprint, flickered in response, intensifying from deep to light until it vanished. Heavens! Gasps echoed across the nation simultaneously. The rift and flesh coexist. Every inch of my body is a patchwork of flesh. Tell me, does this still count as being human? A fervor glinted in his eyes. Flesh is weak. Mechanical ascension. What a madman to Hu Fu behind the camera mused. Such absurdly avant-garde thoughts left him feeling as though his worldview had been upended. However, he noticed Jie Yu's response. Her eyes brightened, her breathing quickened, and she trembled with excitement. Jie Yu felt her worldview being deconstructed and reconstructed, transitioning from a desire for regenerative limbs to a yearning for mechanical prosthetics that were more robust than her own, sparing her the agony of being crushed. The reactions from the youth watching the live stream were particularly fervent. The comment section erupted with frenzied messages. So cool. Count me in as a die-hard follower of the prophet. Apologies, I digress. The black-robed figure realized that time had passed significantly and cleared his throat. Today's theme is the marvelous applications of ghostly entities. Here are the ghosts captured by our members in various locations. Jie produced a new robe for him to wear, avoiding the risk of the live stream being flagged for inappropriate content. The black-robed figure casually picked up the leftmost cocoon. Crack, that he squeezed it open. A female ghost materialized on the ground, her head adorned with thick, lustrous black hair, both front and back, emanating a chilling aura that permeated through the screen. Many viewers were so frightened that they dropped their phones for the second time. The ghost, upon seeing the black-robed figure on the sofa, trembled and prostrated herself on the ground, babbling in Japanese. This was a Fahai, known for her black hair, capable of killing with her hair, captured 5 days prior in Wuhai City. Having previously descended upon Yokohama, Fusang, causing 36 deaths with an unbreakable curse. But isn't that broken now? Fahai, come to me. This time it's truly over. Where's my translator? What is she saying? The translator is here. If I'm not mistaken, she should be saying. Chapter 65. The Uses of Ghostly Entities. Here it comes. The translator is here. If I heard correctly, the Fahai is saying something along the lines of "Don't pull my hair out. The follicles will die." What exactly did you do to the ghost? For a moment, I actually feel a bit sympathetic toward this ghost. To be honest, so do I. In the bar. The crowd surged while Jiang Ji and the others stood on the second floor. Huai meticulously observed the cocoons displayed before the black-robed figure. The ghostly patterns on the cocoons appeared to represent the names of each ghost. The cocoons themselves were thin enough to reveal the colors within, seemingly ready to burst, with the eerie entities thrashing against the walls. Huai sensed a force of rules emanating from them, reminiscent of the aura of the rules from the folklore, yet devoid of that sinister quality. He pondered deeply, realizing that this power was not purification. The more they struggled, the more energy they expended, and the greater their suffering, as the purifying force incessantly consumed the blood, flesh, soul, and power of the ghostly entities. What exactly was this organization? The pale fingers of the black-robed figure traced the cocoons, noting that Fusang's folklore had thrived remarkably before the resurgence of the Eerie. During Fusang's peaceful era, such scenarios had been described, where humans and ghosts coexisted, their realms overlapping spatially, with ghosts parading at night. That as he spoke, his gaze seemed to connect with the audience before the screen. And Ajin, standing behind Huai, suddenly felt an intense sensation of being watched, instinctively retracting his neck. The viewers tuned into the live stream were left in shock, entering the eerie arena of death. Can humanity prevail? Even those youthful souls in the throes of adolescence find this ambition overwhelmingly grand. Elderly man, subway, mobile phone. I recognize every character, yet how can their combination be so absurd? This is bizarre. Is there a shred of politeness in you? A hair growth, the balding rejoice. I apologize, dear hair. I truly require your assistance. The combatants of Huaxia be like. One moment it appears ferocious. The next it seems fit for steaming. Given that this entity is classified as high risk, recklessly eliminating it could unleash unnecessary calamities worldwide. Thus, we have temporarily shelved our extermination plan, opting instead for a quid pro quo arrangement. For even human prisoners must toil at the sewing machine. The hair of the entity is remarkably resilient, possessing exceptional elasticity and rapid growth. Intertwined, it becomes impervious to blades and fire. Not only does it hold promise for the development of anti-hair loss shampoos, but it also offers substantial potential for projects akin to safety ropes and bulletproof vests. Should anyone possess superior ideas, feel free to present them. Enterprises interested in collaboration may leave a message below. I can't take it anymore. The question marks are exhausting. Strongly agree. It should be done this way. Simply exterminating these anomalies would be too lenient. How cruel. To take life without inflicting suffering. To the saint above, are you all right? These anomalies exhibit far greater cruelty when they torture humanity. In such moments, Jieyu automatically assumed the role of interpreter, conveying the words of the figure in black robes to the trembling entity on the ground. Upon hearing of the hair growth solution bearing its name, the entity felt darkness envelop its vision, utterly humiliated as its reputation as a specter was sullied. The more it contemplated, the more sorrowful it became. Bursting into tears. Woe is me, Baka Zinni, what the heck? Why is this entity crying? So, if you tug at your hair, you want to weep? Have some dignity. If they cannot resolve this entity, they brazenly resort to begging. Help! I seem to have spotted a certain well-known domestic hair care brand's alternate account bidding in the comments. Our company urgently convened a meeting with the RD and technical departments. Notifications have been dispatched for an all-night work session. Our company wishes to inquire. This material must be quite costly, yes? To be frank, which company wouldn't be tempted by an advertising slogan touting the extraction of ghostly essence? This is akin to a public execution. As he spoke, he unwrapped the cocoon. Silken strands slipped from his gnarled wrist, and shimmering light particles danced upon his pallid hand that a tattered, grimy doll materialized in the open space. This doll had golden hair and azure eyes, resembling a foreign plaything, its elongated neck supporting an oversized head, exuding a sense of antiquity. Its eyes, large and frightful, were as blue as the ocean, and its blood-red smile suggested it had just indulged in something without cleaning up afterward. Upon being freed from the cocoon, its eyes slowly rotated, fixating on Hu Fu with a ghostly glow. Hu Fu's heart tightened. It was a bad omen. Yet when Mary turned her head and spotted the dark, ambiguous figure on the sofa, her head rolled off her neck in terror. Thud, thud. The head and neck struggled to crawl outward, their clumsy efforts appearing somewhat adorably pitiful, with several charred marks scattered across its form, dusted with the remnants of rule-infused debris, seemingly having endured considerable torment. The sight was utterly pitiable. The figure in black robes allowed Mary to crawl in the shadows, while nearly 100 individuals from Fusang had been ensnared by Mary's telephone horror story, with none surviving, thus shattering the record for fatalities in rule-related horror tales. However, a week prior, Fusang had clandestinely delivered the cursed medium of Mary's phone into Huaxia, aiming to transfer the danger posed by Mary via cursed transmission. Upon this revelation, the nation erupted in uproar. Chapter 66. Not proficient in combat? What the heck? Is this the work of a human? Any person with a modicum of morality would never commit such an act. Nations that had been closely monitoring Huaxia's every move were also captivated by this live stream, which garnered over 100 million viewers within Huaxia. Under the mounting pressure, Fusang promptly issued a statement, assuring with the integrity of its nation that such occurrences were unfounded. The figure in black approached, lifting the doll's head and body, displaying them before the camera. Mary's point of manifestation was the Jean Ganlan kindergarten in Yunnan City. However, everyone can rest assured, as there were no casualties reported. Help! My mother works there as a cleaner. My daughter's school. I can attest. I am indeed a teacher at Jean Ganlan kindergarten, and the kindergarten was indeed shut down for emergency measures over 2 days. Yes, I remember. That day, the principal was especially frantic, urging us to contact parents and insisting they come immediately to pick up their children. When we finally left, some colleagues mentioned hearing strange sounds. And the next day, we discovered half of the courtyard wall had collapsed. How many families have been saved? These viewers expressed their astonishment, unaware that so much had transpired in the shadows. Mary, fond of making phone calls, possessed tracking capabilities. This entity, having undergone extensive education, had lost its lethal abilities and could now utilize profiling and related clues to locate abducted individuals, with its unique capabilities only accepting official contacts. The figure in black retracted Mary and retrieved the next cocoon. This time, what appeared before the audience was a towering, one-eyed monk with an ashen body, his feet broad and flat, resembling 2 large fans from a distance. This creature, known in Fusang folklore as Qing Fangzhu, had a penchant for appearing beside women contemplating suicide, coaxing them toward their demise. Should they suddenly reconsider their choice, it would trigger its lethal protocols, actively assisting those wishing to end their lives, albeit with a low threat level, classified as D-grade, having already persuaded 12 individuals in Fusang to their deaths, nearing the threshold for promotion to C-grade. Why are all the anomalies from Fusang? Damn, has Fusang secretly smuggled in so many entities? The little devils never cease their malevolent intentions. Without the benefits of social security, the anomalies require none. We have imposed numerous restrictions on its lethal capabilities through multiple surgeries, rendering its threat level comparable to that of a stray cat. There is no need for fear, but do not hinder its work, as its strikes still carry considerable pain. Qing Fangzhu inhaled sharply. How excessive to urge others to continue living with a clear conscience is more agonizing than death itself. The audience witnessed the one-eyed monk weeping profusely. The entity's collapse occurred in an instant. Yet, the people did not ridicule or scorn it. Rather, they felt a tinge of empathy, for after all, that even the capitalist oppressor pales in comparison on the oppression and exploitation of capitalism. Qing Fangzhu, I am a ghost, but you are the devil. Although, it perfectly embodies the virtues of thrift and family management inherent to the Huaxia people that I apologize. I can no longer continue this praise. Who understands, dear friends? I have already stood on the rooftop, contemplating leaping after this live stream, but upon seeing that grotesque, ghostly visage, I suddenly no longer wished to perish. The figure in black picked up the third, fourth cocoon. This entity is the Rain Woman, a female figure who walks in the rain and kills those she encounters on rainy days, causing rain to fall wherever she goes. This anomaly originated from the D-grade rule horror tale, 13th school regulation in Galley. Having recently infiltrated our territory, I can't believe Galley is also engaging in such despicable acts. This is quite normal. They are all in cahoots. I only hope we can retaliate in kind. As the live stream neared its conclusion, the figure in black hastened his pace, completing the introductions of the leftmost cocooned entities before seizing the rightmost batch. Compared to the left, these cocoons were far more tumultuous. Under his touch, blood began to seep from them, indicating their heavy resentment. These anomalies must be resolved today. Lacking proficiency in combat, I shall unbox them all at once. He grasped a handful of cocoons and crushed them in his palm. A series of blood-red, ghostly figures emerged, and unlike the previously educated entities, their chilling aura struck the observers, leaving them breathless upon sight. The figure in black declared, "This is the anomaly responsible for the brutal murder of 2 students at the tutoring center last month. A heinous crime deserving of execution. Mary caused the deaths of 100 individuals in the island nation. Her sentence could be commuted. The female ghost killed 2 in Huaxia. Her crimes are undeniably severe." No doubt about it. The ramifications of this incident are immense, as Huaxia students dared not attend tutoring classes for a week, disrupting the education of these budding talents, with dire consequences. Today is the day I have encountered the most ghosts in my life. These anomalies, upon seeing the man seated on the sofa and Jiu behind him, lunged toward Hu Fu, who stood quietly behind the camera. The first target, the ordinary man who sat there, silent as a chicken, that my life is forfeit. Upon encountering the ghostly figure rushing towards him, Hu Fu's mind went blank. This also distressed the audience hiding beneath their blankets, upon suddenly witnessing such a multitude of malevolent spirits with green faces and sharp fangs charging towards them. Their hearts nearly ceased to beat, as countless piercing screams echoed through the skies of various cities. Everything in this live stream is splendid, except for the fact that my phone is a piece of junk. The phone is tolerable, but has the host considered the people standing before that enormous 3D screen in the square? I nearly wet myself on the spot, and my girlfriend is now pretending not to know me while everyone is still staring at me. Suddenly, the figure in the black cloak snapped his fingers, causing the air to visibly warp. These crimson apparitions vanished from their location, only to reappear a heartbeat later at the opposite side. Roar! The spirits, undeterred, lunged forward. They disappeared once more and reappeared again, as if their efforts were akin to striking a fist into cotton. Unable to exert any force, they couldn't even brush a single hair on Hu Fu. In a fit of irrationality, they desperately surged towards the figure in black. Once again, the strange entities vanished, as he utilized his ability to warp space to disassembling the anomalies. Ugh! A chorus of retching erupted within the bar. The surfaces of these dismembered bodies were smooth, revealing the intricate textures of flesh and blood that as the spirits shed their crimson aura, their horrific visages were finally unveiled. The audience, caught off guard, beheld a woman forcibly contorted into a box. Her form now indistinguishable from the container. A humanoid monster with a pair of red eyes situated on its chest, devoid of a head, yet possessing enormous wings. A terrifying woman covered in a tar-like black slime, creating deep, corrosive depressions in the ground. Yet these indescribable entities had now been reduced to mere chunks of flesh on the ground, intestines on the wall sconces, and severed heads in the boxes. Those who had just begun to recover were once again jolted by this scene. Waves of vomiting ensued. Hu Fu, suppressing the discomfort in his stomach, hastily redirected the camera towards the figure in black. Do not be misled into thinking that the anomalies were entirely vanquished. They excel in disguise and deceit. Their consciousness is fundamentally different from that of humans, and one should not equate the vitality of these entities with human physical resilience. Even the weakest of anomalies surpasses what you can imagine. The only truth lies with the black-cloaked figure, who pointed towards the ceiling, prompting the audience to instinctively look up. The night sky stretched infinitely, with no boundaries in sight. Only the sound of his voice resonated. He spoke. The severed segment of intestine, feigning death, was suddenly pierced and sprang upwards, striking at Jiu, who stood behind the figure in black. The viewers outside the screen could barely utter a gasp before they were met with a sizzling sound of corrosion, as Jiayu's body was instantaneously hollowed out. The organs within could no longer bear their weight and fell away in a cascade, while the piece of intestine dangled over the gaping hole, swinging as if joyfully on a swing. The shock and terror still lingered in the calmness of his eyes before his body thudded heavily to the ground, causing the camera to shake as well. And Ro covered her mouth in shock. Jiang Ji stared at the scene for a moment before murmuring, "Why do I feel like this body is fake?" Ying Huai glanced at her in slight surprise, nodding in agreement. Indeed, his ability is of a verbal nature. In certain cultures, words themselves are considered divine. The human spirit is believed to dwell within language, possessing immense and mysterious power to them. The words spoken by humans, whether blessings or curses, easily manifest into reality. After the body in the live stream collapsed, it transformed into a thin playing card, with the Joker's lips curling into a cold smirk, as if mocking something. Emerging slowly from the darkness clad in a black cloak, Jiayu stepped forward. The previously restless chunks of flesh instantly wilted. Jiayu stepped upon the piece of intestine. In recent training simulations, he had learned how to wield his powers. His awakened ability was to turn lies into reality. While live streaming, he had deceived everyone, claiming that this playing card represented him, when in fact, it was merely a trivial falsehood, a test that went unnoticed. The result was promising. As even the anomalies failed to detect it, he crushed the intestine beneath his foot, sending the acidic slime splattering, dotting the ground with droplets. The figure in black approached the box, locking eyes with a resentful gaze within, speaking with a smile, "It's time to send you on your way. However, before the execution, there are a few warnings I must impart. Once you leave the territory of Huaxia, do not descend upon Fusang. The two lands are as closely linked as water and land, sharing the same moonlit sky. Furthermore, the foremost expert of Fusang has been grievously injured by an anomaly and is currently recuperating discreetly in Edo. Can I really say this? And, above all, do not venture into neighboring Goryeo. The world's top ability user has been confirmed to be a Goryeo orphan, and they can easily dispatch someone of your caliber with a single blow. Especially at the green-tiled pavilion in the filial piety district of Seoul. Do not go there." Engrossed in the spectacle, Ying Huai mused, "This is so ridiculous. I feel helpless. Why does it seem increasingly off to me? Just looking at that ghostly woman in the box, she resembles the troublemaker in class who insists on opposing the teacher." Ha 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 ha. A national-level master of sarcasm. Night Watchman. Before the execution, I must recommend Goryeo and Fusan to you all. Huaxia people are always so kind-hearted and benevolent, repaying kindness with kindness. I am truly touched. No one understands Luinyu and fear better than us. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister of Fusang and the President of Goryeo, watching the live stream, were infuriated and hastily ordered an increase in security. The figure in black, with a mix of seriousness and lightheartedness, meticulously explained the arrangements for the ghost's aftermath before turning to the audience outside the screen, politely stating, "It may get a bit noisy from here on out. I hope it doesn't disturb your rest." Guyu, Jiayu hesitated for a few seconds. Was this truly necessary, sir? Seeing the figure in black insist on his course of action, Jiayu stepped forward, bending down to place the remains and heads into new cocoons. He retrieved a cylindrical object, about the length of a forearm, which seemed oddly familiar, and tossed the cocoons into it like coins. Then he produced a uniquely shaped lighter. With a click, the lighter emitted an ethereal blue flame. Jiayu ignited the fuse and handed the cylindrical container, filled with the anomalies, to the figure in black. The figure in black grasped the firework shell, tearing open a segment of space and extending his hand within. The audience was utterly bewildered, unsure of what was transpiring. The fuse hissed as it quickly burned down. The crowd in the square began to murmur, when suddenly a thunderous explosion resonated above, simultaneously releasing countless beams of light that erupted in the sky, bursting into colorful lines and resembling blooming flowers, which soon transformed into a flurry of petals. Fireworks that they were setting off fireworks. The spectators gazed in awe at the breathtaking spectacle beneath the night sky. Though it was not their first experience of watching fireworks under the night, they felt a profound tremor resonate within their souls. Among the viewers of the live stream were those who had lost family or friends to an eerie tale. And for reasons unknown, tears began to flow like rain. Meanwhile, the man on the screen joyfully exclaimed, "Look at how beautiful the fireworks are." Nothing compares to the ghastly beauty of anomalies blooming before our eyes. In the not-so-distant future, these anomalies will culminate in Huaxia's most extravagant fireworks festival. Will there truly be such a day in the future? As the fireworks faded into the horizon, a voice descended from the heavens above. Global broadcast. C-Class Ghost Sour Woman has been slain by Moon Chaser, Old Witch and Heart Seeker, Gu Yu. The global leaderboard has been updated. Huaxia will no longer refresh Sour Woman, but where will the terrifyingly revived Sour Woman direct her gaze? Global broadcast. C-Class Ghost Mothman has been slain by Moon Chaser, Old Witch and Heart Seeker, Gu Yu. The global leaderboard has been updated. Huaxia will no longer refresh Mothman. Global broadcast. C-Class Ghost Barber Todd has been slain by Moon Chaser, Old Witch and Heart Seeker, Gu Yu. The global leaderboard has been updated. Huaxia will no longer refresh Barber Todd. Global broadcast. C-Class Ghost Dark Alessa has been slain by Moon Chaser, Old Witch and Heart Seeker, Gu Yu. The global leaderboard has been updated. Huaxia will no longer refresh Dark Alessa. Global broadcast. C-Class Ghostbox Woman has been slain by Moon Chaser, Old Witch and Heart Seeker, Gu Yu. The global leaderboard has been updated. Huaxia will no longer refresh Box Woman. At that moment, all the ability users around the globe simultaneously looked up in astonishment. The voice from the broadcast, initially brimming with enthusiasm, gradually adopted an impatient tone. The global score leaderboard surged dramatically, ascending from an unknown name to the top 100 within mere minutes, and the broadcast continued to announce the rising ranks. 76th place, 54th place, 43rd place, 22nd place, 10th place. Ultimately, the name of the Old Witch soared into the 10th position, while Jiayu's name settled at 23rd, pushing aside one Fusang ability user and one American ability user. In the blink of an eye, the anomalies were reduced to ashes. Chapter 68. Ability Catalysis Agent. The global ability user forum erupted into chaos. Individuals of various skin tones and nationalities observed the sudden emergence of a new name within the top 10, igniting a flurry of discussions in the forum. What has transpired? Is the broadcast malfunctioning? From Malgua. Poor Old Monster and Yugu. From Duiji. Fu Kei. You woke me up. From Igua. Seichene. From Igua. Is Huaxia's official once again cultivating a new star in the realm of abilities? Huaying is certainly crafted with immense resources. It is impossible for an individual to possess such a vast amount of points. From Asan. Huaying has already been confirmed to have Korean lineage. Attached link. Gaoli Daily. From Gaoli. Are you all not following Huaxia's trending searches? That organization is simply too powerful. From Xianluo. Damn. Huaxia has pushed me Li Jian's whiteout. They now have 4 individuals in the top 10, from Igua. As a 10-year fan of the Night Watchman organization, I am here uninvited. From Huaxia. Why have foreign media turned silent like chickens? Weren't they previously clamoring about Huaxia's decline? The forum is abuzz with intense discussions. The American ability users are going mad, questioning everything. The Korean ability users are tirelessly searching for clues regarding the origins of the Night Watchman organization. The Malguo ability users are inquiring about where to repair their broken broadcasts. While the Fusan IP, which had a high presence in the live stream, remains remarkably quiet. Meanwhile, 2 hours swiftly pass. Lao Yao is preparing to conclude the live stream. In the final moments, the number of viewers in the live stream has skyrocketed to 240 million. Those watching indoors did not see fireworks, yet Weibo and Moments have been inundated with posts. Some viewers are showcasing their charred nails and the cracked scalps of ghostly entities, sincerely inquiring how much they might be worth. In the comment section of the live stream, Jiang Ji has almost lost all recognition of the number 6. 666,666, 666, 666, 6666, 6666666666666 soaring to the skies. The host redefines the notion of being unskilled in combat. My cousin is an ability user. He says the host's strength is at least B, and it could very well be A. When will the next livestream be? I will wait for you no matter how long it takes. The figure in the black robe stifled a yawn. His face resembling a black hole, obscured from view, he shifted his sitting position and delivered his closing remarks. Those eerie entities are like the silt of the Yellow River. Ceaseless and boundless. Midnight has arrived. The world is dim. Merely igniting the lamp of life, that he methodically pulled out a handkerchief, meticulously wiping each finger, expressing gratitude for everyone's viewership. Lastly, we will randomly select a fortunate viewer from the live stream, with the prize being a catalytic potion that can aid humanity in awakening their abilities. Of course, for the safety of everyone, it will be delivered discreetly to the winner's home. So, farewell, everyone. Upon uttering these words, the entire room erupted in chaos. The ability-enhancing potion. This is a dream for countless individuals, not to mention having witnessed the mysterious figure obliterating the ghostly entities with a mere flick of the wrist. Who wouldn't want to become a hero of a great nation? The popularity of Spider-Man, Batman, and Superman is precisely because everyone desires to be a superhero, to save humanity. Even Yangsheng Pharmaceuticals dreams of developing such a potion. They completely forget this is a live stream. Everyone is pushing forward desperately, waving their hands, appearing utterly frantic. The me. Lord Lao Yao, please be sure to pick me. Pick me. Pick me to death. Others, with righteous indignation, interject. Don't fight over it. Do you really believe there exists a drug that can trigger abilities? Neither the United States nor Yangsheng Pharmaceuticals has managed to create one. And even if they did, it would undoubtedly be immature and fraught with risk. That I've lived enough. Let me be the one to test the drug for you. Get lost. The figure in the black robe promptly terminated the live stream, until someone in the crowd managed to make a phone call, urgently urging, "Hey mom, please check if anything new has appeared at home." What does it look like? Probably a potion or a small glass vial. Hurry and look. Quick. Everyone immediately reacted. Perhaps the prize is just lying at home. A quiet announcement. We could all be lucky fish. Those walking dogs, strolling, dating, visiting internet cafes, or partying at bars have never felt such an urgency as now. As a throng of people surged towards the exit point, one individual broke into a run, prompting others to follow suit. That it was as if falling behind by a moment meant someone else would seize the grand prize. The bar, once bustling, was instantly emptied. The waitstaff, who had previously vanished, emerged to begin clearing tables and tidying up. The handsome bartender Jiang Ji had seen at the entrance, seemingly the head of this establishment, paused slightly upon seeing them on the second floor. "Do you need us to arrange a new seating for you?" With only the four of them remaining, dancing was out of the question. "We are ready to leave." "All right," the waiter replied apologetically. "We apologize for the inadequate service today. This time, it's on the house that we welcome you to visit again." Jiang Ji discreetly glanced at his name tag. Jean Nanxing, seemingly someone she had heard Hu Fu mentioned before. She couldn't help but steal a few extra glances, only to be unexpectedly flicked on the forehead, producing a crisp sound. "Ah!" She glared at Ing Huai. Ing Huai cast a nonchalant glance. "Let us go to your dorm. That I am a traditional person." Jiang Ji, so romantic of you. Chapter 69. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows and row pulled along the oblivious Jean. Finding an excuse to slip away, not forgetting to exchange WeChat with Jiang Ji before leaving, Ing Huai drove over, and Jiang Ji promptly hopped into the back seat. In the rearview mirror, the butterfly mask on the girl's face remained unremoved, her long eyelashes fluttering with life. The two inadvertently locked eyes in the mirror, and Ing Huai casually averted his gaze, placing the fox mask aside and fastening his seatbelt. Oh good. The engine roared to life, merging onto the elevated highway, as Jiang Ji heard the car's audio system repeatedly broadcasting alerts about urgent incidents. That a bizarre event had just occurred in the original forest of Weiyang Mountain City. Initially assessed as a D-level incident, characterized by a child's voice inviting those who enter the forest to play hide and seek. That is so far, dozens of camping enthusiasts have been trapped in the ghostly realm, with the 4 special team of Weiyang City dispatched for rescue. In Tongxin City, an eerie incident has just unfolded, preliminarily judged as a rule-based urban legend, and has formed a ghostly domain, with thousands of locals and tourists currently trapped inside. The Investigation Bureau of Tongxin City is urged to dispatch a rescue team promptly. Wuhai City, Ma Island. Wuchuan City, Lingnao City. In less than 10 minutes, 7 or 8 urgent incident broadcasts have sounded. Jiang Ji pondered. The frequency of bizarre events occurring lately seems to be increasing. Ing Huai, maintaining a composed demeanor, switched to a radio channel, where a Buddhist master with a thick northeastern accent was reciting scriptures. Namo, Sandman Duo. Mu tuanan, om, du luo, the diwei suapahi. Jiang Ji. But before she could further develop her train of thought, it was abruptly cut off by Ing Huai. She shot him a resentful glare, as expected of you. never forgetting to exorcise her. Host, 10 doses of the potion have been deployed. Excellent. Jiang Ji prepared 10 doses of the ability-enhancing potion, emphasizing the principle of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. Ensuring the concealed factions remain in the dark, unable to grasp the situation that a pie falling from the sky must be caught with skill. Jiang Ji held 1 potion as a shield, while the rest were her hidden treasures. This assessment is devoid of any oddities. Those who reveal flaws will be eliminated. The world is rife with hidden currents, and eerie entities are lurking, ready to pounce. The overly naive individuals, even with opportunities, will find themselves unable to hold on to them. Upon reaching the dormitory building, it was nearly 3 o'clock. Wait for me below. The Lady 1T let you in. Which floor are you on? Ying Huai inquired. .404 at the 4-story dormitory building loomed like an upright coffin in the night. Ying Huai glanced up. Jiang Ji had already skipped into the dormitory, passing by the duty room at the entrance, where a faint white light reflected off the glass, illuminating the face of the dormitory supervisor. The floor-length mirror on the first floor of the dormitory was so old that it had begun to distort, casting her reflection as thin as a paper doll. The dormitory supervisor opened the window, poking her head out from the duty room. Her face, painted a ghastly white, displayed only shiny red lips as she handed over a dirty, unmarked package. That you're still awake at this hour? Jiang Ji reached out to take it, casually complimenting. Annie, your lipstick looks lovely today. It really suits your complexion. The dormitory supervisor beamed widely, such a sweet talker. What's inside? Open it and take a look. Jiang Ji squeezed the package, noting it felt like a book. After some time, she finally discerned the silhouette merging with the darkness. Her eyes flickered. You have a boyfriend? Jiang Ji pursed her lips and smiled. Not at all. This reaction, in the eyes of the other, came across as shy and unwilling to admit it. After bidding farewell to the dormitory supervisor, Jiang Ji stepped into the 4th-floor corridor. Many girls from their floor had already moved out, and the corridor was lined with wide-open dormitory doors. Jiang Ji cast a glance inside, and in the dim light, she vaguely perceived dark shadows shifting. It was absurd. Who would leave their dorm door wide open at this late hour? Jiang Ji felt a twinge of regret for not having invited Ying Huai to join her. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, she discovered that all the doors were ajar, that a sense of unease crept over her, as if an unseen presence were watching her. System, play a song titled Good Luck Comes. After a moment, the melody of Good Luck Comes echoed in her mind. Quite a sum indeed. Out of the 20,000 points, a portion was allocated to the maintenance of the Night Watchers organization. The amount she could freely dispose of reached as high as 17,000. That although she now possessed the courage to confront the bizarre, Jiang Ji truly did not wish to encounter any supernatural phenomena at this moment. Just enough to make a decent instant noodle anime episode. Jiang Ji produced her key and unlocked the dormitory door. The room was empty, and she hesitated to enter, opting instead to trigger a premonition probe that in the next second, she vanished from her spot. On the other side of the city, a heavily tattooed man lay on his bed clad in a tank top, surrounded by a chaotic litter of empty instant noodle containers and filthy socks, which combined to create a nauseating stench. The sultry voice of a female streamer begging for gifts filtered through his phone, yet he showed no restraint, his face twisted in disgust as he berated her. When will you pay the rent? Do you even know the landlord came knocking for it today? My buddies were all here. You're making me lose face. When will you settle your performance fees? Just transfer me 5,000 first. I need to repay my debts this month. Fu Shueka, still adorned with heavy stage makeup, had resorted to using cheap cosmetics she had purchased long ago in an effort to save money for the man's loan repayment. Now, her face was beginning to feel the itch of impending breakouts, and she felt utterly disheartened. Let us break up. Just pack your things and get out. She delivered the ultimatum in one breath. Having uttered those words, she paid no mind to the man's furious outburst, dragging her weary feet toward the bathroom. She rented a shared apartment, and her other roommates had already succumbed to slumber. The soundproofing of the apartment was notoriously poor, and even for her nightly routine, she dared not make too much noise, allowing only a gentle trickle of water to wash away her makeup, revealing an exceptionally youthful visage. Once Fu Shueka finished her delicate washing up, she suddenly felt something hard and unfamiliar in her pocket. She fished it out, a small vial accompanied by an instruction manual, containing a minuscule amount of a colorless liquid. What is this? Suddenly, realization struck her, and her breathing quickened. Trembling, she opened the manual, and indeed, it was the ability-enhancing catalyst that had sent the online community into a frenzy. Chapter 70. Who is the Lucky One? This is a ticket to the world of supernatural abilities that IT is recommended to fast for 24 hours before consumption. The user will fall into a deep sleep for a duration of 1 to 10 hours. Side effects: potential contamination and mutation, the possibility of acquiring bizarre and sinister abilities. There are no regret pills in this world. Please use with caution. For your safety, do not disclose this to anyone, including family and friends. Lucky One, good luck. Despite the bizarre nature of the instructions, Fu Shueka's heart raced. Just an hour ago, she had been watching a live stream in a half-drunken stupor, never imagining she would receive such a grand prize. Considering her lifelong string of misfortunes, her heart felt as if it might leap from her throat, pounding audibly. Once, twice, thrice at that moment, her boyfriend's voice rang from outside. Shueka, why have you been taking so long? Let us talk. The figure pressed against the frosted glass was unmistakable. From the inside, it appeared as though he were glued to the door. The Fu Shueka exhaled, striving to regain her composure. There's nothing to discuss. Once you've packed, just leave the keys on the coffee table. Come out first. The man's tone was laced with coaxing that a flicker of doubt ignited within her, her hand instinctively gripping the sink's edge. I am not done yet. What is there to say? Unexpectedly, the man erupted in fury, kicking the door with force. What are you hiding in there for? Get out. Fu Shueka's heart jolted. Have you lost your mind? It was then she noticed blood seeping through the crack of the door. Her two roommates remained unresponsive despite the cacophony of banging. The eerie silence deepened Fu Shueka's dread. Why won't you come out? Come out! The frail bathroom door rattled under the assault. The sound of pounding was deafening, and Fu Shueka gripped the vial tightly. The bathroom's lock was an antiquated bolt, yet it began to loosen under the man's relentless strength. The gap widened, and through it, one of the man's bloodshot eyes bored into her. What are you holding? Hand it over. At 3 a.m, the nocturnal dwellers of the internet had dwindled considerably. Yet a newly published post garnered exceptional attention. Title: I'm done pretending. I am the destined child of this world. The original poster, with the username King of the Night, unmistakably bore the hallmark of a quintessential middle schooler. Nonetheless, many night owls clicked in, eager to see how these eloquent netizens were caring for the little ones. Upon entering, they were greeted by a dimly lit, blurry photo in the first comment, which revealed a floor littered with cigarette butts and crimson bills, alongside an outstretched hand holding a vial devoid of any labeling. 2L. Wow, this is incredible. 4L. It took me a while to realize, is this the catalyst for awakening abilities? 8L. Ah. How much are you selling it for? I genuinely want it. 9L. Would you sell it for 100,000? 12L. The previous comment is just a child's play. If this is real, it's worth $1 million. 33L. The poster seems quite young. A word of advice: keep your wealth discreet. Posting this online so casually could attract dangerous attention. 37L. Dude, so bold. Remember your friends when you're rich. 44L. If the poster intends to use it, do so quickly. Otherwise, the night is long and fraught with dreams. 51L. Please name your price. I sincerely seek it. 62L. I'm so envious. I've grown weary of expressing it. 77L. Just a game for the lucky ones. The tone of the comments shifted to concern. 91L. I suddenly have a bad feeling. 113L. Is the poster safe? 123 litres. Poster. 147L. Self-reveal your address, and the nefarious will rejoice. This time, no matter how the netizens called out, there was no response. 157L? 176L. No way this is real. 177L? I've reported it. I hope the poster is alright. 199L. This is dull. I predict the poster is just riding the wave of attention, and after teasing the netizens for a few days, they emerge safe and sound. This act has yet to tire. As the fog thickened, on the other side of Kyoto, a murder unfolded in a residential building beyond the third ring that a young man lay contorted amidst a sea of cash. Though only the first and last bills were real, the rest were counterfeit. His eyes were wide open, bulging from the pressure of blood vessels, as if they were about to pop from their sockets. The terror of his last moments frozen on his face. His hands were twisted in a claw-like grip, and the deep bruises around his neck indicated a fatal strangulation that a conspicuous pool of urine stained the area around his groin. Standing over this tragic corpse were two pallid-faced men. One wore medical gloves and a lab coat, his left eye clouded, while the other donned a property management uniform, his features utterly forgettable. The forgettable-faced man approached the scene, his voice hoarse as he reported to the other end of the line. "We've obtained the item we sought." The man in the lab coat picked up the vial from the ground, observing it through the glass for a moment before unscrewing the cap and sniffing it. His expression darkened ominously. We've been deceived. This is laundry detergent. Impossible." The forgettable-faced man snatched it away, dipped a finger into it, and tasted it, cursing as he hurled the vial to the ground. "Damn it. How many times is this today? Do these people value their lives so little for the sake of clout?" Those small influencers, marketing accounts, and followers that had surfaced tonight had already taken them for a ride. Of course, these individuals had paid the price for their vanity. The two men exchanged glances, their smiles sinister, as they looked toward the online identities claiming possession of the catalyst, stepping over the lifeless body and swaggering away. Moments later, the ability users from the Kyoto headquarters burst through the door, only to find the lifeless form on the floor. Chapter 71. The Black Fairy Tale's strange rules the moment her feet touched the ground. The icy chill of winter pierced her nostrils. Before Jiang Ji stood a castle that appeared to have long been abandoned, its small windows allowing a sliver of pale, ghostly moonlight to filter through, barely illuminating her surroundings. Her attire had transformed. Gone was the cotton dress she had worn that morning, replaced by an intricately designed gown of courtly style. The bodice constricted her breath, and the trailing fabric was soiled and reeked of unpleasantness. A corridor stretched endlessly into the darkness, its floor cloaked in a layer of dust, where each step taken left behind a deep imprint that on either side of the corridor hung portraits of the castle's various masters throughout the ages, depicting noblemen with high noses and deep-set eyes characteristic of the European race, their bodies adorned with thick hair, captured in a side profile that seemed to smile enigmatically at those who gazed upon them. The portrait closest to Jiang Ji featured a man dressed in a well-tailored tailcoat, his mouth adorned with a ring of dark blue facial hair, his appearance strikingly peculiar. Ivy coiled along the cracks of the wall, and as she peered outside, the castle loomed atop a steep cliff, its garden overrun with weeds, brambles, and nettles, fading into obscurity, shrouded in mist. Without a doubt, she had been ensnared once more in a bizarre tale. Prior to entering her dormitory, Jiang Ji had deliberately used her abilities to foresee the future, and the overlapping images her dual pupils revealed were nothing but a void of emptiness. This phenomenon had only occurred once before, during the incident at Lihua apartment, where she had seen nothing, indicating that the moment she set foot in the dormitory, she would be drawn into a strange narrative. What she had not anticipated, however, was that in the fleeting seconds she foresaw her future, her body seemed to act of its own accord, that it appeared this tale's power was far more formidable than she had imagined. At that moment, a voice resonated above her, its tone reminiscent of a lullaby. The global rule-based fairy tale of sinister fate has commenced. Current number of entrants, 172. A piece of yellowed parchment appeared in her hand. Dear reader, welcome to the world of fairy tales. A wondrous journey awaits you, where you shall embody the protagonist of a fairy tale and experience unparalleled enchantment. Of course, to ensure your continued existence here, please adhere strictly to the following rules. Current identity, Duchess Anna. Clearing condition, survive for 10 days. Fairy tale of sinister fate rules. 1. Rule 1. This is the fairy tale world. Anything can happen. Please refrain from loud screams. Rule 4. As a qualified duchess, do not refuse any requests from your husband. Rule 5. The castle employs only female servants. Should any males be discovered within, promptly inform the head maid. Rule 6. Your husband has entrusted you with all the keys to the rooms. You may explore the castle freely, save for the last room at the end of the second-floor corridor. Do not betray his trust. Rule 7. From 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. daily, the maids will be cleaning. To avoid any collisions, please remain in your room. Rule 8. Tuesday mornings are when your sister visits the castle. Please entertain her well. And in the afternoon, you are to personally go to the town below to collect your custom gown. Do not be late. Rule 9. Wednesdays are designated for the royal court banquet. As the wife of the kingdom's most esteemed Bluebeard Duke, you are also on the guest list. Please prepare in advance and attend punctually. Rule 10. Do not alter the ending of the fairy tale. To be continued. The Duke Bluebeard. Jiang Ji was struck with realization. She was no stranger to fairy tales, having previously portrayed the wicked stepmother of Snow White and the malevolent sister of Cinderella in other worlds. Bluebeard is adapted from European folklore, with numerous variations, primarily revolving around a nobleman with a blue beard who marries a beautiful, impoverished girl. After their marriage, Bluebeard treated his wife well, allowing her to indulge in jewels and pleasures, entrusting her with the keys to all the rooms in their home, except for one at the end of the corridor. Driven by curiosity, the girl succumbed to temptation and opened that forbidden door while Bluebeard was away. Discovering the lifeless bodies of his previous wives hanging within and her sheer terror, the key fell into a pool of blood, and she fled in a panic, unable to cleanse the bloodstains from the key, which Bluebeard soon discovered, leading him to attempt to kill her. The clever girl feigned prayer and summoned her two brothers. Together, they vanquished Bluebeard. The girl inherited all of Bluebeard's wealth, sharing some with her family, and marrying a good man, leading a blissful life. Was she the girl from the fairy tale? No, the rules made no mention of her two brothers, nor did they include the sister present in many versions. Only her sister was mentioned. At this moment, the system had completed its retrieval of her identity. Host, Bluebeard Duke had 7 wives throughout his life. You are his 6th, while your sister is his last wife. Jiang Ji. So the warning against altering the ending was merely a ruse. How malicious. All she had received thus far were the rules 1, indicating that there were more rules yet to come, and incomplete rules could easily lead to erroneous judgments. With a fleeting thought, Jiang Ji inquired, System, what time is it? Although the moon outside had climbed to the treetops, everything in this tale-ridden world was likely tainted by its influence. The system was an external technology, her only source of trust. The number of individuals ensnared in the tale was glaringly displayed overhead. During her contemplation of the rules, Fairy Tale of Sinister Fate had already drawn in over 300 more. And they were not limited to just China. Individuals from other countries had also been ensnared, but a peculiar sensation washed over her. This tale was one not encountered in the comics, signifying that her actions within the comics had indeed altered its trajectory, prompting the world's will to attempt to mend the narrative and hastening the emergence of higher-level anomalies. Duchess, a soft voice resonated behind her, as a tall, slender woman dressed as a maid appeared. Her pale eyes resembling dull glass beads, with brown spots stark against her pallid skin. It is time to prepare dinner. Please promptly decide on tonight's menu. Jiang Ji recalled Rule 2. How was she to know what constituted a delectable meal? She simply asked, what ingredients do we have for tonight? The head maid extended her forked, crimson tongue to slick her glistening lips. In the kitchen, we have a fresh child's brain, tender ribs from a 12-year-old girl, the sinews from a farmer's limbs, and the palms of a maiden and used to hard labor. Chapter 72. The rules of the dark fairy tale. 2 thick drool fell to the ground, rendering Jiang Ji's appetite non-existent, interrupting her with a question. What did we eat last night? Suddenly, the head maid reacted, her respectfully bowed head snapping up, fixating on her. Does the Duchess not remember what was eaten last night? Quick on the uptake, Jiang Ji noted internally. The maid's eyes sparkled with exaggerated joy, her facial muscles contorting grotesquely as her form ballooned. How could the Duchess forget what she had for dinner last night? Jiang Ji advanced, lifting her skirts. The maid's height posed a challenge, so Jiang Ji kicked at her knee from beneath her skirts. The impact was minimal, but the insult was significant, momentarily staggering the head maid. What are you saying? Are you a parrot? Jiang Ji asserted her dominance, hands on her hips, advancing step by step. The maid towered over 2 meters, yet Jiang Ji's imposing demeanor was 2 meters 8. You insolent wretch, were you questioning me just now? I sense an affront in your gaze. I manage this entire castle, and you dare inquire about such trivial matters as the menu. Oh heavens, you parasites of the castle. Foolish groundhogs, after serving for so long, you do not even know your mistress's preferences. I shall punish you severely. I will expel these useless servants from the castle on behalf of the Duke. Upon hearing the threat of expulsion, the maid trembled in fear. She knew she could not survive in the outside world. Elena was wrong. My lady, I beg for your mercy. Grant me a reprieve. Fool, you are hardly worth my concern. Now, hurry and prepare the meal. If the master goes hungry, you know the consequences. Jiang Ji embodied the role of a haughty noblewoman to perfection, lifting her chin and snorting disdainfully. And prepare me a fruit and vegetable platter for dinner. The royal banquet is the day after tomorrow, and I must lose weight to outshine those twirling gourds at the ball. Without casting a glance at the maid, she turned and strode away. Her skirts in tow. The head maid's venomous gaze could have burned a hole in her back, yet Jiang Ji felt invigorated by her indifference that as she traversed the corridor in search of her chamber. The maid she encountered eyed her with avarice, their gazes dripping with greed, but she chose to ignore them. After all, they could not harm her now. With each room she passed, she employed her abilities to foresee the outcome of opening the doors. Soon locating the masteress room, Jiang Ji reached for the door. She pushed once, but it did not budge. She placed both hands against it and pushed again, yet it remained obstinately closed. How could this be? With the strength she had earned through her efforts, she should be able to open even the most stubborn of bottle caps. How could she not manage to push open this mere door? The system could not help but voice its thoughts. Host, you still delight in wasting time on self-competition. Jiang Ji. How scathing. She called upon a passing maid to assist her in opening the door, the swirling dust offering her an unceremonious cleansing. The room that met her gaze was a veritable depiction of medieval nobility's extravagant decay. The light, as ever, remained dim, with cobwebs adorning the furniture and ornaments, and a stale, putrid scent pervading the air. The mirror of the vanity facing the bed was also shrouded in a layer of dust, rendering it incapable of reflecting anything clearly. One could only wonder where the daily cleaning of the castle had gone awry. Jiang Ji swiftly shed her corset and petticoat, finally feeling a semblance of vitality return, her breath becoming considerably easier. She rummaged through the room, her backside raised high, and after a prolonged search, unearthed over 40 brass keys, alongside a dark golden key. The number of participants in the scenario was ever-changing. She watched in disbelief as the count fluctuated from 421 to 404, then to 432, indicating a swift and significant loss of life. The strange tale was incessantly drawing people in. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ji, chaos had already erupted in reality. What should one do if they suddenly lose contact with their girlfriend? Not clickbait, the original poster was video chatting with his girlfriend while sleeping, only to wake up needing to relieve himself, discovering she had vanished, the video still ongoing, and her phone untouched. It has been nearly 40 minutes. She surely hasn't gone to the restroom. I believe the original poster. My girlfriend was just gaming with me 5 minutes ago, immersed in a fierce team battle, when her character suddenly became unresponsive that I thought she was upset about me not letting her have the blue buff. But now she isn't answering my messages or calls that I'm on my way to her house. No time to waste. I was so frightened that I hurriedly called my girlfriend, only to be met with a torrent of profanities. Location: Aokura. I went to the kitchen to grab a soda, and my own sister just disappeared. Location: Jameda. My white roommate is also missing. She was in the living room playing with my cat, and the next moment, she just vanished, and I'm not lying. The surveillance footage caught it all. Wait for me to open a new thread and upload it. Soon, this netizen completed the upload of the video. The footage revealed a white girl cradling a Garfield cat, holding a freshly opened can, all seemingly delightful. Yet in an instant, the can fell to the ground. The plump cat, caught off guard, tumbled to the floor, its fur standing on end in panic, meowing as it scampered into the frozen arms of the original poster for comfort. Tonghua University, female dormitory. Inghui appeared at the end of the corridor. Picking up a package that lay on the ground, that it still emanated a chilling, dreadful aura. Beneath her dark hair, her previously languid eyes suddenly sharpened with intensity. Inghui unwrapped the unaddressed parcel, revealing a hardcover fairy tale book. Its cover adorned with gilded lettering proclaiming a collection of fairy tales, newly compiled. The first page bore the names inscribed in black ink. Jiang Ji as the 6th Duchess Anna, Fu Shiweka as Snow White, Gwyneth Frost as Princess Lettuce, Chichuan Maki as the grandmother, and Ro as. The subsequent pages of the story were blank, awaiting the actors to breathe life into these classic tales. Chapter 73. The Rules of the Black Fairy Tale. This phenomenon appeared simultaneously across the globe, something previous strange tales had never accomplished. This was likely the highest level of bizarre narrative encounter to date. Suddenly, her phone vibrated in her pocket, a video conference invitation popping up. The invite was from the Global United Investigation Bureau, revealing that many familiar titles had joined the meeting. Ing Huai felt a twinge of irritation as she leaned against the corridor wall to join the conference. The meeting room was filled with representatives of notable nations. Besides the heads of various investigative agencies, the top 10 ability users were also present. To be precise, Thief White had been pushed from 10th to 11th place. The speaker was the American representative, currently serving as the month's rotating director. The Black Fairy Tale rules had erupted on a large scale, continuously ensnaring humanity into the realm of the supernatural. The current tentative classification was Class A. At this rate, it would swiftly escalate to Class S, that each nation was urged to promptly confirm the number of citizens and ability users ensnared by this bizarre narrative. Without his prompting, nations had already mobilized, gathering intelligence rapidly. Fusan currently had 36 citizens ensnared in the strange tale. Goryeo had 31. Magua had 42. Maligian had 123. Huaxia had 134. That the numbers of ability users caught in the narrative were still uncertain, as many clandestine organization members or discrete lone ability users had not registered, leaving only those affiliated with official organizations confirmed. Reports of missing persons were flooding into the global police station. Cult organizations began to propagate doomsday theories opportunistically. During the meeting, the Japanese representative released several images, photos shared online by the families and friends of those chosen by the Black Fairy Tale. Current information indicated that prior to being ensnared by the rules of the tale, they had all received a fairy tale book through various channels that a red and black cover, gilded lettering on a hardcover fairy tale book, albeit printed in the languages of different nations. The conditions to pass through the bizarre narrative seemed to hinge on surviving to the conclusion of the tale, should the story remain unfinished. The character portrayed would meet a grim fate, prompting the narrative to ensnare new citizens. However, since this was a collection of fairy tales, it remained unclear how many stories were included, having formed a vast and intricate world of black fairy tales. A realm more potent than the supernatural, an independent and chilling nation, concealing an unknown number of malevolent spirits. At that moment, the attendees of the conference beheld that names on the cast list had begun to appear. Framed ominously. Framing denoted death, signifying that the individual had perished. As soon as the name of a performer was framed, a new name swiftly appeared below, soon marked with the same ominous sign. The first story from the fairy tale book emerged, The Red Shoes. Version 1, Karen, played by Kamari, hails from a poor background and is taken in by a wealthy old woman. The ease of her new life renders her arrogant, selfish, and spoiled. The old woman, noticing her worn red shoes, gifts her a pair of exquisite red dancing shoes on her birthday. Karen declines, smiling that she prefers her tattered shoes. That very night, Karen perishes in the fountain at the square. Poor Karen, so young. Version 2, Karen, played by Han Ruiz-In, comes from a humble upbringing and is adopted by a wealthy old woman. The old woman, seeing her shabby red shoes, gives her a pair of beautiful red dancing shoes on her birthday, which makes Karen overjoyed. Tonight's dinner consists of black bread with pea soup. Karen promptly vomits, as her pampered nature cannot endure such peasant fare. That night, Karen dies in the attic. Poor Karen. Version 3. Karen often danced wearing those red shoes. She wore them to church for communion, where an old soldier remarked, "What beautiful dancing shoes! They are perfect for you." Proudly, Karen danced a few steps, only to realize in horror that she could not stop, until, with help, she finally managed to remove the shoes, falling silent at last. The following day, the old woman fell gravely ill. Yet Karen secretly wore her shoes to attend the town's ball. She encountered an angel clad in white, with a face covered in warts, who condemned her. "Dance in your red shoes. Dance until your flesh falls away, until your body withers. You must dance before the proud and arrogant children. Let them see you. You must dance, dance endlessly." Karen danced, witnessing the deceased old woman being carried away. She traversed through thorny wild rose bushes, her feet bleeding, dancing in the wilderness, in the graveyard, until she encountered an executioner, to whom Karen pleaded to have her legs severed. Karen's feet were cut off, the severed feet in red shoes merrily scampering away, but her delicious blood attracted malevolent spirits from the wild, who tore at her flesh, devouring her heart until she was completely consumed. Sportgadendot. Just from this one fairy tale, 3 lives had already been lost. Jiang Ji stumbled upon a love letter. The signature implored for her fervent kiss, signed Ming. Ugh. Jiang Ji rubbed her goosebumps. Suddenly recalling Rule 5. Within the castle, only maids are permitted. Should a male be discovered within the castle, the head maid must be informed immediately. Thus, the male likely referred to her lover or first love. Bluebeard had always been depicted in fairy tales as a man filled with distrust towards his wife, obsessively testing her fidelity, and if this little green cap were discovered, she would not even need to reach the door at the end of the corridor. She would have been incinerated on the spot. She found a place to conceal the letter. After this exhaustive search, dinner time swiftly approached. Jiang Ji finally beheld the fabled Duke Bluebeard, a childhood nightmare for many children in the real world. Perhaps due to the worsening pollution, her husband appeared even more grotesque than in the portraits adorning the corridor. He was exceptionally tall, nearing 2 meters, his skin resembling the pockmarked surface of an orange. The whites of his eyes marred by blotches of blood, and his blue beard resembling a tangle of disheveled steel wool, his thick lips splitting into countless petals that it was an eyesore of a visage. A price of a different kind. Such thoughts flitted through her mind momentarily. However, Jiang Ji maintained a calm and composed demeanor as she pulled out a chair and seated herself across from her husband. The Duke of Bluebeard's countenance darkened at the mere sight of her attire, a murky aura of discontent emanating from him. Anna, what on earth are you wearing? What of your upbringing? In pursuit of comfort, Jiang Ji had opted for a long dress from her younger years as a nightgown, forsaking her original garb. Yet, dressing appropriately is the most fundamental expectation of a proper duchess. The head maid displayed a malicious grin. For Jiang Ji's actions contravened rule, for she eagerly anticipated seeing Jiang Ji torn asunder by the Duke's wrath, becoming a ghastly addition to the evening's repast. However, Chapter 74, The Dark Fairy Tale, Rule for My Dear. It is not that I wish to dress thus. You know I have never brought you shame, that my actions are driven by necessity, Jiang Ji replied, her face a portrait of grievance, her eyes glistening with tears. The Duke of Bluebeard, his gaze as frigid as ice, warned, You had best provide a reasonable explanation. Jiang Ji whimpered, Last night, I dreamt of the Lord's angel, clad in a white robe and wielding a sacred scepter. He solemnly informed me of your grievous sins, foretelling a calamity that would befall you, leading to a most tragic demise, that I implored him to grant you forgiveness, and at last, I secured the Lord's mercy in my dream. You need not worry. His Highness the Angel has placed a spell upon my gown, for it is you who must don it to avert this impending peril. Absurd! The Duke bellowed, his face suffused with crimson. Yet, Jiang Ji met his gaze with unshaken composure, her concern genuine and unfeigned. I, too, found it hard to believe, but regarding your safety, I dare not conceal the truth. The angel also revealed that your prohibition against my approach to the room at the end of the 2nd floor is due to the corpses of your former wives lying within. Surely, I cannot believe you capable of such deeds. And the key? The Duke inquired. You have given me too many. Which one do you refer to? The golden one. Right here, Jiang Ji exclaimed, producing a splendid golden key from around her neck. The key bore no stains or blood, signifying her innocence of entering that room, leading the Duke to question how she possessed such knowledge. Meanwhile, Jiang Ji continued with her unpalatable truths. My dear, I understand your embarrassment, but one can either refuse to wear women's garments entirely or wear them countless times. The Duke's expression fluctuated between ire and contemplation. Enough! Dinner! Jiang Ji, feigning innocence, replied, Very well, my dear. The head maid's malicious grin transformed into shock. Such a ludicrous excuse. And the Duke actually believes it? The dutiful maids, observing with bated breath, received the command to unveil the silver platters on the table, revealing fresh human brains and tender fingers, still warm to the touch. The blood had yet to congeal, exuding a briny scent, yet the Duke's demeanor shifted to one of satisfaction as he elegantly commenced slicing the brain before him, though he had just been incensed by his wife's actions. The Duke, steadfast in his role as a devoted husband, turned his attention to the raven-haired girl across the long table. Anna, why do you not eat? Are you lacking an appetite today? His gaze fell upon the wild fruits before Jiang Ji, all of them unripe and decidedly sour. Indeed, the castle's remote location made it challenging to procure palatable produce. Yet Jiang Ji was indifferent, preparing for the royal banquet in 2 days' time, but it seems the renowned Snow White has instilled in you a sense of crisis. The Duke of Bluebeard remarked, a grotesque smile curling upon his lips. This is well. An astute woman realizes her value through comparison. Snow White. Jiang Ji mused inwardly, perplexed by the confluence of narratives. Her husband's gaze roamed her figure. Driven by desire. Rule 4. As a qualified duchess, one must not refuse any request from one's husband. Jiang Ji smiled coyly. You old rogue. The Duke of Bluebeard remained silent, while the head maid appeared eager to act. Casting glances at the Duke, awaiting his command to silence the woman whose mouth she longed to close forever. Yet the Duke chose to let her be. The visage of the Duke, so repugnant, rendered it nearly impossible for Anna to feel anything but disdain for him. The dress he cherished was likely relegated to a position where he could not easily behold it. She spread the gown upon the bed, exchanging tools in the system market for modifications. When the Duke finally returned from his duties, he beheld Jiang Ji still clad in the shapeless nightgown, while sprawled across the bed lay his favorite dress, now conspicuously altered to a larger size. What are you doing? My dear, I understand your intentions. You wish to wear this gown, do you not? Jiang Ji blinked innocently, her expression one of understanding. I have specially enlarged it for you, for the angel decreed that only the gown I have altered could expedite the absolution of your sins. Do not be shy. Come now. She lifted the dress in triumph, yet its size was so exaggerated that it trailed the ground even when held aloft. The Duke's initial thoughts dissipated in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming urge to inflict the most brutal punishment upon her for her provocations. Yet, as Jiang Ji had not entered that room, she had not violated any rules. All he could do was seethe. Give up this foolish notion. I shall not yield. He stormed out of the parlor, leaving behind Jiang Ji's sincere admonition. My lord, do take care tonight. Without the blessed garments, misfortune shall follow you like a shadow. System. Exchange for a relative card. Share my fortune with Bluebeard. Jiang Ji seated herself at the bedside, hastily arranging her request. Exchange complete, deducting 500 popularity points, current balance. 37241. That would you like to use it immediately? Yes. Jiang Ji cast aside her garments and wiped her hands with a cloth. Just as a loud crash echoed from below, Master. The Duke. Good heavens, how can there be water stains here? The cacophony of exclamations and the Duke's furious roars cascaded from downstairs. Jiang Ji gasped. Is the effect truly so immediate? Host, concentrating -99 luck into one night yields different results than spreading it over decades. Jiang Ji understood instantly. In simpler terms, this night could very well signify the arrival of death for the Duke of Bluebeard. Later that night, the door burst open with a resounding crash. Jiang Ji, still groggy from sleep, rubbed her eyes and discerned a tall figure striding toward her bed in the dim light, engaged in some rustling activity. As she fumbled to turn on the light, she discerned that it was the Duke of Bluebeard, clad only in his undergarments, clumsily attempting to don the blessed garments, upon catching sight of Jiang Ji. His eyes widened in shock, his expression a disturbing amalgamation of humiliation and rage, his bloodied and grimy face contorted in fury as he shoved aside the axe lodged in his head and bellowed. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and assist me. How on earth do you wear this wretched dress? Very well. Let the games begin. Chapter 75. The Dark Fairy Tale. Rule 5 in the Realm of Reality. Investigation agencies across nations had begun to update the content of fairy tale books on their official websites in real time. The tales within the collection predominantly offered a female perspective. Yet the participants were not exclusively the protagonists. Furthermore, the emergence of bizarre tales occurred with no discernible pattern, as civilians were frequently drawn into them at any moment. Their current course of action was to prepare for the unforeseen, analyzing the known conditions that triggered death in search of a path to survival. With the rising death toll, the conditions for triggering demise within the fairy tales gradually became clearer. However, it was evident that later arrivals were not necessarily more likely to survive. Each name marked with a sign of death symbolized an increase in the malevolent forces at play. The more lives claimed by the specters, the more peculiarities emerged within the world of these tales. Moreover, such rule-based tales shared a commonality. The longer one lingered, the heavier the corruption, making survival past the 10th day nearly impossible. In response to this current rule-based tale, an expert team was swiftly assembled. Each member possessed a copy of a fairy tale book, and had the pages not been robust, they likely would have been rendered tattered by the incessant moisture from their fingers. The inspiration for the red shoes stemmed from a historical dancing plague that swept through Europe, where people danced from dawn until dusk without sustenance. This may have been attributed to ergot poisoning caused by improperly stored rye and other grains, which produced potent hallucinogenic chemicals, leading to severe spasms and collective hysteria among the impoverished congregants post-baptism. In essence, bread could not be eaten, nor could one attend church. Presently, refusal of the red shoes would result in immediate death, while acceptance of them appeared to be the most viable means of survival. Bloodshed, desolation, night. What constitutes the conditions for death? Those with extraordinary abilities found it challenging to intervene, as the first instance of an A-grade tale manifesting in reality left them bereft of any thoughts. In the office, a djinn's eyes were bloodshot, filled with trepidation as he fixated on the two names, fearful of inadvertently joining their ranks. Shui Li and others received different assignments, their expressions laden with concern as they departed. Ing Huai had vanished without a trace since the morning that in such circumstances. As the ace of the investigation bureau, he was undoubtedly overwhelmed with tasks, barely able to catch his breath. The world of fairy tales was shrouded in a pall of gloom. And at some point, that ghastly pale moon had also disappeared. Peering out the window, it seemed as though the entire realm had been devoured by some malevolent creatures lurking in the darkness, with not a single beam of light penetrating the oppressive gloom. The silence was so profound that even the chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects were utterly absent. During the day, one could occasionally hear the cawing of crows. Yet at night, even the whispers of the wind had ceased. In this treacherous darkness, the castle had ironically transformed into a sanctuary. It was no wonder that the head maid had turned pale with fright upon hearing she might be dismissed. Damn it, why can't I get in? Damn it. The Duke with the blue beard was still grappling with his gown, a garment so convoluted that it seemed to draw blood. He had outright rejected Jiang Ji's suggestion to summon a servant for assistance, stubbornly attempting to stuff his considerable bulk into the tightly fitted dress, squirming with great difficulty. Jiang Ji, propped up on her hand, stifled a yawn. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of stiff footsteps echoed, as if a man clad in heavy armor was advancing. This sound continued from the far end of the corridor until it reached her door, where it abruptly halted. Knock, knock, knocked at a knock resounded at the outer door. This sound was unfamiliar, neither the hurried, impatient footsteps of the head maid nor the ghostly, almost inaudible steps of the other maids, but rather the heavy tread of a man in armor. Who could be knocking at this hour? Jiang Ji chose to ignore it. She did not trust Anna's lover. If he had come at such a late hour, intending to whisk her away, then the outside of the castle would undoubtedly be the most perilous place. Rule 5. Only female servants are permitted within the castle. Should any male be discovered inside, please report immediately to the head maid. However, Jiang Ji had no intention of doing so. The fact that this person appeared at her door suggested he believed the Duke with the blue beard had vacated the room. But how could he know that? Moreover, it was night, and it would be impossible for him to traverse the darkness to arrive here, and he must have already concealed himself within the castle, undetected, which led Jiang Ji to suspect there were other accomplices inside. If she informed the head maid, what if they were in cahoots? Jiang Ji felt a wave of distrust rise within her. Besides, since the rules stated that Anna was a devout believer, she would never engage in an extramarital affair. The Duke with the blue beard was so engrossed that he did not hear the persistent knocking. As he continued to knock, Jiang Ji caught a glimpse of the figure's appearance as half of him entered. Clad in tattered armor, he was diminutive in stature, with a sharp, simian face and bulging, overly white eyes as their gazes met. His smile widened grotesquely, stretching from the corners of his mouth to his ears. He sought to instill fear in her. But the castle forbade loud, shrill screams. Jiang Ji seized the bough at the Duke's back, her voice trembling. My dear, has a thief entered our home? At the moment the carefully tied bough was undone, the Duke felt a murderous rage surge within him. Yet he could not harm Jiang Ji, cursed by the rules. His gaze fell upon the figure at the door, now almost entirely engulfed by the paper figure that had slipped inside. He approached with a dangerously low air pressure, and all at once, the sound of tearing paper mixed with muffled whimpers filled the air. 10 minutes later, the Duke with the blue beard returned, visibly pleased. Yet his form had grown even more massive, nearly touching the ceiling. To my lord has grown taller again, Jiang Ji remarked. Now, the gown would fit even less. Diverting her gaze, Jiang Ji noticed something glimmering amidst the pile of shredded paper and hurriedly rushed over to pick it up. The material appeared to be fragments from her lover that had been kept somewhat intact, emanating a faint, unpleasant odor. It seemed that only by slaying the creature in the corridor could one drop Rule 2. The first sword upon reaching the shore is to slay the beloved. Truly, it was no deception. Dear reader, it appears you have adapted well to this fairy tale, swiftly obtaining your second clue. Strive to survive. For the forthcoming story shall be even more thrilling. To ensure your continued survival, please adhere to the following rules. Fairy Tale of Sinful Fate Rule 2. Rule 11. Daytime spans from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. All other hours constitute nighttime. The night is perilous. Please remain indoors. Rule 12. Do not respond to any knocks at night. Rule 13. Recently, there have been unexplained meats appearing in the castle. Do not consume any food prepared in the kitchen. Rule 14. You are a devout believer. At 9 a.m. daily, you pray before your vanity mirror. Rule 15. Do not gaze into any clean mirrors. Rule 16. You hold a deep affection for your sister. Do not provoke her tears. Rule 17. Shops draped in red cloth do not welcome the living. Rule 18. A blood moon is dangerous. When it appears, leap into the water. Rule 19. Music cannot be heard in the music square, and the fountain pool is devoid of water. Rule 21. Never forget your identity forever. Jiang Ji fell into contemplation. This world only afforded 8 hours of daylight, and Rule 7 informed her. Every day from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. is the maiden's cleaning time. Please remain in your room to avoid collisions. The range indicated by the room was excessively broad. Surely, the master's chamber should be the primary focus of cleaning. The only room that likely did not require the maiden's attention was that forbidden chamber at the end of the corridor. Moreover, she had to personally fetch the gown from town tomorrow afternoon and could not afford to be late. Jiang Ji was uncertain of the agreed-upon time for collecting the gown. Alas, the rules were indeed treacherous. Chapter 76. The Dark Fairy Tales Rules and Oddities 6. What? The head maid stood in the dimly lit corridor, her face momentarily flickering with shock upon hearing the report from below. It was that indeed. The maid before her resembled a puppet, stammering as she spoke. Madam, is the Duke still here? Indeed. Upon seeing the familiar pile of shreds in the maid's apron, the head maid could not help but believe this dismal news. Elated, she exited the room, having expected to find Jiang Ji's corpse, only to discover that she had miraculously survived the first day. Her expression twisted in anger. Damn it, bang. The door to the room was violently flung open. A towering figure clad in women's attire strode forth. How terrifying that a muscle-bound giant, towering nearly 2 meters high, yet adorned in an extravagant court gown that left little to the imagination. The dress was too short, exposing pajama bottoms beneath, and every thread of the powder blue fabric was stretched to its limits. The pronounced pectorals could no longer contain themselves, resulting in several snips made with scissors to allow for additional fabric from other dresses to be haphazardly attached. Though the aesthetic and technique were severely lacking, resulting in what appeared to be 2 puff sleeves that at first glance, the Duke appeared to possess 4 arms, coupled with a grim visage reminiscent of an orange peel and a beard like a steel wool ball. His trembling, thick lips left the maids with their sanity hanging by a thread. Master. Jiang Ji emerged from her yawn. She was rather displeased with the maid's lack of composure, her petite frame stepping protectively in front of her husband. As she stepped on the Duke's toe, no need to be so alarmed. Who among us does not have peculiar tastes? Understanding and respect, all right. Enraged, the Duke, who had intended to enjoy breakfast, stormed out. The breakfast brought from the kitchen was considerably more normal, comprising bread layered with 2 slices of ham, the sizzling fat of the ham wafting an enticing aroma. However, Jiang Ji paid it no mind, casually nibbling on 2 sour fruits to quell her growling stomach. Enzwa entered the room, glancing around, and despite having been there countless times, she remained awestruck by the opulence before her. Meanwhile, her beautiful sister stood before a filthy mirror, hands clasped in prayer, eyes closed. Radiating an air of piety, her face illuminated by a halo of light. She slowed her pace, leaning in closer, only to catch Jiang Ji's fervent final utterance. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 roots pure, pour uranium shells. 1 breath 3,600 turns, great compassion and mercy for the world, .an. Having completed her task, Jiang Ji's mood had indeed brightened considerably as she beheld the protagonist of the Duke with the blue beard segment. She possessed the quintessential features of a Western beauty, with chestnut curls and a few playful freckles adorning her face. An sat demurely upon the velvet chair, yet psychologically, she leaned heavily on her sister Anna. Her beautiful countenance marred by sorrow. "Sister, I don't know what to do. William has been missing for 10 days, and Aunt Susan is beside herself with worry." As she spoke, her nose began to redden, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. This display of emotion shattered Anne's own sadness, leaving her bewildered. Jiang Ji exhaled in relief. "Which William?" "The one who lives next door, the one who just became a squire." With a somewhat sharp face and high cheekbones. Under Anne's description, Jiang Ji's gaze gradually fell upon the second rule resting on the table. What a coincidence. He had just departed not long ago. Indeed, he could be considered the indirect cause of her sister's tears. Sensing Anne was on the verge of despair, Jiang Ji hastily sought to divert her attention. "Do not be disheartened, and come with me." Jiang Ji summoned all the maids to the castle's grand hall on the first floor. Standing on the second floor, she waved her arms, her voice resonating with unity and encouragement. "Last night, my lord and I were awake all night, contemplating how the castle could no longer continue in this manner. Thus we have formulated a series of guidelines that we unanimously agree that the deplorable conditions within the castle have severely impacted our happiness index. Therefore, there is no need to commence cleaning at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Let us act immediately and undertake a thorough spring cleaning." Are they out of their minds? This reflects the genuine thoughts of all the maids at this moment. Jiang Ji stated, "As the Duchess and the mistress of this castle, I expect to see all of you rejuvenated in spirit. Without further ado, the lady must venture into town to collect my custom gown. But fret not, for I have cunningly hidden several red envelopes throughout the castle while you were distracted. Should you discover them during your cleaning, the enormous grand prize shall rightfully belong to you. No one can refuse a red envelope, not even ghosts." Having said this, Jiang Ji seized the bewildered Anne and boarded the carriage outside the castle. The maids in the hall fell silent for a moment before quietly springing into action, their pace markedly quicker than usual. The red envelopes were not well concealed, and the maids frequently stumbled upon new discoveries. Paid leave for a day. Reward: a colleague to eat .0v0. The head maid initially scoffed at these trivial tricks, but witnessing the reactions below ignited an insatiable itch within her. Pretending to wipe away dust with a cloth, she finally uncovered a red envelope, the cover inscribed with grand prize, sending her heart racing. Upon opening it, she found, "Sending you a billion blessings, a billion cares, a billion warmth." The head maid muttered, "Jiang Ji, you truly are despicable." Meanwhile, Jiang Ji had already arrived at the nearest town. Chapter 77. The Dark Fairy Tale. The Rules of the Strange Tale. 7. This nation flourished by the sea. Characterized by lowly houses with black roofs and white walls. The cobblestones of the road were strewn with coarse sand and crushed shells, where one might often see children prone on the ground, extracting darkened shellfish meat from shriveled shells to stuff into their mouths, revealing a set of rotten teeth. According to Anne, this body of water is called the Stormy Sea. The air lacked the salty tang of sea breeze, instead filled with a persistent foul odor reminiscent of decaying large animals. The seawater was not the translucent azure of the deep, but rather an endless expanse of dark ink. The surface of the sea was ravaged by fierce winds and flashing lightning. And amidst the towering black waves, one could occasionally glimpse the wreckage of vessels and the terrified gray-white faces of people. Yet upon closer inspection, there was nothing there as the inky waters surged towards the shore. This region appeared almost alive, making one feel as though they might be swept away. Anne seemed greatly fearful of this sea, consistently keeping her distance. Upon seeing Jiang Ji approach the shoreline, she was frightened and tugged at Jiang Ji's skirt, saying, "Sister, let us not linger by the anything out there?" Jiang Ji inquired. Furthermore, since then, the townsfolk had grown increasingly peculiar. It was rumored that recently, sightings of mermaids had been reported near the coast. And these ferocious mermaids were drawing closer to the town, that if they were to reach the shore in search of food, Though An's level of pollution was relatively low, her facial distortions became more pronounced during emotional fluctuations. Jiang Ji could not allow An's condition to worsen. Just as she was about to turn around, her peripheral vision caught sight of a severed human leg, thrust high by the waves. Being bitten by something that had suddenly leaped from the sea. That entity turned its head to lock eyes with them on the beach, its gaping maw filled with serrated teeth. Hiss! She forcefully turned An's face away. Thinking to herself, a good sister should not let her younger sibling develop psychological scars. The beach was littered with dead fish and rotten shrimp as they stepped along the path into the town. The townspeople, who relied on fishing for their livelihood, were few during the day. The faces of the residents and passers-by exhibited varying degrees of distortion, emitting a rusted clicking sound from within as they moved. Those individuals all turned their gazes towards them, the waning moon casting a subtle smile upon their faces. Duchess, Madam, Duke, Madam. The faint voices grew gradually clearer. Jiang Ji detected voices that did not belong to the townsfolk, sharp, malicious, and mingled among them, that it would be easy for an ordinary person to fall prey here. Fortunately, these residents merely called out indistinctly from a distance, and Jiang Ji paid them no mind as she firmly grasped An's hand, guiding her past without a glance. Before them lay a tiered square, dominated by a dilapidated angel statue at its center, surrounded by a desiccated fountain. The angel was pure white, devoid of eyes, cradling a harp, and its enormous wings were adorned with human eyeballs. Jiang Ji felt as though she were being watched by this statue. Even when she walked behind it, the sensation of being observed remained. The fountain basin was dry, piled high with bones that appeared to be from various animals, though it was unclear if other bones were mixed in. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Ji noted that these white bones bore fine tooth marks, gnawed down to the last morsel. Numerous commoners danced silently in the square. Their faces displayed slight distortions, their feet having danced until blood flowed, and within the shadows on the ground, countless tendrils writhed. Beside them stood a crumbling church. Rule 19. No music can be heard in the music square, and there is no water in the fountain. She indeed heard no music. After Anna married the Duke with a blue beard, her family received titles and rewards from this nobleman, with Anna's father becoming a baron. This family, reliant on the duchy, also explains why after Anna's demise, Anne would become the next duchess at the end of the month. A letter from her father mentioned he had met a cultured widow, and it was likely they would soon have a stepmother. Jiang Ji's instincts heightened. Does this widow have 2 daughters? And shook her head. Only 2 sons, seemingly older than this the conclusion of the story that aids in vanquishing Bluebeard's brother. However, there was still half a month remaining until the end of the month. The conditions to clear the strange tale world were to survive for 10 days. Anne halted her steps. We have arrived. Jiang Ji surveyed the houses lining the street. Nearly half the shops hung red cloths, while the other half displayed white cloths, and her tailor shop, where her custom gown awaited, was adorned with white cloth. Rule 17. Shops with red cloth do not welcome the living. It seemed, therefore, that the tailor shop welcomed her entrance. The tailor shop's door was closed, obscuring the interior, while outside lay many plaster dolls dressed in beautiful gowns. These plaster replicas were crafted with meticulous detail, their expressions eerily lifelike. Jiang Ji paused at the entrance and, somewhat puzzled, asked sister, "Why don't we go in?" Jiang Ji's eyes glimpsed a scene from 3 minutes into the future. The tailor shop was empty, and upon stepping inside, her future self appeared possessed by a spirit, expressionless as she picked up scissors from a basket and began to disembowel herself, frantically stuffing plaster powder and water into her body, swiftly transforming into a plaster doll identical to those outside. Jiang Ji. It appears this rule is also a trap. The shops with red cloth merely refuse the living, while the welcome of the white cloth shop holds a different meaning altogether. Jiang Ji sought out a filthy child squatting by the roadside, prying out shellfish meat. She produced the fresh brain she had stealthily taken from the dining table, which Bluebeard had not consumed, and with a coaxing tone said, "Little one, how about a trade? You help me retrieve something from Lillian's tailor shop, and I shall provide you with the most delicious pudding in the world." Slurp. The child's saliva dripped immediately. Before long, he returned with the gown. The dress sparkled brilliantly, seemingly imbued with some costly ingredient. Jiang Ji kept her promise and tossed the brain to him. The child devoured it ravenously. licking his 10 fingers clean. The effects of this brain were not apparent on Bluebeard, but were strikingly evident in the child. He became increasingly aberrant, incessantly scratching at his skin. His nails were filled with skin flakes that fell away like autumn leaves. The places where he scratched had begun to regrow with fan-shaped scales, glowing with a deep azure light, and Jiang Ji suddenly understood. Rule 13. Recently, there have been mysterious sources of meat appearing in the castle. Please do not consume any food prepared in the kitchen. The high-priced purchase of mermaid corpses was made by her husband. Consuming mermaid flesh leads to pollution and aberration. Eating the flesh would also mark one for revenge by the mermaids. Chapter 78. The Dark Fairy Tale. The rules of the strange tale. 8. The scene was utterly revolting. Jiang Ji glanced in beside her. An seemed oblivious to the damp fish scales adorning the child. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would likely be terrified to the point of losing a significant portion of her health. The child now appeared increasingly horrifying and frantic, looking as though he might completely transform into a monster at any moment. Jiang Ji resolved to search the town for additional clues. She employed the same tactic to deceive other children into procuring fresh fruits from the white cloth shop using fish sashimi. After consuming the sashimi, each child began to sprout scales and sharp teeth, though not as severely as the child who had devoured the mermaid's brain, observing a peculiar cluster of little fish people not far away. Jiang Ji felt an inexplicable guilt for corrupting the flowers of her homeland. "And have you consumed any meat of unknown origin?" And shook her head. "No. Recently the price of meat has been exorbitant. All that the Duke bestowed has been consumed by my father. That is fortunate. At least our father is shielding us from harm. Given that the price of meat is high, the residents of the town surely did not become polluted from consuming meat. Furthermore, and exhibited early signs of pollution, likely due to something she had eaten or touched. Jiang Ji pondered where sources of pollution might still lurk in this town. "Have you seen a mermaid?" "I have not, but Brother William has claimed that the mermaid captured was female, with a length exceeding 2 meters including her tail. Her waist bore 2 fins, and her tail was particularly large, adorned with scales of a haunting blue hue. Her hair shimmered like seaweed, while her eyes were entirely black, and her teeth were sharp and elongated, shimmering." Jiang Ji glanced at the dress in her hands. Feeling it was a hot potato, the rule specifically mentioned the music square and the fountain, prompting Jiang Ji to deliberately stroll past the square. She walked slowly, mentally sketching the anomalies she observed. And as she turned to glance at the nearby church, she suddenly noticed a girl with black hair among the crowd that in this gathering of tall Europeans. Her height was easily overlooked as a member of the Huaxiao ethnicity. This was Jiang Ji's immediate reaction. The girl had fallen to the ground, looking rather unwell. She made her way towards the church. "Sister, don't go." An attempted plea from the black-haired girl appeared to stand in stark opposition to the crowd, fiercely resisting entering the dilapidated church. Jiang Ji observed the increasingly numbed expressions of the townsfolk surrounding her, as if the girl had become an outlier among them, their sacrament. She sensed no signs of contamination upon the girl. It seemed the young woman was quite cautious, having consumed nothing, yet as a result, she was growing weaker by the moment, barely able to hold on. "Here." Jiang Ji bent down, offering a handful of foraged fruit she had cleaned. Though this was a fairy tale, class distinctions were glaringly apparent. Upon seeing Jiang Ji, who bore the mark of nobility, the commoners who had gathered hesitated in their steps, but still did not disperse. Though her hand was pale, the blood of the living could still be seen upon it. The girl stared blankly upward, her gaze meeting Jiang Ji's, who shared the same black hair and eyes, offering a sense of familiarity in this terrifying world. This was safe. She could eat it. Sensing the girl's wariness, Jiang Ji spoke softly, in a tone only she could hear. "I am also Huaxia, affiliated with the Tunghua Investigation Bureau." The girl had evaded numerous traps, trusting no one, acutely aware that the seemingly gentle elderly woman had already slain many Karens. Jiang Ji's eyes brimmed with a convincing gentleness and resolve, and the girl silently accepted the offering. Without further sustenance, she would truly perish. As she took the first bite, tears rolled down the girl's cheeks. It's so delicious that in truth, it paled in comparison to the sweet, juicy fruits outside, but it was far superior to the rotting meat and moldy black bread. "How long have you been here?" Jiang Ji inquired. The number of individuals displayed in the upper left corner continued to fluctuate, with people dying and others taking their place. Jiang Ji sought to glean information about the outside world from her. May I see your rules? The girl hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately chose to trust her. Retrieving a scrap of cloth from her pocket and handing it to Jiang Ji. The moment Jiang Ji grasped it, a voice resonated that only they could hear. Please select whether to transfer identity. You have only one chance. Yes, no. The girl's eyes widened in shock. Jiang Ji selected agree, stating, give it to me. You can leave, you. The girl's tone was hesitant. She dreamed of escaping this place. But this was the world's first A-level horror tale, and few A-level abilities existed in Huaxia. Moreover, if one entry was already so perilous, could Jiang Ji truly survive with two? I am teammates with Ying Huai. You know him, right? Jiang Ji's calm words inadvertently instilled a measure of confidence in the girl. Gritting her teeth, the girl chose yes. Transaction effective. The identity was instantly transferred, and the girl did not have time to say anything before vanishing from Jiang Ji's sight. The number displayed in the upper left corner decreased by 1, but this time not due to death. From the moment Jiang Ji entered the dark fairy tale and saw current identity, Duchess Anna. She had harbored doubts that did current imply that she might acquire a new identity through other means later. Indeed, Jiang Ji looked down at the scrap of cloth in her hand. Dear girl, it seems you have adapted remarkably well. Discovering the hidden Easter egg of the fairy tale world so swiftly. Your second identity has now been unlocked. Please perform each of your roles with diligence. To ensure your continued survival, please adhere strictly to the following rules. Current identity, Duchess Anna. Poor girl Karen, completion condition. Survive for 10 days. Rule 1. Grandma Aisha adores you. Please do not refuse her kindness. Rule 2. The shops in the town only display red cloth. Please ignore any shop with white cloth hanging. Chapter 79. Black Fairy Tale Rules Horror Story 9. Rule 3. Grandma Aisha detests black. If you see her wearing black clothing, please hide under the bed immediately and do not make a sound. Rule 4. When the church bells ring in the morning, it is the day of the sacrament. Please ensure you attend punctually and elegantly within 15 minutes. Rule 5. The old red dancing shoes can no longer be worn. Appearing barefoot or in worn-out shoes is highly disrespectful. Rule 6. If you find the shoe toes by the bed facing the bed, please flee the bedroom immediately. Rule 7. Please do not look into clean mirrors. Rule 8. Please do not consume any moldy food. Rule 9. Remember, sirens are not mermaids. Mermaids are merely mermaids. Rule 10. This world has deities, and all their judgments are just, including but not limited to death, torment, whipping, and hanging. Rule 11. Please do not forget your identity, ever. The rules regarding white and red cloth aligned with those Jiang Ji had previously received. Shops displaying red cloth were run by contaminated residents, unwelcome to the living and would expel anomalies. However, shops with white cloth did not belong to the town. They were run by specters, triggering a kill mechanism upon entry. Rule 7. Please do not look into clean mirrors. Rule 11. Please do not forget your identity, ever. These two rules had also appeared to Jiang Ji once, suggesting their significance. Jiang Ji tucked the scrap of cloth into her pocket. After the girl vanished, the shoes remained in place. She picked them up, finding they fit her perfectly. The commoners drew ever closer, and Jiang Ji straightened up, sternly admonishing, "What are you staring at? You have offended this lady. Step back." Her words deterred a portion of the crowd, allowing the air to circulate once more. Today was the day of the sacrament. Though the earlier standoff had delayed her, she was still not late. Jiang Ji handed the red dancing shoes to her less fortunate sister, and saying, "Hold on to these for a moment. I need to attend to an announcement." She had no intention of wearing the red shoes inside. In the original storyline, Karen had been punished for wearing red shoes to the sacrament, offending the divine. Rule 4. When the church bells ring in the morning, it is the day of the sacrament. Please ensure you attend punctually and elegantly within 15 minutes. Rule 5. The old red dancing shoes can no longer be worn. Appearing barefoot or in worn-out shoes is highly disrespectful. Karen wore the new red dancing shoes due to a lack of alternatives. However, Jiang Ji was different. She possessed a vast wardrobe. She had not consumed the black bread, thus avoiding the risk of ergot poisoning. Jiang Ji did not wish to dance. Her frail constitution could not endure it. Stepping away from the crowd, Jiang Ji immediately spotted the expressionless elderly woman at the church entrance. She approached, enthusiastically grasping the woman's hand. Disregarding the stiffness of her demeanor, "Grandma Aisha, why have you arrived so late? Your little Karen was worried you might miss the sacrament." "Let go of me, little Karen." Jiang Ji reluctantly released her grip. The frail Aisha swiftly entered the church. The town's church was also quite small, with limited space, possessing a sense of being compact yet complete. The reliefs on either side depicted holy angels spreading the gospel, albeit with a somewhat grotesque twist. Some had only half a body, dragging intestines smeared in blood, while others had their skulls cracked open, exposing shriveled brains, where their lower jaws revealed stark white bones. The mournful moonlight seeped through the roof, casting an even more sinister ambience. After surveying the church's interior, Jiang Ji found a corner to conceal herself, preparing to navigate the murky waters. Around her stood a sparse gathering of residents. Engaged in prayer, eyes closed, hands reverently placed upon their chest, that moment, Jiang Ji's mental perception detected a flying creature above the altar. The outline, sketched with her meager mental energy, bore a striking resemblance to the angel atop the fountain in the music square. The angel flapped its wings, and the scent of blood wafted through the it circled the sacrament, and with a thud, 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 eyeballs sprouted from its wings, plummeting into the wine, while maggots fell into the black bread. A chill ran down Jiang Ji's spine. The dark aura within the church thickened, and the townsfolk subtly began to undergo transformations amidst the black mist. The angel, listening to the fervent prayers below, revealed a satisfied smile, until it heard the muttered prayer from the corner. "Your faithful followers, Anna and Karen, residing at Bluebeard Castle in number 44 East Street, with ID numbers that date of birth, please bless me to never be constipated. Amen. I butter rice cake." The angel, "What on earth are you doing? Praying for such trivial matters in this sacred place, and including your name, birthday, and address. Do you think this is a job application? This is utterly sacrilegious. How dare she presume to partake in the Mass and sacrament?" As Jiang Ji prepared to reach for the bread and wine, a furious gust erupted as it flapped its wings, sending the plate tumbling. Alas, what a pity! Jiang Ji's face was a portrait of regret. She depicted a rather selfish persona with utmost vividness. Upon exiting the church, and remained squatting on the ground, drawing circles in a fit of boredom, her shoes clutched in hand. Jiang Ji was quite pleased with her obedient sister, and was about to urge her to rise when a bearded old soldier leaped forth, exclaiming, "What splendid dance shoes! They are most fitting for your performance. This tactic bore no weight with me. I never bestow charity upon men who possess both hands and feet." What is this Karen doing? Diverging from the narrative. The old soldier, undeterred, continued, "Oh, how beautiful." Before he could finish, Jiang Ji stepped back, turning to summon, "Guard! Guard! Quickly seize this madman." The music square lay desolate. From seemingly nowhere, two armored soldiers emerged. "As you wish, Duchess," they said, bowing before swiftly restraining the old soldier under their arms and escorting him away. And was nearly confounded by her sister's demeanor. "Sister, and look, this is the sense of security that power bestows. A mere pauper like William cannot offer you such assurance." Jiang Ji seized the moment to instill her thoughts into Anne's mind, urging the innocent girl to forget that pointy-nosed, fickle fellow, whose fate was destined for the shredder. That moment, Jiang Ji sensed a shift in the atmosphere. A faint crimson began to emanate from the waning moon. Blood moon. Rule 18. The blood moon is perilous. Upon its appearance, leap into water. The fountain was devoid of water, and the only visible water source in the town was the sea. Yet the dangers of the stormy sea were self-evident. Lurking nearby, man-eating mermaids could shred them to pieces in mere moments. "Sister, that the moon is changed." The sensitive and timid and quickly perceived the anomaly. Due to the intense emotional upheaval, her eyes began to drift to the sides. Increasingly resembling a fish, they too began to undergo a transformation. Chapter 80. The dark fairy tale rule oddities 10. At the moment the blood moon rose, the townsfolk erupted into screams, fleeing in terror. Some dashed towards the sea, wholly oblivious to the lurking threat beneath the waves. Others rushed into the church, beseeching divine mercy and protection. Some collapsed, thrashing about like fish on a cutting board. What to do? Wait! Their transformations were a consequence of taint. In medieval Western culture, the full moon was feared, representing the birth of evil, heralding the emergence of werewolves, vampires, and other beasts that would rend and drain humanity. The even rarer blood moon bore a reputation far more dreadful than its predecessor. Here, the rules largely lacked subjects, making it difficult to discern which ones applied to her. The townspeople had consumed forbidden fare, while the blood moon hastened the process of transformation. However, Jiang Ji remained untainted. For her, the blood moon presented a crucial opportunity to gather clues. This was a misleading rule. If so, he would not allow her to be deprived of a water source. She glanced at him, who seemed to be on the brink. Jiang Ji scooped her up and dashed toward the nearest water basin. With her last ounce of strength, she tossed it into the depths. As soon as it splashed down, the basin appeared to activate an automatic water flow system, gushing forth torrents from beneath a pile of bones, the brittle, delicate remnants rising to the surface as the water quickly enveloped An's body. An's agonized frenzy gradually subsided within the water. Her eyes ceased their erratic movements, and her arms, which had begun to devolve into fins, retained 2/3 of their human form. Nearby, a few remaining townsfolk, still capable of movement, rushed towards the basin, diving in headfirst. Meanwhile, the others, now severely tainted, had completely transformed into half-human, half-fish monstrosities, lying motionless on the ground, visibly decaying at an alarming rate. Jiang Ji boldly speculated whether the mermaid flesh the townsfolk had consumed had actually originated from their neighbors. She hastened to seek out clues. The clergy within the church had vanished, yet Jiang Ji unearthed a tattered poetry collection. The front page bore hastily scrawled lines in pen. The inception of all sin lies in the confusion of mermaids and sirens. Mermaids transform into the forms of humans they once devoured. Ascending to shore in search of their prey, it is said that the first person a mermaid consumes upon reaching land will forever preserve that form. Mermaids and sirens? Jiang Ji recalled the 9th rule. Please remember, sirens are not mermaids. Mermaids are merely mermaids. Sirens, from ancient Greek mythology, were sea nymphs, daughters of the river god Acheron, said to possess a human head and bird body, with enchanting, ethereal voices. Their songs were so beautiful that they could ensnare the hearts of sailors, leading ships to wreck on the rocks. With their grotesque and repulsive appearances, they bore a striking contrast to the charming mermaids, save for their smooth, wide fishtails. Yet what if that sirens were indeed the true daughters of the sea in the story? Those mermaids typically feasted on the merchant vessels drawn in by the sirens' alluring melodies. Consuming the humans who perished on the sunken ships, they conjured storms with their tails, capsizing vessels, yet still managed to rescue the princes of neighboring realms. Unwilling to let their meals escape, one mermaid disguised herself as a human she had devoured to approach the prince. By consuming the prince, the mermaid could seize control over a human kingdom. The mermaids walked awkwardly, unaccustomed to bipedal movement. Lacking melodious voices, they masqueraded as mute beings. The host has subverted many childhoods. Jiang Ji graciously accepted the compliment. Thank you for your praise. The church contained nothing further of interest. Jiang Ji stowed the poetry collection and prepared to exit. As she passed the confessional, she abruptly halted. Before her stood an angel, entirely unclothed, and with each flap of its wings, maggots fell like rain. Its body was pristine white, its eyelids drooping, and hundreds of eyeballs beneath its feathers glared at her with malice. You, who have blasphemed the divine, shall face the harshest of punishments. Dance in your red shoes, until your flesh peels away, your body withers. You will perform before those arrogant children, so they may behold you, and you shall dance ceaselessly. Rule 4. This world is governed by deities, and all divine judgments are just, including, but not limited to, death, torment, whipping, and hanging. Its judgment is eternally impartial. As the words left its lips, a chill swept through the air. Jiang Ji and the angel locked eyes in a silent standoff. The eyeballs upon the angel's feathers simultaneously displayed shock and fury. Impossible. How do you not react? You dare not believe in the divine. You heretical wretch. Jiang Ji blinked innocently, offering a shy smile. Not quite. I believe a little. After all, it costs nothing. Liar, you believe in nothing. The angel roared within its mind at that moment. The sound of malfunctioning machinery crackled through the air. Jiang Ji observed as the rules began to manifest with smeared markings. Rule 4. This world is governed by deities, and all divine judgments are just, including but not limited to death, torment, whipping, and hanging. Jiang Ji contemplated. It seemed these two rules had been tainted upon entering the realm of oddities. One of the rules inscribed on the sheepskin scroll had turned crimson, slowly oozing blood. Rule 10. Please do not alter the endings of fairy tales. Rule 10. Please do not alter the endings of fairy tales. She noticed this rule flicker twice. Rules 3 and 4 twisted and contorted, exposing each other's dark secrets, the tainted rules, both belonging to this narrative, equal in stature, both intent on ensuring Jiang Ji met her demise as per their own orchestrated conclusion, making it difficult to discern a victor, to be why combating poison with poison. Jiang Ji found herself unscathed, that if all is well, may I take my leave? Jiang Ji elegantly curtsied, lifting her skirts, without waiting for the angel to react. She hummed a tune and exited the church, leaving the angel fuming in place. Chapter 81. The dark fairy tale rule oddities 11. The blood moon cast a somber hue upon the clouds above, saturating the ground and dyeing the white cloth draped outside the shops in crimson. Jiang Ji had a good memory and recalled which stores displayed the white cloth. Standing at the steps, she tiptoed to peer inside. Darkness consumed everything, rendering all invisible, that a few tendrils of deep resentment seeped forth, and Jiang Ji dared not enter the tranquil shops adorned with white cloth, opting instead to browse those draped in red. She discovered several well-hidden little notes that my eldest daughter and youngest son have begun to change. I had a nightmare, in which my family argued over how to divide me. Great one, I beseech your protection. I feel ill that I long to dance. The diaries originated from a small portion of educated commoners, with some passages already blurred by water stains. Yet it was evident that many sailors and fishermen returning from the sea had been tainted or had been replaced directly by mermaids. Passing by the seaside, Jiang Ji took a moment to observe. The waves beneath the blood moon were eerily calm, resembling a dead, and no sooner had she stepped into the castle than the moon slipped behind the clouds. Night had fallen. The castle seemed to have undergone a thorough cleansing, the floor gleaming enough to faintly reflect a silhouette. The head maid no longer approached her to inquire about dinner. She simply decided based on the Duke with blue beard's usual preferences. The maids, though still sporting expressionless, zombie-like faces, displayed a noticeable improvement in their attitude towards the Duchess, that a few even attempted to twitch their lips, striving to form smiles, all of which ended in failure. It appears that the red envelope incentive method has proven to be quite effective, even in the realm of the bizarre. The moment the cross-dressing lord made his entrance, a collective gasp escaped the crowd. It was indeed a challenge to grow accustomed to such a sight. Merely gazing upon him a few times felt akin to an occupational hazard, that in these times, even the act of haunting is fraught with difficulty. The visage of the Duke with the blue beard had darkened to an inky hue, more somber than a salted fish left to sunbathe for a year. The metallic scent of blood clung to him, as though he had licked a rusty blade, and his once blue mustache appeared increasingly sinister, suggesting a day spent in fierce contention with his colleagues. The maids dared not provoke him, serving the dishes with bated breath. Jiang Ji, consuming the flavorless fruits, resembling nothing more than chewing on foam, found them marginally superior to the previous sour and tooth-aching wild berries. Even her favorite, the freshly made brain pudding adorned with strands of blood, failed to alleviate her dismal mood. The Duke's cold gaze swept over Jiang Ji as he grasped a silver spoon, his irritation intensifying. Anna, fetch the key to the treasury from the drawing room. Rule 4. As a competent duchess, please do not refuse any requests from your husband. Very well, my lord. Jiang Ji set aside the half-eaten foam fruit and rose with elegance. She ascended the staircase at a leisurely pace, heading directly toward the drawing room, yet hesitated before pushing open the grand door to know. Jiang Ji murmured, activating her power of foresight without waiting for the system to inquire. 3 seconds. She envisioned the scene 3 seconds hence. Within the elongated chamber, half-arched alcoves lined both sides, each adorned with a row of ornate, lifeless figures draped in lavish court gowns, their necks bound by ropes. Hair obscuring their faces, like macabre trophies on display, flaunting their cruel demise. The heads drooped limply, their forms cloaked in shades of gray as the door swung open. Blood surged forth from all directions, staining Jiang Ji's vision crimson. She attempted to retreat, only to find her heels impeded by an unseen force, and a shadow loomed overhead, eclipsing the light. The newly cast shadow upon the wall resembled a towering mountain, suffocating her breath. As the specter of death encroached, agony shot through her neck, and she succumbed. The figure seized her legs, dragging her into the chamber, leaving a trail of crimson on the floor. Jiang Ji, how cunning. Noting her complete disinterest in the secret at the corridor's end, the rules had begun their assault from another front, deliberately tainting her perception to mislead her into believing she was opening the drawing room door when, in reality, it was the forbidden portal at the corridor's terminus. Yet he remained oblivious to Jiang Ji's vigilance and her instinct for self-preservation. She had meticulously counted the steps required to reach the drawing room, and the distance to the corridor's end was double that. Calmly, Jiang Ji retraced her steps, counting silently until she reached the stone wall of her memory. She extended a hand to explore the surface, finding it smooth until her fingers brushed against a protruding relief. This was it. Jiang Ji pushed forcefully. With a crash, she beheld the drawing room, pristine and rejuvenated. Unsure which key belonged to the treasury, she decided to present them all to the Duke. As she passed the paintings lining the corridor, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a woman's silhouette. Excitement surged through Jiang Ji as she rubbed her hands together in anticipation. This rule had been identified earlier in the day by the red shoes as a glaring error. Perhaps she could extract some information from the woman. However, the rule seemed to sense Jiang Ji's intentions. The woman within the frame did not materialize, and Jiang Ji could only descend with a sigh of regret. Why was it taking so long to retrieve an object? Incompetence. The Duke, witnessing Jiang Ji evade the trap, frantically hurled silver platters and cutlery to the ground. The nearby maid hastened to kneel and tidy up, her diligent cleaning of the floor now sullied, resentment flickering in her eyes. What an emotionally unstable man. Jiang Ji rolled her eyes. Tonight passed without any peculiar occurrences. It was a peaceful eve. The following day marked their departure for the royal palace to attend the court banquet. Night transformed into day. Preparations commenced. The Duke donned a new ensemble of women's attire, tailored by a skilled maid from the castle, utilizing two of Jiang Ji's gowns that was less ostentatious than the previous day's ensemble. Shimmering but not overly flamboyant, the saying goes, there are only two instances of a man dressing as a woman. None and countless. Jiang Ji casually selected a dress for the evening. The opulent golden carriage was spacious enough to accommodate a towering figure of 2 meters. The wheels clattered rhythmically, and as the carriage traversed an unfamiliar village, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman was seen crossing a river with a loaf of bread, only to be swiftly pulled down by numerous outstretched arms, vanishing without a sound. They journeyed from daylight into the encroaching darkness, finally arriving at the capital before nightfall, stepping into the palace. Chapter 82. The Dark Fairy Tale Rules and Strange Tales. The sound of drums and fireworks reverberated through the air. The entire nation was enveloped in a celebratory atmosphere. From the dialogue of NPCs, Jiang Ji learned that this banquet coincided with the birthday of the most favored Snow White. The palace was vast, its architectural structure marked by extreme asymmetry. The left side boasted a dome, while the right sported a spire. The roofs and the surrounding statues and reliefs depicted indescribably bizarre creatures, and the air was tinged with a faint stench of decay. Everywhere within the palace, mirror-like walls reflected a multitude of figures. Rule 15. Please do not gaze into any clean mirrors. These rules had been confirmed as interconnected. Jiang Ji, intentionally or otherwise, utilized blue beard as a shield, avoiding full exposure in the mirrors. Each observer who caught sight of the Duke, prancing with tiny steps, wore expressions that were simultaneously peculiar and contorted, torn between laughter and restraint. The Duke's countenance grew icy. Jiang Ji, embodying social grace, accepted a glass of wine from a servant's tray, a multitude of maggots floating upon the surface. She feigned ignorance, refraining from drinking, and approached to engage in polite discourse that "My dear, it has been ages. You look more radiant than ever." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she successfully infiltrated the inner circle of noble women. One particularly plump lady inquired with curiosity, "Madam Anna, is the Duke quite well?" "All is well." Jiang Ji sighed lightly, that my husband is quite reserved. Thus, he ventures out in women's attire. I can only embrace his choices, for my love for him knows no bounds. The noble women, who had previously held contempt for her status as the sixth duchess, now displayed expressions of sympathy, acknowledging her struggles. Their conversations meandered through domestic affairs and various secrets of the household, touching upon the intimate bond between Snow White and the king, the queen's torment of Snow White, and the tumultuous relationship between the queen and the king. Why does the queen harbor such disdain for Snow White? The raven-haired, brown-eyed, fair-skinned Snow White was the kingdom's brightest jewel. Ever since the queen gave birth to her, the king had become infatuated with his own daughter. The king thrived on the forbidden and the thrilling, while the queen, lacking excitement, succumbed to jealousy. Aging and growing ugly to end the original tale of Snow White, the wicked queen was not a stepmother, but rather Snow White's biological mother. "Happy birthday, princess! Happy birthday, princess!" A deafening chorus of congratulations erupted from beyond the palace walls. Jiang Ji turned to observe a corpulent king, his grayish complexion akin to that of a long-deceased man, escorting the increasingly pallid Snow White into the banquet hall, followed by the ghostly figure of the queen. The atmosphere bore the essence of a domestic drama. However, with white hair and black eyes, her skin a beautifully tanned bronze, she possessed an Eastern visage. The colors remained the same, merely rearranged. The king ceremoniously introduced the princess to the noble ministers, whose reactions were tepid at best, while the ladies sparkled with interest. Helped out Fu Shueka only wished to escape this place. Yet the rules mandated her attendance at the banquet, and her ability to survive within the perilous palace was still cooling down. Just then, a young woman clad in noble attire appeared before her. Fu Shueka overheard others refer to her as the Duchess, and she seemed to wield considerable power, adorned with a black hat. The wide brim cast shadows over much of her face, obscuring her features. Fu Shueka regarded her with a watchful eye. The woman spoke, her crimson lips parting to utter the words, "Love, you walk alone through shadowy alleys. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon," their hands instinctively intertwined. They found a discreet corner, and Fu Shueka poured forth her grievances. "You have no idea. That king is a pervert. Every mirror in the palace is a two-way mirror. He watches me at all times. I've witnessed the queen bathing in the blood of her victims every night, a true Bloody Mary." The moment Jiang Ji laid eyes on Fu Shueka, the system alerted her. "Host, residual traces of the ability catalyst detected." To encounter a fortunate individual who had absorbed the potion and successfully awakened. Jiang Ji was somewhat surprised and also felt a twinge of empathy for Fu Shueka, awakening her abilities only to be thrust into an A-rank strange tale. With its peaks and valleys, Jiang Ji refrained from inquiring about the specifics of Fu Shueka's abilities. It was unnecessary at present. They exchanged the information they had gathered, and Jiang Ji imparted every known correct rule to her. "Once you exit, relay these rules to the Investigation Bureau." She was uncertain whether these clues would benefit others, but raising the odds of survival was a worthy endeavor. "Exit. Hand me the item inscribed with the rules, and you can leave this place. That is presently the only means of escape. And what of you? Delivering this message is far more crucial than remaining here." Jiang Ji echoed her previous sentiments. One must admit, the reputation of Ying Huai, the foremost ability wielder from Huaxia, held significant weight. Everyone assumed that his allies were undoubtedly exceptional ability users as well. Fu Shueka handed her a scroll, and in an instant the transfer of identity was complete. "Dear girl, it seems you have adapted remarkably well, having swiftly acquired your third identity, successfully unlocking 3 roles, and gaining an opportunity to alter your fate. Please embody each of your roles with utmost sincerity. To ensure your continued survival, it is imperative that you adhere to the following rules. Current identities: Duchess Anna, Impoverished Maiden Karen, Snow White. Rule 1. You are a naive princess, blissfully unaware of the perils that lie beyond the palace walls. Without the consent of an adult, do not venture outside the palace. Rule 2. You are your father's little darling, and must punctually exchange morning and evening kisses with him. Rule 3. You are your mother's cherished child. She bore you after 10 months of hardship, so do not question her love for you. Rule 4. For the stability of the kingdom, do not instigate quarrels between your father and mother. Rule 5. Ensure your red hairpin is securely fastened. Do not let it fall to the ground. With only these 5 new rules, The remainder coincided with the clues Jiang Ji had already uncovered. Jiang Ji brushed her hair, discovering an irritating hairpin had indeed appeared. The entire royal family seemed rather peculiar, with Snow White resembling a mere puppet manipulated by her family. Returning to the crowd, she had just finished dining with her seemingly affectionate noblewomen, consuming the strangely glistening raw meat on the table, their eyes gradually clouding, their cheeks swelling like fish, splitting into gills on either side. Jiang Ji noticed the queen covering her face as she exited, and stealthily followed her, anticipating her movements. The queen revealed a face marked by deep lines and age spots, with hands as rough as tree bark. She wiped the dusty mirror before her. The mirror reflected a pallid shadow. Magic mirror, mirror on the wall. Who is the fairest of them all? The queen inquired in a rough, hoarse voice, devoid of emotion. Yet, in truth, she was merely going through the motions, already knowing the answer. Ever since her wretched daughter Snow White was born, her name had not graced the lips of the magic mirror again. And her husband incessantly criticized her for aging, for her sagging breasts and the stretch marks upon her body. She loathed her. She despised her very existence, for it siphoned away the resources upon which she relied. Indeed, the magic mirror sneered, "My queen, your beauty has waned as swiftly as the setting sun. The fairest of them all is Snow White, Karen from the seaside town, and Duchess Anna. They surpass you 1,000-fold. 1,000,000-fold," the queen gasped. "Why are there so many? Has her beauty suddenly diminished from second to fourth in the world?" The queen questioned, perplexed. "3 individuals?" The mirror replied, "No, they are all the same person." The Queen. Chapter 83. A Dark Fairy Tale. The Rules of Anomalies 13. One person. The queen's voice suddenly escalated several decibels. "Indeed, my poor queen," the magic mirror chimed mockingly. "Just look at how much your dear daughter has accomplished behind your back." At this remark, the deep wrinkles etched into the queen's face quivered with emotion, the deepest crease on her forehead bursting forth, revealing teeth within the fissure. She became utterly hysterical. "Damn it. I was told not to leave the palace. How could I have such a wretched daughter? I should never have given birth to her. She is here to torment me, to seek revenge." The wrinkles on her face erupted, sprouting countless crimson mouths. Jiang Ji observed this scene with a slight frown. Given the current circumstances, the pollution level was evident. The palace town castle. Within the palace, the queen's pollution was more severe than the king's. Likely the initial source of corruption. The known pollutants were ergot alkaloids and mermaid flesh. However, based on Jiang Ji's earlier observations in the banquet hall, the queen had not touched the glistening raw flesh at all. Inside her chamber, the queen paced furiously, yanking at her hair. Clumps of hair, along with blood-stained scalp, were torn away as she resolved with the most venomous tone. "Magic mirror. I want her dead. I will have my servants lure Snow White into the forest and have them kill her." As she spoke, she summoned her loyal servant, instructing him to deceive Snow White into the forest and bring back her heart. The servant knelt, his skull nearly hollowed out, blood and flesh in disarray. "As you wish, my queen." The queen cruelly laughed. "Magic mirror, tell me now, where is Snow White? Disaster." Jiang Ji felt a jolt of panic. In fairy tales, this was an omniscient magic mirror. There was no chance for her to escape now. Her frail body could not outrun the Eerie. The mirror flickered for a few seconds, revealing a timid figure lingering outside the queen's chamber. The girl in the mirror, with ebony hair and snow-white skin, possessed enviable youth and beauty. Her hands were nervously clasped at her chest, her adorable face betraying hesitation and doubt. Will mother be displeased if I enter her chamber without being summoned? Am I being too rude? Perhaps I should just leave. Hearing her mutterings piqued the queen's and the mirror's curiosity. The queen squinted, emitting a sound of intrigue, believing she had received a signal from her servant, who brandished a knife and stepped out menacingly. "Wait," the queen halted. "Let her enter first, that I wish to see what trick Snow White is up to." Jiang Ji was summoned and stepped into the chamber, lifting her skirts as she entered. The queen's chamber was dimly lit, built away from the sun, with a frigid atmosphere, filled with dark, damp corners adorned with bizarre plants. Slippery, venomous snakes slithered about, testing Jiang Ji's patience. She maintained her composure and carefully stepped over them. The queen stood at the center of the chamber, her snake-like eyes glinting with a chilling light, fixed intently on the girl before her. She sensed that Snow White seemed different from before, yet that red hairpin undeniably bore her essence, The deal you have something to say to me. Dear mother? Jiang Ji approached, bypassing the knife-wielding servant, her emotions reaching a crescendo. Although today marks my birthday, I realize that you endured great hardship carrying me for 10 months, that I feel I have never properly expressed my gratitude to you. Allow me to sing for you. The queen's face was a mask of scornful indifference. Jiang Ji, unfazed, grasped the corners of her skirts and began to sway. Let me thank you, for your warmth has brightened all seasons. Thank you for your existence, for the world is more beautiful with you. Magic mirror, servant. She became engrossed, oblivious to the queen's icy facade cracking inch by inch that, oh God, how can Snow White's singing be so intolerable? The servant thought, feeling the queen's frigid gaze shift toward him. It was over. The queen, who had glimpsed his dark past, would never allow him to leave alive. The servant's eyes flickered. He decided to act first, stealthily moving behind the queen, while Snow White, oblivious to the tension in the room, finished her song and eagerly sought praise. Mother, what do you think? The queen merely wished to expel this wretched creature from her lineage. Coldly, she commanded, get out. Jiang Ji, feigning innocence, complied. Only after descending the palace steps did she exhale slowly. That was close. She had narrowly escaped. However, she could evade for a moment, but not forever. She needed to uncover more clues to unlock the complete truth. Jiang Ji calmly summoned the system, which usually responded promptly, but this time took over a minute to appear. Zzz. Host, if you encounter difficulties, please find a solution. Do not engage in indiscriminate attacks. Zzz. This voice, it could shatter the background music. Did you not notice? Just now, when the queen heard her singing, the murky aura surrounding her seemed to subside somewhat. Not due to being moved by the lyrics, but rather because of Snow White's off-key vocalizations, like a blot of ink on a new dress. It no longer appeared flawless, yet it evidently pleased the queen, lifting her spirits. Snow White's chamber matched Jiang Ji's expectations. The decor was ostentatiously lavish, with the king frequently sending rare treasures, expensive jewels haphazardly strewn about, showcasing the princess's opulence and pride. Gleaming mirrors reflected her frail silhouette. Beneath the gilded bed, Jiang Ji discovered disordered carvings. They're watching again. How annoying. Those old wretches. Go die, 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 die. She knows everything. She knows everything. Yet she does nothing. If you don't love me, why give birth to me? Did you think I wanted to come into this world? Damn it. They all deserve to die, 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 die. All of you die. Chapter 84, A Dark Fairy Tale, The Rules of Anomalies 14 They. Jiang Ji seized upon that word. The information beneath the bed was clearly left by the chamber's owner. It was rife with venomous, hurtful language, equally cursing the entire world. This completely subverted the pure and innocent character of Snow White. The engravings were deep and deliberate, and Jiang Ji could feel the profound hatred and anguish etched into every stroke. She steadied herself, crawling out from beneath the bed, her gaze abruptly fixating on the red hairpin that had somehow fallen to the ground not far away. Oh no! The hairpin is lost. Jiang Ji leapt forward to retrieve it, when suddenly a hand yanked her back. Ouch! She bit her tongue, the metallic taste of iron flooding her mouth, as she forcefully swallowed the scream that threatened to escape her lips. The back of her head struck heavily against the bed of Snow White, colliding with the hard bedpost, eliciting a pained groan. Rule 1. This is a fairy tale world, and anything can happen. So please do not scream loudly. This was a rule Jiang Ji had encountered upon entering the realm of strange tales. That it was a universal rule. Embedded in the ceiling of the chamber was a massive mirror. The reflective surface refracted a spectrum of colors, and through the mirror, a prying gaze locked onto her to know there was more than one. That those gazes, filled with desire and ill intentions, seemed to come from all directions. Countless fragmented images appeared before Jiang Ji's eyes. Whether playing, sleeping, changing clothes, or freshening up, there were always those lurking behind the mirror, coveting her with greedy eyes, not just from the portly king, but also numerous noble ministers. She felt like a canary on display, afforded not a moment's respite. Rule 15. Please do not gaze into any clean mirrors. This rule stemmed from Snow White's warning, for behind the mirror, there were always eyes watching. Earlier, in the banquet hall, the information divulged by the noble women hinted at a close relationship between Snow White and the king, while her relationship with the queen was fraught with animosity. It turned out, this was all misleading information, whether intentional or not. The reality was starkly contrary to the rumors circulating outside. Snow White harbored a deep disdain for the king, one so profound that she cursed his ancestors. Her feelings towards the queen, however, were somewhat intricate. From a young age, Snow White had been aware of the mirror's secret. The king lusted after her body, and the queen was complicit in this knowledge. The all-knowing magic mirror could observe everything through all mirrors in the world. She loathed her filthy, repugnant father, and she despised her mother for her tacit approval. Snow White was born amidst blessings and high hopes. Her every need had been orchestrated by the queen. Had the queen wished to eliminate her, she would have had ample opportunity before Snow White reached adulthood to TO the queen. Human emotions were inherently complex. The birth of her daughter aged her, stripping her of her husband's affection, while her daughter's youthful beauty incited jealousy. The king fathered countless bastards, initially indifferent to Snow White until he noticed her blossoming beauty. At which point his neglect morphed into a desire to keep her as a prized canary, entertaining himself, and even inviting nobles to admire her pristine white wings, that no one informed Snow White of what genuine familial love entailed. Yet she sensed her mother's inexplicable coldness and hostility, alongside her father's hypocritical affection. Snow White had never embodied the labels of kindness and purity. She was born rebellious and defiant, recognizing her mother's fixation on her father's demeanor. She, driven by a spirit of vengeance, unconsciously drew closer to her father. She was not oblivious to the fact that the witch was a guise of the queen, but she chose to believe that the apple sent by the queen was an olive branch. It was only after her death and revival, awakening to the moment of retribution, that the story culminated in the queen dancing to her demise in scalding shoes. This pain mirrored the torment she had endured over the years. The opulent palace, steeped in hypocrisy, felt constricting, while the cramped, pest-ridden space beneath her bed became a sanctuary for Snow White. Just as the tainted mirror held a peculiar purity, the clean mirror concealed malevolence. Thus that there were three sources of contamination: the black bread that the poor relied upon for sustenance, the mermaid flesh that intrigued the nobility, and the twisted, malformed love. Congratulations, you have uncovered the truth of the sinful fairy tale, Snow White edition. The rules of the Snow White segment will no longer apply to you. The true fairy tale is far more thrilling than its glorified version. Please grant Snow White a conclusion that rivals the original ending, evaluation criteria, collect emotional feedback from the real world for assessment, and complete the interpretation experience of other fairy tales. The moment the voice echoed, all bindings on Jiang Ji were released. She opened her eyes, and the mirrors drew ever closer, the one above her head mere inches from her nose. Jiang Ji gazed through the mirror, spotting a middle-aged man with a bulging belly, swirling a glass of red wine and critiquing her. Calmly, she conversed with the system in her mind. System, I wish to exchange for 10 minutes of thousandfold enhancement and mighty strength item cards. Exchange complete, confirmation of use, countdown begins. As the mirror loomed above her, Jiang Ji executed a sudden leap, rising up and striking the mirror with a clenched fist. A band of old scoundrels, she had endured them for far too long. Now that the rules of the Snow White segment no longer held sway over her, she could act as she pleased. The amplified strength of 1,000-fold penetrated the mirror, shattering the head of the man on the other side. The mirror echoed with a cacophony of screams. The next day, Snow White was updated in reality that on that day, robbers stormed the banquet, ruthlessly slaughtering the king and his ministers. The frail and helpless Snow White witnessed it all. A kingdom cannot endure a day without a ruler. The most favored Snow White ascended to the throne, becoming the new queen of the kingdom. She led the valiant army of the realm, charging forth to dismantle the malevolent gang led by the dwarfs in the forest, rescuing dozens of innocent girls who had been imprisoned and abused, and capturing a young man who had repeatedly engaged in illegal corpse trading with the dwarf gang. This young man claimed to be a prince from another kingdom, and even as he was captured, he boldly professed his instant infatuation with the beautiful Queen Snow White. Undoubtedly, his audacity bore severe consequences as he was physically castrated by the kingdom's finest butcher. After all, thunder and rain alike are blessings from the heavens. Meanwhile, the queen found herself in distress. Her obedient and understanding daughter, witnessing her mother in mourning, arranged for many young and handsome men to visit her chambers. They were articulate, considerate, and perceptive. Finally, The middle-aged queen realized that men were unreliable and accepted the truth that her daughter was her pillar of support, gifting her most cherished magic mirror as a coming-of-age present. However, recently, Duke Bluebeard had grown increasingly dissatisfied, repeatedly visiting the palace to request a change of wives. Chapter 85. The Dark Fairy Tale Rule of Strange Tales. 15 days had passed since the arrival of the Strange Tales. Since the onset of the A-level rule Strange Tales globally, public morale plummeted. People discovered that A-level rule Strange Tales resembled an unsolvable conundrum. Those trapped within could not escape, nor could external officials with abilities enter. The names erased from the fairy tales tugged at the heartstrings, each box resembling a gravestone, sealing the trapped souls within. Initially, many netizens compared the names on the cast list with their information. However, as the number of individuals ensnared in the strange tales grew, eliminating those with common names, the most notable among them included a certain supermodel from abroad, a certain forgotten star from Huaxia, and the lead singer of an obscure pop band. In this role-playing rules strange tale, the forgotten star was the most relevant. Netizens dug into her past film and television performances, and her acting diminished any expectations. The rules strange tale descended at precisely 3 a.m, Kyoto time. That morning, the forgotten star's name had been marked with a sign of death. The name in the book had transformed into a cold symbol. The news of the forgotten star's demise swiftly topped the trending searches, and her Weibo account gained hundreds of thousands of followers in an instant. Her agency capitalized on the momentum, releasing related videos. And buried dramas were hastily scheduled for airing, while countless industry friends mourned and wept. The collective negative emotions easily birthed security issues, potentially leading to the emergence of other strange tales amidst the chaos. In an effort to soothe the populace, various national investigative bureaus revealed the number of their nation's individuals with abilities caught in the strange tales. The Huaxia region had the highest number of people ensnared. Yet they had yet to disclose the list of individuals with abilities. Both Huaxia and the Old have the most individuals caught. That has confirmed 5 individuals with abilities, including 2 C-level, 1 B-level, and 2 D-level. Fusao has 1/3 of our numbers, with 3 individuals, including 1 senior B-level individual. Huaxia has yet to announce a single individual with abilities. What is the official stance? Not disclosing is either a choice or a lack thereof, grins. From this, we can see the ratio of individuals with abilities across nations. Those who should escape should just flee. The world is in chaos, so why not just escape to heaven? Allowing various speculations to fester online. The officials remained silent, neither refuting nor clarifying. The following afternoon, the name of an actor from the Red Shoes suddenly vanished from the book, replaced by another name. The Red Shoes is a classic tale within the fairy tales. Conveniently appearing on the first page of the cast list, so many took notice. The disappearance of a name was distinct from the dull marking of death. Immediately, someone recorded this moment and shared it online. Dear friends, what is happening? Video link. They've switched actors up, but the Red Shoes is truly ruthless. Is this the 4th or 5th one? I remember it being the 4th or 5th. Looking at the name, it appears to be another Huaxiao individual. Hope they're all right. But don't you all realize? This new Karen's name is identical to that from the Bluebeard segment. While Strange Tales is a fairy tale world composed of multiple chapters, each narrative stands relatively independently. Should one successfully navigate this particular tale, the book would undoubtedly publish the content without delay, even if the original actress portraying Karen in the Red Shoes were to meet her demise. One could expect a grim and eerie version of a mistaken death to be released, showcasing the villain's minions with great fanfare. The name vanishing entirely is an anomaly, unless it is a mere glitch. It must indicate a new predicament. This discourse attracted a multitude of onlookers. To escape an A-class strange tale unscathed, surely that is akin to winning the lottery. The original poster's friend could boast about this for a lifetime. So what are the conditions for completing the strange tale? 10 days. I have remained silent in the drying A-class rule strange tale, yet it only demands your survival. Ponder that deeply. So many perished in a single day. Who can remain safely alive until the 10th day? Could you elaborate on the rules of the Red Shoes? Please, for heaven's sake, think critically. The original poster's friend is merely an ordinary person. The notes surely contain a plethora of subjective judgments. If the official assessment is released without evaluation, it will only endanger you. Who exactly is this Jiang Ji? Is it sheer luck or genuine skill? Please, original poster, take a look at me. My sister is also involved. How did your friend escape? Rational fans began to analyze. Enough noise. If such crucial information could be disclosed, the investigation bureau would have made it public. However, given their malicious sense of humor, this method of escape is likely self-destructive. It must be perilous. If it could be easily replicated, you would be the one facing this A-class strange tale. On the third day, the name Fu Shueca vanished. Fu Shueca is the recently popular lead vocalist of a band. Known for her striking beauty and distinctive charm, with a devoted female fanbase. Not to mention, Snow White is a universally recognized classic fairy tale, naturally drawing high attention as a major intellectual property. Especially since Snow White, Bluebeard, and the Red Shoes are prominently featured in the cast list. Witnessing the erasure of her name, fans in the forum erupted in despair. However, they soon discovered that the characters of Fu Shueca had been replaced by a new name, Jiang Ji. Once again, this name emerged. Not only did netizens in Huaxia notice, but individuals from other nations did as well, as the cast list transformed into Jiang Ji as the sixth Duchess Anna, Jiang Ji is Snow White. Jiang Ji is Karen. The IT is difficult to assess, truly challenging to evaluate that I end such a perilous strange tale. How could someone be so audacious as to overshadow others? Who exactly is Jiang Ji? Has Huaxia produced another anomaly? When the police arrived, they were genuinely startled by the sight of a man lying in a pool of blood. Fu Shueca contacted the investigation bureau through the police and divulged all the information she possessed without reservation. However, she omitted the fact that she had fortuitously entered the rule's strange tale while carrying a catalyst potion and had awakened her abilities within it. Her boyfriend's sudden madness was confirmed to have been induced by a malevolent entity. Following the instructions left by the Night Watchman organization, she successfully evaded a physical examination in Conference Room 1. Official ability users who had received specific intelligence regarding the rule's strange tale gasped in astonishment. Is it possible to operate in such a manner? One can actually transfer their identity through a rule token, with one main storyline being this perilous. What about 3? Even Ultraman would shed a layer of skin. What do you mean you do not believe in light? Foolish dog, I am the light. Damn it. Are you looking for trouble? The temperaments of these ability users were peculiar, ready to erupt at the slightest provocation. Numerous other ability users gathered to watch the spectacle. But only a few from one team were engaged in hushed whispers. Could Jiang Wu have emerged? Possibly that after all, Jiang Wu is a person of interest for the seer. Where's the boss? Why is he absent from the meeting? He went to find someone. The astute netizens swiftly unearthed Jiang Ji's approximate information. Jiang Ji, a third-year student at Tsinghua University, recognized as the campus belle, currently interning at the Tsinghua Investigation Bureau. Within a remarkably short period, she has experienced the C-Class Rule's strange tale of Lihua apartment, the C-Class Rule of the Tsinghua University cafeteria escape, and the recent B-Class bizarre manufacturing incident in the West District. She possesses no abilities but was recently exempted from examinations and specially recruited by the Bureau, reportedly at the behest of the Team Leader .1 team. Inghuai, no way. That is a stroke of luck. What the person above said is likely accurate. But let me add, the haunted bus in the Tsinghua Investigation Bureau's garage, which had evaded detection by various local investigation bureaus for a long time, was also encountered by her. I know that haunted bus. Our branch is envious beyond measure, and we mentioned this month as quota wasn't sufficient, so we asked the leadership to borrow it from Tsinghua City for a few laps to encounter some anomalies. Is that for real? What kind of ghostly collision is this? All are C-class or higher anomalies. How is that not lethal? This is incredibly difficult to eliminate. So, despite having experienced so many incidents without awakening any abilities, one would still be a mere ant in an A-class strange tale. Let's still look forward to the old Mies Gwyneth Frost. She is a B-class ability user. This is a rule strange tale. Breaking the rules relies on intellect, not abilities. A rule strange tale is also an A-class strange tale. Peril lurks everywhere, and without abilities, there is no margin for error. Didn't that Mensa guy from Korea, who boasted about having the heavens above and the earth below, not survive the night? Originally, the netizens held a modicum of faith in Jiang Ji, but they were swiftly disheartened. However, a few hours later, the chapter for Snow White, or rather the Snow Queen, slowly emerged in the book. The entire world witnessed Snow White patricide, leaping to become the Snow Queen, observing the new queen, who set aside past grievances to seek a second spring for the wicked queen. She swiftly gathered over 10 handsome young M.E.N.A.S. people beheld the Snow Queen uprooting weeping willows, capturing 7 dwarfs alive, and apprehending the official prince, all while cleansing a human trafficking black market. Tirelessly fighting on the front lines against crime, they felt as though the righteous light illuminated the earth. Everyone was stunned at the conclusion of this fairy tale. The freshly inked words read, "Yet in the shadows where the light does not reach, a new storm is brewing." Flipping to the next page, the tone abruptly shifted. Are you anxious about your child's picky eating habits? The Instant Hungry Ghost can alleviate your worries, effective for 15 days. With 10 units per treatment, available in various sizes, all for the promotional price of 100,000 ghost coins. Are you anxious about your child's picky eating habits? It is likely due to your cooking skills needing improvement. The new Western Culinary School teaches you how to make your baby's favorite human meat supplementary food. And if you enroll now, you will receive a fully automatic meat grinder, first come, first served until supplies last. Are you anxious about your child's picky eating habits? It is likely due to indulgence, a peach branch personally blessed by the true celestial master. What an audacious underworld advertisement. A whole page dedicated to addressing children's picky eating habits. It is simply more excessive than a 3-minute advertisement on a video platform. What next? Are you planning a sequel? Meanwhile, Inghwai sought out the half-awake bar during the day. The sun was just right, and the yet-to-open half-awake bar was hidden in an alley, with a lock hanging loosely on the door. The facade remained so ordinary that any passerby would hardly give it a second glance. When Inghwai reached out, the lock fell directly to the ground. That a setup. He raised an eyebrow. Inside half-awake, only emergency lights illuminated the path, and he encountered no one until he turned a corner and arrived at the bar's hall, where his gaze met that of the person behind the bar, polishing a glass. Captaining. The person greeted him with a smile, asking if he would like something to drink. That round face exuded a sense of simplicity, as if he had anticipated Inghwai's visit and had waited specifically for him. Inghwai approached, seated himself at the bar, and tapped the surface that a glass of brave heart. Just a moment. Captaining, are you here to drink, or that I am looking for someone? Inghwai replied, that I am looking for a bright and cheerful young man, that I am not sure what you mean. Hufu replied, his expression unchanged, smiling as he said, why not share what you need? Although Half Awake has only recently opened, I have made some acquaintances in Tonghua City. Perhaps we could be of assistance that I need to enter fairy tale of sin and evil by any means necessary. Why? Hufu paused his movements, unconsciously leaning closer. I asked there's someone important to you inside. Inghwai shot a glance at My apologies. Just a habit of gossiping. The Hu smiled apologetically, pushing the prepared drink forward. The cup was covered with ice, and the azure liquid swirled in the goblet like a mesmerizing lake. That Half Awake will not turn away a true friend. I will convey your words for you. The wind by the seaside is fierce, as waves crash against the shore, bringing with them fragments of bone and pale remnants. Beneath the somber canopy of the sky, a multitude of dark entities emerges, inching ever closer to the sandy beach. Shielded by the howling sea breeze and the relentless tide, the humid air carries a hint of a metallic, sweet rust scent, while the wind caresses her hair, delivering an almost ethereal melody. That a song? Jiang Ji listened intently. It was no mere illusion. The townsfolk had mentioned that lately, the haunting melodies of mermaids could be heard even near the coast. Yet, this was the beach, the shore, logically, the songs of mermaids. Creatures that dwell beyond the stormy sea routes should not reach their ears. That if this was not a mere hallucination spawned from pollution, it could only signify that the mermaids had encroached closer to their territory. At this rate, they would not even have to wait for the 10th day. Although the outcome of the snow-white tale had been established, the pollution here showed no signs of abatement, worsening with each passing day. The palace attendants moved like the living dead. Their ankles vanished. The townspeople, who had only begun exhibiting severe mutations yesterday, now mostly sprouted gills and scales, their thighs grotesquely fused together. While the dead fish being peddled along the seaside market glimmered with an unsettling light in their vacant eyes, the plague of dance that pervaded the coastal town remained unresolved. Passing by the music square, more and more residents danced ecstatically beneath the statue, seemingly entranced, their expressions rapt as if listening to music that did not exist. Their steps were synchronized, each motion bearing a striking resemblance, and their smiles unwavering. creating an atmosphere of utter strangeness. Since entering this tale of horror, Jiang Ji had unlocked 3 identities, granting her a chance to alter the fairy tale's ending. She had unraveled the entire truth of the Snow White narrative, rendering the rules that extended from this tale ineffective against her. She could concoct a reasonably plausible conclusion. The overt task of this horror story was to survive for 10 days, with limited time. And the conclusion did not require her performance. Thus, Jiang Ji boldly took decisive action, unreservedly revealing her probing nature, transforming Snow White directly into Snow Queen. Yet the tolerance for the A-level rules of this horror tale surpassed her expectations. Despite this, it did not disrupt the functioning of the fairy tale world. This was a fairy tale realm constructed from rule-based horror, where tales of varying scales unfolded across the corners of this continent. If Jiang Ji merely succeeded in navigating the 3 fairy tales she had participated in, other horror stories would continue to unfold unabated. She attempted to seek out the girl she had previously spotted near the palace. The one who walked on bread across the swamp, but found nothing, as though she had never existed, as if a force were preventing her from engaging with other tales to avoid being backstabbed by the rules of other narratives. Jiang Ji temporarily detained figures like Duke Bluebeard and Grandma Aisha within the palace. However, the rate of pollution surged alarmingly. As the horror story approached its climax, malevolent entities would undoubtedly resort to all means to mislead her into breaking the rules. They knew she had exhausted her opportunity to alter the ending, and as time progressed, their audacity would only grow to be why the end of the 10 days, the power absorbed by the rule-based horror would elevate it to an S-level entity. And that would spell disaster. This place would transform into a hellscape of wailing ghosts and crying infants. Clearly, alternative methods must be devised to dismantle this absurd and bloody fairy tale world. Host, Ying Huai has approached the semi-conscious being, seeking to make a trade. The system suddenly interjected, Jiang Ji was slightly taken aback, yet it felt normal. Ying Huai was the most popular pseudo-male protagonist during the early stages of Nightwatch Laws. His sensitivity akin to that of a police dog. Yet he had not revealed the Nightwatcher's stronghold in reality, only requesting a trade, which surprised her. Host, Ying Huai wishes to enter the fairy tale of sinful fate rule-based horror with the assistance of the forces behind the semi-conscious entity. Detecting that the host's current mental state is poor, it is not advisable to divert attention to control other characters. Should I authorize the system to manage the monthly traveler, Old Demon? Jiang Ji decisively replied, authorize. Although she had neither consumed tainted food nor engaged with forbidden objects, her prior transgressions in the palace and her prolonged stay in these frenzied locales had inevitably led to disturbances. She could constantly hear the insidious whispers that gnawed at her sanity. Before she could entertain further thoughts, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a deep crimson wave dragging something ashore. Any anomaly in the horror tale held significance. She lifted her skirt and hurried forward to investigate that it was a broken mast, the splintered wood softened by the water, with a small fragment of a flag at the top bearing a complex symbol. However, it was too damaged to ascertain its exact nature. In no matter, Jiang Ji retrieved a small, vintage-style mirror from her pocket. This mirror, no larger than the palm of her hand, was framed in bronze, intricately carved with a ghastly face. Its eyes above and mouth below. Though an object, it exuded a pulsating aura, as if it were on the verge of animation. This was her reward for completing the Snow White tale, a magic mirror. An A-level cursed object, bring it out of the horror realm, would undoubtedly incite countless supernatural beings to battle for it. Since the medieval period in Europe, mirrors have been associated with divination and mysticism, believed to possess magical properties. For instance, gazing long into a mirror could lead to personal harm. Peering through it might reveal things invisible to ordinary eyes, or it could trap a person's soul, rendering soulless beings invisible within its depths. The higher the curse, the more stringent the conditions for its use. To A-level cursed objects could only be tenuously wielded by entities of A-level or above. Lower-tier beings risked being backlashed by the strange forces they carried. However, within the horror tale that birthed this cursed object, there were no excessive restrictions. The mirror's surface was dull, seemingly shrouded in a layer of mist. Since acquiring this magic mirror, it had feigned dormancy, and Jiang Ji was unconcerned with its demeanor. She would manage, as long as it remained functional. She brushed her fingers along the mirror's surface, clearing away the dust. causing ripples of black water to dance across the glass. Even when roused, the magic mirror remained indifferent, lacking the sweet demeanor it displayed before the queen that a brief, powerful punctuation mark materialized on its surface. Tell me the origin of this flag. The mist on the mirror dissipated, revealing a scene with cinematic quality, a colossal sailing warship navigating the ocean, when suddenly a monstrous wave over 10 meters high surged toward it, causing countless sailors and attendants to lose their footing and plunge into the sea, including a tall, golden-haired man on the deck who was swiftly ensnared by a gigantic fish tail and dragged beneath the waves. Under the surface, countless dark shapes surged forth, creating violent ripples. Yet, tranquility soon returned, crimson blood rising as tattered garments floated away. The prince is dead. Jiang Ji was utterly astonished. Was such a radical alteration of the plot permissible? But the situation unfolded just as she observed. She exhaled slowly, then proceeded to ask a series of questions. Magic mirror, how can I escape? How can I destroy this horror world? Where do these rules originate? Where is it? Chapter 88. The Dark Fairy Tale Rule-Based Horror. Jiang Ji engaged in her first casual conversation with the magic mirror, akin to a girl reluctant to part with her beloved. She pressed it with several sharp inquiries related to the rules of the horror story, each more incisive than the last, pushing the mirror's CPU to its limits, whenever the topics of rule correctness and the essence of the horror arose. The imagery within the mirror became distorted by an invisible force, revealing only a swirling mass of gray mist, reminiscent of a swarm of gray mosquitoes. Staring too long resulted in a ringing in her ears and a splitting headache. The magic mirror powered down, its surface dark, and a faint burnt odor wafted through the air. Jiang Ji reluctantly stowed the mirror away, only to suddenly notice a pair of bloodied feet behind a rock. Approaching, she found a man lying on the ground, his damp golden hair plastered to his face, with a noble nose and an air of distinction. Jiang Ji. If the prince had indeed been devoured. Then who lay here on the shore? She halted half a meter away, picked up a stick, and disdainfully prodded at the limp body. First the face, then the chest, as if selecting cuts of meat at a butcher's stall. It was indeed resilient. Perhaps her actions were too crude, for the man's eyelids trembled, and he opened his enchanting blue eyes, offering her a weak smile before lapsing into unconsciousness again in the distance. A figure emerged from the sea, silently observing the scene. Jiang Ji. That in the beginning, I, the daughter of the sea, have usurped the role of the male protagonist, the white moonlight. Jiang Ji found no other rules on this person, so there was little to worry about. Glancing at the sky, the waning moon hung high, its light pleasant or not. She tossed aside the stick and turned to leave in this horror tale. Nothing was to be trusted entirely. Misguidance lurked at every turn. Jiang Ji firmly etched the correct timing in her mind. Only half an hour remained until darkness fell, and if she did not leave soon, she would face the unspeakable night. Yet it mattered not, for she had Grandma Aisha and a warm home. After Jiang Ji departed, the tall figure slowly sat up, his expression cold, revealing sharp fangs, with scales on his face flickering in and out of view. Upon reaching home, the dim moon had been obscured for the most part, leaving only a sliver. The adjacent houses had extinguished their lights, casting the surroundings into a consuming darkness, yet the sensation of being watched lingered. As if myriad eyes lurked behind each blackened window, pressing closely, wide open, and fixated upon her. The atmosphere was eerie. Jiang Ji, in a fit of agitation, bellowed as she flung open the door that Aisha's dwelling was modest, comprising merely a kitchen, a living room, and 2 bedrooms, with the necessity of stepping outside for any restroom needs. Had it not been for Aisha's grandmother's vehement objections, Jiang Ji had been poised to procure a dozen or so strapping young men in uniforms. Yet alas, she had no taste for such things. Outside, a torrential downpour commenced, accompanied by thunderclaps that rattled the windows, as if countless hands were pounding against the glass. After much effort, Jiang Ji managed to ignite the oil lamp, only to behold a pitch-black figure seated quietly in the living room. The figure rose unsteadily, frail and slow due to age and illness, her black dress devoid of any hue. The palace is far too opulent. Aisha's grandmother rasped, I am more suited to spend my twilight years in this small town. With that, she turned and hastened towards the door, as she walked away. Her pace quickened to a run. and Jiang Ji felt a rush of wind sweep past her, as if something sinister were trailing behind. That a thick bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, casting a bright glow outside, and in a fleeting glance, Jiang Ji caught her reflection in the window. There stood the elderly woman in black, her face pallid and lifeless, her eye sockets dark and devoid of any glimmer, utterly lacking the essence of life. Rule 3. Aisha's grandmother despises black. Should you see her clad in such attire, immediately seek refuge beneath the bed and refrain from making a sound. Aisha's grandmother was ensnared within the palace, a place so tainted that it could not be entered or exited at will. Even the Duke with the blue beard was obliged to remain there. Thus, the entity in the living room could not possibly be Aisha's grandmother. It was an unknown being meandering through the night, an intruder. However, as it had conveniently obscured both rooms when Aisha's grandmother had risen, Jiang Ji found herself unable to pass through and could only flee in the opposite direction. She dashed to the doorway, gritting her teeth as she flung it open. To her astonishment, she locked eyes with an individual poised to knock on the door. Upon seeing her, the stranger broke into a radiant smile, exclaiming, "It is you who has saved me. At last, I have found someone who can traverse the darkness." The stranger, undoubtedly of high caliber, resembled the Duke with the blue beard, who returned home each evening at 8. Surely, he could quell the presence of Aisha's grandmother. The grandmother's dark eyes scanned the newcomer, and unexpectedly, she broke into a warm, even humble smile. Of course, esteemed guest, it is our honor to have you. Chapter 89. A Dark Fairy Tale. Rules of the Strange Tale 19. According to the logic of the strange tale, these houses served as sanctuaries. As long as one did not recklessly venture outside at night, the restless spirits beyond could not breach their threshold. Yet, this figure had not only entered but was now engaged in jovial conversation with Aisha's grandmother. Was it the guise of humanity that permitted it to deceive the sanctuary? Jiang Ji could not yet fathom the answer, so she resolved to observe the unfolding events. This tall, striking man with golden hair and azure eyes introduced himself as Prince George of a neighboring kingdom. Upon hearing his name, Jiang Ji could not help but scrutinize him further, her gaze revealing an unspoken intrigue that made George inwardly scoff. Merely stating his name did not guarantee his control. He had cleverly disguised himself as a drowning prince to approach this princess. That Aisha's grandmother, clad in a black funeral gown, trembled as she turned her gaze towards Jiang Ji, her voice hoarse and slow. "In that case, dear Karen, this evening, please relinquish your room for His Highness the Prince." That Aisha's grandmother, as if on cue, continued in her somber tone. "Little Karen, tonight you must share your room with the prince. You can squeeze in with me," Jiang Ji interjected. "No, I am not accustomed to sharing." With each refusal, Aisha's demeanor shifted, deep creases in her forehead filled with despair. Her eyes, half concealed in shadow, began to bleed. "Little Karen, it is impolite to disregard the noble guest. It's merely for one night. Aisha's grandmother cares for you greatly. Please do not spurn her kindness." Jiang Ji vehemently rejected Aisha's grandmother's entreaty. Having already breached 2 rules, she felt the weight of her defiance. Yet, she reassured herself, the more lice, the less itch, the more debts, the less worry. Although the purpose of Prince George's visit remained unclear, since he had set his sights on her, she presumed he would not wish for her demise at this moment. Indeed, the advantage lay with her. Jiang Ji turned to negotiate with George. "Your Highness, as a guest, would it not be more fitting for you to sleep in the living room?" George's handsome countenance darkened slightly. Simultaneously, the various ornaments in the living room began to tremble unnaturally. The encroaching darkness surged like a tide. The tremors intensified, and the already damaged wall clock fell, shattering upon the floor. Jiang Ji, unwilling to concede her bedroom, faced the golden-haired George, who maintained a disconcerting smile as the strange darkness began to engulf her hand. That Aisha's grandmother, gritting her teeth against the pain, begrudgingly offered her own room. "Your Highness, please, follow me. I commend your character." George nodded. That Aisha's grandmother, stiffly turning, moved at a snail's pace to guide George toward the left bedroom down the corridor. After just a couple of steps, George heard the young woman behind him utter a disdainful lament. What kind of prince is this? Barging into a house full of women at such an hour, seizing the bedroom of an octogenarian. How terrifying! Not far ahead, Aisha's grandmother led the way. George muttered something under his breath, his hunched figure trembling. creating an oddly heartwarming scene. Jiang Ji mused, "Look at those two imposters. How delighted they appear." The system queried, "Host, from what position do you mock others? Are you not an imposter as well?" Jiang Ji. Indeed, within this room, not a single soul was genuine. How frightful. The light from the living room did not penetrate the corridor, as a viscous black substance slithered through the surroundings, thick and clingy. She had traversed palaces and castles alike. Yet this was her first encounter with Aisha's home. Seizing the opportunity while no one was around, Jiang Ji began rummaging through drawers, searching for any additional clues that in one corner of the living room. She spotted a pair of soiled old ballet shoes, neatly arranged. She hurried over to grasp them. To her left lay Aisha's bedroom, and the other room was her own. Returning to her bedroom, she securely locked the door and took out the enchanted mirror she always carried. Since she had acquired it, it had shed its previous troublesome nature. Just as George had mentioned their meeting that evening, the mirror began to emit warmth, a phenomenon she had never encountered before. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she utilized the intermittent flashes of lightning to scrutinize the mirror. The dim surface quivered, rippling with blood-red inscriptions that twisted and writhed. At the witching hour, a married woman clandestinely meets a young man, straying from the path, succumbing to desires, ultimately facing judgment. In the name of the divine, you are condemned for your unfaithfulness, sentenced to hanging, he. The writhing words appeared like maggots, delivering the most venomous curses, momentarily paralyzing her mind. Jiang Ji's pupils dilated, oblivious to the knotted rope that had quietly descended from the ceiling behind her, swiftly attempting to ensnare her neck. But in the next instant, she jolted back to her senses. Jiang Ji rolled on her bed to evade the noose, yanking the rope towards her as she deftly affixed a miniature lightning rod, redeemed from the system's shop, onto the back of the mirror, then hurled it out the window as a gust of wind forced it ajar. Boom! 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 Outside, a cacophony of thunder began to converge upon one location, crackling and striking down, white light flashing repeatedly. Accompanying the thunder were piercing screams. "Ah! I was wrong! Ah, wrong, wrong!" Each cry escalating in pitch, ultimately tinged with sobs. The mirror's velocity in evading danger was indeed remarkable. Most cursed objects served as pivotal artifacts in strange tales, imbued with potent curses and resentment. And long-term possession could inflict great harm upon the bearer. Yet the enigmatic power still drew many like moths to a flame. The rare high-level cursed objects bore taboos akin to those found in strange tales. Mirrors in this era were imbued with the symbolism of the Virgin Mary's purity. Young and married women commonly believed they could glean how to please their spouses from the mirror, and even glimpse the visage of their future partners. No wonder the enchanted mirror had suddenly acted up. Jiang Ji now understood why the queen had willingly entrusted the mirror to her. It severely obstructed the search for a second chance at love. Presently, a figure in black, Aisha, lingered in the living room, while a high-level specter masquerading as a human concealed itself in the adjacent room. The peculiar entity had even mentioned their meeting later that night, showing no inclination to maintain its facade. Tonight would undoubtedly be perilous. Jiang Ji meticulously prepared for the night before daring to sleep fully clothed. In the dead of night, as the storm subsided, a rustling sound emerged from outside her door. The securely locked door creaked open, and George stood at the threshold, a smile gracing his lips, his knife and fork glinting ominously. "Little Karen, it is time for dinner. Shall I savor your cheek meat first, or shall I indulge in your brain matter?" He uttered this terrifying declaration, yet was met with silence. No sound, not even a breath. The lump under the covers lay still, turned away from him, appearing to be in a deep slumber. George, the good heavens, how can one sleep so soundly? He had encountered those with nerves of steel, but never anyone this audacious. George observed as twisted shadows converged around the bed, drooling hungrily. Yet whenever a ghostly figure could no longer restrain itself and opened its gaping maw as if to pounce, it would be fiercely pulled and battered by the other apparitions. These malevolent beings, inherently selfish and brutal, would not permit any kin or foes to seize their prey, for no one could ascertain whether their approach signified a mere bite or the threat of a million. The eerie auras surrounding them were distinctly varied, evidently stemming from disparate rules. The reason they congregated here today was due to the summons of the young girl, who lay beneath the covers. Blissfully asleep, George squinted, finally discerning the situation within the bedroom. The girl was asleep in worn, red dancing shoes, the laces tied in several tight knots, while the replaced shoes were precisely aligned at the head of the bed. The mirror in the living room, polished to a pristine shine by her, hung above the headboard, reflecting a faint, grim shadow that wailed and cursed, with a red hairpin discarded beside the pillow. George. Are you stacking buffs here? Chapter 90. Dark Fairy Tale Rule Mystery 20. Fifth day in the fairy tale world. Jiang Ji was awakened by her biological clock, and the bizarre happenings that had stirred beside her bed the previous night had vanished without a trace. The talisman beneath her pillow remained, its crimson incantations as vibrant as ever, untouched by any activation. However, the bedroom was in disarray, as if a fierce battle had transpired. The old dancing shoes that had adorned her feet lay strewn on the floor, having been violently kicked away, one landing to the east and the other to the west. The mirror at the head of the bed was brutally shattered, its cracks sprawling like a spider's web across the surface. The gray shadow was squeezed into a shard no larger than a thumb, cursing and swearing. If you have the guts, don't run, you uncouth creature. The toad kissing the frog, a flower that blooms without splendor. While your grandfather was eloquently debating, you were still weeping and burping milk. You snot from the gutter. Upon seeing Jiang Ji awaken, the shadow within the shard instinctively trembled, having been frightened by the lightning. It was a historically renowned A-grade cursed object, whose previous bearers had relied on its whims for survival, never having endured such humiliation. Only Jiang Ji, the venomous woman, could so easily discard it and allow it to be struck by lightning without fear of damaging the precious. Fragile mirror, that a tree that is not pruned will not grow straight, and a person who is not refined will not flourish. Jiang Ji glanced askance. How does electroshock therapy sound? Is your mind clear now? Do you finally know what you're saying? Yes, I know. She picked up a fruit and began to nibble, still devoid of flavor. Grandmother Aisha, with concern, inquired of the blonde youth. Your Highness, how did you sleep last night? Thank you for your hospitality, but I could not close my eyes the entire night. It felt as though something very hard was digging into me from beneath the bed. That George's eye circles were indeed slightly darkened, exuding a pitiable fragility as he glanced at Jiang Ji, who was munching on the fruit, nearly choked on the juice. Why does that sound so familiar? A gender-swap princess. Is this a fairy tale or a collection of bootleg street literature? Grandmother Aisha gazed at him appreciatively. You are a true prince. Here it comes, finally getting to the point. Jiang Ji sat up straight, earnestly declining. In truth, it was not I who saved you, but the mermaid from the sea. And I am already married, that my husband and I share a deep bond, and I have no intentions of remarrying or seeking another. George was utterly indifferent to the notion of a savior. What a pity, that I mean no other harm. What kind do you prefer? Perhaps I could transform into that, George. That you really dare to say that? His sharp teeth nearly ground to dust as he gazed longingly. Fine. On the journey, Jiang Ji continually gazed out the window, still seeing no other fairy tales. However, she did spot numerous grayish-white specters waving from a distance. George, how could you think that? I have no sister. George cracked a grin. That you actually like it this way. Why didn't you say so sooner? Jiang Ji seized George, who was trying to slip away. This is Prince George from a neighboring kingdom. He wishes to marry us. Duke Bluebeard. The George, don't spread nonsense. Jiang Ji leaned in eagerly, whispering in a tone audible to both. I understand that loyalty is paramount in love, but he claims he has come to join this family. Not to tear it apart, that if you would permit him to become your seventh wife, he would accompany you in wearing women's attire. George, I told you not to spread nonsense. Duke Bluebeard's eyes gleamed with a spark of interest. Very well. I permit our love. Chapter 91. Dark Fairy Tale Rule Mystery 21 Reality. It would not be an exaggeration to describe Jiang Ji's overnight rise to fame. She deftly maneuvered through the strange factions, exploiting 3 identities to astonishing effect, captivating the world. The magical mirror she acquired was an omniscient object, rare and with minimal side effects, its value immeasurable. Nations were envious to the point of bleeding. Yet, this wordplay remained undiscovered by others until now that the 10th day approached. The content of the fairy tale grew increasingly dark. Under notifications from other countries, whenever newcomers entered the fairy tale of sinful fate, rule mystery. They endeavored to relay this crucial information to their nation's empowered individuals. After all, upon exchanging identities, one could escape, while the other might gain the opportunity to alter the outcome. That a few fortunate souls succeeded in this regard. However, they overestimated the limits of these empowered beings. Led by the nations of Fusang and the United States, official empowered individuals, upon hearing this news, wasted no time in brutally incapacitating the newcomers, forcefully implanting their own rule tokens into their flesh. Ridiculous. What a farce, merging three identities in an A-grade mystery. Is there even a chance of survival? The eyes of these empowered individuals were cold as they looked down at the struggling, pleading newcomers. Even if they were citizens of their own country, taxpayers, the Investigation Bureau would not punish an empowered individual for the sake of these ordinary folk. These empowered beings, in their arrogance, believed their nations were merely painting a rosy picture for these commoners, encouraging them to avoid the ghosts that would lead them to become scapegoats. After all, their nations often operated this way. Yet success was elusive. Exchanges required mutual consent. Meanwhile, some newcomers made contact with a widely observed B-grade empowered individual from the United States. Gwyneth Frost, slightly tainted, Gwyneth Frost faced rejection from her new identity, resulting in a failed integration. Such occurrences were not isolated. Time in the fairy tale had surpassed the halfway mark, and those untainted had become anomalies. In an instant, the situation grew increasingly chaotic at this juncture. Huaxia became the most single-minded region, for they were unfortunate enough not to have any official empowered individuals chosen. They were all spurned by the fairy tale of sinful fate, rule mystery. The only connection to the authorities remained the powerless Jiang Ji. In truth, the Investigation Bureau reasonably suspected that the proportion of empowered individuals drawn into the mystery was roughly the same across nations. It was just that in Huaxia, only lone wolf empowered individuals, beyond official control, were drawn in. Or perhaps they had entered the domain of a hidden overlord, displacing other empowered beings from Huagua. However, speculation remained speculation. The most pressing matter was how to resolve this mystery that had progressed beyond the halfway mark. This was the first large-scale rule mystery to descend upon the globe that no one could breach the generated ghost domain. Yet on that morning, the office of the head of the Tunghua City Investigation Bureau received a letter. The familiar paper, the familiar printed font, sealed with blood-red wax. The letter succinctly stated that 3 slots for entering the mystery could be provided. But it was signed, the Apostle of the Seer. Niet Songnan immediately reported this matter to headquarters. Headquarters took it very seriously, promptly convening a brief online meeting with the top-ranking official empowered individuals. Those strong figures from headquarters were still grappling with other mysteries, and ultimately, 2 recently rising elite empowered individuals were dispatched from headquarters to joining Hawaii in the fairy tale of sinful fate. The agreed-upon rendezvous was at an abandoned pharmaceutical factory, long deserted for 3 years, to prevent unforeseen complications. All empowered individuals above C grade in Tunghua City who were not on missions gathered. All communications were open, maintaining constant contact with headquarters. This was not to guard against night watchmen, but to prevent other factions from causing trouble. Several military vehicles parked in the open area, with Hawaii leaning against the door of the foremost vehicle, playing with a silver-gray lighter. The 2 empowered individuals from headquarters were both young, in their early 20s. One had a buzz cut and a broken brow, named Fong Tion. The other was covered in ghostly tattoos and dressed like an aboriginal, called Anya. These 2 had rapidly ascended in the global points leaderboard, resolving several tricky supernatural incidents, including the C-grade mystery, Freddy Town, which Anya had single-handedly tackled. Although their strength was acknowledged by all, their tempers were notoriously poor. Having provoked the ire of many empowered individuals at headquarters, upon their arrival in Tunghua City, they regarded Huai as a hypothetical adversary, speaking in veiled barbs, and the atmosphere was decidedly tense. Anya scoffed, her voice still raspy and unrefined, yet to undergo a voice change. The entire factory had been meticulously searched. Not even a fly could enter. I refuse to believe they can still conjure tricks. There is simply no space-time ability in this world. Do they truly believe that by posting a few articles on their forum and altering the back-end time, they can become prophets? It must be a conspiracy with Fusang, staging a time-space teleportation trick to fool those online users. The more Anya speculated, the more convinced he became that he had uncovered the truth. Fang Tuan, though silent, displayed an expression of agreement that an O1 paid them any mind. The others awaited the arrival of the appointed time. The atmosphere was thick with a palpable tension, punctuated only by the incessant clicking of a lighter being flicked on and off. Click, snap, click, snap. Time crawled to the appointed hour. A group of figures emerged from behind a massive pillar, drawing the attention of all present. The leader, draped in an oversized black robe, exuded an aura of darkness and frailty. Flanking him were two individuals clad in combat attire, their long legs suggesting both elegance and prowess. Impossible! Yinyu exclaimed, "Where on earth did you come from?" Even the golden-haired boy displayed an expression of disbelief. Aside from the recently infamous spatial ability wielder, Lao Yao, the other two were also familiar faces. Point one was Ji Qing, whom he had encountered during the cafeteria survival game, and the other was Jiang Li, with whom he had a brief confrontation at the high-security psychiatric facility. Both wore expressions as cold as ice, while a Jin's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Lao Yao's chest, unable to shake the memory of the mechanical heart that had so profoundly shaken his youthful spirit. "Today's weather is just perfect for death," Lao Yao remarked with a cheerful tone. Jiang Li, his eyes glinting with restless combat intent, casually greeted, "Good to see you again, Captain Ing de Jin," summoning his courage. Attempted a translation of sorts. Still alive, Captain Ing de Qing remained silent, his complexion noticeably pale, and his breath even less reminiscent of a living person than the last time they met. Jin muttered under his breath, "Oh dear, 3 lunatics have arrived." Chapter 92. The Rules of the Dark Fairy Tale. The Ghost Domain is an independent small-scale region formed by mid to high-level ghostly entities, the stronger the being, the more complete the world they create, making it increasingly difficult to detect the rifts in space and time. For instance, the more formidable the firewall, the harder it is to discover vulnerabilities in the back end. Clearly, Lao Yao possessed a somewhat pedagogical disposition, and upon noticing a Jin and the other's bewildered expressions, he explained patiently, "I am currently a hacker aiming to infiltrate another server. Once a Trojan program is executed, it will lie dormant within the system. A-class ghost domains are rare for me. I lack sufficient samples and references, and I need an anchor point. Those drawn into the rules of the bizarre tales can serve as my connection to the ghost domain." His analogy was straightforward enough for most to grasp. He meant that having someone in the ghost domain would facilitate matters. Yet, an awkward realization dawned. Not a single individual from Huaxia had made it inside. Upon witnessing the embarrassed expressions across the room, Lao Yao let out a delighted laugh, sending chills down a Jin's spine. "All right, I will first enter the temporal turbulence and attempt to identify differences in parallel timelines. If all goes well, it could take just a few hours, though if it drags on, who knows? My abilities are limited, and I can only bring 5 people into the ghost domain. Everyone, point 5, goodness, you've once again downplayed your capabilities." Lao Yao raised his right arm, transforming it into a chainsaw before the watchful eyes of the crowd, slicing open a gaping void in the air, dark and foreboding. Hiss, a Jin heard gasps behind him. This was a mechanical construct from head to toe, a little robot. The opening rotted into an irregular door, its edges marked by scorch marks, revealing a pitch-black interior. "Let us go," Lao Yao beckoned, stepping into the void. The door dissolved into nothingness as he entered. "How is this possible?" Yinyu exclaimed in disbelief. Fang Tianwen's expression mirrored his astonishment as he glanced at the other ability users nearby, though they too were taken aback. Their reactions were far more composed than those of the 2 elite geniuses from the Kyoto headquarters, making them seem like naive bumpkins that a Jin inched closer to Yinghuai, Captain, and Ro. Ever since Ro was swept into the bizarre tales, he had been monitoring the name in the book, fearing it would be marked. Fortunately, Ro had always had good luck, dodging several erroneous rules and surviving until now. However, as the fairy tale began to unravel, a Jin's anxiety grew. Yinghuai casually flipped through the book in his hands. "That I know." About 5 minutes later, 2 pale, slender hands appeared in midair, and upon touching Ji Qing and Jiang Li, the 2 vanished without a trace. Yinyu shouted, "They're gone." "Where did they go?" Fang Tian discreetly shuffled away, feeling embarrassed to be seen with him. Moments later, a slight shift in the air occurred, and just as Yinghuai turned to look, he and Fang Tian vanished together. Meanwhile, a Jin was still on his phone, fervently performing electronic rituals, tarot readings, and drawing lots on an e-commerce platform, seeking mystical assistance for his little green plum to return safely. He wasn't particularly worried about Jiang Ji, as Jiang Ji's ultimate move was summoning his sister. Yinya? Yinya? Realization struck him, and he began to panic. Ah, you brought the wrong people. On the other side, when everyone opened their eyes again, they found themselves on a strange and eerie beach. The damp sea breeze was thick with a heavy stench, not just of fish, but of blood as well. Jiang Li crouched down, scooping up a handful of moist soil, assessing its dampness before casually asking, "So soon today?" Lao Yao shrugged, the black robe billowing in the wind, confirming that the seer was indeed correct. There was, without a doubt, an anchor point here that Ajin groaned as he regained consciousness, wiping the dried blood from his nose, and weakly raised his hand. "How did I get here?" Lao Yao's hood was caught by the wind, still firmly perched atop his head, and he spoke with evident amusement. "Time is of the essence. I brought along the most promising ability users present to be confident. Your capabilities are beyond imagination." Ajin was taken aback. Really? He couldn't believe he was regarded as more impressive than the elites painstakingly cultivated by the Investigation Bureau headquarters. What a joke. That person was foul-mouthed and did not wish to include him. Ajin, but his youthful heart shattered. "Enough," Jiang Li interrupted impatiently. "We have no time for idle chatter. Let us see where we are." Ajin raised his hand to answer. "This is Snow White's realm." Unable to resist, Ajin glanced at the captain, who seemed deep in thought. Realizing they had been transported here indicated that the so-called anchor point was Jiang Ji. Therefore, could it be that the seer had foreseen this event long ago? Did he start plotting 5 years ago when he encountered Jiang Wu? Oh, implications were chilling. Nearby, the residents exhibited fish-like characteristics. Their exposed skin was covered in rough, hard scales, and as they passed by, they emitted a foul odor reminiscent of fish left out in the sun. Yet these residents seemed entirely oblivious to their abnormalities, their eyes dull and their mouths numbly repeating, "So itchy, so dry," as they frantically scratched at their skin. Fish scales the size of fingernails falling away to reveal bloody flesh beneath. The world was gravely ill. This world was beyond saving. They gazed upon the surreal scene described in fairy tale books. They only felt fear and dread. But now, having entered the world of the sinister fairy tale, they understood just how horrifying and despairing it was to find themselves in such a crumbling, grotesque reality. The wind howled fiercely, and they stood in silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Among the 6, Ing Huai appeared lost in thought. In such circumstances, he was either establishing a mental connection or genuinely spaced out. The elite from Kyoto was clearly out of sorts. While the 3 lunatics from the Night Watch were busy critiquing the mutated fish people, their conversation rapidly veering towards what materials could be harvested from them. It seemed they were on the verge of recklessly charging forth to annihilate this world, including themselves, Ajin. But trapped in a madhouse. Yet my mind is perfectly sound, the least capable among them, yet the only one with social skills. Ajin cautiously grasped the gills of a passing resident, and when those milky eyes turned towards him, he forced a bright smile. "Hello. Care to chat?" Chapter 93. The rules of the dark fairy tale. The remaining few individuals bore grotesque and terrifying visages, their mouths mumbling incantations in a nonsensical manner. The skin on their faces sloughed off like that of serpentine creatures, peeling away from the crown of their heads to reveal a grayish-brown dermis, slick with mucus, while maggots wriggled in and out of their eye sockets. They faced the sea, their hands raised in a gesture of worship, bowing low. "Damn!" Fang Tianwen exclaimed, the absurdity of the scene sending shivers down his spine. Ajin skillfully slipped behind Ing Huai and whispered, "Boss, should we not flee?" Ing Huai grunted in response, withdrawing his weapon from its holster and aiming it at a specific direction. Something was approaching. The others followed his gaze and beheld a pale, indistinct figure standing quietly. Upon closer inspection, it was a remarkably beautiful girl of Caucasian descent. Her red hair cascaded like seaweed, her skin was as white as cream, and her eyes shimmered blue like a tranquil lake. She wore simple attire, draping a piece of white cloth around herself, her bare feet marred by numerous scratches and bruises extending from her instep to her calves. They had no recollection of when she had appeared, but Ing Huai knew she had been washed ashore by the waves. Upon seeing their oddly garbed group, the girl's eyes sparkled, and she approached briskly. her hands gesturing animatedly. Her throat emitted raspy sounds, yet she could not articulate a single coherent sentence that be why the seaside. A mute girl that the ding stirred that a Jean muttered softly. Could this possibly be the Little Mermaid? He was not the only one with this thought. Yet everything in these tales was unreliable. The others scrutinized her, their indifferent gazes deepening her despair. Her hands fell limply to her sides, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls, rendering her exceedingly pitiable. The nature of the bizarre mirrored that of mushrooms. The more dazzling they appeared, the more vicious they became. Under the weight of several gazes, a Jean steeled himself and took tentative steps forward, cautiously engaging the girl. "Are you searching for someone?" The girl nodded, her nose reddening. "You wouldn't be looking for a prince, would you?" Enough of this. In contrast to the mute's indiscriminate rebellion, Fong Tian had a penchant for contradiction. With so many versions of the Little Mermaid, when had she ever stood up? Moreover, the entity in this tale was a man-eating mermaid. What difference did they hold in her eyes compared to pork? A Jean fell silent. Indeed, it was prudent to take her along. That languid voice interjected that as soon as Ing Huai spoke, Fong Tian swallowed all his doubts. He was merely a contrarian, not a fool. Ing Huai was a monster who had been specially summoned to the investigation bureau even before the onset of the bizarre tale. This was an A-grade ghost domain, notorious for his volatile and irascible nature within the bureau. The tale of the sinister fairy tale was exceptionally perilous. IT did not merely draw girls from all corners of the globe into its narrative. Numerous boys had also gone missing. Well-known fairy tales like Snow White and The Little Mermaid featured princesses as protagonists, and according to real-time records, while females comprised a higher proportion, the casualty count for males was significantly greater. Upon hearing that they intended to take her to meet a prince, the Little Mermaid ceased her silent tears. Compared to the mutated residents, the girl's image was astonishingly beautiful. Could it be that the pollution of the sea was less severe than that on land? A Jean pondered, raising his gaze to see his leader, who appeared to have not slept well the previous night, wearily stifling a yawn. It was as if this were a tacit signal that I in the next moment. Jiang Ji pulled the trigger. Bang! A scarlet flash erupted from the firearm, the sharp bullet piercing through the girl's forehead, leaving a gaping wound that howled with the wind. The sudden gunfire startled a Jean and Fong Tian. Drip, 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 blood trickled down her forehead, yet the girl seemed to follow a predetermined program. Merely stumbling back a few paces from the bullet's force, her expression unchanged. The bloodied hole in her forehead rendered her once pitiable expression eerily grotesque. "Apologies, it was a misfire," Jiang Ji coldly remarked, nonchalantly holstering his weapon. Fong Tian was utterly astonished. He sensed the bizarre power contained within that bullet. It was capable of annihilating B-grade anomalies. Yet the Little Mermaid appeared unfazed. Save for the wound on her forehead, she remained a mere specter from one of the fairy tales. Blood dripped down her face, weaving its way through her pristine teeth, yet she continued to smile. Ahead lay a fork in the path, leading left and right. The old witch suggested with a grin, "Let us take the left." "Very well." Ing Huai casually flicked the ash from his cigarette, indifferent to the decision. The investigation bureau's agents and several night watchmen temporarily parted ways. That Jean and Fong Tian trailed behind Ing Huai, observing as he casually strolled to a shop front, his hand tucked into his pocket. With a resounding crash, he kicked the metal door, snapping the latch in two, the sturdy door crashing heavily inward. Inside, the smiles of 4 or 5 grayish apparitions froze on their faces as the dust settled. They beheld the situation outside. The unfamiliar man with black hair leaned against the doorframe, his tone casual yet somewhat polite. "Pardon me, we're here to rob you." Chapter 94. The Rules of the Dark Fairy Tale. Rule 10 states, "Please do not alter the endings of fairy tales." This rule appears in several tales and may serve as an essential condition for passage. Jiang Ji utilized the opportunity to alter the ending in Snow White. Currently, the narratives of the Red Shoes and the Duke Bluebeard had reached an impasse, and she could not progress. Although it was possible to forcibly exploit a bug, such an action could only be taken when the anomalies still possessed rationality. The reason she had not intervened was that, as the pollution intensified in the later stages of the tale, this method would become ineffective. That if George were to replace her sister, and as the 7th wife of Bluebeard, the stagnant plot would surely commence anew. Brilliant! Though implementing it posed some challenges, primarily regarding the two involved parties. One of those parties, Duke Bluebeard, wore a dark expression. Absurd. How can one remarry while the previous wife still lives? You might as well consider me dead. I shall henceforth assume the identity of your late wife. Jiang Ji retorted, that I know you feel wronged. But do you recall my dream? The angelic crown once said that as long as you marry another man to don those garments, you shall be liberated. Were it not for your benefit, who would wish to share a husband with another? Bluebeard's expression gradually softened, lost in thought. Facing the other party, the sullen Prince George, Jiang Ji spoke earnestly, employing subtle manipulation. Since you've claimed you would become the version I adore, it is merely a matter of changing the title of the one standing beside me. You wouldn't mind, would you? George's nose crinkled in anger, forcing a smile. Such a grand wedding ceremony certainly warranted inviting the neighbors to witness. The information within the fairy tale world was most clearly known by the magic mirror. After being struck by lightning, the magic mirror had become much more compliant, and Jiang Ji successfully obtained a world map from it. From this map, it was evident that the world was not vast. The various city-states within the fairy tales were not far apart. The dark fairy tale's ability to draw in individuals was region-based. A single story would only randomly snatch individuals from a particular area, though it could also potentially include foreign students or overseas workers. The fairy tale realm of Huaxia encompassed several neighboring countries. The magic mirror was quite adept, even marking the pollution levels of various regions on the map. The classification ranged from black, red, orange, to yellow. The kingdom Jiang Ji inhabited had mostly turned red, with a small portion blackened. Other nations remained predominantly orange in terms of pollution. Jiang Ji herself had succumbed to pollution. She had previously violated multiple rules simultaneously, creating a precarious balance. Though she had preserved her life, she had become increasingly susceptible to environmental corruption. She could hear the maddening, malevolent whispers tempting her to break the rules at all times. The system observed her sanity teetering on the brink of collapse with trepidation, yet Jiang Ji seemed unfazed. Host, would you like to undergo spiritual purification to eliminate the pollution? This was the third time the system had inquired today. No need, Jiang Ji replied. I shall conserve what I must and spend what I will. After all, she had been diagnosed with severe heart demons in the immortal realm and could still endure. Time was of the essence, and Jiang Ji expedited the wedding arrangements. The logic of fairy tales did not strictly adhere to reality. She set a deadline, and her subordinates worked with remarkable speed. Duke Bluebeard refused her pleas to remain in the palace, and during the day, George's glances toward her were far from friendly. Jiang Ji suspected she had provoked him, as these anomalies were generally more deranged at night. Tonight promised to be tumultuous, that as the night grew longer. Jiang Ji sought refuge in the small confessional adjacent to her chambers, bolting the door with 10 locks. Though the room was small, it was lively, with ghostly shadows persistently colliding with her before passing through. Host, Inghua and the others have entered. Jiang Ji retrieved the magic mirror, speaking rapidly. There are outsiders invading the kingdom. Tell me their location. A flash of white light illuminated the mirror, revealing a familiar scene. Jiang Ji had seen it on a video-sharing website, depicting a glass door shattered as muscular young men rushed in to shop freely, while a solitary shopkeeper raised his hands in surrender. Yet the situation was slightly different. The grayish apparitions were cowering, while those looting were their own kind. That Ji Qing, under custody, stood atop a ghostly visage. Are we inviting them? The apparitions, on the brink of dissolution, wore expressions of grief and fury. Why don't you ask? The white cloth hanging outside had fallen onto the steps, trampled by countless dark footprints. This was difficult to assess. Time was pressing, and Jiang Ji suppressed her complex emotions, swiftly directing system. Have them come directly to the palace. The system complied, and a knocking sound echoed from the corridor outside, with a soft, magnetic voice echoing. A gentle knock resounded. Bai Shui, are you asleep? Rule 12. Please refrain from responding to any nocturnal knocks at the door. Jiang Ji did not dare to utter a sound. However, her silence did not deter George, who persisted in his knocking. 3 firm raps, the intervals unchanged. Bai Shui, are you asleep? His voice bore an unmistakable hint of amusement. Jiang Ji realized that with each knock, her own corruption intensified. Shadows of various shades of gray began to manifest before her, some lunging toward her, others adopting threatening postures. These gray phantoms deepening in hue as her pollution escalated, becoming substantial, As some passed through her body, she felt a searing pain, as if her flesh were being torn apart. Jiang Ji covered her mouth, holding her breath, remaining utterly still. The room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Outside, a prolonged stillness ensued, yet no footsteps could be heard. Jiang Ji understood that George had not departed. Moments later, his sinister voice pierced the quiet once more. "Bai Shui, it appears you are also awake. Then I shall enter," Jiang Ji thought. "Huan has yet to retire, has he?" No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than a golden head brazenly penetrated the wall. Those eerie eyes fixated upon her, a grin of exaggerated excitement splitting his face. "Indeed, you are still awake." Jiang Ji attempted to buy time. "Do not approach. If you do, I shall summon help." George had already thrust half his body inside. Chuckling ominously, "Your husband has departed the palace, that who can save you now?" The system silently cast him a pitying glance. Despite her current solitude, once she transforms into an unzipped state, you shall be finished. Young Man. Chapter 95. Dark Fairy Tale Rules and Strange Tales 25. In the dead of night, the grand palace morphed into a tomb devoid of life, that in the oppressive silence. The rustle of fabric became hauntingly ominous. Jiang Ji swallowed hard, contemplating whether to abandon her predicament. "To kill me would only soil your hands. Why bother?" In response, the rustling intensified, devoid of any verbal retort. The confessional, merely a dozen square meters, was shrouded in darkness, save for a small window above, allowing a sliver of faint light to enter. The walls, adorned with costly mirrors, reflected a handsome yet lifeless visage. His eyes were clouded, teeth crammed with decayed flesh, the smile at the corners of his mouth cruelly exhilarated. If initially he sought to consume her, to impersonate her, the spectre now deemed that simply devouring Jiang Ji was an act of mercy, that it had never encountered someone so vile. It yearned to witness her demise in excruciating terror as she watched herself being consumed piece by piece. First her palms and soles, then her legs, torso, and ultimately her head and heart. The toxins in the mermaid's teeth heightened excitement, akin to an intensified version of amphetamines, permeating the skin upon contact, paralyzing the victim while maintaining acute awareness amidst unbearable agony, amplifying all sensory stimuli, intensifying pain rather than pleasure. And Jiang Ji undoubtedly fell into the former category, that a look of astonishment spread across its face as it loomed closer to the corner girl. The corporeal shell, capable of shifting between the tangible and the ethereal, solidified in that moment. The terror and desperation reflected in the girl's expression magnified before it, envisioning a splendid scene of flesh and blood. Yet, in the next instant, it noticed the panic on the dark-haired girl's face abruptly dissipate, replaced by a glimmer of disdain in her cat-like eyes. Cloaked in the shadow of death, she did not even blink. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed. Jiang Ji's body began to fracture from the center, splintering in all directions like a spider's web, crashing to the ground and disintegrating into dust. The glass shattered, revealing a dark chamber behind, identical in layout to the one she occupied. An illusion. She had deceived it with a reflection. The revealed dark chamber faced yet another mirror of the same dimensions that in the mirror, the girl remained, still nestled in the corner, seemingly trapped in a time loop, albeit at a greater distance. And scathed, she rose, brushing off the dust from her dress. Tormented day and night by hallucinations and whispers, her eyes now bore the weight of suppressed madness and anguish. Catching sight of the glass shards embedded in George's skin, she erupted into laughter. "You wouldn't listen to reason. Look now, you've turned into a cactus. Haven to you." Her tone was both affectionate and reproachful. George cast a dark glance her way, becoming a fleeting shadow that rushed towards her, bearing his bloodied maw to seize that tender head. Crack, 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 crack. The entire room of mirrors shattered, revealing a new chamber filled with mirrors, each reflection cascading infinitely, dizzying even the spectre. "This is false, false. All of this is false. It's all an illusion. Damn it. Where the hell is that woman?" George, having lost all patience, morphed into a wraith-like shadow, frantically traversing the mirror-laden palace. Boom, boom, boom. Despite the lingering presence of the living, he could not locate Jiang Ji. The confessional served as a sanctuary for repentance, yet concealed within was an insatiable desire for sin. The mirrors employed by the king to indulge his voyeuristic tendencies, had been hastily arranged into an infinite labyrinth. These mirrors, scattered throughout the chamber, became the apparatus enveloping the entire sleeping quarters. Jiang Ji, by manipulating the angles of the mirrors, continuously refracted and reflected, crafting an infinitely intricate illusory space, subsequently evading all guards and attendants, retreating into one of the rooms. Did they truly believe she would remain unprepared within the palace? Was their intellect truly that simplistic? The mirrors could ensnare George temporarily, but not indefinitely. The disparity in power between ordinary individuals and the bizarre was vast. This high-level anomaly could traverse walls. After careful arrangement, Jiang Ji could observe the external situation while remaining unseen. Before her, the mirror reflected George's ashen, rigid face, his solitary head connected to a mist below, resembling a tail. Exceedingly peculiar. It sped through the mirror, unimpeded, shattering all in its path in a fit of rage. Jiang Ji glimpsed the marked red in the enchanted mirror, drawing ever closer, poised to uncover her. "Found you heat, so you were here all along." The laughter echoed from behind, sending shivers down Jiang Ji's spine. The eerie head penetrated the mirror's wall, half its neck extending beyond, cold eyes clouded with white, fixating on her. Jiang Ji timidly shrunk back, yet could not conceal her concern. "Aren't you tired? Perhaps you should rest for a moment. It's all my fault." "Don't worry, I certainly want to run away," in response. A chilling aura enveloped her, laden with the stench of countless ravenous mouths yearning to engulf her whole. Oh dear, this specter harbored a deep-seated hatred toward her. Just as the aura was about to engulf her, George suddenly transformed into a parabolic arc, his cruel, icy grin still affixed to his face, shattering 3 mirrors in succession before dissipating the overwhelming force, landing amidst a pile of glass shards. The mirror wall behind Jiang Ji simultaneously shattered. She raised her head, catching sight of a well-defined jawline, lowering her gaze to steal a glance. The one who had kicked her wore a familiar black combat uniform, sharp and neat, yet his eyes bore dark circles, indicating a lack of rest over the past few days. His raven hair had grown considerably, obscuring his defined brow, exuding an air of indifference tinged with irritation and disdain for the world. The broken glass was effortlessly halted by an invisible barrier. Leaving her unscathed, Huai, disinterested in words, strode towards her, that a violent surge of spiritual energy reverberated, inducing a slight distortion in the magnetic field. George, just rising, sensed the lethal intent and threat within, unhesitatingly thrusting his hand into his skull, releasing a piercing shriek. His current state appeared dire, a bloodied, sugar-coated hawthorn. The shriek oscillated, producing an odd rhythm, resembling a primitive prayer ritual. Another force within the palace responded, the temperature slightly dropping as the sound of rushing water drew near, shattering glass enveloping the surroundings. Chapter 96. Dark Fairy Tale Rules and Strange Tales 26. Icy seawater surged from all directions, murky and foul, laden with countless skulls and terrified, pallid faces, these horrors rising with the tide. Springing forth as they neared the living, bearing needle-like teeth, sending Ajin into a frantic dance of terror. Jiang Ji, having sat too long, felt her legs numb, struggling to rise, shaking off the dizziness and hallucinations. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out that a merman crumpled as a bullet struck its forehead, its wide eyes rolling back as it sank into the sea, dark blood spreading across the surface. Huai grasped her wrist. Turning his face slightly, as the tide of corpses surged forth, he propelled her into the an ancient which materialized, seizing her collar and whisking her to safety atop a beam. The merman floated face up amidst the sea of dead. Beneath the black seaweed hair lay a skeletal visage, devoid of flesh and blood. Only a translucent layer of skin tightly wrapped around the blood-stained bones. Its gaping maw was lined with serrated teeth. Strikingly similar to the creature she had encountered by the shore, avoid the seawater, the old witch cautioned, firing a clawed projectile to grip the wall, swiftly climbing and unleashing a volley of bullets with precision. Ji Qing's footsteps lightly tread upon the tumultuous surface of the sea, akin to the exquisite lightness of a martial arts master, with only the tips of his toes dampened, silent yet ferociously offensive. Delivering a single blow that shatters a grinning skull, this moment. Fang Tianwen also showcases the formidable prowess highly regarded by the headquarters. His extraordinary ability is that of explosion, enabling him to cause any object he has touched to detonate, its force rivaling that of a small bomb. Help me, Jiang, relying on his stealth ability, hides away. The filth in the sea of corpses is overwhelming, and the resistance from the oncoming current is immense, making it exceedingly difficult for him to evade. Whether it is his illusion or not, the water, steeped in human bones and flesh, appears to be corroding his mental fortitude, with his internal strength slipping away uncontrollably. In his mental state beginning to waver, he too has become tainted. No, this cannot continue. The loss of mental power is far too rapid. Should his mental energy be entirely depleted, it would be his flesh that falls victim to the encroachment. Jiang, with great difficulty, attempts to envelop his body in a shroud of mental strength, but still cannot stave off the pollution from the sea of corpses. Huai has already engaged in combat with the high-tier anomaly. His mental energy blankets a small area, temporarily forming a dry patch devoid of seawater. After Fang Tianwen obliterates a ghostly servant, he feels a warm current surge within him, restoring some color to his pallid visage. He calls out loudly, "Everyone, quickly eliminate the ghostly servants. Mental energy can be restored." Observing this, Jiang grits his teeth and draws his military knife, charging forward, determined to fight. In the front row, the old demon shouted, unexpectedly producing an unopened bag of creamy sunflower seeds from somewhere, and seeing the eager gaze beside him, he amiably offered, "Care to have some?" "Absolutely." Jiang Ji, not one to be polite, swiftly tore open the outer packaging, allowing the rich, creamy, and salty aroma to waft into his nostrils. The abrupt sound of cracking seeds echoed, "Then aren't you going?" "I am a civilian," replied the old demon. What a coincidence, so might the two engaged in a rather unaccustomed yet spirited conversation. The old demon executed a spatial transfer just as Jiang revealed a flaw, nearly getting injured. Jiang Ji noted that although Huai's mental barrier had created a dry space, with time, the barrier began to show signs of erosion, charred marks appearing. Glass shattered under pressure, mixing with shards amid the turbulent waters, scraping against Fang Tianwen and Jiang's bodies, leaving behind conspicuous trails of blood. In response to the scent of blood, the ghostly servants became even more frenzied. Roar, roar, roar. The seawater was frigid, and the temperature around them continued to plummet, akin to descending into an icy abyss. These ghostly servants and corpses seemed endless. No matter how many were slain, they kept advancing, a relentless tide. The claws and fangs of the specters glimmered with a bluish-black hue, unmistakably laced with potent venom, and as they swept past, a sickly sweet scent of blood filled the air, inducing a disorienting haze. That George's piercing shriek had a disorienting effect, yet was thwarted by Huai's mental barrier, which then condensed it to a mental piercing above the anomaly's head, causing it to emit a sharp wail of pain. The others were submerged in the water. Huai refrained from using his lightning ability. The wounds inflicted by blades and bullets on the anomaly healed in mere moments. Time and again, Huai dodged the anomaly's attacks. Human flesh's regenerative capabilities paled in comparison to the creatures that it was imperative to swiftly locate its vital weakness. Jiang Ji decisively produced the magic mirror. Magic mirror, magic mirror, reveal to me the weakness of this anomaly. The mirror remained silent for a moment, then slowly unfolded a line of text. Attempt to request access denied. Jiang Ji. Understood. Trying to pry open the anomaly's mental window was unsuccessful. Correct. Various parts of this anomaly had been attacked. Huai was highly skilled, his strikes fierce and swift, yet the anomaly swiftly returned to normal after each grievous blow. The higher the tier of the anomaly, the more its weaknesses were hidden in the most inconspicuous places. Suddenly, Jiang Ji recalled a key point. Where was that little mermaid? The one that had been tailing Huai's group, who, upon hearing a certain phrase from him, seemed to have entered into an inseparable contract. Much like a cursed doll that, no matter how many times discarded, reappears the following day. This little mermaid should be unable to escape. However, after they were transported here, she had vanished. Where had she gone? Jiang Ji abruptly raised his head. It's the trident of the sea god. Where is the trident of the sea god? The former king's death had been abrupt, and her ascension to the throne was equally so. Coronation should have been conducted by the Pope, but Jiang Ji had offended the angels. Thus she could only ascend without legitimacy, possessing scant knowledge of the palace's secrets. Most of what she knew was either pried from the queen or relayed by the magic mirror. The sounds of waves and combat masked everything, leaving only Ying Huai to hear her words. Both turned to observe George, scrutinizing his facial reaction. George, ever expressionless, suddenly erupted with intense murderous intent, transforming into a cloud of foul mist rushing towards Jiang Ji. Ying Huai shot forth a beam of cold light, pinning the gray fog against a pillar. The old demon stood, grabbing Jiang Ji with one hand. "Let us go." In an instant, they were transported outside the royal chamber. The old demoness' other hand clutching a drenched Jean, that a Jean expelled several mouthfuls of brackish seawater. "How is it me again?" The old demon shrugged. "Our abilities are limited. We can only rely on you to retrieve the trident of the sea god." A Jean. Chapter 97. The rules of Black Fairy Tales, Strange Tales 27. But the vast palace lay in eerie silence, with no guards, servants, or even the queen, and Granny Aisha to be seen. Today, Jiang Ji had learned about the trident of the sea god through the magic mirror, and now found herself at a loss in seeking someone to inquire further. The palace was immense, steeped in opulence and grandeur, and finding anyone seemed an insurmountable task. Jiang Ji reluctantly retrieved the magic mirror again. The gray silhouette within the mirror turned its back to her, sleeping soundly. She tapped the mirror's surface. "How about working overtime?" "Do you know where the trident of the sea god is?" The gray silhouette, filled with resentment, lifted its head, with dark, hollow eye sockets faintly revealing weary blood vessels, a stream of black mist seeping from its form. "My queen, the trident of the sea god is hidden in." Crackle crackled at the safest place in the palace. The voice was jagged, reminiscent of a worn-out tape, seemingly influenced by some ancient force that as a cursed object. It should not require rest, yet it could no longer endure Jiang Ji's relentless demands, leading to the creation of a mirror maze. Many of the mirror surfaces imbued with its power had been shattered by George, resulting in severe power loss, forcing it to resort to this method for recovery. Jiang Ji continued to pose several questions regarding the trident of the sea god, receiving only the same response. The trident of the sea god is hidden in the safest place in the palace. It felt akin to conversing with an artificial intelligence devoid of logic. This magic mirror, it seemed, had conveyed nothing of substance that a Jean, dripping wet, formed a puddle beneath him, yet still found the time to voice a sarcastic remark. Jiang Ji discerned that the mirror did not wish to remain silent. Rather, it had been interfered with by some peculiar force, rendering it incapable of articulating further. This statement was evidently the limit of what the mirror could divulge. The trident of the sea god held a status far surpassing that of George or Bluebeard, both of which were mere specters. Some might wonder why the mirror could not reveal George's weakness, yet could approximate the location of the trident of the sea god. The answer lay in the former being far more secretive than the latter, leaving the mirror unable to probe, and thus it could not lie, responding only with ignorance that he asked for the trident of the sea god. The mirror evidently could see and know its precise location, but was hindered by that same force, unable to speak plainly. Nevertheless, with the magic mirror's words, Jiang Ji could at least ascertain that the trident of the sea god was indeed hidden within the palace, and had not been stealthily relocated to a secret abode known only to the former king. The safest place, the safest place. The more Jiang Ji pondered, the slower her thoughts became, the pollution's effect too overwhelming. The whispers of ramblings fluctuated wildly, deliberately interrupting her train of thought, as pale specters clung to the nape of her neck. Cheeks and scalp, gnawing like an insatiable swarm of mosquitoes. She closed her eyes, suppressing the crimson hue lurking within, and remained silent for a long while. The royal chamber of the king and queen, the heavily guarded treasury, the tombs of former kings, the hidden passages and secret chambers beneath the earth. Ajin speculated several options, ruffling his hair in exasperation. Who could possibly know? He exclaimed. This place has undergone numerous expansions, each adding a few secret passages. It must be nearly impossible to count them now. Jiang Ji replied. Ajin tentatively suggested, "Shall we split up to search?" Jiang Ji shook her head. Splitting up would be akin to a headless fly, searching without any knowledge of the dangers lurking within the palace at night. The magic mirror was also bound by rules. It could not lie, but its definition of the safest place was subject to interpretation. Jiang Ji, enduring the gnawing headache caused by the specters, bowed her head in deep contemplation, while a Jiang and the old demon dared not disturb her. That a Jiang whispered to the old demon. "Do you have any ideas?" The old demon, currently on hold, pretended to unzip its chest. "I'm not even human. What ideas could I possibly have?" All right, the Jiang hurriedly stopped him, not wishing to undergo another mental cleansing. The safest place that where could it possibly be? The strength of the ghostly entities within the palace. The queen, the king, the palace's chief minister, and the captain of the guards. The queen, prior to succumbing to pollution, had been a witch, additionally empowered by the magic mirror. Her repeated attempts against Snow White were evident of the king's reluctance to pursue her. The magic mirror, by nature, was arrogant, and the places it could see were considered a form of safety. In the treasury, even the heavily armed guards could not withstand the presence of these two sovereigns of the realm. The hidden chambers and secret passages were known to none, yet once something went missing, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect the loss in a timely manner. That if there were any place under the absolute control of both the king and queen, closely monitored by a magic mirror that spared no corner, it would be the impenetrable palace of Snow White. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Jiang Ji, who lifted her head and instructed the old demon. "Proceed southwest for 800 meters." The old demon, without further ado, extended his long arm, scooping up Jiang Ji and a Jiang, vanishing in a flash. In the darkened chamber, a faint, ethereal melody began to resonate. Jiang Ji beheld a pale figure standing quietly at the center of the chamber. The girl clutched a staff adorned with a massive sapphire, her ghostly visage breaking into a smile. Raising her staff, she muttered an incantation, her voice raspy as though coated in sand. That it was not that she could not articulate words, but rather that her unappealing voice was intended to conceal any flaws. The sapphire emitted a dim, eerie glow, enveloping Jiang Ji in an intensely chilling aura. The target of the sea goddess staff was her. This aura collided with the tainted essence that mingled within Jiang Ji, erupting into a blinding mushroom cloud. The taut nerve in her mind snapped with a resounding crack. That a pain akin to being crushed by a heavy truck surged through her body. In that fleeting moment, she believed she had perished. Exiled to the stormy sea, the siren had lost her wings, condemned to drift endlessly across the ocean. Guided by an angel, the siren discovered the staff buried deep beneath the stormy depths, a relic that held the former authority of the sea god. Legend had it that if one fervently made a wish on the day of the sea goddess festival, that wish would be granted. However, with the festival just past, she would have to wait another year to make her wish. The siren concealed the sea goddess staff in a location known only to herself. Unable to withstand the solitude, she mated with various sea creatures, birthing grotesque and bizarre beings. Some bore the body of a fish with the head of a human, while others were the opposite, hideous and low-witted. These creatures could only survive for 7 days before the waters transformed into caustic sulfuric acid, eroding them to death. Ultimately, they dissolved into pools of floating white foam. Bound to the sea, yet cursed by the 7-day mark, the siren chose to make a wish on the day of the sea goddess festival, desiring her offspring to be wise and long-lived. The siren's wish was granted, and only a few of her progeny met the stringent criteria. They set their sights on the nobility ashore. The first of the siren's offspring devoured Prince George of the neighboring kingdom, while the youngest consumed the prince's newly acquired canary. By seizing the power of humanity, they could secure a never-ending supply of commoners as sustenance. With the sea goddess festival approaching, the deities would fulfill their new wishes. Meanwhile, a sudden earthquake in the distant sea resulted in the unfortunate loss of the sea goddess staff, which was fortuitously acquired by a passing pirate ship. That ship was subsequently sunk by the fleet of the infamous Bluebeard, who later presented the staff to the king in exchange for silencing the recent negative rumors circulating among the populace. Seizing the opportunity while Snow White was absent from her chamber, the king concealed the legendary staff within her bedroom. Having devoured the neighboring prince, the sirens remained unsatisfied, turning their attention to the most cherished princess of this realm. The frail human form was no match for the filthy sirens who could not breach the palace protected by magical arrays without the true owner's approval. The Little Mermaid approached Ing Huai and others, for they possessed the power to enter the palace. With mere verbal consent, they could accompany them inside. That if all went as anticipated, the true ending of the Little Mermaid would see the mermaid consume the neighboring princess on the night of their wedding. one forever elevated to the status of a noble prince, and the other becoming a princess of another realm, with none the wiser of their true identities. The so-called transformation into foam was merely a fairy tale version of her long-planned deception. Congratulations, you have uncovered the truth of the tale of the sinful fairy tales. The Little Mermaid. The rules of the Little Mermaid's tale will cease to apply to you. The true fairy tale is far more captivating than its overly embellished versions. Please provide The Little Mermaid with an ending that rivals the original evaluation criteria. Collect emotional feedback from the real world for judgment, and complete the interpretative experience of other fairy tales. The familiar notification tone resonated. The pain and restraints that bound her vanished. Jiang Ji opened her eyes to find herself lying on the ground, her clothing torn by the sharp claws of the Little Mermaid, exposing her fair skin as droplets of blood oozed from the gash, the sweet scent causing the mermaid to display a look of intoxication. It was time to feast. Jiang Ji endured, closing her eyes momentarily. Though the Little Mermaid bore the appearance of a young girl, the grotesque male attributes lingered in her mind. Jiang Ji observed the torn fabric before her, and the polluted, frenzied mindset spiraled out of control. A surge of madness rising within her. The village children had bullied her into helplessness. Was this their idea of fun under the broad daylight? The fury surged forth, a vehement desire for retribution. In that instant, her negative emotions converged with Snow White's essence. The Little Mermaid had just completed her incantation, conjuring a foul tempest that swept the genie and the old demon away, with no further interruptions. She eagerly lowered her head to feast, only to collide with a pair of eyes swirling with a dark vortex, as if staring into an unfathomable abyss. The mermaid's form trembled uncontrollably, clutching her head and emitting a hoarse, piercing scream, as though inflicted with an unbearable, ghastly agony, instilling profound fear in all who heard it. Host? The system in the void observed Jiang Ji's data panel, anthropomorphically swallowing hard. The stability of her mental strength, previously at an E level, began to fluctuate wildly, leaping beyond its previous limits. A level, an S level, an SS level, an A level. C level, B level, D level, an SSS level. Once the mental strength stabilized at the SSS level, the system understood that someone must perish today. With such overwhelming mental prowess, she had become the sovereign of the entire tailspun world, as Jiang Ji's attribute panel generated a new ability under her talents, exceedingly tyrannical and overpowered. Just observing the Little Mermaid before her made it clear that the pain of melting away in the ocean was but a fraction of the agony she was about to endure. As she endured the excruciating degradation of every inch of her skin and cells, the entire palace trembled with her anguished cries, her soul echoing a desperate howl, as if her very life were poured into that soul-piercing scream. Tearing apart the world governed by tales of horror. The agony that resonated from the depths of her soul even afflicted a genie, who had been flung onto the palace lawn, that he trembled as if electrified. The pain was unbearable, a visceral empathy for the suffering. What unspeakable torment had she encountered? The wretched scream emanated from the Little Mermaid. The situation had shifted dramatically in the blink of an eye. What had Jiang Ji done? Wait, was it Jiang Ji or Jiang Wu that now resided within the palace? The wailing persisted for several seconds before gradually fading into silence. The Little Mermaid transformed before Jiang Ji into a formless puddle on the ground, swiftly absorbed by the lustrous pearls surrounding it. The system witnessed this merciless slaughter with wide eyes. The Little Mermaid's eyes were the last to dissolve, those gray orbs forever frozen in terror and agony. The potential of this ability was exceedingly high. Jiang Ji's vast ocean of mental strength had been drained by a third. To wield such power against a creature of no more than B level was a considerable overreach. Jiang Ji's gaze fell upon the beautiful azure staff, its aura both alluring and chilling. The system swore it could sense the despair emanating from the tainted staff. Alas, the staff could not speak. By slaying the protagonist of the fairy tale, the peculiar powers of this world weakened, and a portion of the pollution clinging to Jiang Ji dissipated. The madness in her eyes lessened, but it was still insufficient. She gripped the gem atop the staff with one hand and the shaft with the other, raising a sweet smile. With a gentle twist, snap, the once straight and sturdy staff bent like a sickle. "Spare me," the magic mirror bellowed, trembling as it relayed the message. The red-tinted eyes glared chillingly, and the mirror felt an inexplicable urge to urinate. The staff claims it can submit to you, as long as you do not break it. Submit. This proclamation caused Jiang Ji to halt her actions. She gazed down at the staff, now bent like a crescent moon. The abyssal depths that once filled her eyes had faded, yet the magic mirror and the sea goddess staff still dared not meet her gaze. Her obsidian eyes were too sinister. The earlier sensation of pressure, as if it arose from the very abyss itself, lingered in the air. The trident of the sea god has only been witnessed in the presence of the scarlet-level anomaly. No, it is not merely an anomaly. It is the Lord of Scarlet. It is a specter. Just as the trident heaved a sigh of relief, it caught the latter half of Jiang Ji's leisurely remark. Have you submitted? Did I grant you permission to submit? The sea god trident was taken aback by such audacious words. This madman. Ignoring the trident's reaction, Jiang Ji smiled as he gazed at the magic mirror in his hand. Don't you require power? Why not absorb it? Absorb? The mirror was taken aback, contemplating a path it had never envisioned. It flailed its illusory limbs frantically, attempting to convey its dilemma through the too dark, hollow eyes atop its frame. It is feasible, but my current strength is insufficient. I might suffer from indigestion. It dared not outright refuse and could only express its hesitance in a roundabout manner. The magic mirror had been imbued with special significance since the Middle Ages, originating as a class, a cursed object. Successive holders had regarded it as a treasure, and countless wars had been waged over it. In truth, it did not require the consumption of other spectral entities, especially since the sea god trident was the property of a fallen deity, a former symbol of authority, though it had already descended. Its status still surpassed that of the mirror by a considerable margin that it was hard to determine if it would be the mirror that consumed the trident or vice versa. Moreover, the most crucial point was that anomalies slaughtering humans represented a pure version of advancement, devoid of side effects. However, when anomalies consumed one another, they would acquire portions of each other's power and alter their forms, becoming increasingly murky, sinister, and formidable. The mirror could scarcely fathom what it would become after devouring a bent staff. Would it transform into a distorted, deformed mirror? Or would the top of the bent staff sprout a mirror, allowing the caster to cast spells while preening? The mere thought of such a potential outcome left even an anomaly feeling strange. Indeed, was it too much to ask? Jiang Ji lamented the situation, deciding to hold on to it for now, waiting until the mirror was capable of absorption before proceeding. The staff trembled as if shaken by a sieve, and Jiang Ji's palm grew damp with perspiration, leaving the sea god trident thoroughly frightened. Exactly. The magic mirror seized the opportunity to brainwash. It was merely a momentary lapse, granted a chance for redemption. This was not merely a rescue of the trident, but also a means of salvaging itself. It did not want to become a patchwork monstrosity. Being categorized among the top cursed items would be an utter disgrace. The system hesitated. It was the first time it had witnessed an anomaly trying to mediate, telling humans that it was unnecessary, saying, "For my sake, let it be." This small concession was indeed a testament to how, when driven to madness, even specters could fear humans. The sea god trident, yearning for an opportunity to shine, was suddenly engulfed by a rhythmic glow emanating from the sapphire imbued with cursed energy, radiating outward like ripples on water, saturating the entire palace, the royal residence, and the kingdom, drifting all the way to the sea. Merfolk, already frolicking near the shore, gazed hungrily at the lowly houses on the coast. The sea breeze blew, and the foremost merfolk let out a piercing wail, thrashing and struggling within the ocean. The frigid, bone-chilling water suddenly transformed into boiling hot water, hissing and emitting white steam as the merfolk's bodies rapidly melted and decayed upon contact with the seawater, causing unbearable pain in a desperate bid to avoid the water. They leapt towards the surface, akin to fish on a hot plate, only to fall back down shortly after, dissolving into pools of froth. Swept away by towering waves in the mirrored labyrinth, the battle intensified. After numerous attempts to blast away the front row of grinning skeletons, Feng Tuan gritted his teeth. The seawater is absorbing our power, feeding the anomalies. The sheer number of specters in the water was overwhelming, with new corpses and remnants ceaselessly rolling in, making it seem like an endless massacre. Anomalies could replenish themselves through the sea of corpses. and their bodies were robust and resilient. Even Ing Huai would eventually be worn down by this tactic, but he could only detonate objects he had touched, throwing everything he carried into the fray. In the process of igniting his spectral servants, he had even lost several chunks of flesh, leaving dark, bruised wounds in their wake. As the faint murmurs echoed in his ears, Fang Tianwen realized he had been tainted. The whispers grew clearer, pulling him uncontrollably towards the grinning heads opposing him, until a mental lash from Ing Huai snapped him back to momentary clarity, just as he found himself a mere meter away from the specters. Drenched in cold sweat as he hastily retreated, he cast a deep glance at the live, upright figure in the distance, facing an A-class anomaly and dozens of spectral servants, still able to notice his teammates amidst such fierce combat. Truly, he was worthy of being called the world's strongest jungler. Fang Tianwen was utterly convinced that a distant wail shattered the sky, causing Fang Tianwen to shudder. The sinister George's expression suddenly darkened as he inhaled deeply. A whirlpool formed around him, drawing the remnants of corpses in the sea toward him, that he sought to absorb the anomalous power from the sea of corpses. An incredibly terrifying pressure began to coalesce rapidly. Fang Tianwen sensed it, realizing it was attempting to break through its current limits that he aimed to ascend to, Scarlet. Should he succeed in this breakthrough, while others might remain oblivious, Fang Tianwen knew he would not survive. Currently, the Global Joint Investigation Bureau had released information indicating that Class D and above specters could create impenetrable ghost domains. Class C anomalies were termed as ferocious, while those above Class S were labeled scarlet. These three significant thresholds defined the power hierarchy within the horrifying world. Ing Huai, typically expressionless, furrowed his brow slightly. Scarlet was already considered a legendary specter. Should a scarlet-level anomaly emerge in this world, the level of the rules and strange tales would correspondingly rise, causing other entities from fairy tale narratives to collectively elevate by a tier. The casualties would be in the thousands, if not more. Without further hesitation, Ing Huai reversed his wrist and slashed his arm with a dagger. Their combat attire was made of knife-resistant fabric. Without a flicker of hesitation, he exerted all his strength, the blood spilling from his lacerated arm coiling into mysterious symbols within his palm. His complexion paling instantly. The fierce winds howled and roared. The ominous thunder seemed to press down the heavens, rolling ominously in his ears. Those spectral servants, either dismembered or resembling giants, appeared to have received a command. Moving with heightened swiftness as they lunged at several of the powered individuals, Danel Ailung chuckled coldly, drawing a sharp dagger from the grip of his spear and charging into the fray. Ji Qing ripped off his sleeve, revealing an arm tattooed with a dual-faced Buddha. The Buddha's eyes widened in anger, beginning to bleed at that moment. The humid sea breeze swept through, carrying with it an eerie rhythm. And as it passed over them, they felt the weight of an ancient, dark curse. The heads of the corpses in the sea retained their grotesque expressions, suddenly disintegrating into ashes without warning. The spectral servants seemed to plunge into a cauldron of frogs, struggling in a chaotic rise and fall. The anomalous power converging from the sea of corpses dissipated as the repeatedly repaired flesh and bones began to rot, melting away, only able to emit a final, unwilling roar. No, the sky-darkening clouds concealed everything. Before the earth-shattering thunder could strike, George's head exploded with a resounding bang, red and white brain matter splattering half a meter away, transforming on the ground into a swarm of pinkish worms. The surging sea of corpses rushed forth, and the moment those worms came into contact with the seawater, they were reduced to ash. Thus, the battle concluded unexpectedly. Others watched in silence. Blood dripped from his arm, the wound burning painfully, as Ing Huai strode out without uttering a word. Chapter 100. Black Fairy Tale Rule of Strange Tales. Thick blood trickled down, and Jiang Ji skillfully wiped it away with the back of her hand. The surrounding silence was eerily unsettling. The magic mirror and the sea god tried to exchange glances for several seconds, before the mirror suddenly exclaimed dramatically, "Oh my, your majesty, you have a nosebleed. How could those wretched maidens neglect your care? It is an old servant's fault for arriving too late, Jiang Ji." With such a tone, one might think she was on the brink of death from blood loss. Her head throbbed painfully, and she ignored the mirror's fawning as she encountered a Jin and the old demon outside the palace. Upon seeing Jiang Ji, a Jin immediately recalled the recent screams, seeing her emerge unscathed. With even the sea god trident in hand and the palace behind her consumed by darkness, the serene, pale visage before him appeared all the more alien and terrifying. "Greetings, sister," Ajin said, instantly tensing. Bowing and scraping, "Sister, you have worked hard." "Jiang Ji. Jiang Ji. Are you unwell?" "Take this." Jiang Ji tossed the trident to him. This thing is heavy that Ajin caught it, sensing something was amiss with its curvature. And looking down, he wondered why the trident, that was bent. Perhaps it bumped into something earlier. Such things are often more ornamental than useful. The sea god tried it, that its reputation was sullied, and it dared not voice any dissent. A series of slightly hurried footsteps approached, and Jiang Ji instinctively glanced over, spotting a tall figure clad in black at the end of the corridor, his face pale. Jiang Ji quickly noticed Ing Huai's injured arm. The wound was not shallow, and blood had dripped all the way down. Jiang Ji regarded him with curiosity, pondering for a few seconds before saying nothing further as she approached. Ing Huai had already turned his attention to Ajin. "What just transpired?" "We encountered the little mermaid in the sleeping quarters. She waved the sea god trident. An old demon and I were flung out. Only Jiang Ji remained inside. What happened afterward is unknown." Ajin recounted honestly. Ing Huai lowered his gaze in thought, feeling a slight sting in his arm, and tilted his head slightly. "What are you doing?" Jiang Ji meticulously folded the handkerchief into a tofu-like square, tending to the wound on his arm. Vivid crimson blood trickled down his forearm, cascading over the prominent veins of his wrist, eventually flowing past his icy fingertips, imbuing him with an inexplicable aura of battle damage. Jiang Ji raised his gaze. "Did you not request my assistance in wiping it? Was that truly his intent?" Ing Huai subtly shielded her from the prying eyes nearby, in a hushed tone. Succinctly, she addressed the matter at hand, uttered a rustling sound emerged from behind, indicating readiness. The blood-stained white handkerchief was deftly placed by the girl over the tattered area of her garment. The handkerchief, lacking the hue of her fair skin, contrasted sharply against the cold, jade-like complexion, resembling a crimson plum blossom amidst a blanket of snow. Ing Huai's gaze burned with intensity, prompting her to quickly avert her eyes. "I am unsure of what transpired." Jiang Ji remarked, "I was contaminated earlier and lost consciousness. Upon awakening, I discovered the chamber devoid of any presence, and this trident of the sea god was right beside me, that I merely took it to seek you." Ajin felt an overwhelming sense of envy. To consecutively obtain the magic mirror and the sea god's trident within the realm of strange tales. Such luck defied even the most auspicious koi fish. How infuriating! Was this the joy of having an elder sister? Sisters truly are eternal sanctuaries. The narrative's conclusion had been updated. With the aid of bystander A, the little mermaid successfully infiltrated the heavily guarded palace. The prince finally realized that it was not the princess of a neighboring kingdom who had saved him that day, but the little mermaid. But did it truly matter? Snow White was both beautiful and affluent, inheriting an entire kingdom, while the little mermaid remained a voiceless orphan, incapable of offering him any assistance. That he rejected the little mermaid, opting instead to marry the Snow Queen. Yet his choice incited the wrath of the little mermaid, who, armed with the sea god's trident, sought revenge, only to be consumed by the very weapon she wielded, turning her into mere foam. In a bid to protect his beloved Snow White, the prince sustained fatal injuries and perished. Deeply moved, Snow White fell irrevocably in love with the prince. In the ensuing years, she reigned over vast lands, experiencing boundless solitude. A truly poignant love story. Grandma Rosa gently closed the book, kindly addressing the little girl. "It is time for you to sleep." "Dear," the term bystander clearly vexed the fairy tale book. Although the reality was far removed from this narrative, could it not be regarded as a satisfactory conclusion? Jiang Ji felt quite content with the happy ending she had crafted. Suddenly, a more pressing thought struck her. The prince was dead. What of the wedding scheduled for the day after tomorrow? The body was likely irretrievable, and transforming a wedding into a funeral would be difficult to explain to her inexpensive husband. The wedding must proceed as planned. An audacious idea began to form in her mind as she glanced at the somewhat drowsy Ing Huai. Under the scrutiny of those chilling black eyes, she felt a twinge of guilt, causing her wandering gaze to settle on the small chicken feather. "How about we become wedding partners?" Her voice, soft and gentle, echoed like a devil-esque whisper. Chapter 101. Black Fairy Tale Rules. Strange Tales 31, those who die in bizarre circumstances also become strange. A complete transformation refers to the state where a person is not yet dead, but their body exhibits features of deformation or parasitism. The malevolent and cunning entities. An example surfaced in Longxi City. A mortuary worker was bitten by a corpse, resulting in a child's face sprouting from his palm, yet his body exhibited no other adverse reactions. The hospital promptly decided to perform surgery for removal. Coincidentally, a clairvoyant arrived in the city and discovered that the man's internal organs had all manifested ghastly faces. His body had long since become a mere shell. The horror of contamination lies in the fact that those infected can taint others during daily interactions. And since most individuals have not undergone specialized training, once contaminated, they readily descend into madness and distortion that I end the realm of strange tales where maintaining sanity is crucial. This is the most perilous predicament. Jiang Ji couldn't tell if it was merely her illusion, but after her power surged to 3S, the mental pollution she experienced had significantly lessened, although the malicious, twisted whispers still lingered in her ears. The painful sensation of her spiritual essence being forcefully extracted had vanished. It seemed the old adage held true. Rather than engaging in self-destructive internal conflict, it is far more efficient to unleash madness upon others. Ying Huai took the sea god's shrine from Ajin and inspected it. Lacking the venomous arrogance typical of top-tier cursed items, it felt as gentle as a lamb in her grasp. The oppressive aura of suppressed madness seemed familiar to Ying Huai, yet she could not recall its origin. Jiang Ji surreptitiously stole glances at his pallid, blood-drained profile, finding a sickly beauty in his starry black eyes. Recently, she had been inundated with the presence of individuals as unattractive as Bluebeard, so repugnant that she felt compelled to invite Director Huang from the Inner Beauty Plastic Surgery Hospital to expand her services. "What is the matter?" Ying Huai queried, not lifting her gaze, her tone so gentle it was almost intoxicating. "Are you yearning to hear the great compassion mantra again?" "No, thank you." Before the protagonist group, she summoned the spirit from the magic mirror to inquire about the distribution of anomalies in this world. It was Ajin's first encounter with such a well-known cursed object, and her curiosity was tinged with worry. The higher the level of the cursed object, the more likely it is to backfire. Most wish-granting cursed objects require a commensurate price. The pair of chopsticks in the Longxi City Investigation Bureau that can summon the spirit of the chopstick requires the loss of a body part from the questioner. And that is merely a sea-level cursed object. What price does this magic mirror demand? Oh. Jiang Ji turned to the mirror, surprised by this revelation. The spirit, now sitting upright, was adorned with question marks that it yearned to exclaim its unwavering loyalty to its master. But upon seeing the deathly smile on Jiang Ji's face, implying she knew precisely what it ought to say, an absurd scene unfolded in its mind, a resurrected dark god masquerading as a pure maiden, deceiving and ensnaring a human man's heart. Though perplexed, it dared not show disrespect. The spirit quickly processed the